a partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're not
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's
that just we are the only society on Earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Good morning, Misfits. How's everybody doing today? Let's get the chat up. Say what's up to everybody. All right, here we go. Good morning, what is it? What did that just say? Bike packing survival. Okay. Zach, now is the time to push for universal background checks. Just kidding. That's right. All right. Long time. Great guy, Gary, Hip Hop Patriot. What's up? Good morning, Hip Hop Patriot. Funmon, Machine, W. Wilson, Sean Maga, P Gear out. All righty, Rube. Let's get it. So it is 2A Thursday. We had a little issue with the guests last week. They should be coming on today, Josh Devereaux, and we're just gonna chat about general 2A stuff. Figure we'll just get a guest in here to sort of do the second half of the show. But let's see, what do we got here? That's the daily breakdown. I forgot to. I did. I forgot to do it. It's all right. We'll go right here. Boom. Easy peasy. So, big day for 2A. If you guys don't know the way this show works, if you've never seen the Daily Breakdown before, here's what we do. We do a theme of the day. 2A Thursday is our Thursday show. And we try to keep it, Second Amendment related because, doing the First Amendment is pretty much what we do every day. We exercise our free speech and we contribute to the conversation of ideas. But Second Amendment, also very important, so we try to make it a focal point on the show. And we have a new ATF deputy director, and I believe this is really good news. We also have some things going on. Todd Blanche came in and congratulated Rob Sakata, yeah. And right away, we got a lot of positive developments for the Second Amendment. What we also do on the Daily Breakdown is the Daily Breakdown. We actually go on the internet, we type in the word news, literally just right here, see at the top, news, NEWS, whatever pops up, we break it down. Hence, the Daily Breakdown. I do have one thing that I wanted to get to just real quick. I believe I put it in here. Yes. Okay. This, I've, in case you haven't realized, I haven't been talking about, Candace Owens that much because, like I said, I go, we're at the Streisand effect point. It's only so long before she's dancing in her kitchen with knives like Britney Spears. But Erica Kirk came out and dropped a video because she was at the White House Correspondents' Dinner when the shooter tried to take out Trump and the cabinet and pretty much everybody there. And what we're seeing is obviously Candace Owens is responding like a child, writing like LMAO under like Tim Dillon is making fun of her because he's a fucking cunt. Sorry, I haven't used that word before. Sorry, guys, that's a big one. With the
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid with the effing.
In case you don't know, I do swear a lot. I try to keep it under control, but with Candace, and with certain people, I just get so like she's a demon, right? She's straight to hell, like the moment she dies, right? Like this. I'm sorry, guys. You gotta realize when people are actually really just horrible people who are definitely going to hell. I don't know. Maybe, maybe she might wiggle her way into heaven if she changes her ways. But as of right now, I'm pretty sure, like hell. So anyway, in response to this, where Erica Kirk says Candace Owens has said she murdered her husband. Here, let's take a look at the clip from Erica.
Candace Owens claiming I murdered my husband. People saying I'm not fit to be.
There you go. I'm going to show you Candace Owens alluding to, right, or insinuating that Erica Kirk murdered her husband. Milk Bar TV, Nathan, he always does an amazing job at, these little clips. Let's take a quick look at Candace insinuating it, and then we have actually Candace straight up coming out and saying that Erica Kirk murdered her husband. This is from behind the scenes type stuff. Watch this.
But I'm starting to think that the assassination of Charlie Kirk was something akin to a regicide, right? The assassination of a king to install a new ruler who the king would have never approved of. Anyways, back at headquarters, I am...
Okay, so again, right? A regicide, an assassination of a king to install a new ruler would imply the new ruler was in on the assassination of the king. That's accusing Erica Kirk of at least being a party to.
Told it's business as usual, and it's kind of giving me like, I don't know, LBJ when he gets sworn in that famous picture. Unfortunately, sworn in. Unfortunately, of course, he's sad in this photo. Gosh, he's obviously not wanting to be the president of the United States. JFK was shot and killed, and now LBJ has to step up, unfortunately. But I gotta be honest, I wasn't there. I don't think LBJ was actually that upset. I don't know why. Vibes. The vibes just aren't vibing for me in that picture, knowing...
Again, same implication, right? Same implication. A party to, or knew about it, or wasn't upset about it, etc. Right? Again.
As I do, and as Charlie did believe that LBJ was involved, which then implicates the feds as having been involved, which then implicates the Dallas police station as being involved.
Okay, now she's straight up saying that the reference from LBJ means LBJ was actually involved. Clarification from the previous one.
I believe Israel was obviously involved, that they were the ones that wanted him dead. When Ben came out swinging, I was going, oh, something's very wrong here. Basically, Erica here is pulling the LBJ, and what I mean by that is as soon as LBJ got into office after JFK's assassination, he reversed course on every single one of JFK's policies. JFK's enemies seemingly became LBJ's friends. Erica appears to be doing that to me.
Okay, so what Marissa here is Candace Owens has never come out and said like Erica Kirk killed Charlie Kirk. Well, not publicly. However, Andrew Colvett decided to share this screenshot. Now wait, can you see? Here we go. And I'm sorry for I'll read it to you because it might be very small print for those watching. But this is a conversation between Candace Owens and Aubrey Leitch. I don't know who that is, but apparently worked for Andrew. I think that's the girl that got fired. That's right. I'm pretty sure. So this is the conversation. Candace Owens. This is Aubrey. Assume they're coming to you. Actually, this is so wild. Been preparing explanations for all the lies they have told. I assume if Colvett and had any common sense, they'd see the online narrative and understand that their support is fading very rapidly. Candace, she is coming here, referring to the meeting between her and Erica Kirk that happened a while back. Yes, absurd. They need to prepare. By the way, guys, just real quick before I get to this big reveal, this kind of proves that Candace Owens actually believes what she's saying, which is wild. Right? That's wild that Candace is like behind the scenes. Candace is like, yeah, everything that I'm saying, I believe, which means she's literally a crazy person, like I have been saying. So, Aubrey replies, yeah, that's actually crazy. I'm so intrigued to hear how it goes. I got your back. Go Max. Such a joke. All right. Candace, this is the big one. Candace, I'm asking for everything in the meeting, right? First question, why did you murder your husband? This is Candace Owens texting another person saying that the first thing she's going to ask Erica Kirk in their meeting, which I doubt she did because she's a coward, is why did you murder your husband? So Candace Owens believes that Erica Kirk murdered her husband, and then online she does all these little insinuations, these LBJ references that we all know what she means, right? Then there's the thumbnail where she just coincidentally put Erica Kirk, an AI of Erica Kirk holding a rifle pointing at Charlie Kirk's head with the subliminal messaging. Now, I'm not bringing this up for drama purposes. I'm bringing this up because what we've come to on the right is the argument of whether or not we are infighting, right? Whether or not we are calling out our own side, or whether or not we should focus all of our energy on the left. And I'm telling you guys that there is way more important to deal with stuff like this, right? Because if you do not clear this garbage out of the tent, then there is no tent, okay? This is like, the left is destroying itself, all right? The left is doing a fantastic job. I'm not saying that we shouldn't call them out. I'm not saying that we shouldn't talk about them. I'm not saying that we should ignore that. I'm saying what we should do is we should prioritize the getting the cancer out of our movement and calling it out so that we have a movement that is contrasted to the left, who's filled with garbage, right? The left's tent is filled with garbage. And we're like, the left, they should clean out their tent. You guys clean out your tent. Your tent's garbage. Well, they can just come back and go, well, look at you got Candace Owens. You got Tucker Carlson. You have like all these Jew haters like, you know, Jake Shields and all that stuff. Like, you have your own garbage. Shut up. Now, the left has way more garbage, but we have garbage. So we can't go after them while we are doing the same thing. Does that make sense? So what we need to do is fight this so that there is no doubt in the moderate or in the centrist mind that we are the better option. That way, when midterms roll around and 2028 rolls around, you have all these people who are like, okay, we live in a two-party system. There's two options. I'm looking at the left. I'm looking at the right. I'm looking at the left filled with garbage, and they're just rolling around in it. They're just like, Hassan Piker is great, right? But then the right comes out, and they're like, Candace Owens is shit. Where do you think they're going to go? They're going to come to our side. So no. We don't need to tell the left, keep cleaning up your garbage. Why do we want to make them better? Make us better, and we will have a coalition that people will want to join. Does that make sense to everybody? It should, because it's the smart political strategy for the next couple of years. They are not going to stop. Yes, I believe that there is some moving parts that this is fake, like that this is part of a psyop. Let's say I've talked about it plenty of times where I'm like, I'm not sure if it's just a psyop from audience capture where people like Candace Owens, who's a malignant narcissist, right, just gets a bunch of people in her comment section, which are fueled by bots and fake engagement, where she believes in her stupid, crazy mind. And we know now she believes what she's saying, right? In her crazy mind, she believes it because she keeps on getting positive affirmation, right? Which I believe is fueled by fake engagement from people who are smart enough to see that they can capitalize off of this, right? Tucker Carlson, same thing, I believe, right? Or you know, you can go with the whole they're getting paid directly and they know what they're doing. But based on that text message, I don't think that they know what they're doing. Some of them. I think some of them do, some of them don't. Doesn't matter. Again, I don't care why. I care that it's happening, and I care how you fight it, right? when there's a battle, like when there's a battle, right? Like, and people are shooting at you. Do you say, well, hey, hey, why you shooting at me? Or do you fire back? Right? Figure out the why later. Who cares? Fire back. It's important. All right. You don't go, hey, whoa. You're wearing the same uniform as me. Why are you firing at me? No. It's bang, 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 bang. Then when it's all over, then you can sit down and you can go, hey, what was that about? All right. That's what I'm saying. I think it's important to address that real quick. But it is 2A Thursday. It's not drama Thursday. It's and that's not really drama. Like I said, I think that we should talk about that a little bit and just at least get it out of the way, because you have to understand. You don't have to know the why, but you do have to understand that it's happening and how to fight it, if that makes sense. All right. So let's go. Pete Hegseth spars with lawmakers as Iran's war price tag hits $25 billion. Are you going to make me? Yeah, Washington Post. You are going to make me. You son of a... Okay. I have something for this. Let's go to... yeah, here we go. Let's go to directly to the video from Pete Hegseth on Capitol Hill, responding to these people. I've been critical. President Trump has made some bad picks, some bad cabinet picks. Hegseth is not one of them. All right. Marco Rubio is not one of them. I would say Pam Bondi is one of them. I would say that in his first administration, he did this a lot. He had a lot of bad picks. But Pete Hegseth is not one of them at all. And here's why. Check this clip.
I didn't get a chance. I didn't see a question in the statement from the congressman. I hope you appreciate how reckless it is. When I said reckless, feckless, and defeatist of congressional Democrats at the beginning, that came after watching you say the same thing on CNN this morning, a quagmire. My generation served in a quagmire in Iraq and Afghanistan, years and years of nebulous missions and utopian nation building that led us to nothing. What we have right now, the way you stain the troops when you tell them 2 months in, Congressman, you should know better. Shame on you. Calling this a quagmire 2 months in. The effort, what they've undertaken, what they've succeeded, the success on the battlefield that creates strategic opportunities, the courage of a president to confront a nuclear Iran, and you call it a quagmire, handing propaganda to our enemies. Shame on you for that statement. And statements like that are reckless to our troops. Don't say I support the troops on one hand, and then a 2-month mission is a quagmire. That's a false equivalation. Who are you cheering for here? Who are you pulling for? Our troops are doing incredible work. They've done incredible things for the entirety of this mission and achieved incredible battlefield successes. And you sit there and go on TV for your clickbait about quagmires. It undermines the mission. Your hatred for President Trump blinds you to the truth of the success of this mission and the historic stakes that the president is addressing, which the American people support. Iran's been at war with us for 47 years. You want to talk about a forever war? For 2 months, this president has stared them down. He's going to get a better deal than anyone ever has and ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. I know the American people support that mission, despite your loose talk and words like quagmire. I didn't get a chance. I didn't see a question.
Sorry. Son of a bitch. My bad. I don't know how I was muted. Okay, thank you in the chat. Shh. Sugar honey iced tea, like Sean says. I hit my naughty button so you could hear so I wouldn't have any overlap. Damn it. It's a live show. It's a live show. We have technical difficulties. It's actually the unofficial name of the Daily Breakdown. As I was pointing out in that, I don't know if you guys heard me, but Defense Secretary, okay? It's not Defense Secretary. It's War Secretary. CNN is writing Defense Secretary because they're just showing that they just refuse to get with it. It's not the Gulf of Mexico anymore. It's the Gulf of War, right? It's not ICE anymore. It's going to be NICE. I don't know if you guys saw that. We're going to rename Immigration and Customs Enforcement National Immigration and Customs Enforcement. So the media is forced to write NICE agents, right? Like, Trump is hilarious when he does stuff like this, but also at the same time, it actually is definitive, right? We are not the Department of Defense anymore. We're the Department of War, because what he's trying to do is subliminally put into everybody's mind that we don't just defend ourselves anymore. Like there's this idea, and I've talked about this a lot, where some people think that the only function of our military is to wait for somebody to attack us, right? And then just be reactive, right? Well, so here's the deal. Reaction is always slower than action. Always. It's never not, right? There's a video of a cop, saying I think he's got the keys to his cruiser or something like that, and there's this girl who's she's got her hands out, and he's his hands way up here, and he's drops her keys. He's if you get the keys, you can take my car or something like that. And what he does is he drops the keys, and then he puts his hand down, and he puts his hand over the keys, and she has no time to react, even though her hands are way closer, because reaction is always slower than action. So saying that we need to defend ourselves only, as opposed to being proactive and eliminating threats before they happen, is crazy. So, and calling, the Gulf of, this might sound silly, right? This may sound silly, but it's not. Calling the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, I think Trump had foresight to realize that the Gulf of America was going to be a hub where we're going to be bringing a lot of oil, and it was going to be reported on a lot. And you want people to subliminally understand that that is our Gulf, and Trump brought all this oil to the Gulf of America, not the Gulf of Mexico. It may seem small, but words matter, definitions matter. And I believe that that's what's going on with Trump and his renaming things. It's more like he's smart. It's smart messaging, advertising, I guess you could say, for this country and the direction that we're going to go, right? So a little side note on that, right? Now, back to the news. We also have what a weakened Voting Rights Act means today in America. All right. It's so weird how they worded that, right? Fake news, Axios. Can't read this either. Okay, that's fine. We already talked. We didn't talk about this. I'm the one that told Sean yesterday live on his show. Jeez, I am all over the place today. I forgot to put the thing on the screen. I muted myself for 45 seconds. Axios, not letting us read this, but let's see if there's another one. Okay. Yeah. So yesterday on Sean's show, I jumped in the comments and I was like, hey, somebody let Sean know that the Supreme Court has struck down the voting. Well, they didn't strike down the Voting Rights Act. What they did was they ruled on the Louisiana racial gerrymandering case that's been going on. Sorry, apologies for the language, but here's basically what we can be looking at in the South because of all the racial gerrymandering. So this here, right here on the left, on the bottom left, this, you see this Louisiana district, this strip of blue. This was the case that they were ruling on, where this this whole district is based on race, right? They drew their maps based on racial demographics. And Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and parts of Florida and North Carolina are doing pretty much the same thing, right? They have these racial districts. So the Supreme Court ruled that that is unconstitutional, right? It's unconstitutional to draw your maps for your districts based on skin color. It sounds crazy to even say that that's what they were doing. It's like, so black people are Democrats? Is that basic? That's basically what they're saying. They're saying black people are Democrats. They are taking all black people and they're putting them into one camp. That's ridiculous. And the Supreme Court ruled against it. So the Voting Rights Act, let's see here. I think I went too far. I went too far. Yeah, here you go. Supreme Court calls Louisiana's House map an unconstitutional racial gerrymander. This is their left's response. The left's reaction to this is like, we should just draw our maps all blue then. No, you can't do that either, because each state has a constitution. You can't just redraw maps however you want, right? It's not how it works, right? It's right here. That's not how it works. If the Supreme Court comes out and says, okay, racial gerrymandering is unconstitutional, you can't just go, okay, then we'll just redraw our maps all blue like they did in Virginia. Well, hopefully the Virginia Supreme Court is about to overturn that as well. But here's something, and I'm sorry for the language, right? But the thing that nobody's talking about is it was a 6-3 decision where all 3 liberal justices voted against this. Like, they wanted to keep racial gerrymandering. They wanted to keep the practice in this country of saying, if black people are in a district, that's a Democrat district. They're literally saying that we want to divide the country based on race. Okay, that's so crazy. Right? I mean, Hip Hop Patriot was just in here. Will, black guy, I'm pretty sure, right? Not a Democrat. So they're literally just saying, like, they're basically like, you black people, you're Democrats. And some black people are like, no, I'm not. It's a little wild, right? And that's the thing. It's always the left. The left is always the racist party. The left is the party that we had to create the Republican Party to fight because we wanted to end slavery. The left is a party that founded the KKK. The left is the party that was all about Jim Crow. The left has always been this party. But then you have the reaction where people are like, this is so racist that they ended racism. So funny. It's wild, man. And look at this is Mehdi Hassan, right? This lefty. I hope Zach curses so I can hear the clip with Vince Vaughn. I'll play it for you. Fuck.
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid with the effing. All you got to do is say earmuffs to him. Earmuffs.
There's the clip, guys. All right. So, long story short, okay, the left's reaction is always how you can determine whether or not something actually really hurt them. And Mehdi Hassan's reaction, if the Democrats don't make rebalancing and expanding the Supreme Court a top priority whenever they get into power, then I don't know what to say anymore. So now their reaction to the Supreme Court ruling that racist districts, literally just racist districts, the way you draw your maps, the way to fix that is to pack the court, because they can't. They don't have any other way of winning or doing power. Like, they don't have any policy. They don't have anything that they can actually, put forward to say, look, this is why we're good, right? They just have to try and gain an advantage procedurally because people are rejecting their policy. Does that make sense? All right, I think I hear my guest in the background. I'm going to grab him in a minute. But Let's see here. The Florida, Ron DeSantis came out and he's already taking 4 seats that based on, this was already in the works, but there is one district in Florida that was racially gerrymandered. So one of those seats does apply to the story we were just talking about. But the other 3 seats, he's just redistricting because that's how you do redistricting. What you do is you go, okay, where are the demographics? Where are the Democrats? Where are the Republicans? Is this a majority blue district? Is it a majority red district? Is it a purple district? And then you redraw your maps, right? I think that, we should have a better policy on redrawing maps. I think that it should be literally based on certain criteria. But the system we have, right? States are allowed to run their own, run their own rules. And the Democrats don't like that we're just doing that now because they keep on trying to cheat and we keep on not cheating, but gaining an advantage. But it's also a vicious cycle, and I hope that we figure this out, because it's really just going to be we're going to have a map that's just like one big red state, one big blue state, and that's not how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to work with districts. We're supposed to have representative government. So it's a good thing that the Supreme Court ruled on the constitutionality, but at the same time, it's also like the reaction to it is obviously going to be Democrats are going to try to do power grabs now. Okay. So we're going to bring on our guest. I'm going to go pull him in, and we're going to do To a Thursday with Josh. Let me see here. All right, we're going to copy that link. We're going to go over here. All right, Josh Dever. Hey, your thing's still up. All right, good. All right, now guest, video guest. Give me 1 sec, guys. We're just adding Josh in here. Let me see here. Gotta check his levels. We're doing it live. Josh, how are you, sir?
What's up, brother? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think you're
awesome, man.
You look like you're in the yellow. I got a little, I got a little slider here. I was like, and so if you don't have time to do like a sound check before, you just pull somebody in and you go, hey, hope I can hear him and see him. We brought on Alex from Patriot Pouch, right? Like we both know Alex. We brought on Alex from Patriot Pouch. And his audio was nothing. So I believe everybody in the chat can hear you and see you. So how you doing, sir?
Good, man. 3rd time's a charm. I'm glad you finally made it work.
Yeah, well, so yeah, Josh was supposed to be on last week. He had a family health thing and he couldn't make it. But don't worry, I can vamp. I'm like one of those people that can like vamp and just, I could do a whole show. I could do another hour. Like if Sean hit me up and was like, hey man, I got an emergency, I could do a whole nother hour, because the way that my show is actually formatted, I don't know if you were watching. Let's see. Let's get this up. Where is it? Brave browser. Where are you? Here we go. Yeah, so the way I got my show formatted is, you see on the screen here, I just type in the word news. So I could just keep going, right? Like we could just keep on talking about the news. But the way we also do the show, Josh, is we do themes of the day, and To a Thursday is the theme today. So I wanted to bring you on, and we're just going to go through these stories together. And by the way, let's go back a little bit. ADD. Josh, tell everybody about yourself.
Yeah, brother. So my name's Josh Dever. I'm a OEF combat veteran, which for those that don't know, that's the Afghanistan campaign war that went on for 20-something years. I was an infantryman with the 82nd Airborne Division. I was in Afghanistan in 2012. I used to also be a police officer for 5 years after that. Very involved in combatives and defensive tactics, and I've fought in sanctioned MMA. And I care about America and this country. I'm also, a Jew and a Zionist. Mm-hmm. And you and I are cut from the same cloth. We both care about all Judeo-Christian values and America being great, and we're America first, but not America only. Yep. Like a lot of the nefarious elements that you've already mentioned have crept in. Yeah. Some of the names you've already mentioned, and their unsophisticated and insufficient takes on things. You and I were at the sheepdog response training.
Yeah, I was just about to bring that up. Yeah, that's how. So I met you. You wanted to come to the training event we put on a couple of weekends ago, and I was telling the audience last week. I go, for people like you and me, I'm not sure that we learned like a ton, but one thing that I think that I learned that you and I were both sort of like shocked about was the single hand draw.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I don't know about you, but I've been practicing it at home, and it still just feels so weird to just. So like basically, guys. So what we learned last week, in case you didn't see last week, is so I have my see my fat belly here. I have my weapon on me, and we're not going to draw it so YouTube doesn't ban this. But Jason was like, I don't know if you guys know, but the way that you usually draw is you pull your shirt up with this hand, and then you draw your weapon. And he was like, take your thumb and go under and grab your weapon that way. But this is the funny thing. While me and Josh are both running drills, right? We're literally in the middle of firing. One of the instructors was like, "Hey guys, try drawing it with one hand." And I'm like, what the shit? And I was like doing so good. I was so accurate, and I was like crushing it. And then he throws that at me, and then I start going all over the target because I'm spending so much time trying to dig my thumb under my shirt. And Josh I was the same way. But there was a couple other things, like using the button. But in all, that training was actually it was inspired, like you said, right? So you're a Zionist, I'm a Zionist in the theological sense of the word. Yeah. Where so like there's this confusion about Zionism, right? Everyone says like a naughty word. I believe in the Abrahamic covenant. I believe the Jewish people have a right to their homeland and live in peace, right? I don't care about the nation state of Israel or their government because I'm an American. But I do think that I don't see a lot of, I think a lot of the criticisms of the Israeli government are unfounded, other than, some of the things that I've criticized them for, which is, like, hey, it's very gay in Tel Aviv, like it's very... It's pretty gay, right? They're very
and just to piggyback on this, it's the only country in the Middle East really where they respect those rights.
Yeah, and you know what? And I'm not anti-gay. I mean, I'm just saying it's like there's a lot of liberal policies in their government. If you wanted to criticize that, I would say it would be valid as a conservative to criticize that. Sure. But people are not criticizing that. What they're criticizing is these conspiracy theories about how the Jews control America. And I'm like, that's a country the size of New Jersey. The government is 120 people. You are not being controlled by 0.02% of the global population. It's a ridiculous argument to say you are. It would be like Russia being controlled by I don't know, Hungary or something. Latvia. Yeah. Like, so, yeah, exactly. It would just be like, it's not a solid argument. But anyway.
And also when I have these conversations, people extrapolate and equivocate what being a Zionist means. It does not mean that therefore, and I think that you and I agree on this, it doesn't mean that we therefore support every aspect of Israel's government or every tactical decision the IDF takes or everything Bibi Netanyahu does. It doesn't mean that at all. That is not included in the definitional scope of what we mean when we say we're Zionists. Just no different than that we're pro-America, and there's a whole bunch of stuff about the United States that we don't like. And government-wise.
Josh, check this out, right? This is crazy, right? I just saw this story, and it's from ICE, right? Or NICE. It's about to be NICE. ICE and HSI arrested Yehoshua, a foreign fugitive from Israel who is wanted in his home nation. So he's wanted in Israel. Israel's the one that's for sex crimes against children. And I went, good, F this piece of S, right? So
I agree 100%.
Everybody does. Everybody does. But look, if you read the comments under these, right? This is Max is being sarcastic here. Why is ICE acting on behalf of the Israeli government, right? But look, Shabbos, another great Zionist. Good, deport all criminal illegal aliens. For those in the comments who can't seem to read, this guy is wanted by Israel. Well done. These are all of my friends, right, who are saying, good, well done. None of them are like, oh, why are you arrested? Like, it's like, but then you have the, under my comment section, you have the crazy groypers who are like, yeah, look, pew pew Jew, adios effort, right? Then you have, hold on, they're gonna take your, hold on, F you, look. It's like, there are people who are just, I'm saying good, and they're still coming at me like, oh yeah, no, you're this is, I don't know, false flag maybe, I don't know, whatever they're gonna say. But you know what,
it's a joke, it was set up, it was pre-planned.
Yeah, this is just for messaging. But you know what, I want to focus 2A Thursday on actual 2A. So let's go to this. Okay, so I'm not sure if you heard, we're gonna listen to this together. I'm gonna check the audio, guys, so that you guys have it. But let's watch this video because they just, the deputy director for the ATF was just announced. And by the way, for whoever said it in the chat, I agree with you. Yes, the ATF should be just completely dismantled. However, it's not. All right, it's not. So the
fact they keep trying to do legislation when they're not just a legislative body is really nefarious.
That's what I say. There's no such thing as gun laws. There's just rules that they try to make laws. But anyway, but we have the system we have. So the best that we can hope for right now is putting people in the ATF that are pro Second Amendment. And I think that this is one of those things. So Rob Sakata, whatever, he was just confirmed. We have some new rule changes, and this video is a good breakdown of the rule changes. So let's listen to this together, and I will check the audio and make sure that we can all hear it.
Hey guys, so this is going to be a longer video than I normally do, but something actually historic happened today, and you guys need to watch this. I know the news cycle can get crazy and inundated, but check this one out. So President Trump and Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche just delivered a massive victory for the Second Amendment. Today, they rolled out a historic package of 34 proposed and final rules, the direct result of President Trump's Executive Order 14206. This is a full-scale rollback of Biden-era abuses and the restoration of freedom to millions of law-abiding gun owners. First, the abusive Biden zero-tolerance witch hunt on gun dealers is over. The old enhanced regulatory enforcement policy that yanked licenses over minor paperwork errors has been replaced with a fair, common-sense approach that only targets real threats. Revoked or denied dealers can now reapply and get a fresh review.
Good.
So for the average gun owner, your local gun shops are far less likely to be shut down by ATF bureaucrats. More stores open means easier access to firearms, ammo, and transfers in your community. Second, they're cutting red tape and modernizing the entire process, moving to e-signatures, simpler forms, and less unnecessary paperwork. This means buying a firearm just got less stressful and fewer mistakes at the counter and smoother transactions. Third, and this is a big one, the ATF is refocusing on criminals, not law-abiding Americans. NICS alerts are now reserved for serious trafficking cases. Enforcement policy shifts back to violent criminals and illegal activity instead of harassing honest gun owners and dealers. You will not be treated like a suspect just for owning a gun. Background checks for lawful citizens will run much smoother while the real threats get the attention they deserve. Lastly, new senior industry partnership advisor, a classifications board for consistent decisions and faster responses to the firearm community. Plus, reversals of prior restrictions on certain training ammo and dual-use items. All of this means more predictable rules, easier access to self-defense training and sports shooting options, and dealers who can actually focus on serving you instead of dodging the ATF, right? This is one of the biggest pro-2A regulatory rollbacks in decades. It dramatically reduces the burden on law-abiding Americans, protects gun stores, and redirects federal power where it belongs, against criminals, not citizens exercising our God-given rights. As a proud American veteran, I am extremely happy to see gun rights being restored back to American citizens, because this is exactly what I fought for. Gun owners, this is the beginning of something great. Have a nice day.
There you go. So that's
awesome. That is awesome.
What he's referring to, and this is from justice.gov, is the federal firearms rights restoration. And Trump's also got an executive order 14206. But there's the establishment of the Second Amendment Task Force. Essentially, the breakdown that guy just gave is a pretty good one, where it's going to be instead of the federal government, and by the way, I just want to say, I've been critical of Donald Trump's Second Amendment position for a long time. I don't think that he's the best on Second Amendment. Under his first administration, I mean, even Pam Bondi with her, red flag laws and Trump being like, oh, sounds like a good idea. But Trump, I didn't really ever think that he was. It was one of the things that you sort of swallow because overall Trump was great on a lot of things and good on the Second Amendment, not great. But right. I think that what he's realized, and this is what I love about Trump, is he does listen to his voters, and he listens and he takes criticism, and then he comes back and he goes, okay, where do they want me to be better at? They want me to be better at Second Amendment. And now we're seeing the result of our bitching, which is what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to unfairly criticize, and you're not supposed to be like, I'm not voting Republican anymore because Donald Trump. No, what you do is you use your voice, you get loud, and you tell your representatives when they are not meeting your expectations, and hopefully this will be the result. And that's what I think is the takeaway here.
Hopefully that helps with some midterm stuff as well. Oh,
the midterms is going to be, look, we were just talking before you came on about the redistricting. We're going to be, the Save America Act would be game over. But what happened yesterday, very important, right? With the gerrymandering and the way that Democrats cheat. Okay. And like, when I say cheat, I mean rig the system so that they can argue that they're not cheating, right? Right. Change the rules and then follow the rules that you changed. Very similar to what we're talking about with the ATF rules, with the unconstitutional gun rights. What they did was they essentially said, we're gonna draw our districts based on if black people are in them. Right, which is racist as shit, right? It's like it's very racist. Yeah, it really is. And what happened yesterday with the Supreme Court was they said, yeah, you can't do that. So now there's a special session being called in, I want to say Alabama or Georgia, I can't remember, and they're going to push off their midterm elections so that they can redraw their maps. Ron DeSantis in 2 days redrew his maps. Virginia is going to be, I believe, overturned, I hope, and that's going to pull the 4 votes that they just tried to steal out. But long story short, it really is a numbers game, right? So the midterms, it's going to be about whether or not we have the seats, right? Not whether or not we have the votes, because I believe we already have the votes, right? What the Democrats have tried to do is create more seats. That's why they flood this country with illegal immigrants, so that they can have them on the census, so that they can draw more districts and they can have more seats, because that's what it's all about, right? We have the votes, right? If you've ever looked at a map of the United States, it's a bunch of red, right? We have the votes. They have the seats. That's how they get power. So just a little side track.
Yeah, and not only that, just back to the racism point, it's like they do that because it's the bigotry of low expectations.
Yes. And
so they're trying to play that the socioeconomic game, and it's really ugly.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. I mean, and it's just what we're gonna see in 2026 is whenever on election day, we're going to see whether or not this country is potentially really screwed or saved based on, I believe that the 2026 midterms are the most important election that we've had. And also the 2024 election was the most important election we have. Every election until we get a fair election system is the most important election, because we're only one election away from Democrats stealing it, getting power again, and taking all the brakes off. They will do everything they can to keep power forever. They will pack the court, like Mehdi Hassan was just saying. They will. They want to pack the Supreme Court. They want to make D.C. and Puerto Rico a state. They want to just
You want to make D.C. a state?
Yeah, they want to make D.C. and Puerto Rico a state. What happens with that is they get four Senate seats. They get 2 Senate seats for each district. So they essentially what they want to do is, again, it's about seats. It's Democrats are not about policy. They're about power. They've always been about power. That's why they push socialized programs. That's why they push, like you said, with the racism, the inherent racism of saying, We want to create more social programs, so low income, which is predominantly, minority. We give you a bunch of free stuff. This is why they prioritize illegal immigrants over Americans. We give you a bunch of free stuff and you vote for us, right? That's what socialism is. And socialism leads to communism. And communism is just, Marxism and communism and authoritarianism and socialism. It's all just this really totalitarian ideology structure around using dumb people, right? And promising them the world to gain power before you have absolute control. And that's the Democrat Party in a nutshell. What's the Republican Party's message? The Republican Party's is free speech, pro Second Amendment, pro life. Democrats' message is free shit and higher taxes. So
Marx and Lenin both said that the end goal of socialism was communism anyway.
Well, socialism is communism without the bloody revolution.
Yeah, exactly. And
Right?
they wanted to have it come to full fruition.
Yeah,
and
you know what the irony is? We were talking about Israel earlier. Tucker Carlson was talking to this Chinese Communist Party. He calls himself a professor. He's not. He's a teacher. He was talking to this guy about New World Order, right? Where he was talking about the New World Order. He's a global currency and sharing power with China. The United States should share power with China. And Tucker Carlson was like, yeah, of course. He's like, and the only people standing in the way of that is Israel. And I'm like, did you just make the greatest argument for Zionism ever? Because
Baruch Hashem to that. That's the most Orwellian demonic thing ever.
Yeah, it's like
one world currency. Like,
well, it's
have
like
you read any book ever?
Well, and we're talking about 2A Thursday. We're talking about the Second Amendment, right? What's the first thing that a communist or socialist a power structure does, right? What happened in Venezuela?
You want to have subjects instead of citizens.
Well, what happened in Venezuela? In Venezuela in the 90s, the first thing they did was take away guns. Right. And within 10 years, they were eating out of their trash. And that's why the Second Amendment is so important. Right. Because Venezuela went from the number 3 economy in the hemisphere to eating dog off the street and out of their trash. Venezuela, a lot of people don't know this. There's people on the street in Venezuela, or what were, hopefully that this is being fixed right now, where they would make paper mache out of their money. They would literally sell their money. They would fold up their money into little origami things, sell their money to tourists because their money was worthless. That's what happens. The first step is take away the guns. If you take
Zach, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but something that I want to bring up to you and your audience. There was a senator from Connecticut. His name was Thomas J. Dodd. Mm-hmm. And he's the one that got the 1968 United States Weapons Act passed. Check this out. You ready for this?
Sure.
He was a prosecutor at the Nuremberg trials.
Of course.
And the act, the 1968 Weapons Act mirrored the 1938 act that Hitler instilled in Germany when he took the guns away and had registration.
Sure.
And when I made a video calling out Hen Mazig and trying about the Second Amendment, and I had put a little quip in there, and I said I saw a movie once where only the police and military had guns, and it was called Schindler's List. It's like it's so important and fundamental that, and it's not a godly principle, it's not a manly principle, it's not a logical or historical principle to outsource your protectionism. And if you have to call somebody else to come and protect you and your family, that's a God-given duty.
Yeah.
Then you've already failed.
Well, that's one of the things that we were talking about with in that training, right? The first day of training, we were talking about situational awareness, and we did this 2-hour class on situational awareness. And I talked about this, I believe it was last week on this show, where the idea was nobody's coming to save you, because the average response time for a first responder like law enforcement is 13 minutes. Okay. Laken Riley was already raped and killed in 13 minutes, right? There's a lot of people. It takes no time at all for a crime to be committed, but 13 minutes is a lifetime. And you cannot outsource your protection, right? You cannot say, well, the government will protect you, so we should have the guns. And if you're in trouble, just call us and we'll be there. You ever seen a line at the DMV, right?
I can tell you my time as an officer here in Houston, you know, like I think I talked to you about this when you and I were hanging out, but like, and you know, people don't know this. There were times during my shift, my district is analogous to a pizza, and then my beat would be analogous to a pizza slice.
Sure.
There were times when I was the only on-duty guy in my beat.
Yeah.
For six hours of the shift.
And how many people would you roughly estimate were in your slice? You know, tens of thousands.
That probably tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands. So one guy taking care of tens of thousands of people, and if something happens to one of those tens of thousands of people, obviously you could you could get to that problem. But if something's happening to 5 or of those tens of thousands of people, which is not something that would be hard to imagine, right? Then you can't get to 5 places at once, right? So
there's no way.
Defunding the police, another Democrat or socialist or liberal policy or liberal ideology of you know, oh, just create more social programs, just create more like counselors or something like that. I mean, look at the way that the UK does their law enforcement. They don't even have guns. I watched a guy beat the shit out of like 5 officers in the UK because they just had billy clubs, right? And like you just had this attack in the UK from this Islamic sect. Yeah, where this guy came and he's stabbing Jewish people because they're Jewish, and Islam is a death cult that hates Jews. And it's like, this is the warm embrace of collectivism that Mamdani was talking about. And Mamdani, tomorrow, if he could, every Democrat leader at this point, if they could, would take away your guns, and it is only going to take 10 years. If you think it can't happen, Venezuela is the model. If you think that it can't happen here, it can, right? It hasn't yet, and the only reason is the Second Amendment. That's the only reason. The founding fathers were like time travelers who just saw into the future.
Crazy.
I would argue, if you took the First and Second Amendment and said you can only pick one, which one's more important? The second one. It should have been the Second Amendment. Should be the First Amendment.
Yeah,
right?
If you put them in a chronological order, absolutely.
Because here's my reason why. If you don't have the Second Amendment, you can, like, the First Amendment is useless. But if you don't have the First Amendment and you have the Second Amendment, you can get the First Amendment back.
That's right.
Like, so
that's right. That's absolutely right.
Yeah. So
and the philosophical point that I want people to realize is that
we're gonna end on this. So make it good and then give your socials because we got 1 minute left.
Okay, brother. Is that there's a philosophical presumption that's fundamental to the Constitution and rights. The Bill of Rights does not give you rights. It recognizes rights. It says what the government can't do. And that's a really important reversal that people need to keep in mind.
Perfect.
It comes from God. You know, your rights come from God, not man.
Absolutely. So I'm going to try really quick to get to your page before we run out of time. Here it is. Okay, so if you guys want to follow Josh, here we go. Let's get it on the screen. Quick. Versailles_warrior2 on Instagram. Go give Josh a follow. Sean Farish is coming up on Ungoverned, so we're going to hand it over to him. I hope everybody has a great day. I will see you tomorrow for Fan Mail Friday. Peace out, guys. See you later.
God bless, brother. Love you.
All right, later.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're
Go
not
join.
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's
that just we are the only society on Earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, of which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Happy Thursday to the Ungovernables Accountants crew, the LFA family, McGroin Nation. We're coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Big day today, celebrating yesterday's massive Supreme Court ruling on race-based gerrymandering, which we found out in the middle of the show yesterday. Misfit was in the chat, told Brennan. Brennan's like, hey, Supreme Court just said that LA's, meaning Louisiana's, race-based maps are unconstitutional, and it was a party. We were throwing, popping champagne and all that yesterday on the show, but I didn't really explain why. So, was that? Did you?
I laughed.
Yes, I didn't know what it was.
What was that?
I didn't hear it. I heard like a little bit of it. There it is. Supreme Court in Louisiana. United States Supreme Court ruled that Louisiana's second majority minority, and we'll explain what that term means in a minute, maps, the second majority minority district was unconstitutional. So we will get to that and break down what it means. First of all, I encourage you, I did this yesterday, as soon as the show ended, I punched in, SCOTUS, VRA in Google. We was Googling that. We did a Google. I did a little Google search and saw a couple of left-wing outlets. Mother Jones, Mother Jones. Left-wing cesspool of a publication online. And they were freaking out. They were freaking out. It's Jim Crow. Jim Crow. These are the same people, by the way. Same people who, not even a week ago, were defending the SPLC, funding the Ku Klux Klan. Now they want to tell you about Jim Crow. By the way, who was it who, pop quiz in the chat, who was it, which party was it that enacted Jim Crow laws in the South?
The liberals!
They're the Democrats. There you go.
Even I know that.
There you go. But they want to tell you that the Supreme Court is bringing back Jim Crow. Well, they'd probably be happy about that. We'll talk about all of the different stipulations and all of the different what's what I'm looking for? The fallout from Supreme Court redistricting the Supreme Court didn't redistrict. The Supreme Court ruling on redistricting. We will have a bunch of that ready to go today. Barack Obama, he came out and said some funny stuff. Namely, one of the things he said about the Supreme Court ruling was cock-a-doodle-doo. This ain't going to get old, by the way.
I can't wait till I have mine.
We have two now roosters, by the way. We have Nobody's Above the Law. Cock-a-doodle-doo. And we have Obama. Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Sauce has been losing his mind. He can't wait for the
it's going to be
full soundboard.
It's going to be.
Yours is so fun. This is going to be like chaos.
It's going to be great. Yeah. It's going to be so good. We're going to be like.
Are those loud for you guys?
Yeah. That's it.
Like, are those too loud?
I don't think so. When I listened back, they were actually a little lower. This one was.
Okay.
This one is especially
I can hear
low.
them loud.
This one was especially lower.
Who do you think you are?
Yeah. Who do you think you are? Take my glasses. Remember the glasses? Who do you think you are? Okay. Let's get to a word from our friends at OFP Farms, then we'll jump right in. We will jump right in to, by the way, that's not Obama saying cockle-doodle-doo. That is cockle-doodle-doo. That is hey_Berg on Instagram. I don't know him, but I think he's hysterical. I think he does that. He did the Obama doing Bohemian Rhapsody, and he's
okay. The horn is loud, apparently.
The horn's loud.
Horn is too loud.
Horn is too loud. Okay. Let me down that level a bit there, and next time we do it, hopefully it won't be as loud. Or maybe it needs to be loud. You know what? I'm gonna hit the horn until we hit 800. I'm gonna do one show that we're just gonna smash the horn until we hit 800 likes. Obama, that's not him saying cock-a-doodle-doo. That is hey_Berg on Instagram. I don't know him, but I think he's hilarious. He did one Trump Obama doing Bohemian Rhapsody and caught in a landslide. There is no escape from reality. It was great. It was just so funny. All right. Word from our friends over at OFP Farms. We like OFP Farms a lot more than we like Barack Obama, that's for sure. OFP Farms Mother's Day gift boxes are more than just a gift. They are an experience. 20% off, folks. You got 10 days 10 days until Mother's Day, but you got to get those orders in now if you want to get the box by Mother's Day. That's the point. Don't order it on Mother's Day. What you can do? It's not gonna, you can't teleport the box. Got to get it done now. Sooner is better than later. Okay, OFP Farms Mother's Day gift box is more than just a gift. They're an absolute experience this Mother's Day. You can give mom more than just a gift. Give her a moment to feel pampered and truly treasured. At OFP Farms, every product is handcrafted right on their farm using fresh goat milk and grass-fed tallow. Rich, nourishing ingredients that her skin will absolutely love. It is more than just skincare. It is a daily reminder that she deserves to slow down, care for herself, and feel appreciated. For a limited time, you can get 20% off your entire order with the code Sean, SHAWN. Enjoy those clean ingredients in small batches and the real results that come from using amazing OFP Farms products from the farm to her skin. Mom deserves to feel this good every single day, so get that Mother's Day gift set over at OFPfarms.com. Use the promo code Sean for 20% off. And here's a fun little video from the farm right here. That is OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN, OFPfarms.com, promo code Sean, SHAWN, 20% off Mother's Day gift boxes until Mother's Day, May 10th. Get them done sooner rather than later, okay? R2 has had enough of the people complaining about the volume. No, it's good because, I don't know, this is a brand new
It's
board.
valid, but yeah, we're trying to see, because we can't hear what you guys hear, so the feedback does help us. We don't want it to be blasting your
Exactly.
ears off.
I don't want you guys to have things.
No, it needs to be just like in line with
We want to
how
have it in
Sean
the.
sounds.
It's called the Goldilocks, right? Not too hot, not too cold. I got along very well with Goldilocks, by the way. Tremendous. They called me Goldilocks too, because I'm perfect, right? Not too hot, not too cold. Although we're the hottest country in the world. All right, let's get right into it. Supreme Court redistricting ruling came out yesterday. It's been a bad week. It has been a very bad week for Democrats in the redistricting fight. It's for sure. It has been a very bad week for Democrats with the redistricting fights that are currently underway. Virginia, we talked about that briefly yesterday. The Virginia Supreme Court, their state Supreme Court, did not lift the injunction that was preventing certification of the redistricting vote, the referendum that happened last week. That was big news because if you read the tea leaves, and I'm not guaranteeing this is what's going to happen in Virginia, but if you read the tea leaves and you kind of see the patterns that usually play out in the courts there, when a superior court or an appeals court or the Supreme Court, whatever, does not lift the injunction, it usually means that they're not expecting that to happen after the ruling. So that's not to say that, it's game over in Virginia, but it's a very good sign. But in the Supreme Court yesterday, we threw a party, okay? When we found out about it, we threw a party. Supreme Court struck down or essentially narrowed. They didn't destroy Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, okay? Which was never really in the cards. I don't think they were ever going to get rid of Section 2. But what they did, and we talked about this last year when they agreed to, hear this case again. What they did is they drastically narrowed the scope of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. This may not be the most exciting information, but it is good information that is important information for everybody to understand so that we know exactly what the Supreme Court did yesterday. It's a good thing. Okay, I'm not going to rain on your parade with that, all right? The Supreme Court voided race-based redistricting. The United States Supreme Court on Wednesday struck down a race-based redistricting map in Louisiana, ruling that the state's second black majority district violates the Constitution. The conservative majority ruled 6-3. The map is an unconstitutional gerrymander, but stopped short of scrapping Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act entirely. Instead, what they did is they narrowed the scope, they narrowed the reach, and how Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act can be enforced. Quote, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was designed to enforce the Constitution, not collide with it. Unfortunately, lower courts have sometimes applied this court's Section 2 precedents in a way that forces states to engage in the very race-based discrimination that the Constitution forbids, Justice Alito wrote for the majority. This tension between Section 2 and the Constitution came to a head when Louisiana redrew its congressional districts after the 2020 census. In 2022, a federal judge in the Middle District of Louisiana held that the map adopted by the state legislature likely violated Section 2 because it did not include an additional majority black district. But when the state drew a new map that contained such a district, its new map was challenged as a racial gerrymander. A 3-judge court in the Western District of Louisiana held that the new map violated the Equal Protection Clause, and the state appealed to this court, being the Supreme Court. The case was Louisiana versus Calais. They heard the arguments last October 15th. The court heard arguments in the last term in June, but agreed to hear another round and ultimately considered whether race or politics was the state's motivation and whether compliance with the Voting Rights Act justifies the intentional use of race in drawing legislative districts. That is the most important part of this whole thing right now. So let's slow down and tell you what this means. The Supreme Court is saying race, i.e. drawing your maps, drawing your districts based on race, is unconstitutional. Drawing your district based on politics is not unconstitutional. And think, you say, well, isn't that kind of one and the same? Well, it kind of has been, but that's beside the point. Somebody who votes Republican today can vote Democrat tomorrow. That's just the fact of the matter, right? That's just you can't argue that. If I wanted to, in a few days, in a few months when we have another election, because we already voted in the May 5th primary, and I wanted to vote for Democrat candidates here in Rutherford County, I could. I can't change my race, right? Well, so that's right. Well, you can't. The left may say you can, but you actually can't. The point that the Supreme Court is making here is that you can gerrymander for political purposes all you want, but you cannot have race as the predominant factor when you're drawing congressional maps, okay? The Supreme Court ruled 6-3 in Louisiana versus Calais that Louisiana's congressional map was an unconstitutional racial gerrymander because the state relied too heavily on race when creating a second majority black district. The court said that states cannot use race as the dominant factor in drawing districts unless there is an extremely strong constitutional justification. The majority ruled that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 did not require Louisiana to create the additional majority black district in this case. And that's the next thing I wanted to get to, is Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act has been so overly enforced and overly applied that it has essentially forced some of these southern states to comply with a rule that doesn't actually exist because they don't want to get sued. They don't want to go through lawsuits. They don't want to be called a racist. They don't want to do all these things. So they've kind of swung so far to the other side so they don't, quote unquote, violate Section 2 when apparently the application of Section 2 now has been ruled unconstitutional. This application of it, because Section 2 did not require Louisiana to draw this new map. The Supreme Court said Louisiana's map violated the Equal Protection Clause by engaging in race-based districting. Now, the Democrats are throwing a fit. And I want to be very clear and very explicit with regards to why they're throwing a fit. What is the left saying is the problem here? Oh, you're disenfranchising black voters. They're not going to be represented. Whoa. That's not what you're having a problem with. You are having an issue with the fact that you're losing congressional power. You don't care about the race of these people. You're the guys who are just funding the KKK. You don't care about black voters. If you did, how come every major metropolitan city, we hear about systemic racism in those cities? Atlanta, New York City, Philadelphia, Boston, Seattle, Portland, Detroit, all these places, right? All these cities. You don't care about black voters. If you did, why don't you why does your party consistently never make things better for that community? It's not about, folks, the left is trying to make this a racial thing. This is not about race for them. This is about power, and this is a threat to their power, period. That is why Mother Jones, that article on Mother Jones yesterday, they were throwing a hissy fit. That is why on Mark Elias's website, Democracy Docket, they were throwing a hissy fit. Oh, we're returning back to the days of Jim Crow. Yeah, who enacted Jim Crow laws? Oh, the party switched. No, they didn't.
That's such such an easy excuse.
The parties did not switch.
Stupid.
The parties did not switch. Okay? But I'll tell you what did happen. Supreme Court said you cannot draw congressional maps and districts based on race. And this is not out of the ordinary when it comes to the Supreme Court. There have been a long line of cases. Shaw versus Reno, Shelby County versus Holder, Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard, that have all essentially ruled that the Constitution is colorblind. Meaning, because of the Equal Protection Clause, and because, all men and women are created equal under God, we don't talk about race. The Constitution is colorblind. Therefore, it does not allow racial gerrymandering. In practice, purely race-driven maps are now at much greater risk of being struck down. Race cannot be the predominant factor in drawing districts unless the state can satisfy strict scrutiny. To survive strict scrutiny, the state must show a compelling reason and that the map is narrowly tailored. The court is now saying Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act will justify race-conscious districts in fewer situations than before. Courts are signaling, including the Supreme Court, that they prefer race-neutral explanations like geography, incumbency, and communities of interest or partisan balance. You cannot say, oh, it's because there's a bunch of black people here and we're putting them in their own district. Can't do that. By the way, what would the Democrats be doing if some of these states were doing like white-only districts, right? Drawing lines around where the biggest white populations were. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine that? What the hissy fit would be. 5-alarm fire. 5-alarm fire. You would be getting this from the left the whole time.
How dare you?
Right? It would be Greta Thunberg the whole time. They would be.
Who do you think you are?
With the glasses. That's what they'd be doing. So if you can't do it, if they would have thrown a hissy fit over drawing lines crazy, and look, everybody gerrymanders, right? But drawing lines like crazy over there to create majority districts, they call them majority-minority districts. Meaning, the district is composed primarily of minority people, folks that are of a minority race, black, Latino, whatever. That is racist in and of itself and is no longer allowed. This is a huge win. Now, in Louisiana, you have the governor, Jeff Landry. This is over at Fox 8. They're one of their local outlets there. Now saying that because of this ruling, he may be suspending the May primary to redraw their congressional maps. Jeff Landry plans to suspend the state's May 16th primary elections to allow lawmakers to pass a new congressional map first. The decision follows a Supreme Court ruling on Wednesday that found Louisiana had unlawfully discriminated by race when it created a second majority black district. The 6-3 decision limited a key provision of the Voting Rights Act. The Washington Post reports that Landry's announcement to suspend the primary could come as early as today, one day before early voting is scheduled to begin, according to people familiar with his plans who spoke on the condition of anonymity. In the wake of this ruling, Senator Marsha Blackburn, who's running for governor here in the state of Tennessee, regardless of how you feel about her, there's a lot of people with a lot of opinions. That's fine. She has called on the state of Tennessee to redraw its maps and get rid of the one Democrat map because it is essentially a majority-minority district, which could be in violation of this latest ruling, which would give an extra seat in Congress to Republicans. And by the way, if we are going to redraw maps, might I suggest that you draw this house into Andy Ogle's district? Nothing personal against Scott Desjardins.
Just this one house.
Just you could leave it. I want to be gerrymandered into Ogle's district.
Like a little lollipop.
Just circle
us with a line.
That's it. Okay? I want this to be Ogle's stand right here. I want to be in there. Nothing personal against Scott Desjardins, who goes to Congress, votes Republican, votes on every bill, and does it the right way. He's
no Andy Ogles, though.
He's no Andy Ogles. Yeah. I've never met Scott. I've heard he's a nice guy, but I love Andy. So if we are going to redraw our maps, can we put this home in Andy Ogle's district? It's just a request to the redistricting people. I don't know who they are. The redistricting people. All right. Barack Obama.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Very upset with it's too good, is it not? It's so stupid, right? It's so stupid.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Yeah. Cock-a-doodle do. Cock-a-doodle do. I will never get it. That guy's stuff is so good.
You always get Russian sounding when you do it.
Right. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Right? It's a Mother Russia rooster. Okay, here we go. Barack Obama, because I told you, his voice comes from the back of the throat, as does Russia.
Yeah, but you've rounded
when
out.
you speak Russia, when you speak like a cock-a-doodle, do. Do. Yeah, do. It's a do. Cock-a-doodle-doo. All right. Barack Obama weighs in on the Supreme Court, gutting the Voting Rights Act by striking down Louisiana's racially gerrymandered map. And Obama is, as we figured, unhappy about it. He's cock-a-doodle-dooing into the wind. Very, very unhappy with where what his party's looking at right now, especially with Virginia. I mean, you think the Democrats, they've been expert gerrymanders for a long time. I knew Jerry very well. Great guy, Jerry. Not a real person. But you look at Virginia, that case is very much in doubt. At first, I was like, whatever. I don't know. I'm kind of like 50-50 that this might get struck down in Virginia. Maybe even more. Former President Barack Obama lashed out at the U.S. Supreme Court. Can't do that. No kings. How funny was it, by the way, with King Charles? Is that what it is now? Yeah. And the Democrats were like, yay, kings. But then, like, tomorrow, they're going to be like, no kings. No kings. Ooh, yeah. Right? They're going to be doing all this crap. The Gateway Pundit reported the Supreme Court issued a 6-3 ruling on Wednesday. We know about that. The case state of Louisiana versus Philip Calais stems from Louisiana's cowardly lawmakers caving to activist left-wing judges and creating a second majority-minority congressional district. Barack Obama agreed with Justice Elena Kagan that the VRA was gutted and slammed the court for not only weakening minority voting power, but abandoning its vital role in ensuring equal participation in our democracy. Okay, stop, Barack. All right? Folks, I want you to understand this. This is very important. This is very important. The only reason that people like Barack Obama, people like Elena Kagan, people like the mainstream Democrats you see on the media, wherever, elected officials, the only reason they're upset with this Supreme Court decision has nothing to do with race. It has everything to do with the fact that they believe that they are entitled to the minority vote. And because they can no longer consolidate minority voters in congressional districts, i.e. racially gerrymandering, to ensure that they get those seats, because they can't do that, that's a threat to their power. They are very upset about that. Because now they're going to actually have to earn the votes of everybody in that district and not just put their feet up and go, that's a majority Spanish district, we're good. That's a majority black district, we're good. That's the only reason why they're upset. It's not actually about, you're diluting. It's Jim Crow. It's Jim Crow? You want to talk about Jim Crow? Let's talk about Jim Crow. The Democrats are the party of Jim Crow. That's a fact. The Democrats are the party that voted and fought hard against the civil rights movement. That's a fact. The Democrats are the party of slavery. That's a fact. And you're seeing it now with illegal alien labor, where they're working for, you hear all the time, Bernie Sanders, $15 an hour, minimum wage. Now it's $25 an hour because the rich have to pay their fair share. They're the party of slavery. Back in the 1860s and now with illegal aliens. Oh, well, if we deport the illegals, who's going to pick our food? Who's going to clean our toilets? Yeah, I know, right? Poor you. I don't know. Maybe you could do it. Clean a toilet once in a while. I don't know. Bernie Sanders would never. Nancy Pelosi would never be caught scrubbing a toilet. I will not scrub my toilets. Shut up! I may have to find the Nancy Pelosi shut up clip and put her on the board, too.
I love me some Nancy.
Oh, that's Nancy
She
Pelosi.
just is hysterical to watch.
Nancy Pelosi. The Democrats have absolutely no interest in treating all the races fairly. Right? They are the party of slavery. They are the party that enacted Jim Crow. The Democrats are. They are the party that started the KKK. They are the party that fought against the civil rights movement. They are the party now that is defending the SPLC, funding the Klan. We weren't funding the Klan. They were funding informants. Really? You're funding informants, huh? Okay. And how come when your informants reported back that, the white supremacist or, racist or whatever groups that they were a part of, the hate groups that they were a part of, were about to do something? How come no one called the police? How come nobody shut those groups down? How come those informants just lived in there? Because the SPLC was able to then point to the activities of those groups and say, this is why we need the money. We need the money to fight them. But you're funding them. And the Democrats are defending that. So you, on one hand, have the Democrats upset. Oh, the Supreme Court's going to bring back Jim Crow. Meanwhile, the Democrats are the party of Jim Crow, the actual party of Jim Crow. That's a fact. And on the other hand, you have them very upset. Oh, the SPLC should be allowed to fund the Klan. It's politically motivated indictment. I thought, so what do we actually care about racism and, eradicating white supremacy, or do we care about funding it so that we can point at it and then fundraise off of it? As it sounds like, it sounds like the latter is more likely than the former. I find this to be hysterical. They never pass their own tests. They never pass their own tests. Ever. Ever. And that is being put on full display now with this Voting Rights Act decision and the reaction to it. On full display. The Constitution is colorblind, and this case today, now ahead of the 2026 midterms, it may not result in that many seats. Okay? Which I'm actually happy about. What? You happy about that? Yes, because I want people to work. I don't want people to think, oh, we got 20 seats now, redistricting. We could just kind of put our feet up and coast in. It's going to be fine. No. But after these midterms, whether we win or lose, I hope we win. They're winnable. We talked about it yesterday, right? We have this poll from Harvard-Harris. It's tied. Florida, just through the House and their Senate, have passed a R+4, right? So there's 4 seats going to be created in Florida now. If Louisiana redraws those maps, that's going to be another seat there. If Tennessee Tennessee's primaries, they're the local primaries are now, but I don't think the state primaries aren't until August, I don't think. So they have some time to do that. You get a seat there. If the Virginia maps get struck down, you pick up, you avoid losing seats in Virginia, potentially. But after these midterms, you could see anywhere from 12, 15, up to 19 seats shift back towards the Republicans, which will make it very difficult for Democrats to ever take power back in the House. This election, even if we win these midterms and have a 2-seat majority, once these other states redistrict and redraw their maps because they're no longer afraid of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, you could see for the next couple of decades Republicans controlling the House. And that's what I was talking about earlier in the week, where you and last week, where you have to stack wins. You can't just be satisfied with one presidential win and one midterm win and then, it's a 2-seat majority. Well, we control both chambers. How come nothing's getting done? The majority is too slim. You've got to stack wins after win after win after win. You got to keep stacking them in order to make these lasting long-term changes, and this can go a long way to helping us do that. So, these midterms are very important. We got to do everything we can to hold the House. I don't care about how many seats. We got to do everything we can to hold the House. And then after these midterms, let the redistricting games begin, because a lot of states have missed the deadline. Let the redistricting games begin. Let's squeeze out 15 more seats from these states that have been oppressed by Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And for the next couple of decades, make it very difficult for the Democrat Party to win back the House of Representatives. Make them actually have to campaign on real ideas, which they don't have. They just have Orange Man bad. Very significant ruling from the Supreme Court on the Voting Rights Act. And I was looking forward to this and very happy it came out. All right. Let's take a quick break. We'll get to a word from our friends over at Cove Pure. I love Cove Pure. I tried this morning the hot water dispense function on the Cove Pure.
Yeah.
So on the Cove Pure, you can set a temperature for the water to come out and boiling. So I put a little tea bag in the cup and we poured it dispensed the hot water. Thing works great. I love our Cove Pure unit. Folks, you know all about how dangerous fluoride is, and it's in your water, right? It's in your fluoride. I thought it just makes your teeth stronger. Yeah, well, it's in your water, and there's more to it than just, what the dentist tells you. Fluoride in your water is no good. It's maybe the one thing that Alex Jones was right about. But fluoride, folks, the government has been medicating your water with it for a very long time, over 80 years, not because you asked for it, not because you voted for it, but because they decided you needed it. That was it. It was their decision. It wasn't yours. Shouldn't work that way. Well, that's not a decision that I want someone else making for us, which is why we filter every drop of water that we drink now in our home with Cove Pure. Over 209 million Americans are on fluoridated water right now. And here's what the science actually shows. In September of 2024, a federal judge ruled that adding fluoride to water poses, and I'm quoting the court directly, quote, an unreasonable risk to neurological health. Not a fringe study. A federal court ordered the EPA to act. Then in January of 2025, a study published by JAMA, J-A-M-A Pediatrics, one of the most respected medical journals in the world, confirmed a link between fluoride exposure and children's IQ scores. The higher the exposure, the lower the IQ. Now, some states have moved on it, like Utah and Florida, but that process takes years to actually implement. Your kids, your family, everybody who's drinking water in your home, they are drinking that fluoridated water right now, so you need something to counteract that, and that is exactly what Cove Pure can do. Its Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, including fluoride and PFAs and lead and pharmaceuticals and heavy metals. Anything that isn't water gets filtered right out. And then the unit actually puts calcium and magnesium back into the water before it dispenses into your cup, which is amazing. I also love this hot water feature that makes making tea very, very easy. You get boiling water straight out of your Cove Pure.
In like 2 seconds.
In 2 seconds, it's ready to go.
Button and it comes out hot.
Yeah.
It's
so
cool.
We love this thing, and I think you're going to love it too. For anybody who's got a Cove Pure in the chat, let us know. COVEPURE.com/Sean for $250 off. CovePure.com/SHAWN for $250 off this unit. It's a great investment, and it's a great way to make sure that your water is safe. CovePure.com/Sean, COVEPURE.com/SHAWN. All right. I promised you yesterday that I would get to the story about Fauci's aide being indicted over mishandling COVID records, right? And so we will get to that right now. The Department of Justice has indicted the top Fauci aide, David Morans, for concealing records in the COVID origins probe. Okay? Some of you may see where this is going, and some of you may not, but we're going to talk about all of this, all right? The DOJ on Tuesday indicted David Morans, a longtime senior advisor to Dr. Anthony Fauci at the NIAID. Morans has been charged with conspiracy against the United States, the destruction, alteration, or falsification of records, and concealment of federal records. According to the indictment, Morans allegedly used his personal Gmail account to evade Freedom of Information Act requests, hid communications aimed at restoring funding to quote-unquote Company One, and countered the COVID-19 lab leak theory. He also stands accused of exchanging non-public information with grantees. Prosecutors say his actions undermine public trust during the height of the COVID quote-unquote pandemic. Quote, these allegations represent a profound abuse of trust at a time when the American people needed it most during the height of a quote-unquote global pandemic. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche said in a statement, as alleged in the indictment, Dr. Morans and his co-conspirators deliberately concealed information and falsified records in an effort to suppress alternative theories regarding the origins of COVID-19. Government officials have a solemn duty to provide honest, well-grounded facts and advice in service of the public interest, not to advance their own personal or ideological agendas. Very important indictment. And now I'm gonna call out some people. Now we're seeing, I think, and I don't call out, maybe not the right word, but now we're seeing the grandstanding from House Republicans. Now we're seeing, well, indict Fauci next. He lied to Congress. I would love nothing more than to see Anthony Fauci indicted. What is standing in the way of the indictment of Fauci? What is standing in the way of indicting Anthony Fauci? I mean, you can indict him, but I guarantee you, because of one thing that's standing in the way, it never goes to trial. Do you know what that is? What is standing in the way of indicting and convicting Anthony Fauci, lying to Congress, or anything related to COVID? No.
Judges won't do anything. Oh,
Nope, not judges. Let's see. There it is.
Evidence.
Jackie's got it. A pardon.
Oh, I don't. Oh, that would not have been anything that I would have guessed.
Pardon. Bucklebrush Jones says pardons don't cover treason. Anthony Fauci did not commit treason. You must look up the treason statute. Nothing Anthony Fauci did could be legally defined as treason. Legally. Colloquially, different story. You want to talk about it with your friends? He's a traitor? Fine. Legally, he's not. I'm just telling you what the law says, guys. Now, Gary brings up a good point. Pardons only work for federal charges. Why not bring up state charges? Nothing is stopping any states from doing that, if it can be found that he violated state law. But someone like Nancy Mace, whatever, take her or leave her, whatever, she's okay, was saying indict. I'll read this. I'll read the post to you. She's saying indict Fauci. He lied to Congress, and the deadline is May 11th. And like I said, I like Nancy Mace, but she's a bit performative at times. She can be. And I can tell you this is going to be used as some sort of opportunity to fundraise or grandstand or get some attention. Nancy Mace says here, we're calling on the Department of Justice to indict former National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases Director Dr. Anthony Fauci for lying to Congress before the 5-year statute of limitations expires on May 11th. Anthony Fauci looked Congress in the eye and lied under oath about funding research tied to a pandemic, killing millions of people worldwide, which he then used as justification to shut down our country. Former President Biden issued a blanket auto pen pardon to Fauci on his final day in office, covering unspecified offenses dating back to 2014. We have serious questions about the validity of the pardon. Now, the only thing I'm willing to entertain with regards to the validity of that pardon is that the charges were unspecified. Folks, I can't say it enough. Stop listening to people who are telling you that the pardons are void because of the auto pen, and do yourself a favor and read the Constitution. Don't even listen to me. Read the Constitution. Because if you read the Constitution and you read the part of the Constitution that gives the president the power to pardon, you will see that there's not even a requirement in the Constitution for the president to sign anything, let alone a requirement in the Constitution that says that a pardon must be physically signed by the President of the United States. The Constitution makes it clear that the president has and is the only person with the authority to pardon people of state crimes. Not state crimes, crimes against the state. In other words, crimes against the country. Federal crimes, not state crimes, federal crimes. Just to be clear. You can't pardon anybody's state crimes. That's why I told you the Tina Peters thing, that was for show. It was symbolic. I was right about that. And hopefully she gets out soon. The president has the authority to issue pardons. The Constitution does not make or set any guidelines as to what that issuance must look like. He technically does not even have to sign a piece of paper, but They do that to memorialize the pardon so that it can be proven in a court of law. If charges are brought, no, I got a pardon. Here's my proof. It's the receipt, essentially. There is no requirement that a pardon has to be physically signed by the President of the United States. The only requirement in the Constitution is that the President of the United States authorizes the pardon or issues the pardon. The President can direct somebody to pardon someone else so long as the President wants that pardon to happen, it is valid. Now, we can all make, come on, are you saying Joe Biden knew everything that was going on? No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, in order to overturn a presidential pardon where the powers given to the president in the Constitution are about as absolute as anything in that document, in order to overturn a presidential pardon, you have got to have the greatest, most explicit, most obvious evidence that the president wasn't aware of those pardons being issued. They say, well, but when those pardons were issued, Biden wasn't even in the White House. He was at the inaugural ceremony. He was on the way. There's no way he could have authorized it. Or did he say a day earlier, yeah, send him out, in the final hour of my presidency? That's all that needs to be said. Joe Biden publicly has said that he was aware of everything. And if he gives that statement under oath, again, we don't have to believe him, but the way it works in court, it's under oath. That's evidence on his side, on their side. You have got to have evidence, some email, phone records, text somewhere. Hey, let's do this. Biden has no idea, but he'll play along. Then you're talking about potentially being able to overturn those pardons because then the president didn't issue them, and that's unconstitutional. But it's very, very clear in the Constitution that it doesn't even mandate that the president has to sign a document to pardon somebody. Technically. But they do it as basically receipt of the pardon, proof of purchase, essentially. The only thing that I would be willing to entertain, unless there's big time evidence somewhere, is can you pardon somebody for unspecified charges, as Nancy Mace points out? That's the only thing I think that could realistically be challenged. Okay? That's the only thing I think, and I'm not telling you this because I like it. Robert Hur's testimony doesn't add weight to the argument. The question, that he was an old man with a poor memory? No, it doesn't. Because as long as he is aware of, folks, I can't tell you to read the Constitution enough. As long as the president authorizes a pardon to be issued, that pardon gets issued. I you know the deal. I don't tell you every day. I'm not here to tell you what you want to hear. I'm here to tell you what I believe to be true. And I don't want people pounding their chest. We're going to overturn the pardons like King Kong. And then all of a sudden it doesn't happen and we're angry. Okay? So are you saying we shouldn't try to indict Fauci? I mean, you want to indict him. You can indict him just to watch it get overturned in court or use that as a way to legally test the pardon. Fine. And maybe that's the route they go. But I'm telling you, probably, 98% chance here. If Fauci gets indicted, that case is going to get dismissed before it even gets close to a trial because of the pardon, unless the pardon is overturned. And the only way it's getting overturned is if there's insane evidence that shows that Joe Biden didn't authorize it. Sean Maga79 asks a good question. I thought pardons were for people convicted of a crime, not just giving them a pardon to cover all crimes. So that brings up the idea of the preemptive pardon, right? Jimmy Carter did this in his term as president. He gave Vietnam draft dodgers a blanket pardon, even if they weren't charged with draft dodging, right? So you can issue a preemptive pardon, you can issue a blanket pardon, and you can pardon somebody for crimes they have not yet been charged with or convicted of. There is precedent for that. Again, the president's pardon power is extremely broad and as absolute as just about anything in the Constitution. I encourage you to read that. Anybody who is telling you that these pardons are going to get overturned is not reading the Constitution, or is reading it and interpreting it in a way that fits a narrative. It's not going to, I don't think it's going to happen on the grounds of autopen. Maybe for unspecified crimes, maybe there's a loophole there, but even that, I don't know. All right. Let's take a quick break and get to a word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That is goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Appreciate everybody and Golden Crest for being a part of the show. All right. Let's move into, there was something I wanted to get to. Let me check. It was in my X bookmarks, and I want to get to, it might have been covered already. We might have jumped on it already. Let's see. Yes, this was interesting. The Comey indictment. This is what I wanted to get into. The Comey indictment. Did you see Paul Sperry's tweet yesterday about the Comey indictment on 8647? You see, this is why I was saying pump the brakes on everybody hyperventilating over with the pearls.
Who do you think you are?
Why would you be indicting, over seashells? That's not what it was. There's no way a grand jury just indicted over seashells. Paul Sperry had a tweet yesterday. DOJ sources tell me prosecutors are pursuing a, quote, forfeiture action in relation to James Comey's alleged felonies because they believe Comey posted the 86 Trump threat to also help drum up sales of a forthcoming book. Comey posted the image 5 days before the May 20th, 2025 release of his new crime novel. Controversy over the posting thrust Comey back into the headlines and drew potential book buyers to his Instagram and X accounts, where he heavily promoted the book after that. According to the indictment, quote, upon conviction, the defendant shall forfeit to the United States any property, real or personal, which constitutes or is derived from proceeds traceable to the said offense. So are they saying here in the indictment, what it looks like they're saying here is that James Comey posted this threat, which is a crime, and then used the publicity that he got from that post, which was a crime, according to the prosecutors, to make money. And you are not allowed to profit off of crime. This is from Pamela Hensley on X. When Comey posted his shell threat, he came out with his new book, FDR Drive, which is about using coded messages to incite violence while claiming innocence. Wow. Kind of sounds like what James Comey's doing, right? He literally wrote this book on the tactic and then employed the tactic and allegedly tried to sell the book, more copies of the book, after getting in trouble for what the book's about. I'm telling you, there's more to this indictment, and let's see what happens. That may be how they get him. Let's see. Yeah. JJN SAEX says, I am the FBI director, but I don't know what 86 means. Yeah, sure. All right. So I'm more enthusiastic and more excited about what happens to Comey with this 8647 indictment than anything on, in the pardon game. But is this the way they get him? Maybe. I hope this thing goes to trial. I really do. I hope it goes to trial. All right. Quick break. Let's get to word from our friends at Silent. SLNT.com/Sean. SLNT.com/SHAWN. By the way, after this, I want to tell you a little something we did yesterday. It was really cool. But SLNT.com/Sean. Folks, let's face it, your phone is a tracking device between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals. They're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And the craziest part about it is they don't ask, right? They just take it. They're supposed to ask. They don't ask. They just take it, and it's horrible. It's horrible. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now it is available to you so you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and boom, it's off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. Use the promo code SHAWN. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is Silent. slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights. Secure your data and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. slnt.com. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/SHAWN. Yeah. Hit that thumbs up button for us, folks.
Do it.
You got to do it. Or I'm going to play the air horn, which is going to be really loud, and everyone's going to get mad at me. But I won't do it. If you hit the thumbs up, we get past 800, there's no air horn. Final note on today. This new report on the White House Correspondents' Dinner and the assassination attempt at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, there's a little bit of a hidden, holy sugar honey iced tea moment here. Okay? And I'm going to explain to you what that is. The left doesn't seem to think that, well, they're talking about, it's staged, the whole 9 yards. The legacy media is playing dumb and essentially saying, we don't know where he could have got these ideas from. Really, it's on MS Now. His Cole Thomas Allen's manifesto could have been a monologue on Simone Sanders' show on MS Now. Now, NPR, right, which we know is a left-wing rag, said the quiet part out loud here. NPR claimed that there is no radical footprint regarding Cole Thomas Allen and why he tried to assassinate Donald Trump. Look at that. With no radical footprint, what drove the suspect to try and assassinate Trump? What are they actually admitting here? They're not telling you that there's no motive. They read the same manifesto that we read. They're claiming there's no radical footprint. They read the same manifesto that we read. The one where Cole Thomas Allen used the same mainstream media left-wing talking points that Donald Trump is a pedophile, Donald Trump is a rapist, Donald Trump is a traitor. We've heard those things before. He didn't come up with those items and those ideas by himself. What is NPR admitting here when they say there's no radical footprint? What they're admitting is they don't view Cole Thomas Allen's views as radical. They don't believe he was a radical because they subscribe to the same ideology that he subscribes to, and he subscribes to the same ideology that they subscribe to. And they're not going to point in the mirror and call themselves radical, are they? So they're saying everyone says there's a radical footprint here. There's no radical footprint. Donald Trump is all those things. That's what they're saying. They're not saying there's no evidence. They're not saying there's no motive. They're saying, yeah, we read it. There's nothing radical about it. And there they go again. The left, specifically those in the media, like NPR, showing their disgusting, unwiped asses to the world. That's kind of scary when you have somebody try to take out the president and members of his cabinet, and you read the manifesto, and it is full of insanity. And you have NPR going, no radical footprint. They're not trying to say there's no evidence. They're trying to say the evidence that we have isn't radical. That's because they've mainstreamed those ideas. They've normalized those ideas. Those ideas don't sound radical anymore because they say them all the time. He is NPR. NPR is him. MS Now, CNN, many of the members of the left on Capitol Hill, in Congress, in the Senate, in the media, running for office all around the country, in the streets. They are all believers of the same ideology. It has become so mainstream now that they think it's not radical. That's the point. All right. If you can, real quick before we go on YouTube and search for Jeremy Boring. You know, he was the co-founder of the Daily Wire. Jeremy Boring, Boring. I was on his show yesterday, which was a lot of fun. It was a 2-hour conversation with Jeremy Boring, John Lewis, and Siaka Massaquoi, who's an awesome guy. Really, really cool dude. We had a good time yesterday with on Jeremy Boring's show. So you can take a look at that. 2 hours long. We talked about a lot of what's wrong with the conservative space right now, and some of the good things, and some of the things that we could work to build to make it a better place. I'll be on the Michael Patrick Leahy show coming up at 11 a.m. Central Time. You could follow that at Michael P. Leahy on X. Jeremy Herrell up next here on rumble.com/LFATV. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Anywhere you get your podcasts, by the way, if you could do me a favor today on your phone, go on to Apple Podcasts, Spotify, any podcasting app, search Ungoverned, hit subscribe. Helps us reach new people. We've seen a big surge over on the audio side, which we also appreciate. Have a great rest of your day. Jeremy Herrell up next. We're back tomorrow morning, same time, same place, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFATV. I'll also be on 1210 WPHT, 7:45 to 9:45 Eastern Time tomorrow morning as well. And today is the last day that I am 34 years old. We'll see you tomorrow morning to start off the month of May. First of the month, we know we got to look up if there's elections, and we'll have some fun tomorrow. We'll be doing calls. Jeremy Herrell up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
It is April 30th, Thursday, year of our Lord 2026. You're locked and loaded. Rumble.com/LFATV. This is Live from America. And I am your ever so humble, God-fearing, and God-loving host of the show, Jeremy Herrell, the Hip-Hop Patriot. And we are broadcasting today, as always, from the Hawkeye State of Iowa. IOWA, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being here. I want to give a big shout out to Sean and Brennan. Give a big shout out to the Misfit Patriot, holding it down here on the network until Live from America. Eli Ellis is waiting in the wings as a wingman, as a sidekick, as a producer. How we doing? It's Thursday, the day before your favorite day.
Sorry. What's going on, LFA TV family and Patriots? It's time to hit the rumble button, hit the share button. We got a lot of news to get to. Let's get to it, baby.
That's right, we got Natalie from Virginia in the building. E. Fitch. Bad Moon says Jeremy can spell. Oz can spells. Over here. Logan in the building. Big Mama Campbell, Fun Mom, Barb Naylor. Arm Spear, Redline Live, Jacobs fan, Willie Rumble, Lauer D, Sean Maga. Rommel, Liz Ellis, Ultra Maga Warrior. Roxanne is here. Good to see you. XX Machine. Erica Falconberry. Clee Sully. How you doing, Clee Sully? Good to see you. Sophie. Good morning, Sophie. How are you? Good to see you as well. We've got Piglet in the building. Oh, did it deer poo? That's the only Piglet I know. Well, actually, I guess I know two now. NY Patriot. Liddy's mom, how are you? Dolly Diva, good morning to you. Miguel Ortiz, good to see you. Dunlaffit McGrowan, Marfay, Claire, and Scotty is here. Lori, good to see you as well. Thank you for joining in today. Hops, 1972, or Hopes. Not sure. I think it's Hopes. T. Carls, good morning to you. And let's give it to one more. Another one we haven't given it. How about Kathy Ratcliffe? Good morning. And Savvy Soul. Well, guys, it is 11:04 Eastern Standard Time, and as always, like I say, you're locked and loaded right here on LFA TV. I want to give a big, huge shout-out to everybody out there who has been downloading the audio podcast. Man, we have seen a huge, huge spike in the people that are looking for the audio podcast, which you can get 2 for 1. How you doing, Judy G from Illinois? And Shannon Mom 44, good to see you. God bless. You get the Rise Up and you get Live from America. Now, as you'll see here, it's all updated. Here's yesterday's show, Live from America. And here's this morning's Rise Up. And as soon as this show is over, we'll get that up for you too. So tell all your friends and family if they're looking for a good podcast to listen to, then definitely pass them on Live from America with Jeremy Herrell, where they get both. Okay? All right. Also, the official website, lfatv.us. Again, lfatv.us. When you go there, you can check out all the shows, right? And there are other shows that are always going to come. Shows are going to leave. I believe today is Hannah's last day here on LFA TV. So what will happen is that Flyover Conservative will move into Hannah's spot, or we will use that spot for anything that might be like pressing, any breaking news, anything that happens. That hour for right now will be used for Flyover Conservative, or if we need to broadcast longer during Kevin Smith's hour. Here we go. Jeremy, love your cartoon version for kids. Well, guess what, guys? I sent that to the White House. Or I sent it to some people that I know in the White House who have kids. And I think I was reading it for you in real time. The person I sent it to was very excited and was going to pass it on to President Trump. So I'm actually kind of shocked to see so many people in here who don't know that Hannah was leaving. About 2 weeks ago, she announced that she's got to focus on a lot of things with her family. You know, she's got a family member that requires a lot of attention after a serious accident not long ago. Plus, she is all over the place. She goes, all over the country. She does speaking events, and she just cannot be held down to making sure that she is at home or in her studio or broadcasting during her time. So she's running short on time as she's getting older. She was very, very gracious to the LFA family for being here. We're sad to see her go, but we knew she was only going to got such a bright future, so she'll be going on and it'll be awesome. And her dad's doing well too. Her dad's doing, some content creation right now as well. So big shout out to them. And, LFA TV is fluid, right? We got People coming in, people going out, all kinds of new shows. We got weekend shows, we got cartoons. So make sure you guys check it all out. That's lfatv.us. That's where you can also get your awesome LFA TV gear right there. Shirts, hats, aprons, kids' clothes. The list goes on and on. Short clips, current shows, and more right there at LFA TV. And we are always encouraging people to become monthly donors here at the network because it helps us grow. So thank you guys very, very much. And I want to get to the opening video of the day. MDUS donated $5, says Jeremy was crying with you on Rise Up, or I was crying with you. Update, since you sent the $1,500 in October of 2024 and got me off the streets. Since then, I moved to Florida, renting a house while looking for a house to buy. God is amazing. Well, yeah, we had a pretty incredibly emotional Rise Up this morning. If you didn't get a chance to watch it, I would definitely go back and watch it. Very good show. And pretty much everybody that was in there that has been helped by all of you on LFA financially over the years was in there talking about their testimonies of it. And it was just like one after the other. And it was so emotional, so great. What a great show. And definitely go back and check out Rise Up if you didn't see it. All right. Part of the reason why I'm doing the new kids show is because the youth of our nation is completely lost. Now, I know the youth of every generation seems to be lost, and most people when they're young don't have any idea about the world, and they just live in their little bubble, and now they live in their little bubbles in a bigger bubble of social media, and children are influenced every second of every day from every which way you can imagine, right? And the children of our nation are in big trouble, which means that our nation is in big trouble because these children are going to grow up and they're going to want to take part in changing the world, and they're going to change it to their views that they had when they were young, because the world is different than when you and I were young. You know what I mean? None of us really ever wanted to get involved in all of it. Now they all want to get involved in it because it's all over their phones. And so one of the reasons why we started the kids show was to give kids an alternative message, to give them an opposing message to one that they were hearing maybe from their teachers and other kids in public school, and from, most generally, their cell phones and their tablets and the TV and YouTube and all that stuff like that. And then I saw this video, and I said, now I know why God directed me to do that. Check this out.
They got him. People just need to stop missing.
There was an assassination attempt on President Trump. Did you hear?
Yeah, we saw that. I did, yes.
Yeah.
What's your initial thoughts?
I wish they got him. People just need to stop missing. Why'd he miss?
Yeah.
He needs to be taken out, like, immediately.
When you do things that the people don't agree with, they tend to fight back.
Karma's real. You know what I'm saying?
It's happening to a lot of Americans. Those people in power know how it feels now.
You know, I feel it's like not true. It's like a manipulation.
By who?
The government.
I can understand what you're saying, but the shooter, his manifesto came out. He was a radical left-wing Democrat. He wrote that he wanted to kill the president, his administration, and as many people in that room as possible. You think that's from the government?
I don't know.
I did read the manifesto, and it seemed like that person was obviously making a decision that he felt really aligned with his values. He was intent on killing the president. I hope that he gets peace and the people who feel affected by the president get peace.
Do you think political violence is ever justified?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yes.
Yes.
To a point, I would say.
I do think that it can be necessary, and people shouldn't be surprised when it does happen.
I don't want to make any statements on this because I'm 19 years old, and I don't want to put myself in a situation where I'll regret what I say.
Give us specifics. In what situations do you think political violence is justified?
If we're going to let an administration take down the American people and other people in other countries, I do think that political violence is probably justified.
Very much deepest. The violence is like a daily thing you have to deal with.
Last week, Jimmy Kimmel said Trump's wife was looking like a widow-to-be, hinting that he would be assassinated soon.
Look at Mo, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
Do you think stuff like that's okay?
Yeah.
If our government isn't caring about our safety, then I don't think we have any responsibility necessarily to care about theirs.
What would have been your feeling if President Trump or anybody in his administration was assassinated?
It would be some kind of celebration for the American people. Me personally, you know, I'd have my little sigh of relief.
You wouldn't have any personal opinions if a president was assassinated?
Not at all. That's like so far out of my like realm of like thinking right now.
You're an American citizen, I assume.
Yeah.
Where do we go from here?
Well, Nepal burned down their parliament building.
Maybe we just need like better leadership or something.
We think we are the good people, but they think they are the good people and we are the bad people, you know? I think hate only brings more hate. And I think it's better talk, find something in the middle.
Well, the reactions today definitely tell a bigger story about political violence in our country. What do you think? Share your comments down below.
I wish they got him. People just...
I wish they got him. You see, the reason why we created LFA TV Kids, and we're starting with the younger kids, like the 5 to 10 age range, other than the fact that God said you need to reach more people, not more people, a different demographic of people. The troubled and the youth, the prisoners and the youngsters. And so God literally allowed that to come to fruition within a week, within a matter of a couple weeks. Eli, I got to be honest with you. I'm very surprised about how quick that prayer, that answer from God, that instruction from God, and then to get it done and to have it look like a little Pixar cartoon. Like, I am very shocked looking back on that, how fast that happened, because it's something he wanted done, needed done.
Absolutely. When the calling comes, you get the work done.
And Tom, the guy that's working with us to get it done, I mean, what an incredible thing that he's doing, that he's helping us with. And every episode gets better and better. Wait until you guys see this episode this week at 10 o'clock. Now, that reminds me, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 9 a.m. my time, 8 a.m. Mountain Time, 7 a.m. Pacific Time. Make sure that your kids, your grandkids, their friends, your nieces, your nephews, anyone really in that age 5 to 12, I'd even say, have them up, send them the link, just like Saturday morning cartoons. And we're always looking for donations in that show, for that show, to create that show, because Eli and I want to make it even broader. We want to do LFA teens, and we want to do messages like we're doing for the kids, but for teenagers. Stuff more along the lines of what they're going through, what they're thinking, what their life experiences are. Because there's no alternative message out there that actually turns people towards the facts.
Just came up with the name for it. LFA Teen V.
Yeah, get that? LFA Teen V. Hey, Eli, this morning in, speaking of that, this morning in Rise Up. Remember, we always talk about that Budweiser commercial? Real man of genius. This one goes out to you, real man, right? Dude, this morning in Rise Up, I know you weren't watching this morning. I know you were getting things ready. But somebody came up with the idea of remaking the song and even maybe making some t-shirts and stuff that said, Real man of Jesus. This one goes out to you, faithful men of Jesus. You know what I mean? Like, how cool would that be?
Damn, Skippy, real man of faith.
This one goes out to you, hardworking man who believes in marriage between man and a woman. I believe marriage is between a man and a woman.
Puts all of his eggs in Jesus' basket.
Monsi says, where can you donate to LFA Kids? Well, the best place to do it is on the show, in the Rumble Rants. But if you want to do it on the website, lfatv.us, just put a note in there and say, in your donation, this is for the production of LFA TV Kids, because I want to see that. I want to see Patriot Pals, Eli, which is the name of the show now. Patriot Pals. I want to see it big as Paw Patrol, right? Let's replace Paw Patrol with Patriot Pals and watch the world change. Because I believe the children are our future, Eli. Let them laugh and let them lead the way. I mean, I'm just making this up as I go. Show them all the beauty they possess inside, I guess,
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I was just grooving to the lyrics.
Yeah. Give them a sense of pride. Make it easier. I don't know where those lyrics are coming from. Coming from somewhere.
They're coming from Sexual Chocolate.
That's what it is. Sexual Chocolate, everybody. Oh, what a movie. What a movie. Hey, before we before we get started here, let's go to the Lord in prayer, all right? Then we'll thank a couple sponsors, and then we'll get busy. Rami says, okay, there's Whitney Houston. No, that was me. I made that up, right, guys? Those are my lyrics, right? All right, here we go. Time to go to the Lord in prayer. Please join with me. Bow your heads, and let's say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray and say amen. Amen. Real man of Jesus. I'm telling you, man, what a little marketing idea to switch something that, pretty much everybody remembers. Still trying to think how we're gonna steal the idea of the bullfrogs, though, Eli. The Wazza!
Jesus Christ.
I forgot about that. Budweiser. David says this is why our schools need a redo. American pride is gone. It's gone in our youth. Media and schools are corrupt. Democrats created this. Democrats created it. Republicans were in on it. And the mass majority of Americans allowed it to happen. We're all guilty of it. We're all guilty of it. And somebody needs to stand up, and you know who it needs to be? Real men of Jesus. Anyway, this morning's show brought to you by...
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise Up Coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
And you can get your Rise Up coffee at jeremyherrell.com or even at LFA TV US. Click the store tab, scroll through, find the Rise Up coffee, get one of 3 different styles that we have, whether it be the medium roast, American pecan, whether it be the dark roast, Sumatra Gold, or whether it be the decaf of the American pecan, and it's roasted right here in the great red state of Iowa. So, get yours today, Rise Up Coffee. Rise up with the word of God, rise up and fight for your country, and rise up and have some coffee, right? Just like the cup says, just rise up. I'd also like to thank Done With Debt for being a sponsor here during usually during tax refund season, somewhere in the end of the first quarter, beginning of the second quarter. Done with Debt has been with us now for 3 years, kind of like periodically too throughout the year, like Tim Gustafson does around a certain time of year. And I personally used Done with Debt in the beginning. So many of you have used them in here. Let their own testimonies speak. It's really for people who just got out of control debt. You know what I mean? If you've got like high interest credit card debts, or you got a bunch of personal loans, or any kind of monthly payment that needs to go towards something that you have high interest on, and you just want to get out from under that, you don't seem to be going anywhere, that is who this is for. So all you have to do is either go to donewithdebt.com, and this will pull up right here, and fill out that questionnaire on the right side. They'll get back to you. Or you can call the number on the screen, which is 888-322-1054. It's free to have a consultation. It's free to have a discussion. So what they want to know is, how much are you in debt? What debt do you want to get rid of? How have you been working off trying to get this debt gone? And how did you hear about us? And it just goes from there. So Arthur Netler said something. But anyway, I'll talk about that in a minute. Donewithdebt.com. If that sounds like something that you need, sounds like something you could benefit from, 888-322-1054, Done with Debt. Arthur said, I'm sorry I misquoted the oil numbers yesterday. I reported there were 8 trillion barrels of oil in the new Permian area. There are actually 8 billion barrels of oil, enough for 400 years. MDSC said, I didn't file my taxes this year. I'm done with that. You know what? I would never tell somebody to or not to do that. But I am completely in agreement with you on that. Tired of giving these people money for doing absolutely nothing for all of us. Let's get to the first and foremost section. Let's have our first slurp. Let's get busy. Do me a favor. We got about 3,500 in the live chat. 3,500 watching total. I don't know how many people are in the live chat. But if you're not in the live chat, please get a profile. Come in. It's free. It's easy. We'd love to talk to you. We'd love to hear from you. I know people that have just get profiles just as soon as last week. So do it today. It's never too late. We'd love to see from you, hear from you, see your name, and see you clicking that thumbs up button. Also, I want to let you know that right now we are number 7 on the live leaderboard, just behind Badlands Media, Benny Johnson, and Real America's Voice News. We only need about 600 more people, and we jump up above all of them. So help us share out to your social medias. Here we go. Republicans could gain dozens of House seats after the Supreme Court ruling outlawed racial gerrymandering, and I'm going to explain to you why. But before I explain to you why, and it's going to be primarily in the southern region of the United States of America, I want to take you back in time about 3 months ago. And I want to thank Suzanne for putting all of my social medias in there. Suzanne, thank you so very much. I'm going to, if anybody does have TikTok, and I use all of this for my either my ministries that I do or politics. I don't have any of these social medias for my own personal gain. So thank you, Suzanne, for putting those in there. And if you have those, then do me a favor, folks, and follow me, okay? I told you 3 months ago. Does anybody remember how many seats that I said that if we go after these people and we do a gerrymander war with the Democrats, that we would come out on top because we have more states than they do? And they've already gerrymandered pretty much to the full extent of what they can, and that even if they did, they might pick up a few seats, but we would pick up. Does anybody remember how many that I told you? Jay Young says, hi, Jeremy. First time I get to watch you live. Jay Young, 45. Let's all say hi to Jay Young, 45, for being here for the first time live. And a big shout out to everybody watching us over on YouTube as well. Yes, we're on YouTube as well now again. So if you watch us over there, thank you very much. Does anybody remember how many I said we would get? I'll just give you the answer here. You can go back and check tape, as they say in football. I told you we would get anywhere from 12 to 19 seats. Jessica Bryan, you got it right. LKPLA, you got it right. That's right. B. Palumbo, CQ, you said 19. I said we would get anywhere from between 12 and 19 seats if they wanted to play this game. That was 3 months ago. Here we are today, poised to gain now up to 27. Here's how. Let's get to it. Very, very informational portion of the show right now, so make sure you pay attention. Okay? Republicans could pick up as many as 27 additional House seats. Now, before I go any further, if Republicans picked up another 27 House seats, do you know what that would do? Do you know what that would do for Donald Trump's last 2 years in office? Do you know how many things we could get passed? Not just through Democrat versus Republican onto the Senate. I'm talking about through committees and things like that. It would be so much better for MAGA. It would be so much better for the new Republican Party if we did this. Because let's face it, folks, the new people coming in, the new people getting elected, they're younger folks. They're like us. They're like in their 30s and 40s, 50s even. Not in their 70s, 80s, and 90s. So if we can pick up 27 additional House seats, that's going to change everything forever. And that was following the Supreme Court's decision to curb the race-based redistricting. Okay? And it's going to shape the 2026 midterm map, and it's definitely going to shape the 2028 presidential election. The projection stems from an analysis of how congressional districts may be redrawn now that states are no longer required to prioritize race when complying with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Estimates indicate that weakening Section 2 enforcement could ultimately produce even larger gains. Reporting that Axios has reported Axios has said that 27 House seats could shift towards Republicans over time. So when we say over time, we're talking from 26 to 28. The changes could be concentrated primarily in southern states, where previous maps were challenged and altered to create additional majority and minority districts. With the court ruling that racially gerrymandered maps are unconstitutional, states now have a broader authority to redraw districts using traditional and political considerations rather than just racial targeting. Now, I don't give a damn which way you slice this piece of information that I'm about to give you. If you either benefit or not benefit a group of people based on the color of their skin, if you make a decision to do something that benefits, or if you make a decision to do something that does not benefit a group of people based on the color of their skin, is that racist or not? If you do it primarily for that reason. So let's take the Voting Rights Act here, with this portion of the Voting Rights Act. We are going to give you X amount of districts just because black people live there. Or we are not going to give you any representation just because black people are there. Either way you cut slice that pizza, that's racist. So why was it ever allowed? Why is DEI ever allowed? Why is affirmative action ever allowed? If you do anything to the general population of the United States of America based on skin color, benefiting or not benefiting, it is the textbook definition of racist. Now, the kids today would say, if you say that person is black or that person is white, that's racist. They don't understand the actual definition of racist or racism. Now, 9816 said 27 seats won't help if we get 27 more rhinos. Well, that's why I was very careful in what I said about who's coming in. It's not, look, young Republicans are not rhinos. And if there are, there are very few that are. Thank you, Arthur Netler. God bless you. Young Republicans coming in are Trump Republicans. They're not rhinos. And nobody's out there trying to vote in anybody over the age of 50 anymore. You know what I mean? Not in a hole, we're not. So, I think the era of rhinos and the era of the establishment on both sides is coming to a quick end. And you know that because even in the Democratic Party, you've got the non-establishment candidates that are getting ready to take over. You've got the AOCs that are threatening to take over the Chuck Schumer seats. So, you're not getting rhinos. You're getting, if anything, radicals on either side. That's what you're more poised to get That's what you're probably going to get, is radicals on the right or radicals on the left before you're going to get establishment on the right or left. Master Lore says, I don't hate you because you're racist. I hate you, period, because you suck. We shouldn't hate anybody, but I get what you're saying. Exactly. I don't care about the color of your skin. Now, the impact, like I said, could be significant given the circumstance, the current circumstance and the balance of power in the House, where relatively small seat changes determine control. And right now we have a very thin margin. The Louisiana case at the center of the ruling involved a dispute over a second majority black district added after legal challenges. A group of voters later then sued, arguing that the map relied too heavily on race, and federal courts agreed before the issue finally reached the Supreme Court. The court's decision effectively limited how Section 2 can be used to force states into drawing districts based on racial composition. This removes a major legal obstacle for Republican-led legislatures seeking to revisit congressional maps ahead of 2026. And guess what? Governors are calling special sessions all over the country today after that Supreme Court ruling. This is huge. Republicans are also expected to benefit from structural advantages in turnout and district geography, which combined with new map flexibility could further strengthen the position of the Republican Party in each and every one of these states. The ruling doesn't eliminate the Voting Rights Act, folks. Okay? That's what you're going to hear all over the place. Oh, Republicans have taken away this and taken away that. Danielle, we're going to talk about that in the election section of today's show. So I know there's a lot of news, and I know a lot of people are saying, hey, guys, this is happening, this is happening. We got it all to cover today, and I'm going to nail them all today, okay? So we'll get there. But the Voting Rights Act, don't let anybody tell you, is gone. Okay, oh, they've got it, the Voting Rights Act. No, they took it back to what it was supposed to be. But it does significantly narrow the application in the redistricting cases, reducing the likelihood of success that is based off what color you are. While most pollsters believe that Democrats will take back the House in November, there are some signs that so-called blue wave is a foregone conclusion. I'm going to tell you right now, there's no blue wave coming. Now, that SAVE Act goes through, there's definitely no blue wave coming anywhere, ever, anywhere in this country for a very long time. Okay? But I'll tell you this. The fact remains that with this redistricting war that these people thought that they were going to win, I told you from the beginning it wasn't possible. The numbers, the math wasn't mathing. California can go ahead and get their 5 seats. Okay, that offsets Texas. 5 seats gone. But now look what's happening in Florida. Look what's happening in Louisiana. Look what's happening everywhere. Canjaso, we're going to be talking about that as well. Trust me, I got you covered, folks. Somebody's talking about Don Lemon. Yeah, there's no new news on Don Lemon. The new news about Minnesota arrests are the federal charges and the arrest of the 3 people that beat Savannah Hernandez. Don Lemon is still in court for his stuff, okay? So I don't know what people are talking about with Don Lemon, but there's nothing new with Don Lemon yet. So Barack Hussein Obama decided he was going to weigh in on the Supreme Court, gutting is the word he used, the Voting Rights Act by striking down Louisiana's racially gerrymandered map. And it instantly backfired on his ass. Of course it does. Barack Obama is not a smart man. He's a charismatic man. And charisma can take you a long way. There's 2 things that I said that could take you farther than almost anything on this planet. Charisma and who you know. If you are a charismatic person and you know the right people, you are looked at as one of the most powerful individuals, right? If you've got charisma and you know the right people, you can get further than anybody in this country. But there's one thing that you can't beat, and that's good old-fashioned knowledge and wisdom, okay? Wisdom comes from God. Knowledge comes from here. You mix those 2 together, and of course, you rely on some people that you know here and there, but wisdom and knowledge will always beat charisma and favors. Barack Obama lives off charisma and favors, and he doesn't even have charisma anymore. He's too slow. He talks like Hakeem Jeffries. And when I speak, I used to have charisma. I used to flash a smile and say, come on now. Come on now. Throw me the rock. Let me shoot that ball. But I'm getting older. And everybody knows that Michelle's a man, so the charisma, it doesn't exist anymore. And that's why he's not effective when it comes to endorsing anybody in an election. That's why he didn't move the needle for cackling Kamala Harris even 1 point, because he's politically dead in the water. Believe it or not, Michael or Michelle Obama, whatever you refer to him as, has more political capital than the former president, Barack Obama. If Michelle Obama ran for president today, she'd get more votes than Barack Obama. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. But he was all butthurt. I'm butthurt, and I don't like it. Here's what Barack Hussein Obama said on his X account. By the way, I thought all these Democrats said that they were no longer going to have a blue check mark because they didn't want to pay Elon Musk the $8 a month or whatever it is. Still got one. Here's what he says. Today's Supreme Court decision effectively guts the key pillar of the Voting Rights Act. Free state legislatures to gerrymander legislative districts to systematically dilute and weaken the voting power of racial minorities. So long as they do that under the guise of partisanship rather than explicit racial bias. And it serves as just one more example of how a majority of a current court seems intent on abandoning its vital role in ensuring equal participation in our democracy and protecting the rights of minority groups against the majority overreach. Just because you're black doesn't make you a minority. It might in Barack Obama's mind. It might in the affirmative action minds. It might in the minds of people that don't want you to be judged on your content of your character rather than the color of your skin. I don't care what color you are. If you're a lazy piece of trash doing nothing for this world, for your family, for yourself, then you're a loser. Period. Then you're a loser. If you're a black loser, guess what? You're a black loser. The world shouldn't bail you out because you're a black loser. If you're a white loser, guess what? The world doesn't owe you a damn thing. You're a white loser. I don't care what color you are. If you're a loser, you're a loser. And nobody should get anything or should not get anything based on the color of their skin because there's only one race. It's the human race. Get it through your thick Democrat skull. I'm a loser. I'm a black loser. He then goes on to say, the good news is that such setbacks can be overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome.
We will win the day. Hey, hey.
Oh, my Lord, 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 we shall overcome the white man. Calm down, Malcolm Gay.
Wade in the water. Actually, I'm sorry, that might be too far.
It's not too far because that's what these people are trying to. They are trying to play the victim here. That they just came off the freaking plantation and were taken and swept away to safety by Harriet Tubman in the Underground Railroad. Okay? The only railroad Obama knows, Eli, is the one that Michelle gave him last night in the bedroom when she railroaded him.
Well, sure shit ain't Harriet Tubman's, but
That's right. We shall overcome. He says, but that will only happen to citizens across the country who cherish our democratic ideals. Too bad we don't have any, dipshit. It's a constitutional republic. How retarded do you have to be to keep saying a stupid thing like that? That's like saying the theory of evolution proves that we came from a single-celled organism. the theory of evolution. Idiot. Continue to mobilize and vote in record numbers, not just in the upcoming midterms or in high-profile races, but in every election at every level. What's the matter, Barack Obama? Huh? Barack Obama? What's the matter, bud? Just the other day, you were all giggles and shits, sunshine and rainbows. Oh, we're going to do it. I know we can do it. Get out there and vote. Oh, we won. Look at us. We're winning. Were you that stupid? To be honest with the American people, were you that stupid to post things like that? You didn't think that this would be overturned? You didn't think that it was against the state law to do how you did it? Where you hijacked a special session, that you didn't actually call a special session in a vote to do gerrymandering, that you hijacked another special session? You broke 2 state laws and 2 rules of your own party just to do that? Did you really think that you were going to get away with that? You know what? I was going to give this guy a Dumb Award of the Day, but let's flush that turd, shall we? Bye. Bye-bye, Barack Obama. Down the toilet you go. I want to see you out that door, baby. Bye, bye, bye. Flush that turd down the toilet. Yeah, he's big mad. He's not a happy camper today.
Perfect union.
Oh yeah. Hold on. You know who's else not a happy camper? The Team U version of Barack Obama. The just as slow, if not slower talking, with a lisp, Hakeem Jeffrey standing up there with all black members of the Black Caucus for the Democrat Party in the House of Representatives. We shall overcome. I'm a millionaire. That's another thing that really pisses me off, right? Let's pop this over. Everybody that you see on this stage is a millionaire. Guaranteed. And if they're not a millionaire, they're not doing bad. How much you want to make a bet that everybody on this stage is doing better than almost everybody in this chat financially? They don't have to have the same health care that we have. They don't have the same taxes that we have. They get access to insider trading. They get security. They get rides to and fro. They get to literally write off everything. Everything is taken care of by the taxpayer. Oh, they're living so bad. We shall overcome. Overcome what? Being a corrupt piece of Washington, D.C. shit? Here's Eli's favorite congressman. Minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries.
And now we're at a point where affirmative action is gone, diversity is gone, equity gone, inclusion gone, racial tolerance gone, the Voting Rights Act largely gone.
Hold on, stop.
But guess what?
All those things are great. DEI gone. Affirmative action gone. All those things are great. The Voting Rights Act portion that said that you can do something or not do something based on somebody's skin, that's gone. Good. Good. Keep saying the things that are gone. I thought the woke Reich, excuse me, I didn't mean the woke Reich. I meant the woke right, like Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, the Hodge twins, all these other idiots. They said that Donald Trump isn't doing anything that's America first. They said Donald Trump is stabbing his own voting base in the back. But Hakeem Jeffries just said otherwise. DEI gone. Affirmative action gone. Voting rights gutted gone. Yeah, thanks, President Trump.
But extremists, we're still here. That's right. And we're not going anywhere. Toward a more perfect union.
Hold on. We're not going anywhere. We're going to stay right here. And we just going to stay right here. You got us oppressed on this plantation. We just going to stay right here. We ain't going anywhere. Cool. Nobody cares. He threw a bigger hissy fit than that, but I don't want to put you through it. Hey, Hakeem Jeffries, how do you feel now that they've taken away the black rights of all your black friends and your black self?
Well, I'm going to tell you, Jeremy, I'm not exactly surprised. We knew this was coming. We tried to warn America to not vote for Trump, who, by the way, is a bad man. And we knew that this was going to happen. And it's only a matter of time now before they get us back on the plantation picking cotton. We don't really have any problem picking any other crops, but if you get us picking cotton, you're going to piss us off. Don't piss us off. Donald Trump is a bad man.
You know what I miss, Eli? I miss racial jokes. You know what I mean? White jokes, Asian jokes, black jokes. I miss the racial jokes. I have had so many friends of so many different colors and backgrounds, and that's all we used to do with each other is just racial jokes. And nowadays it seems like it's just like, no, can't do that. You know what I mean? I love to hear a good white joke. It's like this one, Eli. How dare you say that white people don't have culture? Are you out of your mind? What about every time a white person passes by another white person and they do this? Isn't that culture? No other people do that but us. We try to do it to black people and they're like, the fuck? Try to do it to a Chinese person, they're like, oh, that's wrong. We're like, that's culture, right, Eli?
Comedy did have to evolve from a while ago, though, because when you go back too far, like the Don Rickles days, I remember seeing a stand-up with him. He was like, hey, lady, how you doing? You're a pretty woman. What are you, Chinese? Bullshit, you're a Jap. And I was like, ooh, not really sure that's a joke, John.
Well, yeah, okay, you can cross the line. But Archie Bunker was probably the perfect, mix, right? I think Archie Bunker did it in a comedic and a classy way, almost. But yeah, Don Rickles, some of those other guys, maybe, but still, come on. It's why it's a joke. It's supposed to be inappropriate.
Exactly, and people have really lost that. But thankfully, thanks to people like Ben Bankus and so many other comedians today, it's coming back. It's coming back, baby, because they don't care. What do you got to lose at this point? What, are you going to cancel me? Yeah, you're probably going to do that anyway, so forget.
Ready? Here we go. Why don't black people like to take aspirin?
I don't know.
Because you got to pick the cotton off the top before you get to the medicine.
Right.
Pretty sure that won't be a short clip for social media. Although.
Oh, look at that. Somebody already posted it. Shit.
Hey, look, man. Suzanne said, somebody said Sanford and Son. Oh, Elizabeth, I'm coming, baby. I'm coming, Elizabeth. Oh, I love Sanford and Son. Loved that show. Eli, you're probably too young for that, though, right?
No. It's one of my favorite shows ever. It's a good one.
Lamont, his father, the Sanfords, No?
I was more Saved by the Bell era, I guess, at that point.
Saved? Bro, you're not coming back on the show today. Look, I watch Saved by the Bell too, but you don't tell people that. It's like saying you watch Melrose Place or Beverly Hills 90210. We're talking about Sanford and Son. You're like, oh, I watched Saved by the Bell. When I wake up in the morning and the alarm goes, I don't think I'll never make it on time. Excuse me.
Zach Morris is trash. Did you ever see those videos?
Yeah, I did. Where everybody's like, Zach Morris was actually kind of a jerk, dude. He kind of stole people's girlfriends, ruined people's lives, broke people's stuff, stole people's ideas.
Watching that show as an adult, you're like, wow, what a trash person. They got this right.
Vita says, how do you remember every show and every movie? Because I was a fat, lazy kid. That's why. Let's see what they're talking about over at CNN with these 12 to 19, now 27 possible new seats that the Republicans are going to pick up.
Impact on the midterms and beyond here. Jeff.
There's no doubt about it. And early voting, to Joan's point, does begin on Saturday in Louisiana. This Saturday, the overseas ballots have already been shipped out. So that explains the timing here. And I think it's important to look at this in a couple different ways, the short-term effect and the long-term effect. And Joan is absolutely right. There is no doubt in years beyond, this is going to majorly change representation largely across the South and elsewhere. Likely opening the door for more Republican seats, certainly in southern states. But even before we get to that, in Florida, as the opinion was being read, as Justice Kagan was reading her dissent from the bench and as Justice Alito was reading his majority opinion, the Florida House of Representatives at that very hour passed the new Florida maps. Now they have to go to the Florida State Senate. But this ruling likely makes legal challenges to the Florida action much more difficult. And just to remind our viewers, Florida, of course, is redrawing some of its maps to give Republicans 4 more seats. That comes after Democrats in Virginia had a statewide referendum that would likely give Democrats 4 more seats. It's really the culmination of a year-long gerrymandering war. But this ruling is going to change in 2028 and in years beyond, making it more difficult to challenge the drawing of this map. But again, unclear about the actual effects in the midterm elections because some states have already had their primaries. Candidate filing deadlines have already passed. So it's possible that some states will call a special session of a legislature and try and change maps or postpone elections like Louisiana. We will see. We have to see how that plays out. But I think the bigger impact of this is in the years to come. And Pam, I'm thinking back right now to 13 years ago when Congressman John Lewis was standing in his office watching as the first pillar of the Voting Rights Act was struck down. He said he was sad and dismayed for that. Now, of course, this is sort of a full circle, a major moment in American history, I think, for the dilution of the Voting Rights Act. And we will see the actual impacts going forward. But again, short-term versus long-term, likely not major impacts in the midterm races, but they've already been upended by so much mid-decade redistricting already.
Yeah, and you're right. You mentioned the Shelby case the Supreme Court had, and in that case they made it so that the southern states no longer have to go for federal review if they make changes to their election laws. And this was all rooted
now
in
we come
a
full
history
circle, he says. Now we come full circle, and John Lewis was completely saddened by it. First of all, isn't he dead? Okay, number one, why are we talking about that? Why are we talking about a race-baiting pile of trash like that? Who literally, look, should black people get things because they're black? Eli, can you do me a favor? Can you look up the population of black people, Asian people, and Hispanic people in the United States of America? I believe the black population makes up probably 12 to 14%. Hispanic is probably, I think Hispanic might be a lot more now. I don't know. And I believe the Asian population is even less than the black population. But I would like to know this because here's my question. Are there any other districts in America that are proposed or concrete based on Asian population? Are there districts in America based on Hispanic population? You only hear about it based on black population, which is really odd since if you're looking at it in the eyes of minority or majority, pretty sure that there's other minorities other than black people. Eli, what do you have?
Black population represents 14 to 15% at 49 to 51 million. Asian, approximately 7% of the total population at 25 million. And Hispanic, about 20% of the total population at 68 million.
Okay. Do any of those other people have districts made specifically just for their nationality or their bloodline? Never heard of it. Never heard of it. I don't see a gerrymandering war going on over the Asian population of LA. I don't see a gerrymandering war going on over the Asian population of anywhere else in the country. How come? Why is it just the black people? Isn't that weird? By the way, if you're just joining in, we were telling racial jokes a little while ago, so hold on to your horses. You see the one that's in the live chat, Eli? How do you know Adam and Eve weren't black? Because there ain't no way you're taking a rib from a black guy. What the hell?
I'm sorry, I was
That's not funny. That's not funny. That's not funny. Master Lord says, if you're offended, good. Eli has a perfect answer to people that say, I'm offended. Eli, what happens when someone gets offended?
Oh, what is it I usually say? Oh, that's right. Absolutely nothing. I mean, it's totally up to you. You can cry, you can rock back and forth in the corner, but generally, physically and tangibly, nothing happens, and you can just continue on with your life. Thank you very much.
You know, Eli, we should have a soundbite, the What It Isn't Good For song. You know, what happens when you get offended? Absolutely nothing.
Say it again.
Absolutely nothing. So, looks like the 12 to 19 seats that I told you we were going to end up getting might even be a little bit more than that. Now, I don't want to tell you I told you so because I'm a humble person, and I would never say that. Just like I would never call Chris Christie fat or Democrats stupid. I would never want to do that. I wouldn't want to offend, okay? I want to be kind and nice to these people. As we are now number 5 on the leaderboard, you keep sharing, I'll keep swearing. I mean, speaking. Florida Democrat Representative Angie Nixon storms the House aisle with a pink bullhorn screaming, "Violation of the Constitution," as Ron DeSantis' redistricting map passes the House of Representatives in Florida. He told you not to play games, right? Remember, Hakeem Jeffries told Ron DeSantis, if you F-A, you're going to F-O. And Ron DeSantis said, oh, really? Let me call a special session real quick here, and let's get these maps redistricted, shall we?
Democracy! This is a violation of the Constitution! It is! It's a violation of the Constitution! I'm out of order, but y'all are doing illegal!
Representative Persons Mullica has waived closed. The question now recurs on final passage of HB 1D.
They just keep going.
The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will proceed to vote. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? The clerk will lock the machine and announce the vote.
83 yeas, 28 nays, Mr. Speaker.
Show the bill passes. Read the next bill.
None on the desk, Mr. Speaker.
People are cheering and drowning her out. Nothing she's doing matters. She's an irrelevant mosquito. As they pass the bill while she's screaming. I love it. Oh, I love it.
Our democracy! This is a violation of the Constitution!
Somebody said not so pretty and pink, Eli. I noticed she was color coordinating there with her pink outfit and her pink bullhorn and her but the bill passed either way, and it's moving on to the Senate, and then it'll go to Ron DeSantis' desk, and he will send that nice package to Hakeem Jeffries and be like, oh, so I FA'd. I'm just wondering when I'm going to FO. Here you go.
You know, I got one. In keeping with the whole, racial joke thing, I hear things before I see them. So at first, Jeremy, I thought you were playing a scene from like inside a movie theater. No, don't go in there. Shit, he gonna kill you.
And the white people run towards the danger. Black person's trying to tell you not to run towards danger. White person goes, heard some screams and some blood gurgling. Chainsaw. I gotta go see what that is. No, don't go see what that is. Cracker? I'm just gonna go see what it is. Because I'm white. My curiosity is overflowing. I'm gonna go check this out. I'll be right back. See, that's white people's problem. See, we can do this all day. We haven't told an Asian joke yet, Eli. I don't know if they would write that.
And to be fair, Eddie Murphy did it first. White people be going into a haunted house and saying, oh, this is nice, we're going to stay here. Black people go in the same house. Oh, this is nice, there's a chandelier, nice staircase.
Get out.
Too bad we can't stay, though.
You know what'd be funny, Eli? Is if Joe Biden went into buy a house and he's like, oh, it's a nice house. It's good. It's got good windows. It's got good doors. It's got good floors. You're mentally retarded. I'm out of here.
This house's structure is great. It's got some good bones. Just like that ice cream I had a couple minutes ago.
You're mentally retarded. In Trump voice. You're mentally retarded. Ah!
This reminds me of when I grew up in Puerto Rico. In America. Politically.
Hey, Eli, real quick here. Have you seen that meme where Donald Trump is waiting in the doorway. Somebody sleeping, and the door opens, and all you can see is the silhouette of Donald Trump there. And it says, "When you get sleep paralysis from dreams of Donald Trump," and the door opens, and the guy goes, "Oh," and Donald Trump's silhouette is sitting there, and he's like, "You're a loser. You're a stone cold loser." And he's like, oh, he's freaking out. And he's like, "You're never going to amount to anything because you're a loser. I know losers, and you're definitely a loser." And he's like, "When you experience sleep paralysis from Donald Trump."
You can't move, can you? Can't move at all. It's because I'm mentally dominating you right
Yes.
now.
Yes. Hey, you guys want some real good news? You ready to jump for joy? We're going to celebrate. Eli, let's do this. Let's preemptively celebrate this one right here. Okay, let's do some. We're going to preemptively celebrate because Debbie Wasserman Schultz. You know her, Eli? The pubic hair-headed, cross-eyed, lazy-eyed blonde down in Florida who's a drunk who I've known for years. I have a feeling that Debbie Wasserman Schultz is about to... Based on the FAFO redistricting, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. Just 6 days after Virginia voted to redraw their maps, Ron DeSantis unleashed a brutal new congressional map, and Debbie Wasserman Schultz will be booted from her longtime Broward County stronghold. Florida will be drawn into a solid GOP powerhouse, where a GOP gains 4 to 5 seats, probably 4, powering Florida to be to commanding 24-4 Republican advantage in 2026, and that drunk is gone. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. Bye. Now she has so much more time, Eli, to go to Vermont and her vacation in her second home and get plastered. She should be happy.
Yeah, she can maybe get a different hairstyle and get rid of that ramen noodle head of hers.
She is, by far, the dumbest person. The dumbest congressperson. It's like saying pregnant person. She is by far the dumbest one I've ever met and talked to. By far. Straight up. She might be the dumbest person. And I always wondered, how did you become I should have asked her that, to be honest with you. I should have said, how did you become a congresswoman? And how hasn't that vodka straightened your hair out yet? You know? But it is right. It's time for her to go, and now her seat will be completely redrawn, and she will lose her seat. Kind of like, what's her name did, who was really mad, she's really smart, she's really powerful, she's really awesome, but the Republicans took her seat from her. Now she's begging for a job at a law firm in Texas. What was her name?
Woman in America. So, I mean, some people are just like, oh, but you're a congresswoman. I'm a black woman first.
Okay, come on.
And so, the level of disrespect that is continuously lobbed against us
She's
as
reading
black
this.
women.
Look at
for me, I'm like, wait a minute now. I am one of the 535 most powerful people in this country. And for some reason, you think we on the same level, but you're going to do...
Stop. First of all, she's reading everything she's saying. She didn't even know there was 535 members of Congress. And I'll get it. Hey, look, the other day I said 545. Excuse me, I'm not in Congress. She's in Congress. And she tries to play it off like she's not reading it. I'll play it again. She's looking down. She's reading it. You can see she's reading it. And she's like, I'm one of the 535 most powerful people in the world. What makes you think that? What makes you think that you are one of the most powerful people in the country? Because you are a representative for people who hired you to go there. What makes you... See, these people they honestly think that they are powerful, that they are above you. That's why they don't answer questions when you're walking down the streets of D.C. with them. Guess how I'm going to treat these people? Not like powerful people. I'm going to treat them like they are less than I am. Because they are. You are a servant of the United States of America, in which we live in a constitutional republic where we have individual power and not majority power through democracy. I'm one of the most powerful people in the country. Not anymore. You're about ready to be gone, and you're begging for a job for law firms.
Disrespect me, like, it's not gonna happen.
It's
like,
not gonna happen.
Not gonna happen.
Well, we do.
I'm a black woman in America, so I mean,
Watch how she reads. Watch this.
you know, I mean, some people are just like, oh, but you're a congresswoman. I'm a black woman first. And
comes
so,
reading
you know,
everything.
the level of disrespect that is continuously lobbed against us as black women, you know, for me, I'm like, wait a minute now. I am one of the 535 most powerful people in this country, and for some reason you think we on the same level, but you're gonna disrespect me? Like, it's not gonna happen.
Actually, it did happen. Members of Congress disrespected you daily. I disrespected you daily. Every podcaster in the country disrespected you daily. People disrespect you daily. Texas disrespected you daily. You're a worthless individual. You have no job. You literally are begging for a job online right now. What makes you think that you're one of the most powerful people? Eli, I'm going to let you go ahead and say what you need to say, but then I need you to do me a favor, okay? Go ahead.
Also, I feel like this fizzled out in the 90s with all the cheese-tastic Martin Lawrence-style 90s sitcoms with the Did you guys catch that? I'm black first. What is that supposed to denote? What is that? Is that supposed to... Oh, yeah, I'm freaking fired up now. Stop doing that. It's the most retarded-sounding crap I've ever seen.
Yeah, I don't care who you are. I don't care what you... Come on now. Come on now. You get to me, girl. You give me all them grits. You give me all them chitlins. It makes you sound stupid. You paint yourself in a box of oppression when there's no oppression on you. You were literally just said you're one of the most powerful people in the country. How are you oppressed? If that's the case, how are you oppressed? Eli, in a constitutional republic, who does the power belong to? I mean, I know the answer, but I like to do this for learning purposes, right? In a constitutional republic, who does the power reside with? Eli.
Right here, baby. I mean, we the people.
Can you read it for me?
In a constitutional republic, ultimate power and sovereignty belong to the people. Rather than governing directly, citizens exercise this power by electing representatives to serve in government, all of whom are bound to a supreme written constitution that limits government authority and protects individual rights.
Huh. You don't say. And this is why they want to brainwash the world into believing that we are a democracy. Because in a democracy, the power belongs to the loudest. And we all know that Jasmine Crotch Itch is real loud with how powerful and black she is. I'm a powerful black woman, and you ain't finna just come and disrespect me like that. Ain't no way. Ain't happening. They want you to believe that they are over you. That's why they never say the words constitutional republic. They'll say democratic republic, but they won't say constitutional republic. They'll say constitution, but not constitutional republic, because that lets you know that you have all the power. They have none. So how are you one of the most powerful people in the country, my dear? That's a question I would ask Jasmine Crotch Itch. Georgia primaries are also underway. Check out the Fulton County Democrat Party's insane ballot questions. Early voting has begun in Georgia for the 2026 midterm elections and will run through May 15th, culminating in an election day on May 19th. As voters head to the polls or receive their mail-in ballots to fill out, Fulton County residents who choose a Democrat ballot will be subjected to some unusual questions with highly partisan language. On the primary ballot, The state and county parties are afforded the opportunity to ask questions to their constituents, often having to do with policy suggestions and, what could be done that might be better, things like that. For example, the Republican ballot in this primary includes the following questions. You ready for this? And we're going to compare and contrast here. By the way, let's all do our best to just get cross 4,000 live viewers one time. That's our goal every day. Let's make sure we hit our goal every day as a group, okay? And that means do a round of sharing. All right, let me read some of these questions for you. This is the Republican ballot party questions. Should Georgia enact the strongest election integrity measures possible, which may include hand-marked paper ballots, fines for counties that refuse to maintain current voter rolls, and restrictions on no-excuse absentee voting to restore trust in the elections? That's one question. Pretty simple, fair, Republican question. How about this one? Should Georgia prohibit judges from releasing criminal defendants who are accused of murder and other felonies without posting secure bail? Pretty simple question, common sense, right? Do one more here. Let's compare and contrast three. Here's the third one on the Republican ballot. Should Georgia extend the death penalty to include sexual crimes against children? Absolutely. So those are the Republican questions. Let's get to some of the Democrat questions. Let me enlarge this here and let me read this for you. All right. Should known 2020 election deniers sit on the Fulton County Board of Registrations and Elections? Did you know that Georgia Republicans want to defund police and fire departments across 15 cities in Fulton County through their proposal to eliminate property taxes, which fund municipal services? Yes or no? That's a real question, folks, from the Democrats. Did you know that Georgia Republicans want to defund police and fire departments? Excuse me? Are you kidding me right now? Here's another question. On January 28, 2026, the FBI raided the Fulton County Elections Office and took your personal data. Do you think that they should have your personal data? These are some of the questions on the Democrats' side of things. Can you believe they actually are trying to make people believe that the Republicans want to defund police? I mean, it's like the other day when we saw that video. You have never heard a Republican once call for defunding ICE. And then we just played defund ICE, defund ICE, defund ICE, defund. I mean, a Democrat saying that they want to defund ICE. And we played like 4 videos where they're saying we need to defund ICE. Are you aware a sitting Republican Fulton County Commissioner served as a witness alongside the 2020 election conspiracy theorists on the affidavit the FBI used to steal your private election information? Pretty sure you're supposed to preserve election records for, 22 months? Eli, can you look that up for me? Sorry to keep bothering you, but can you look up how long a municipality or a state is supposed to preserve election records? I believe it's 22 months. It might even be longer. Might even be longer. But I think it's 22 months. That didn't happen. You know how many election records were destroyed or gone? Oh, we just can't access them anymore? In Fulton County, in Maricopa County? What do we have there? Got an answer on that?
Hang on one second. Let me try something else here.
All you got to do is ask, how long should election records be preserved? It should be a pretty solid number across the board. While he's looking up that, let's get to this story. Louisiana governor plans to suspend the primaries in the state after the Supreme Court redistricting rule. So back up the corruption truck here real quick, because Louisiana about to cook. Eli, what do we got?
22 months.
Wow, look at that. 22 months. That didn't happen. So when they're supposed to be preserved, why are they supposed to be preserved? Does anybody want to know? Any kid in the class want to know why that you're supposed to preserve election records for the minimum of 22 months? Does anybody want to know why? It's because so that data can be audited. So I guess it's not private data, is it? I guess it's data. And it's private until there's a grand jury indictment for that, a subpoena for that. Then it becomes not so private anymore. That's why they're supposed to be preserved in case of fraud. Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry said yesterday, following the Supreme Court's decision and ruling, that he will delay the state's primaries elections coming in May. The move will give state lawmakers time to craft and pass a new map that complies with the High Court's ruling, which found evidence of racial disparity in the drawings of the earlier maps. Quote, that map is unconstitutional gerrymander, and it is in its use would violate the plaintiff's constitutional rights, said Justice Samuel Alito. Landry may officially announce the suspension of the primary as soon as tomorrow, but he's already said that it's going to happen. He just hasn't done it in an official capacity yet. But they are, if you live in Louisiana, your primaries are about to be suspended. Now, when will that be? It'll probably go from May until June. They'll probably suspend them in May for the month of May. They'll redraw the lines. They'll put out the new congressional districts, and then that'll come in June. More than likely. It could even go into July. But, again, I knew we would win this gerrymander war all along because the math just didn't add up that the Democrats could even possibly win, no matter what they tried. And that's why Hakeem Jeffries is so mad right now. We will fight. Oh, by the way, he also called the Supreme Court illegitimate. This illegitimate Supreme Court, how is it illegitimate? A duly elected president who clearly was elected by the people because we proved Russiagate wrong, got 3 justices into the Supreme Court because he got the picks legally. Because when a Supreme Court justice dies, the president nominates a new Supreme Court justice. How is that? I mean, didn't Joe Biden get that with Ketanji Brown Jackson, who doesn't even know what a woman is? And he only picked her because she's a woman. He said it. I had to pick a woman. They told me I had to pick a woman, a black woman. That's why she got the job. She doesn't know shit about law. How many times does she look so stupid up on that bench? How many times have other justices been like, actually, that's not the law at all? Well, I don't know. All 3'4" of her. Listen to Scott Jennings here with this mic drop. This is beautiful, by the way.
How to decide this. A. B, regarding John's argument, I just fundamentally think that the government shouldn't be in the business of dividing us up by race. It's fundamentally racist to divide us up by race. We have African-American members of the House winning in districts across the country with plurality white populations. We are well beyond the issues that were at play.
The issue there is
yes,
Clarence
but
Thomas.
we've obviously got some serious deficits. We haven't had an African-American Republican governor since Reconstruction. I mean, there's unfortunately imbalance between the two parties.
Republicans tried to elect one in Virginia.
Oh!
Okay. Well, I'm
just saying. And then you got a white Democrat who gerrymandered the state. It's all crumbling.
We're going to end this here. Everything is crumbling clearly at this table.
Yeah.
Next,
everything is crumbling. That's why they went to commercial. Do you see what just happened? We haven't. They're talking about Virginia. We haven't had a black governor. Blah blah blah. And he goes, "Well, we tried to elect one. But the white people majority in the state shot it down." Oh! Winsome Sears. Oh, he dropped the mic with that one. They didn't know. That guy didn't know what to think. We haven't had a black Republican governor there. Well, Republicans tried to elect one, and you shot it down. Then you elected a white, progressive, liberal Democrat who came in and then gerrymandered the state and then got smacked down by the Supreme Court. Oh! Ho, 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 ho! I love it. She Barista said, show them their hypocrisy. Cut to commercial. Absolutely. Absolutely. Nailed her for that one. Nailed him. And now, just as promised, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. I'm celebrating, if you can't tell. I'm doing the egg beater. Maine Governor Janet Mills Janet Mills. I know Mills. She's not a good one. Good mills produce electricity. Windmills. She's not a good Mills. No. She announced her suspension of her campaign for U.S. Senate in Maine, probably because she's connected to an actual Nazi with a Nazi tattoo, maybe. But do you know why she says her reason? She dropped out of the Senate race because she's citing lack of financial resources. That means that not only are donors not giving her a damn thing, but that also means that the Democrat Party isn't giving her a damn thing. That the DNC isn't pumping money into Janet Mills' case and her campaign. Why? Well, I don't know. Could have something to do with USAID. See, everybody was like, oh, cool, USAID gone. That's great. Yeah. Did you understand the residual effects? The aftermath of USAID? Eli, by the way, that thumbnail is fire. I'm going to show people that thumbnail as soon as we're done here. Because that thumbnail might be the best thumbnail you made to date.
Yours or Will's?
That one.
A couple good ones going
Will's.
on here.
I mean, mine. Mine, I mean.
Oh. All right, that's awesome. Check this one out. Yeah. Poll tax literacy test.
Nice. Eli's killing it with the thumbnails, ladies and gentlemen. So, the DNC has no more money. Carla said Nazi lover? Yeah. She endorsed the guy running for House of Representatives with the covered up Nazi tattoo on his chest. Well, I'm not a Nazi anymore. Look, I get it. People change. Would you elect Hitler? I'm just saying. People change. Let's say that Hitler was still walking around, Eli. Right? Would you elect him? If he said, look, I've changed. I'm not that way anymore. Yeah. Pretty sure you are. You know what I mean?
Trust me, I'm on the Reich path now.
I'm on the Reich path now. FG Thomas says, fantastic show today. Great news, isn't it? So USAID dead. DNC isn't pumping money into a current governor running for Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, the Democratic Party is literally on its way down the drain. Love it. Absolutely love it. Okay. How about we do a sponsorship? How about that? Let's talk about Rumble Wallet, ladies and gentlemen. Rumble Wallet. Do you have Rumble Wallet? If you do have Rumble Wallet, please raise your hands in the live chat. I'd love to know if you have Rumble Wallet. If you don't, but you have digital currency, my question is, why don't you have Rumble Wallet? Because you can consolidate all your digital currency in your Rumble digital wallet, and it will be yours forever, safe, secure, and completely guarded by Rumble technology. And I don't know if you guys know this, but Rumble doesn't even operate on AWS servers, meaning Amazon servers, which most of the world does. Amazon has its own servers, its own satellites, folks. So with Rumble, you're secure, and Rumble Wallet gives you the most security you could ever have. They can cancel your accounts. They can freeze your cards. They can decide what you're allowed to buy, say, sell, trade, whatever. Big banks and financial institutions have total control because you operate on the dollar. But for those people who have another form of payment, for those people who have a diverse portfolio, let me introduce to you Rumble Wallet, the only one of its kind, ladies and gentlemen, empowering voices and enabling transactions. All you have to do is click that QR code on your screen or go to wallet.rumble.com or grab your phone, go to the Play Store, whether you have Apple or Android, go to your Play Store, find Rumble Wallet, download it, put it in your phone, because I'll guarantee you at some point you are going to own some sort of digital currency. And I only say that because we're already at a spot now where most places don't even take cash anymore. Do you know how many places I go to that's, oh, we're a cashless place, sorry. Oh, we don't do cash, sorry. Do you have an app? Oh, yeah, that's another app, right? Do you have a debit card? Do you have something like that? Most places are cashless, which means we're one step closer to digital currency, and not centralized digital currency, personal, individual digital currency. Think of it like a constitutional republic digital currency. Tether, U.S. gold, Bitcoin, things like that. Download it today, wallet.rumble.com. That is wallet.rumble.com. And also, since we're talking about diversifying your portfolio, we cannot talk about that without talking about silver or gold. Look, ladies and gentlemen, one thing I'm going to tell you as a silver investor myself, okay? I always have this silver here, and I don't have any more hanging around my house or buried anywhere, I promise. Silver, real silver. Touch it, feel it, weigh it, grab it, feel it. 1 ounce of this silver. I bought it at $22 an ounce, okay? 20 years ago, it was like $6 an ounce. 20 years from now, it's going to be like $600 an ounce. Okay? Why? Gold is precious because it's rare. Gold isn't needed for technology. Silver is. Chips, AI, all that stuff, it all requires silver. And last month was the first month in like 12 years, or maybe even longer, I think it is. I can't remember the exact amount of years. But the first time in like over a decade that silver mining was not produced enough for what was needed. That means the supply did not meet the demand, and it's only going to get worse, which means those who invest in silver now, 20 years from now, that's your retirement. Gold, same thing. Now, gold is a higher price point to buy in than silver, but they're all valuable. Palladium and platinum as well. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Request your free guide today. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. And watch the Crest Report here every single Saturday at 1 p.m. That's 3 hours after Patriot Pals cartoon, which you also don't want to miss. Okay? All right. Where were we? Bye-bye Janet Mills, right? Still got a nice audience in here, Eli? 3,700 live? Let's do it. Who just gave us a donation? Who was that? Jay Robertson says, thanks for the laughs, fellas. $20. Is that all we got to do is make you laugh? We get money? I love it. I'll do it all day. All right, here we go. John Thune, since we're talking about elections, stabs America in the back yet again, refusing the CBDC ban in any legislation and declares no save America. Another day, another warning sign from the Washington establishment. Senate Majority Leader John Thune has reportedly will block a permanent ban on the central bank digital currency in any legislation in the House that the House sends over, and also No Save America Act, he says. Okay. So what's Trump waiting for then? Why is Trump waiting to drag John Thune through the mud? Is he waiting for Iran to be over? Because this is imminent, ladies and gentlemen. So what here, I've said it 1,000 times, I'll say it one more time about this piece of shit, John Thune, because that's what he is. And I hope I run into his lurchy ass when I get to D.C. Probably won't. I probably won't run into anybody of significance because they'll all probably be hiding. President Trump needs to come out. First of all, he needs to summon, not request, summon John Thune and Mike Johnson into the same room, and it just needs to be those three and nobody else. Maybe you can have Vice President Vance in there and maybe Marco Rubio just for, just for intimidation. The problem with primarying him, Lungta, is that his Senate run isn't up until 2029. We need it now. So here's what he needs to do. President Trump needs to call them in, and he needs to say, here's the deal. You're going to pass that Save America. You're going to bring that Save America Act to the floor, and you're going to get rid of the filibuster, or else here's what we're going to do. Nothing goes through. I'll keep this fucking government shut down the entire time. I'll figure out ways to pay the people through tariff money or something else. We're not doing this. Not a damn thing goes through. Here's another thing. Scott Bessent, come on, get in here. Scott, sit down. Scott Bessent here is the Secretary of the Treasury. Am I wrong, Scott? No, sir, you're right, because he does that, right? Okay, good. We got the Secretary of the Treasury here. We got the President of the United States here who signs everything into law. We got the Vice President who takes over for me if something happens to me. And we got the next president, Marco Rubio, sitting here. So while we're all sitting here, let's have this out. Here's the thing, John Thune. I'm not going to let anything come through, and I'm not signing anything into law. That's number one. I don't care what it is. As long as it's coming through the Senate, nothing gets passed. No reconciliation stuff, nothing. I already have everything I need until the end of my presidency. So sit down and shut up. Nothing comes through. No bills come through at all. And while no bills are coming through, I am going to put you on recess because the two houses, the House and the Senate, can't come to an agreement on anything. So I'm going to put you on recess. And while you're doing nothing, I'm then going to instruct Scott Bessent here, the Secretary of the Treasury, right, to withhold all your pay. None of you are getting paid while you're out doing absolute shit nothing, okay? I'm going to stall the halls of government, and I'm going to run everything. And since you guys don't want to play ball and do things that the people elected me to get done, nobody's doing shit but me. I'm the new king around here. How about that? I'll recess all of you because government's not working. It's not working for the people anymore. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to instruct the DOJ, the FBI, and every federal prosecutor in D.C. to take a look into all of your lives, all of your dealings, all your campaign donations, and also, Scott Bessent, while you're not paying them, audit them. Now your asses are grass. Have a nice day. Call me when you're ready to actually do something. That's what needs to happen. Am I wrong or am I right? Anna Paulina Luna said, attention, America. John Thune said he will not support any ban on central digital currency. In any of the legislation that we send over, he also said no Save America. He's the one blocking it. It's John Thune, it's John Thune, it's John Thune. Okay, if it's John Thune, then that's what we do. And here's the second thing we do, okay? Once President Trump kicks that lurchy piece of trash out of his office, and then and all that stuff that he just says goes into motion, then you call in a number of senators that are MAGA. And you sit them down, you whine them, you dine them, you make them feel good, whatever you got to do. And you say, I need one of you to have big enough brass balls. I need one of you to have big enough testicles or one of you to have big enough chesticles, depending on who I'm talking to here. I need you to call for a vote of no confidence in Senate Majority Leader Thune. And we're going to get 27 senators on board over the next few weeks, and we're going to remove this guy from his seat. You see that, folks? You see how freaking easy that is to bend somebody to your will when you're the president of the United States of America? It's all you got to do. John Thune will be going, sir, what can I do for you within no time? That's all you got to do. John Thune is a piece of trash, and he needs to be treated as one. Now, from one piece of trash to another, let's also go to James Comey, ladies and gentlemen, because there's more updated news on James Comey. Those of you who stuck around to find out, you're the lucky ones.
This time over a social media post with seashells that said 8647. Do you really think that he was endangering your life or threatening your life with that post?
Well, if anybody knows anything about crime, they know 86. You know what 86? It's a mob term for kill 'em. You know? You ever see the movies? 86 'em. The mobster says to one of his wonderful associates, 86 'em. That means kill 'em. It's, I think of it as a mob term. I don't know, people think of it as something having to do with disappearing, but the mob uses that term to say when they want to kill somebody, they say, 86, the son of a gun. I'm trying to keep the language nice and clear. They don't use that term, son of a gun. They use another term. But that's a mob term for kill 'em. Yeah.
But do you really think your life was in danger?
Probably. I don't know. You know, based on what I'm seeing out there, yeah, the people like Comey have created tremendous danger, I think, for politicians and others. Comey is a dirty cop. He's a very dirty cop. He cheated on the elections. He tried to help Hillary Clinton, as you know. He dismissed a lot of things that he should have proceeded with. I wasn't involved, but he should have proceeded with. No, he's a dirty cop. He's a crooked man, yeah.
He's a dirty cop. He's a crooked man. He helped Hillary Clinton. He tried to steal the election. He did all that. He's a bad dude, like Corn Pop. I agree with every bit of that. I think this is another Caitlin Collins question. Maybe here. Hold on one second. Maybe it was the same question. I'm not sure. I have it queued up for something.
James Comey was in court. He self-surrendered. He's now been charged a second time. This time over a social media post with seashells that said 8647. Do you really think that he?
Okay, yeah, same thing, just a different view. So, 8647. Do you really think your life was in danger? Well, I'm going to tell you something here that the DOJ said. The DOJ said we have credible evidence that it was meant as some sort of a message to kill President Trump. So guess what? You, me, and everybody else in the world, besides the prosecuting team and the FBI and the DOJ, have no idea what they have. So anybody who goes, can you really prosecute somebody for taking a picture of seashells, whether they put them there or not? DOJ says you can, because the DOJ says they have more credible evidence than anybody knows or has. Let me ask you this. How did they get a grand jury indictment? Now you might say, well, how'd they get a grand jury indictment in the Eastern District of Virginia? Because they had proof that he committed perjury and lied to Congress. But the problem with the DOJ and the problem with the Eastern District of Virginia and the problem with the judge and the problem with how they brought that case ended up being a big cluster, you know what? What are you talking about, Jeremy? Okay, first of all, you brought it in the Eastern District of Virginia. I told you from day one, we're probably not going to get anything out of this. It's probably going to turn into a big dud, but he's never going to escape the Southern District of Florida, and that hasn't even happened yet. Number one. Number two, the way Pam Bondi brought this, I almost think she brought this the way she did on purpose just to get it thrown out. Because you can't be that stupid. You can't be stupid enough to have a appointed prosecutor who has not been confirmed in a permanent position over her time in the way they brought this. You can't do that. And Pam Bondi, I think she did that on purpose. I think she literally gave it to Lindsay Halligan, knowing that Lindsay Halligan, giving it to her to bring, would cause a disruption in the case. Now, this is the same thing with Letitia James. Now, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Lindsay Halligan. There's not. I think the way Pam Bondi did it, I think she knew that judge was going to throw it out based on how she did it. And that's why they didn't fight back on it, because they knew that the DOJ is the one that made the mistake. I did not expect this North Carolina indictment. I do expect, and it will happen, that James Comey will be indicted again in the Southern District of Florida for an entirely different case. Guess what else? The district, we found out that he's been indicted in North Carolina, the district in which he will answer his charges is a conservative district. So he probably doesn't get out of this one either. Again, didn't know that. Didn't know this was going to happen. I was completely shocked that they brought this case out of North Carolina, which lets me know another thing. This administration, this DOJ and this FBI, if they're going to bring some indictments that lead to arraignments and that lead to convictions of these deep state swamp creatures, guess what they're going to have to do? They're going to have to bring them in districts where they know there's not going to be a rogue judge. Well, how do they do that? Well, they got to find out that one of their crimes was done in a jurisdiction that allows them to bring the case in front of those judges. It's taken some time, guys. It's taken some time. I'm glad to see Hemming Four-Way is no longer here, Eli. I don't know what they said, but I'm glad they can only listen and can't speak now. How does it feel to listen and not speak? Do you feel oppressed? Good. Eli?
He's throwing insults at you. I just wanted to confirm. So I was like, you talking about the host? And he's like, yeah, the knockoff Misfit Patriot. I said, Misfit Patriot's on our network, you retard. So I'll be getting rid of this dumbass right now. He thinks that was a flex for what I said.
Yeah, you're talking about the wrong dude. You can get rid of him, Eli. Bye. Hold on. Hemingway. Flush you like a wet turd. Bye.
He was trying to challenge you, saying, "Come find out, fat boy." Of course, his profile picture is a sock puppet.
You know, I'm not a hard guy to find. I got a big old bullseye of a truck that has President Trump's face on the side of it, all bloody. Says LF, says this on the side of it. On each side, actually. Not hard to find. I live in the Quad Cities of Iowa. I'm not hard to find. Pretty easy guy to find. Could probably find my address if you looked for it hard enough. Now the address that's on the bottom of the screen, you can't find me there because that's a community mailbox for the studio that, you know, a whole bunch of other people belong to. So you can't find me that way, but I'm not too hard to find. You know, all these people, all these tough talkers, Eli, they only ever call or on the keyboard. I never see them actually. And sometimes I got so much aggression, I'd like them to find me, you know, so I don't have to take it out on the audience or any idiot in there. Sometimes I'm just praying that somebody's like, "Hey, you're that guy." And I'm like, oh, I've been waiting for this for so long. You know what I'm saying? Eli.
Yeah, I hear you. I probably didn't need to kick the SOB. He was probably being called for lunch any time now by Mom.
Poor little guy. Poor little guy. Anyway, I want to take you to something that no, I'm not a Sean Hannity fan nor a Fox fan, but I saw this clip on social media, and I figured I'd hear out Greg Jarrett and what Greg Jarrett had to say. Listen up.
And earlier today, former FBI Director James Comey, Mr. Higher Honor, turned himself in, made his first court appearance after being indicted for his 8647 social media post in court. Comey was informed that each charge carries up to 5 years in prison. Speaking with reporters in the White House today, President Trump did address Comey's arrest. Here's what he said.
Do you really think that he was endangering your life or threatening your life with that?
Well, if anybody knows anything about crime, they know 86. You know what 86? It's a mob term for kill him.
Do you really think your life was in danger?
Probably. I don't know. You know, based on what I'm seeing out there, yeah, the people like Comey have created tremendous danger. Comey is a dirty cop. He's a very dirty cop.
All right, here with reaction, Fox News legal analyst Greg Jarrett is with us. Okay. Oh, I saw 8647. Oh, this is very interesting. I told my wife. My wife said, "Why don't you put it up on a post?" Are we to believe that the former FBI director had no idea?
Hold on. I'll give Sean Hannity that one. I'll give him that one. That was actually kind of... Oh, this is interesting. Wow, look at that. 8647. Oh, I don't know what it means. You should put it up on a post, honey. That was actually a good one. I'll give Hannity that one.
Idea what that meant?
No, it's utterly absurd. And, you know, of course, in court today, St. James pretended to be confident. But, you know, Sean, prosecutors have a lot more evidence than Comey knows and the public knows.
That's what I've been saying.
Incriminating witnesses and documents, according to the acting AG. And the evidence the DOJ uncovered may blow a hole in Comey's preposterous claim that, oh, gee, I simply discovered these pretty shells on the beach. I didn't understand their meaning. What? I mean, the guy was head of the FBI. The Bureau is trained in coded messages,
That's right.
subliminal calls
That's
for
right.
violence. So nobody really believes what he's saying. But there may be something more nefarious behind Comey's whole stunt, because the indictment demands forfeiture of assets. Now, that could be his book, Royal.
Hold on. What he just said is the next story in today's show. Okay? What he just said is the next story in today's show. And they're going to bleed this guy dry. The same way that they did to General Michael Flynn, they're going to bleed this guy dry. Listen to what he says here about the forfeiture of his profits of his book.
It is no coincidence that Comey posted online his alleged threat of the president just 5 days before his book came out. The controversy suddenly thrust Comey back into the spotlight. It certainly boosted his book sales, but the law says you can't profit from your own illegal acts and thus the forfeiture. By the way, that book involved using the internet to dispense hateful rhetoric and incite violence. Sounds like Comey followed the plot of his own book. But look, I do concede it's not an easy case, major hurdles. But, the legal commentators denouncing the indictment don't know the full facts. They've overlooked several things. This case is in a conservative district. The trial jury, even with a higher burden of proof, may agree with the grand jury that Comey willfully intended to threaten the life of the president. Moreover, the second count gives them a choice of a lower standard of reckless disregard, much easier for prosecutors. And other people have been prosecuted in the same district for similar threats, so that undermines Comey's claim today in court of selective vindictive prosecution. And he will surely argue free speech. That's going to be his primary defense. But as I said last night, Sean, the Supreme Court has ruled that the First Amendment is not a shield for true threats against the president. So it comes down to Comey's intent, and prosecutors may have evidence of that, Sean.
Wow. So let's break this down. He gets hauled into a North Carolina District Federal Court. The case does. A district federal grand jury says, there's definitely enough cause here to arrest this guy and charge him. The DOJ then, in the indictment, puts, if this indictment is taken up, if the grand jury comes back with an indictment, we're going to put out an arrest warrant for this guy. Because they did that, the judge says, okay, we got the grand jury indictment. I see there's an arrest warrant in here. Go arrest him. Why they let him turn himself in, I don't know. I'm still waiting for that mugshot. I want that mugshot. We'll get it. Don't worry. I want that mugshot, though. Why they let him turn himself in, I never know. Why afford him that right? I think it's because technically, if you're a high-profile person, there's an arrest warrant out there for you. Your attorneys reach out and they say, we see there's an arrest warrant. We're going to come turn ourselves in. It does save taxpayer money from sending people out, coming to get you. But I don't care. I wanted that taxpayer money spent. You are afforded the opportunity to come in and turn yourself in. That's not anything new. I still didn't want that, though. I still didn't want that. I wanted kicking in the door at 4 a.m. like you did to other people in this conservative movement. And I wanted to see a perp walk. But who knows? Who knows what we're going to get here in the future? But I want to break down what Greg Jarrett just said there. He said everything that I said for the last day and a half. If the DOJ got a grand jury indictment, that means the DOJ has credible information that says this guy knew what he was doing. He's a former FBI agent, director, career cop. His daughter was fired in the Southern District of New York because she was caught doing things she shouldn't do. She's probably going to get some charges sooner or later. She's got a lawsuit on the DOJ right now. She won't win that. The guy's family is crumbling. They're going to bleed him dry. They're going to take his book sales. We'll talk about that in a minute. And the grand jury, the judge, the DOJ all think there's plenty of evidence in documents, text messages, conversations. The guy's ass up. And now they're going to take his book sales. They're going to confiscate all of the money coming in for his book sales. Federal prosecutors will seize James Comey's book sale profits after he was indicted on 2 felony counts on charges related to his Trump assassination Instagram post. Now, one thing that you have not seen yet is producer Eli's thumbnail. If you haven't seen it yet, I'm about to show you. Producer Eli's thumbnail that he made for the show today, which is fire, by the way. Love it. Check this out. It says, it's titled, Bleed Him Dry. And I said to Eli, make it so that Trump and Todd Blanche are ripping out his book out of his hands And I'm a tow truck driver hauling his Mercedes away out of his driveway. And I said, entitle it Bleed Him Dry. And here's what we got. I mean, come on, ladies and gentlemen. Does it get any better than that? Right? Bleed him dry. Take those book sales. Take that money. Take that car. Take that home. Take his family. Take it all. That's what they did to January 6ers. That's what they did. That's what they do to anybody who goes against the grain. Right? Why not? Bleed them dry. Get back to that story real quick here. The Justice Department issued a forfeiture notice because prosecutors believe that James Comey posted 8647 Trump threat to help with the sales of his forthcoming book. Remember when he was coming out with that book, he did that right prior to that. Quote, upon conviction, the defendant shall forfeit to the United States any property, real or personal, which constitutes or is derived from the proceeds traceable to said offense. Unbelievable. This is the moment Comey was in selling his book. If you remember this, we actually played this. We actually played this when he was selling his book, but the internet never forgets, so.
Director Comey, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Jesse Waters from Fox has a question.
Yeah.
Why do you want to 86 Trump?
All right.
Director?
I'm not taking questions like that now.
Why would you
just sign the book?
Why would you post that?
Look how scared he got. Look how red his face is and his ears.
Director Comey, how was your interview with the Secret Service?
You want the book signed, really?
Absolutely.
Okay, you got it, bud.
You got it, bud. Look how
Can
red
you
his
sign my
face is.
seashell too?
Can you sign my
Which beach is
seashell?
this that you're going to? You find a Kamala seashell, 8647. This is a politically charged beach, Director.
Be well.
The seashell? You don't want to sign it?
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you. Good night, Director.
Look at that. Violent. Look at that he/she that was saying, "Come on, get out." That guy with the mustache, girl with the mustache. Eli, you see how fast his face got red when he asked him that question? And then he proceeded to sign the book like Jesse Waters' assistant really wants the book. He says, "Can you sign my seashell too?" James Comey sells seashells by the seashore.
Looks like he stepped out there on the surface of the sun for like a split second and came right back in. Ouch.
You really want this book signed? I sure do. You got it, bud. Here you go. Oh, I don't want to answer this question right here. So bye-bye to your book sales, bro. What's up?
Got Your Six had a good comment. He's finally going down on something other than another Dem.
Amen. Amen. Now, did anybody see Alina Habba on The View? I'm going to tell you this. I watched it. Okay? I watched Alina Habba on The View. I had to. I had to go watch it, you guys. I had to go watch how they treated her. Eli, I have never seen a group of more scared individuals than I saw. We've seen these people. We've seen these ugly, demonic women when they have people come on. They pig pile on top of them. They call them stupid. They call Trump dumb, this, that, and the other. I'm going to tell you what. Alina Habba sat in between all of them in the middle of that table, and they didn't do shit. They were afraid of her. They didn't know what to do. They didn't know what to say. They tried to like cut off a couple times. We're going to go to commercial, and I don't know about that. Let me push back on that, but I'm going to tell you what. Alina Habba handled them, and they were afraid, and she was, and you know her, Eli, right? She's like, come on, bring it. I'm waiting for it. She was actually a little over-aggressive in the beginning because she probably thought that they were trying to do some gotcha questions, but they couldn't even do it because she was too powerful. A lioness among hyenas. That's what it is, Eli. This was Sarabi among the hyenas and the Lion King. Here we go. Alina Habba, The View.
During Hot Topics earlier today, we discussed the most recent federal indictment
of former FBI Director James Comey related to an Instagram post of seashells, an Instagram post that he deleted the very next day and apologized for. Do you think Comey's post rises to the level of a criminal threat against the life of the president and supports an indictment?
I do. I'll explain why. After Comey's post, and this is where I go back to Saturday's events, the responsibility of certain individuals like us. We all have a very big voice. He is a former FBI director. He knows what 8647 meant. There's no question about it. He actually went on TV later.
What do you think 86 means?
To kill the president, to get rid of the president. That's what it means.
wait,
By the way, his words, not mine. If you look at his late night show.
But the dictionary disagrees with you on that.
Well, he's the FBI director.
They use it in restaurants. Do they mean to kill any
You
of the
don't
meat?
think it
What
might
do they
meant
kill?
remove him? Let me
answer.
just tell you what happened after James Comey's post. A gentleman posted that about me. He posted on Twitter 86 Haba, and he was also charged. He was charged in Florida, and he was held accountable because you cannot do it. Now, this is an FBI director. We have responsibilities. You guys have responsibilities not to call the president certain things or say things that could incite violence. I most certainly think after Saturday, I have a completely new perspective on how important our voices are and how we use them.
Can I mention one thing, that Matt Gaetz also used that 86 many times and nothing happened to him?
Well, I think we look at everything. I'll be honest with you. Absolutely everything is in context. I don't think anybody is immune to it. I don't think we should be sitting here and nobody has condemned Jimmy Kimmel for his comments. Those were despicable.
Joy pointed out earlier, and the president also posted death to Democrats. Do you think the president should be held responsible for that?
When you, all due respect, I haven't seen that post. I will tell you what I did.
It does exist.
Okay.
But he knows it.
Here's directly how I feel about this. Nobody should be inciting violence, period. That's my perspective.
Including the president.
But you have to remember something. The Department of Justice brings real cases. We are not Jack Smith. We are not Letitia James. We bring real cases against people.
No, I know. I actually had the pleasure of serving as a former federal prosecutor at the Department of Justice. But let me ask you this. I do believe that this is a vindictive prosecution against Comey, directed by the president.
Believe whatever you
so
want.
far with little success, because he's done this many times. As Trump's personal attorney, you actually were sanctioned nearly $1 million for filing a frivolous civil lawsuit against Comey, against Hillary Clinton and others, that a federal judge called political grievances masquerading as legal claims. So why should anyone believe this pattern of targeting Trump's enemies is about justice? And
First of all, I hate when people read everything, because that means their producers gave it to them. That means her former attorney, prosecuting attorney for the DOJ, doesn't know shit. She didn't even know what she was talking about with the death of Democrats thing. She had to refer to Joy Behar, the other retard that was sitting next to her. Do you know why these girls were all quiet? You notice their demeanor, right, Eli? You've noticed their demeanor in this. It's completely different than it is with anybody else they had. Because they know they're up against somebody with a real IQ. They know they're up against somebody who's currently a prosecutor in the DOJ, and they know that they better be on their P's and Q's when they're walking and talking around her, because she will grab and pop their asses.
Oh, they've got an entire room, an entire conference room full of people in their ears, because every woman around that table, no offense against women, but these women specifically, are retarded. They're talking heads. They're pretty faces to look at.
They're not even pretty.
Right here is where someone said, oh yeah, what about that? What about Nevada? What about that?
Yeah, exactly. They're not even pretty, by the way. Alina Habba's prettier than all of them combined up there. I'll just say that. Alyssa Farah's not an ugly woman, but she's a vindictive, Trump-hating scumbag.
not revenge.
If you think that the Russian collusion hoax, if you think that the things that we've now seen evidence of in this Department of Justice aren't real, I just tell you to sit tight, because things are coming. Because what they did was weaponized. I don't want to hear about weaponization, because the reason you all know who I am is because of weaponization. I sat through targeting, people saying we're going to get Trump And then a Hillary Clinton appointed judge sanctioned me for suing Hillary Clinton. By the way, I'm proud of that. Well, I'm proud of what I did.
Actually,
Let me get Alyssa in here. Let me get Alyssa.
I just have to correct something, though, Whoopi. It was actually Bill Clinton, but that appointed that judge, but also a three-judge panel, consisting of a Bush appointee, a Trump appointee, and a Biden appointee, actually agreed with that court's decision, and in a 36-page opinion.
Which one was it again? Repeat it.
And basically,
I do want to move on because
do your thing.
These women don't know what the hell they're talking about. Who did that again? What did that? Well, I don't want to. Where? No receipts, no proof, no nothing, just saying things. President Trump said death to Democrats. Where did he say that? I've never seen him say death to Democrats. Never. He might have used it in saying, if I said death to Democrats, but he didn't say death to Democrats. They couldn't produce that. Where? Show me. Oh, Alina Habba sitting there with no notes, no paper, no phone, no tablet, sitting there handling business. Meanwhile, Sonny Hostin is sitting there reading every single thing that she's saying. Everything. Now, Eli, Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel doubles down, and when you see this, if your response to this is any different than mine, I will be shocked. And mine went like this. Here you go.
Well, now let's pretend this is his first day of prison, okay? And you guys can come in the area. Hey, everybody, it's me, Donald Trump.
You're gonna roll with me. I got the knife. Don't talk to the police.
Okay. I can't talk to you anymore. Give me a kiss.
No, get away. Grab my pepper spray. We're gonna pull up on this guy.
I love your flesh-colored underwear.
That would not be the right thing to say to someone.
And what are you doing over here?
Kicking your ass.
I
told you I would protect him.
Hey, what's going on over here?
Hey, get down. Everyone get down. Get down on the floor, inmate.
Yeah, but I can't get back up.
Donald.
All right, well, what did we learn here?
You got to find someone to protect you, right?
I was going to say
think
we
about
wasted
this for
a lot.
minute.
Eli?
It's just so utterly retarded. I'm even trying to. I can't stand Kimmel. I'm a huge Trump fan. I have the ability, as a lot of you do, to step outside a box and say, all right, let's look at this objectively and see if there's no comedy there whatsoever. There's no comedy there whatsoever.
No.
It's retarded. It's a bunch of retards. Monkey effing a football would be more entertaining to watch than whatever that was.
I always say it like this, dude. I hear people making jokes about Trump all the time. If they're funny, I laugh. If they're funny, I laugh. It's not like I'm like, oh, you can't make a joke about Trump. He's a Lord and Savior. I make jokes about Trump. If Trump haters make jokes about Trump that are funny, I'll laugh. That's not funny. You got a bunch of grown men playing with dolls. Jimmy Kimmel's operating Donald Trump, and he walks over to the cop and says, give me a kiss. Bunch of faggots. Sitting around circle jerking each other. They probably stuffed those dolls where the sun don't shine and the camera went off. What the hell did I just watch?
Probably before and after the camera went off. Yeah, it baffles me that Kimmel was ever on a TV show called The Man Show. He needs to rename his talk show The Pussy Show.
Yeah, exactly. And remember when Jake Tapper was just sticking up for him the other day? Like Jake Tapper has some kind of vested interest in Jimmy Kimmel? If you didn't see it, here you go. Fake Tapper.
It is a big problem of calls for violence and dehumanization, and it's getting worse. But it is not a problem to be wielded like a cudgel to try to stop journalism or jokes. Journalism and jokes are not calls for violence. Calls for violence are calls for violence. And far too many Americans in positions of power and influence are too blasé and too glib about those who make them.
So that was Jake Tapper. the other day. Journalism and jokes, right? But it was really weird because in 2024 of an episode of The Internet Never Forgets, or a segment of The Internet Never Forgets, Jake Tapper was freaking out that Aaron Rodgers made a joke about Jimmy Kimmel being on the Epstein list. I think, Eli, making a joke about somebody being on the Epstein list is a little bit different than making a joke about somebody dying, right? When you're talking about the president of the United States here. So you got Jimmy Kimmel, who makes jokes constantly and always refers to President Trump as dying, shows clips of people killing him and Saturday Night Live killing him, and he laughs and his audience laugh. And when somebody says fire him, hold him accountable, well, Jake Tapper says you can't do that. It's just jokes. It's just journalism. But if you go back to 2024 when Aaron Rodgers made a joke about Jimmy Kimmel being on the Epstein list, oh, you can't do that.
New York Jets quarterback Aaron Rodgers is facing intense and frankly well-deserved criticism over comments he made on ESPN's The Pat McAfee Show, in which Rodgers made false allegations about accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein and a popular late-night comedian.
A lot of people, including Jimmy Kimmel, are really hoping that doesn't.
False, defamatory, wildly irresponsible, and not funny if Rodgers was trying to be funny. This is child sex trafficking. I should note CNN has reached out to a representative for Rodgers and one for ESPN and one for ABC. They've all declined to comment. Frankly, just the latest.
Yeah. Aaron Rodgers said, take 2 of these and call me in the morning, dipshit. I actually watched that live on the Pat McAfee Show. I watched that the day it happened on the Pat McAfee Show where he did that. And Tapper just showed a little short clip out of it. Didn't show. I wish he would have showed the whole thing because they were railing on Epstein and all the people, all the Democrats that keep running cover. But Jake Tapper said that's not funny. That's tasteless. That's tasteless. That's not funny. Talking about children being trafficked by a pedo, that's not funny.
Bedroom. There was a big surprise from the White House today, even to Donald Trump. Melania emerged from the rubble of the East Wing. She brushed the drywall off her business suit and delivered a doozy of a prepared statement demanding that we stop talking about something no one was talking about.
Good afternoon. The lies linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today.
Okay, how about tomorrow? Because I'm just now hearing about these lies. Can you give me a minute to catch up?
You're just hearing about those lies? That's because you're a has-been dipshit who gets everything that he ever says written on a cue card or said into your ear. You think Melania just came out and said, I want to stop these lies that people are saying about me when nobody was saying them, dumbass? People were saying them. It was all over the internet. But you wouldn't know that because you're a homo. Right, Eli?
Absolutely. I'm sick and tired of this little shit hiding behind the First Amendment with everything he says. I said it before and I'll say it again. There needs to be certain, very few, but very certain few limits to the First Amendment. When you're threatening people's lives, I don't give a shit if that's your freedom of speech or not. That's unacceptable. There's weak-minded freaks in this country that these effers have spent the last 20 or 30 years grooming, and when they hear crap like, it must be okay because they're not having any consequences, they're getting in trouble about it, so I'm going to go hurt someone.
I know one thing. I can't go on an airplane and say, bomb. Can't do that. Can't hide under freedom of speech, and that has nothing to do with the president. I also can't go into a crowded event, arena, movie theater, and start screaming, fire! Fire! And causing a mass stampede of people where I can cause people to get hurt or possibly killed. Freedom of speech does not protect that. No. We actually, you know what, Eli? Maybe what I should do is maybe I should send over, what is it? It's ABC, right? Owned by Disney that runs Jimmy Kimmel. Maybe, Eli, we should send ABC last week's episode of Patriot Pals, where it talks about the First and the Second Amendment and how they're used and how you need to be careful with what you say and do with what you, with the First Amendment and what you say. Maybe we should send them the 5 to 10-year-old children's explanation of what the First Amendment actually is, and maybe they would get it.
It's a great idea, but his team of hacks would tear it apart, and his little gay ass would either cry or laugh about it and poke fun at it and find some way to make it seem illegitimate.
Or they probably would go and touch themselves to little visions of children because that's what they seem to like. President Trump yesterday urged NBC to fire Jimmy Kimmel after he made a joke about what he said. He said, when is the ABC fake news network firing seriously unfunny Jimmy Kimmel, who incompetently presides over one of the lowest rated shows on television? People are angry. And then he said this, Eli, with 3 exclamation points. It better be soon. Or what? President Trump? I can tell you the or what. I'm sure he didn't want to because I'm sure he thought it was probably maybe not moral to influence one of the independent agencies in our government, but he's talking about the FCC. And he's telling ABC in a very stern way, if you don't fire Jimmy Kimmel, then the FCC is going to freeze or completely revoke your FCC license, your broadcast license. And when that happens, you are going to be completely minimized on your distribution and how many households it gets. And when you are minimized and your reduction of your distribution happens all over the country, you will lose billions of dollars, and you'll lose it within weeks. And once you lose billions of dollars because you no longer have an FCC license, you are going to be downgraded to nothing more than a overbloated, completely asset heavy and cash poor company that's going to have to sell everything you own and become a Rumble podcaster or a YouTube podcaster. Would you like that to happen? Or would you like to fire this unfunny, low-rated piece of trash known as Jimmy Kimmel? Which is it? Which one's it going to be? Because I'll go with either one. And he needs to start. I don't want to say that because I don't like to tell people what they should or shouldn't do because I hate it when people tell me to do that. What I would like to see President Trump doing is the same thing with these TV broadcasting and Hollywood movie production studios and all that is that I want him to do with John Thune. I want him to lay the hammer down on these people. And maybe he's waiting for the midterms to be done. I don't know. Maybe he's going to go absolute ham in his second half of his presidency. But folks, come this January, we're already 2 years in. We're already half over. But I do like what Alina Habba said. Sit tight. You ain't seen nothing yet. When we come back after this quick break here, we're going to talk about the Secret Service and their failures of late and in Butler, Pennsylvania. But first, I want to say thank you very much to Fatty 15. And I also want to thank the people that take Fatty 15 in the audience that tell other people about him, because when I tell you how good it is, it sounds like I'm just doing a read, getting paid by a company, and hopefully you buy it. I bring these people on, yes, to make a little bit of money. Obviously, we need that because we don't have enough. We don't have $1 a day from everybody in the live chat yet. When we get there, we're good. We'll never need another sponsor ever again. But which is, literally $5 a week, $20 a month. A lot of people cover other people, which is great, and a lot of people can't, which is great. But I bring these products on because they're products that I believe that you will benefit from, that are good, that are reputable, or that I am currently benefiting from, and I'm telling you about them. So let me tell you about Fatty 15. C15. C15 is an essential fatty acid that prolongs your life, extends your years because it ages you slower. The slower you age, the longer you live. People looked for a fountain of youth for centuries. This is the closest thing we got in modern medicine today, C15. And we know it because of the clinical studies. You can get a 3-month supply. I saw some people order it just yesterday for the first time. You can get a 3-month supply of Fatty 15 right now by going to fatty15.com/LFA. And then when you get ready to check out, use the promo code LFA, get your discount, start taking it every single day. I know when you start a new regimen of something, it takes a while to get used to taking it every day, but make it a part of your everyday. You will see results, I promise you, and you'll live longer. Who doesn't want to do that? Some people don't. Some people want to go to heaven immediately, but, you know, for the people that do, fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. All right? Also, with Mother's Day coming up, I don't want you guys to forget about Chef IQ. Chef IQ is my wife's favorite thing that we own in our kitchen today. ChefIQ.com gives you Bluetooth thermometers that you can put in any meat, in any setting, whether it be on top of the stove, in the stove, on the grill, in the grill, over a fire. It doesn't matter. If you're cooking, then Chef IQ is going to be your cook buddy. All you have to do is pop these thermometers in any meat that you are cooking. On your phone, it'll Bluetooth to your phone. You say what you're cooking, what you want it cooked to, and it does all the rest. And it lets you know when it's done. No more checking in the oven, no more poking with a fork, no more cutting to make sure that the chicken is done or the turkey's done. This will tell you when it's done. And also on that app, it gives you thousands of recipes that would cost hundreds of dollars if you went out and got the cookbooks. So get yours today. ChefIQ.com. Promo code LFA for 30% off today. ChefIQ.com, promo code LFA for 30% off. Get it today. We have 4 of them. We love them. And we use them every single week, sometimes every day. Chef IQ. Check them out. Great Mother's Day gift, by the way. And a Father's Day gift. Jedi Legend Ryu says, I need it. I love to cook. It'll change the way you cook. Trust me. All right, where are we at here? Jimmy Kimmel, idiot, retard. That's right. Now we're going to go to Anna Paulina Luna talking about Butler, Pennsylvania. Here we go.
I think that there was a lot there, specifically what was interesting about the Butler assassination, and I've said this before, I think that that was intentional negligence. I was one of the individuals that actually asked questions of the former Secret Service director. We actually had whistleblowers from within the Secret Service that came out that stated that, you know, they were basically not present or told to stand down at the actual there was a group of snipers that were actually met that day that was coordinated by the local law enforcement, and they just so happened to not show up. The area that was left open was literally the perfect location to take a shot and basically assassinate someone. And then you have this aspect of the Biden administration that, you know, basically gave limited staffing to a former president with Secret Service, and everything that accumulated in the way that it was within, you know, hours of Crooks being shot and basically, you know, neutralized. The entire scene was done. I never heard any follow-up from that FBI on what happened to the other burner phones, and also too, if this was just some random, you know, lone shooter, why did he have burner phones? What happened to his video game console? I mean, that there's a lot outstanding, and I've actually shared this before, that to me that has all the marks of intelligence, and I believe an inside job. That's literally what I think is the ultimate revelation of that.
So the question is, if it was an inside job, which I believe some of it had to be. Look, this isn't like the speculations that people have around Charlie Kirk and the Jews and Israel and Erica, which we'll get to here in a little bit. This is completely different. This is a secured presidential area. I have been in them. Eli has been in them. They don't play no games, okay? Even people who are credentialed to be there are literally treated like they are terrorists. Eli, you're herded like cattle, and you're constantly being watched, checked, searched, and everything else to make sure you don't have something that you are not supposed to have. Yes or no? When the president's around.
You damn Skippy. We've been through security checks numerous times, and sometimes they want you to go through a second time just to make sure. And I'm always totally fine with that.
That's absolutely right. So there's no possible way in history, ladies and gentlemen, that Thomas Matthew Crooks could not be or was not involved somehow because he was just too close. And not only was he too close, there was constant video footage after video footage after video footage of this kid being in a secured area where he wasn't supposed to be, and just somehow he climbs up on top of this roof, this slanted roof, and he just sits there for hours and then shoots at the president, killing people and shooting others. Are you out of your minds? There's no possible way that it wasn't somewhat of an inside job because of the fact that there's no secure area in which where the president is, that people are allowed to be places with guns. And people were even saying to the Secret Service, no, there's a guy up there. They ignored it. So how do we find this out? Is Kash Patel the guy? Is he going to be the guy that gets to the bottom of it? Is Todd Blanche the guy that's going to get to the bottom of it? Because I want to see heads roll. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to see heads roll for this. All right, I got to play this video, another video of Alina Habba here real quick, talking about, here we go.
Why should anyone believe this pattern of targeting Trump's enemies is about justice and not revenge?
If you think that the Russian collusion hoax, if you think that the things that we've now seen evidence of in this Department of Justice aren't real, I'd just tell you to sit tight because things are coming. Because what they did was weaponized. I don't want to hear about weaponization because the reason you all know who I am is because of weaponization.
So we saw that, right? Sit tight. Things are coming. Things are coming to the weaponization agencies. Things are coming to the people that were involved in it. Things are coming, hopefully, for the people that were involved in the shooting or in the attempted assassination of the president. It's like, if it was a false flag, you can't say that something is a false flag if people literally died. Now, you can say they didn't care that people died. They killed people on purpose to cause something to happen. But you can't say it's a false flag. A false flag means it's just a misdirection. It is it's an attempt to get people to act a certain way. There was blood everywhere. People died. People are buried today because of it. It had to be an inside some way, shape, or form. Okay? All right. Moving on. Deep state people and locking them up. You know that J.D. Vance, our current vice president, J.D. Vance is in charge of the fraud department now, and the investigations going after state fraud like California, Minnesota, and things like that. Well, here's what he said about Minnesota and the fraud that's going on there. Roll it.
Do you expect some type of accountability, beyond political, some type of accountability for Attorney General Ellison or Governor Walz?
Well, we have to follow the law where it leads. And what we know is that there were multiple Minnesota authorities who were turning a blind eye to this fraud. What we don't yet know is whether they knew it was going on as it was going on, but that's one of the things that we're looking at with these investigations. We're not going to, we're not going to let anybody who committed a crime off the hook. And in fact, if you're a senior officer, if you're the attorney general or the governor or any other elected official, we're going to look extra hard at what you knew and when you knew it and how connected your actions were to this fraud scheme. But it's part of the reason why we're serving these warrants, Will, is because, of course, people don't come out and tell you, oh, yeah, I knew that the Quality Leering Center was committing fraud and people were getting rich off of it and I did nothing. People don't say that. So we've got to do the investigatory work to understand what was known, when it was known, and by whom. That's a big part of the reason why the fraud investigation, these warrants that we saw being served all across the city of Minneapolis, why that's such a big deal is because we're finally starting to really get into the nitty-gritty of what we knew, of what people were involved in this fraud scheme. But regardless of whether there was criminal wrongdoing on behalf of the governor, of course, like I said, well, we're going to let the law make those determinations. We know that he turned a blind eye towards this. I mean, you have people, Will, who came into this country, many of them illegally, and 6 months later they're driving Mercedes despite the fact that they don't have a job. That doesn't happen without some defrauding of the American taxpayer. The fact that they turned a blind eye towards it for so long is a scandal. We're also going to find out whether it was criminal.
I have a feeling, and maybe you can quote me on this because I'll be around still. Maybe you can hold me true to this, but I have a feeling that after this election, after this midterm election, Trump is going full on 100-mile-an-hour, full speed ahead on everything. I have a feeling that's what he's going to do. You might say, Jeremy, why isn't he doing it now? I think he is. I think we just don't see it. I think he's building the foundational cement block foundation for everything that he's going to do once these midterms are over. He's going to have over 2 years. He's going to have 2 years and 3 months at that point. And all these court cases, all this firing and hiring, all this musical chairs of putting these people here and these people here, it's all to set him up so that it's all swift justice after that. All the hard work is being done now. And then the swift justice comes after that. Yesterday was a big day for Second Amendment gun owners as the Trump DOJ and the ATF unleash a massive Second Amendment overhaul. 34 new reforms to slash red tape for gun owners, dealers, and small businesses. And you probably heard about this with Misfit this morning. A huge victory for the Second Amendment. Oh, by the way, Eli, hold up. I just realized something. Did that guy that was in here earlier, Hexline says it needs to happen before the midterms, real justice and accountability. Well, you got to think politically, Hexline. If real justice and ability is coming either way, you got to think of the political ramifications of things as well. I agree with you. I wish it happened today. I don't care about things that much, but what they're trying to do is build something that lasts for decades, not a year. So I understand what you're saying. But Eli, I just realized something. Did that guy that you banned earlier that came in, did he say that I was a misfit wannabe or a second-rate misfit or something like that? Like that, or did he think that I was the misfit patriot?
I think he was calling you like a Timu version of like the misfit patriot. And that's why I was like, well, he's on our network, numbnuts.
Not only that, Zach came on the scene politically about, I don't know, an hour ago in the grand scheme of things. Yesterday, maybe. If you're going to call me a wannabe or a Team U version, I'm the original. I'm an OG. I was here before 99.9% of the people that are watching right now doing exactly what I'm doing. As a matter of fact, I was going ham out in the streets. Real stuff. Are you out of your mind? I love Zach. I love Misfit, but he's a baby in this. I think he's a baby in real life. What is he, in his 20s? Maybe his 30s. I don't know. But somebody clearly didn't know who the hell they were talking to, Eli.
I mean, maybe from one standpoint, you guys look like, I guess you could be brothers, but that's about it. But that would be saying, like, now you're trying to look like someone else, and that's just not the case. And nothing against Misfit. He's got a great show. He's got a great production, but I think they were just pulling at straws.
You know, it's funny because people who are just now learning about me, like people who just start following me and that never heard of me or anything like that, they're like, oh, look, another new podcaster trying to be Steven Crowder, a new podcaster trying to be Alex Jones. And it's like, I don't even talk to those people. I'm like, radar is way down here, bro. Wash84 says, I've been here since the backyard days. You know, people say that a lot, Eli, and I always want to ask this question. Which backyard days? Because there's a couple different ones. There's the backyard days before Jesus, and there's the backyard days after Jesus. The backyard days before Jesus was nothing but double fisting bourbons, pissing on pictures of Hillary Clinton's on live streams, following around and putting the phone in front of pedophiles' faces, calling them pedophiles, and literally dropping the F-bomb every 5 seconds. That was the first Backyard Days. Then there was the second Backyard Days after Jesus came into my life, where I was still ornery, but I wasn't like, like that. So I'm curious as to which Backyard Days you were a part of. I always want to ask that question because I'm like, because there's two.
Actually reminds me of that scene from that movie with Kirsten Dunst. No, don't shoot, we're American. All right.
What kind of Americans are you?
What kind of Americans are you?
Yeah, that movie was called Civil War, and believe it or not, that was a good movie.
It was interesting as hell. They really did a good job of, you can kind of tell what side is what side toward the end, but like during, you're like, what the hell is going on? It was intense.
The only thing I didn't like about that movie, so 2020 election and the RAV days, that was the second Backyard Days. The first Backyard Days was 2016. Ricktown said, I first saw you on Brad Barton's channel. Wow, that was a long time ago. That was a long, long time ago. Wow. What were we just talking about? Eli, what did you just say? What were we just talking about?
Damn, hang on a second. There's a 20-second delay. Maybe I can catch it.
I don't know what we were just talking about before I said that. Son of a gun. I had a point to make, too.
The movie, Civil War.
Oh, yeah, Civil War. Okay. The only thing I didn't like about that movie was that I think that they were trying to portray, what's his name? The guy who played Ron on Parks and Rec. I can't remember his actual name, but I think they were trying to portray him as a Donald Trump-esque president. You know what I mean? And that was the president that they were trying to take out and kill the resistance. And it's like he became like a tyrannical imperial president or whatever, and they were trying to kill him. It didn't say that, but I got that vibe from it. You know what I mean?
Yes, it was a very suggestive movie, and movies like that, you can look at it this way, you can look at it that way. We know which way you were trying to make us look.
Yeah, exactly. No, I didn't think it was a bad movie. I thought it was all right. It was weird. It was a weird movie. I thought I'd catch it. But then there was the other one that came out, Eli, around that same time that the Obamas produced. I didn't watch that one. You know which one I'm talking about? Because two movies came out at the same time. It was Civil War and this other movie that was like a Civil War end of the, America movie, and the Obamas produced it. I didn't watch that one.
I'm pretty sure it Obamed at the box office.
I think it did. Let's get into these gun changes, okay? Huge victory for Second Amendment law-abiding Americans everywhere. The Department of Justice and the ATF announced this week that they are unleashing 34 notices of final and proposed rulemaking to slash the mountain of Biden-era tape strangling gun owners and firearm federal licensees. The move follows a top-to-bottom review of ATF regulations ordered by President Trump's Executive Order 14206, which was titled the Protecting Second Amendment Rights. Wow. I guess he's really not America First, Ryan Matta. Retard. After 4 years of the Biden ATF acting as an unaccountable attack dog against honest gun shops and citizens, the agency is finally being forced to listen to the industry experts. This is the first wave of reforms. More are coming. The Trump administration is keeping its promise to dismantle the deep state gun-controlled apparatus piece by piece. Here are some of the examples of this 34 proposed final regulatory changes. Modernize, updating record-keeping and business practices such as electronic records for gun dealers, changes to Form 4473, defined retention periods for records and license verification updates. Number 2, reduce burden. Remove or simplify requirements seen as costly or unnecessary for lawful gun owners and businesses, such as interstate transport procedures, spousal registration for NFA firearms, and remove some notification requirements. Number 3, clarity. Providing clearer definitions and standards, including straw purchase languages, mental health-related prohibitions, biological sex designations on ATF forms, and business premises definitions. Number 4, align, updating regulations to match court rulings, statutes, and partner agencies. Number 5, repeal, rescinding prior controversial rules, including 2023 stabilizing brace rule, which was under President Biden. 2024 engaged in business rule and the revising machine gun definitions after Garland versus Cargill. So gun owners and Second Amendment people are very happy today about that announcement yesterday. And who's going to head up the ATF? He's a big Second Amendment guy, so people are very happy about that. Will Johnson is in the live chat, Eli. Everybody say hi to Will Johnson. He'll be coming into work a little early, it looks like. But now check this out. An Orleans parish sheriff is arrested in connection with last year's jailbreak of 10 inmates. Yeah. Wild story here. Let's bring up the video. Check this out.
I'm Orleans Parish Sheriff Susan Hudson. I'm here with the hardworking women of this jail. We are in the jail today. Just want to assure the city that we did suffer a cyber attack this morning that did impact some of our systems, but we've isolated that, and the jail systems are on a separate server, and they're functioning just properly.
So that's
New Orleans.
That's
I'm
her.
Orleans Parish Sheriff Susan Hudson. I'm here with
Susan Hudson was just indicted on 30 felony counts over the 2025 jailbreak by 10 inmates. The indictment alleges that her office failed to maintain adequate prevention. And then once the criminals broke out of jail, they attempted to cover up. This right here that you're seeing on your screen is DEI, folks. This is DEI right here. This is what DEI is. Everything you see on your screen. Not because they're black, because they got hired because they're black. DEI usually pertains to trans, gay, black, who else? Muslims. Didn't earn it, but got it anyway. That's DEI. That's how all those people got their jobs. And she's just got 30 felony counts. Ouch. Guess she's going to be a scissor sister for the rest of her life. You know what I mean? AA Ron Broski said, how could anyone be proud to be DEI? I know. Or affirmative action. I've literally heard people out of their own mouths talk about DEI being so great, and if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have my job. That means you're the smartest retard in the room. Anyway, we're going to move on. Did you guys hear about the FBI agent who was using his FBI official credit card to buy things he shouldn't have been buying? Thank you, James O'Keefe.
I'm a celebrity around all of it, but no one knows me.
Jason Hermes is the vice president of content sales and partnerships for Fox Weather under Fox News Media.
Excuse me. This is not the one with the FBI agent. There's another one with an FBI agent. Maybe I jumped the gun on that one. This is the one with the Fox News executive who was using the Fox News business card, the Fox business card, for things he shouldn't have been buying. By the way, our friend Brianna Morello, they're working with James O'Keefe. She's been on the show a couple times, hosted for me once. Good woman, very smart, very intelligent. Let's keep it going.
Media.
So between me and the president of ad sales is Jeff Collins, and he reports to Lachlan Murdoch, who's Rupert Murdoch's son.
Hermes admits to using the Fox corporate company credit card for thousands of dollars at strip clubs.
You could take this, walk into a strip club, literally, spend $4,000, go into your corporate manager, and they would sign it and pay it off, and you'd be like, well, that's what the client wanted.
Like on Fox News?
On Fox, on NBC.
If we wanted to, like, you could.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, no one's going to say a word.
Okay. Openly boasting that they can just lie on the expense reports, potentially violating U.S. federal tax codes, committing wire fraud, and violating Fox's standards of business conduct.
Would you do this just with hosts or
No, we would just do it ourselves and lie it through the expense report.
Cool.
It's still like that.
That's pretty cool.
Because it's media. It's nobody's money.
I'm in love with a
Jason Hermes is the Vice President of Content Sales and Partnerships for Fox Weather under Fox News Media. The VP openly describes his close working relationship with the Murdochs and proudly claims, quote, "I'm the boss. It's like winning the lottery."
I'm the boss of Fox Weather. Like, I run that network.
So there's just a couple people above you, right?
One.
So
between me and the president of ad sales is Jeff Collins, and he reports to Lachlan Murdoch, who's Rupert Murdoch's son.
Are you cool with your bosses though? You guys have a good relationship?
Yeah, I'm cool with my boss. I'm the boss. Please
sounds like
punch
you
it
can
in.
get away with anything.
Anything.
And that's a great job to have.
It's the best job.
Yeah.
Because I'm a celebrity around all of it, but no one knows me.
Oh my god.
It's the best. It's like winning the lottery.
Are you conservative?
Okay, I'm not like a fucking MAGA red hat, asshole,
Wait.
I would never advertise.
Yeah.
I'm not a Donald Trump supporter. I'm not a MAGA red.
Jason Hermes immediately reveals that he has a history of using his corporate credit card at strip clubs, sometimes up to $4,000 in a single visit on a Tuesday at 3 p.m. He can apparently just make his corporate manager approve the charges by claiming, quote, "That's what the client wanted."
I'll be honest, we used to be able to go to strip clubs.
On Fox News?
On Fox, on NBC, with the corporate,
No way!
You could take this, walk into a strip club, literally, spend $4,000.
Oh my god.
You could put anything on it.
Really?
You could say, well, the client wanted to go to a strip club. You're like, dude, it's Tuesday at fucking 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm like, well, the client wanted it. And they'd be like, okay, they would give you the money. They would sign it and pay it off. And you'd be like, well, that's what the client wanted.
Really?
But I'm friends with all these guys.
if we wanted to, you could.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No one's going to say a word.
Okay. The Fox VP continues to boast that he could simply lie on the expense reports, detailing that because he was overseeing roughly $90 million worth of business, he was virtually untouchable.
Would you do this just with hosts or
No, we would just do it ourselves and lie it through the expense reports.
Oh, okay.
When I'm bringing in $90 million, no one's gonna fucking say a word to me. So when you put in an expense for $4,000,
that's nothing.
And you brought in $100 million this year,
yeah,
whatever you want, whatever you want to do.
That's pretty cool.
It's still like that.
That's pretty cool.
Because it's media. It's nobody's money.
In July of 2015, a man named John David Barrett, working for Worldwide Technologies, was indicted over claims that he, quote, utilized the tokens he improperly purchased with the company credit card to tip the MFC online.
So anyway, you can watch all of that over at OMG Media. But I'll say this. It just goes to show you all of the stuff that that goes on in Congress and in the Democrats goes on with Republicans and goes on at Fox News. Hey, Eli, you know what nobody will ever be able to do with LFA TV? Nobody will ever be able to find anything like this out about anyone at LFA TV. We're not perfect people, but there's nothing like this going on at LFA TV, and there never will be no matter how big we get. Because it's just if this is happening inside your company, there's a lot more of it than we know.
Very true. Two things about what we just saw. First of all, I absolutely love how she reeled him in with that. Oh my god, it's amazing, everything you're saying.
Yeah.
Secondly, I'm a realist. I'll be honest with you guys. I've been to a strip club. This guy's bragging about going to one on a Tuesday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You don't go to a strip club on a Tuesday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You can't unsee that. But you do you, boo.
I don't know. I was never a strip club guy, but I always heard that you don't go to a strip club. If you're going to a strip club, you don't go to a strip club during the week in the afternoon. Those are when the beasts come out. Eli, Sabrina's known this about me since I was young. Even when I was 18 years old, I was taken to a strip club for my birthday when I was 18. I've been to a strip club one other time since I was 18 years old. I hated it when I was 18, and I hated it when I was in my mid-20s. It just wasn't my scene. It wasn't my thing. And last but not least, I'm not going to pay for some girl to writhe all over me. It was never my thing. You know what I mean? People were like, "Are you gay?" And I'm like, "No, I just don't. It's not my thing. Never was."
Totally agree, dude. It's so pathetic, disgusting.
Whatever, dude. You've been to many strip clubs, haven't you?
Not in the capacity that you're thinking, you know? Like, I wasn't there, like, for the show all the time. I had a buddy who was a bartender, and he would feed me Jägermeister all night, and we'd just stand there and, shoot the shit. But scenery was nice.
Just happened to be in a strip club, right? Anyway, speaking of degeneracy, Eli, let's go see how the degenerates in Congress are with a camera in their face. And I love how this guy, what he said to get Ilhan Omar off her square here. He's like, "Oh, it was so great to address the king today, wasn't it? Oh, he made some jokes, blah, blah, blah. And what about the pedophile stuff?" What?
I realized, I thought that the speech length from his mom's speech and his speech was the same, but Speaker Pelosi was like, his mom only spoke for 11 minutes to his 30 minutes. So that was an interesting tidbit that we also discovered, a little fun fact.
That is pretty interesting, isn't it? Yeah. Well, he also threw in some jokes that were pretty unexpected.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you like them? Which one stood out?
He didn't write them himself, that's for sure. But when he mentioned 250 years, or as we say in England just the other day, that was pretty good.
Yes.
Yeah. But they also serve as a distraction from Epstein, don't they?
Yes. I mean, no, really, that was in many ways, right?
She didn't know what to say. Hold on.
Something that was...
He said, "How about the jokes," right? She's like, "Yeah, did you like the jokes?" He's like, "Yeah." He said 250 years for America, but for us, that's like yesterday. She's like, "Yeah, it was so funny." He's like, "Yeah, I mean, they really just distract from the Epstein stuff, don't they?" And she's like, "Oh, shit." Because she was one of these people that was like, "Oh, the king, oh, the king is the king." He said that, and she was like,
on the minds of so many people. You're not the first person to ask me about it, right? Everybody has been thinking about that. And I do hope with his visit, he does find the opportunity to address it, and somebody gets to ask him how he feels about the survivors of Epstein.
About his brother?
The role that his brother played in victimizing them, and what kind of accountability his kingdom will dole out for those that have victimized the survivors.
Precisely. And there were Epstein survivors here today as well, calling on that accountability, and they did not get it.
Well, I hope that does happen, and we will continue to shed light on it.
We will keep up the...
Wow! Whoa! Usually she would be like, "They are disgusting. They need to be held accountable for their role in the Epstein files." But not the king, no, huh? You were cheering him on. Go king! Go king! You're my king, King Joffrey Jafar. He's my king. Caught her off guard with that one, though, didn't he, Eli?
Ruler of Zamunda.
You meet my wife, Aeolian. Alien. Yeah.
Try the lounger, it's great.
You can't beat Coming to America, right? You just can't. All right, let's catch up with other members of Congress. Let's see here. Let's see how she's doing. Ah! What the hell? Excuse me, everybody. Thought I just saw a monster. It's even hard to look at her. All right, here we go.
Saturday's White House Correspondents Association dinner, the third assassination attempt on President Trump, changed the Democrats' calculus at all on getting DHS funded?
I'm sorry. I'm focused.
I can't answer.
Respond to you now. I'm thinking about something that we have to do.
Oh, okay. Do you think it's important to get Secret Service paid at this point in time, to get ICE paid, to get DHS funded?
I think it's important for me to make sure I get this $1 trillion bill so that we can have something that is meaningful to deal with the housing crisis. So I want everybody to have an affordable job. I want people to live in decent housing. I want people to be able to support their children. And so, yes, I'm a progressive. I was just with the Progressive Caucus, and I'm feeling very good about the leadership that is being taken and the determination that you just witnessed from all of those members of the Progressive Caucus to do what we said we're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Saturday's White House correspondent.
He goes, I'm sorry, I can't answer your questions. I'm thinking about something right now. And she goes, oh, okay. Well, let me ask you in a simpler way. I got to see that.
Correspondents Association dinner, the third assassination attempt on President Trump, changed the Democrats' calculus at all on getting DHS funded?
I'm sorry. I'm focused, and I can't respond to you now. I'm thinking about something that we have to do.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Let me ask you, can you see Spot run? All right, let's see. She caught up with. I love this girl. Hopefully, I get to hook up with her in DC, and she can show me the ropes here a little bit. Let's go to this one.
Today, just curious to hear
What's
your
your
thoughts.
name?
Allison Steinberg with
Allison.
Lindell TV.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Allison.
So we're just curious where we stand on the congressional insider trading because, as you know, we're in this affordability
Isn't it
crisis.
awful?
Yeah,
It's awful.
And then there's fellow squad members like Ilhan Omar who have this fraudulent
think so.
winery and. Now she's changing her financial disclosure.
You guys love picking on her. How about some of the leadership in the House and the Senate, both Republicans, Democrats, that literally own stock in war manufacturing, like the defense contractors and all these folks? They literally benefit every time they press a yes button for war, for genocide in Gaza, for the continuations of creating these U.S.-made bombs. They benefit personally. Focus on the real facts of the fact that literally members of Congress, both Democrat and Republican, own stock off of death and destruction. Like every time they press a button for that Department of War, they make money personally. So I'm with you, and I think Americans are with us, that no member of Congress should be sitting there owning stock and big pharma and anything that's really hurting Americans. It's a conflict of interest. They shouldn't be voting for wars or anything when they're actually making money off of it.
Yeah, we want to expose corruption everywhere, but I mean, the Ilhan Omar thing is a fact.
Get over it. She's a member of Congress and she's not doing anything wrong. I don't know.
Get over it. She's a member of Congress and she isn't doing anything wrong because she's a fellow Muzzy. All right? Let's see how this member of Congress is doing.
Today, but many Americans are concerned with members of Congress who have amassed an incredible net worth during their time in Congress,
absolutely.
on a $174,000 salary.
Yeah.
Where are we at with the insider congressional stock trading issue?
No, it's an excellent point, and it's something that we certainly need a lot more transparency on. This is something that we've been pushing. There's been stalled progress on this. Right now, there is I'm trying to remember, there is a compromise bill that I have discussed with Representative Steele, who is the chairman of House Admin, seeking to move this forward. But we need a second push around this. I think right now what had essentially happened was that between FISA and these funding bills, the Republican caucus has been caught up with that. But we're in a moment where we do need to push this and we need to force the issue because the insider trading in this institution is just horrible. To your point, people should not be coming here to make money. If you want to make money, there are plenty of opportunities to do that in the private sector, but this is a role of public service. And
Eli, do me a favor. I was going to make fun of her, but I don't know if it's time. Find out what her net worth is, AOC's. Find out what her net worth is.
And frankly, I think it could also have the potential to serve almost as an informal term limit because once people realize that you can't use this place to become a millionaire, then I think there'll be some natural turnover.
And the last question on that note, there's a lot of news surrounding fellow squad member Ilhan Omar and her finances.
Fellow
she,
squad
claimed she was
member.
worth $30 million, now it's under $100K. Lots of questions surrounding that. Do you have anything you'd like to share on that? Should there be a formal ethics investigation?
No, I know she's going through her process. we all file our paperwork, and everyone has a process of filing amendments. She's spoken to her case, and yeah, that's all.
You're speaking about affordability
today. They have everything to say about Republicans, but as soon as you bring up one of their jihad squad losers, they have nothing to say. Eli, how much is AOC worth? Bet there's no record of it, right?
Well, no, but I have a feeling maybe this isn't quite accurate. This is what I got, though. As of November 2025, Representative Alcasa AOC's estimated net worth is approximately $49,000.
As of what year?
November 2025. Financial breakdown as of late in 2025, estimate around $49,000, with some estimates placing it as low as $16,000 when factoring in both assets and liabilities.
Wow. Well, that's not bad. Maybe she is telling the truth. Maybe she's not there to make millions like MTG and others. And I'll tell you what, as dumb as AOC is, if she stays true to that, I got to give her credit, right? If she stays true to that, and that's a real financial number, and she really does try to stop insider trading, you got to give the girl credit, right? We'll find out, though. I mean, financial filings are pretty easy to find out. I want to find that out. Did she, however, though, slip up and say we've already had a gay president in Barack Obama? That's the next question.
Then, what do you think we're going to have first? Are we going to have a female president first or a gay president?
Oh, well, we don't know if we've already had a gay president.
Hey, that's true.
I think there are chances that maybe we have, but I don't know.
Last thing.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the only person that I know of, Eli, that has ever been accused of being full-on gay How's that hot dog tasting? Is that Michael's hot dog? Look at Eli, look at the background. Look at Michael. Look at Michael. Look at it. Look at his husband. How dare you put that wiener in your mouth? My wiener's the only wiener that goes in your mouth. Did AOC just tell on Obama, Eli?
Oh, he's going to be eating a Frankfurter later. You can bet that.
Michelle Obama's like, oh, you're going to get it now. You think that wiener's big? You wait until later. You're going to choke. Just like our chef. Wow, AOC dropping bombs, ladies and gentlemen. AOC dropping bombs. All right, last but not least, I know Will Johnson's getting ready to come on, but our jobless numbers came in, our jobless report numbers came in way down, further than expected. That means Donald Trump's economy is stronger than expected, and then we find out this yesterday, and I was waiting for this to happen, actually, for all the naysayers out there.
President Trump signed an executive order invoking the Defense Production Act to provide federal funds to a range of energy projects. This comes as Americans deal with rising gas prices and oil prices during the conflict with Iran. The measures cover a bunch of sectors, including coal, liquefied natural gas, domestic petroleum, and power grid infrastructure.
Executive order to start getting a handle on our energy here, because guess what? The administration is going postal right now on the oil executives and the gas companies, saying, no, these prices aren't like this because there's a shortage. There's not a shortage. These people are buying from America rather than another place. These prices are like this because you're using this as an opportunity to hike up gas prices and make money, and you're actually blaming it on the conflict in Iran when it isn't, because there's no oil shortage, there's no gas shortage. People are just buying it from a different place. So we'll see. MC Buster says, oh, this is an Israel first, Trump cuck, not conservative channel. Got it. And you're a pussy pile of shit who only talks shit to somebody on the other side of a keyboard because you're a faggot and you couldn't do it in real life. Having said that, Will Johnson coming up next here on LFA TV. And you know what, Eli? If this was one of those networks that guy said that we are, then thank you for the view. Thank you for the analytics. And losers focus on winners. So we'll keep focusing on winning. You keep focusing on our channel. How about that? There are right ways and there are wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you or no evil formed against you will ever prosper. Keep your families, your friends, and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face, and whatever you do, never, ever, ever stop standing up against people like that, standing up against evil, and spreading the real truth of the gospel. Have a great day, everybody. Will Johnson next. Peace. and losers, focus on this channel. Go America, go Israel. Go Jesus, go Yahweh. Peace!
What's up, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and yes, this is the Culture Wars.
It's not each other that is the problem. It's the other side. It's the fascist. It's the wannabe dictator. It is, the hater in chief. It is the racist in chief. Like, that is like what we've got to get out of.
Heads do need to roll, certainly within the administration. And now the GOP needs to burn to the ground.
Trump is an existential threat to our country, and the craziness that we see in the extreme Republican Party is something that I think we all feel like we need to fight and stop.
Every day, Donald Trump is making this nation look more and more like a fascist state. We all have to ask, how far will they go? How violent will they get?
The president wants these confrontations so that he can call out the military in other cities in America as part of his would-be dictator playbook.
Economic populism raised up Hitler in Germany. It raised up Hugo Chavez in Venezuela, and we watched it raise up Trump and his regime right here in America.
And of course, our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
Wow. White House, President Trump put that out on the White House X page and, of course, everywhere else. And that's exactly who the Democrats are. Now, I wanted to share that with you. A lot of times I will make one, but President Trump's, his team made that one. I said, you know what? Job done. I don't need to create one. Let me share this with everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. If you haven't already, please bless us by hitting that thumbs up and share the video. You're not scared, are you? You're not scared? You're not scared, are you? Please share the video. We're going to talk about the SAVE Act. Let's go. They're so mad. They're so angry. I haven't seen, and I'm going to go ahead and say it now, the Democrats this angry since they lost the Civil War, the first Civil War. This was a blow to the Democrat Party. The Jim Crow, gerrymandering Democrat Party, this is a total blow to them. And now they're piping mad. Oh, they're so mad. Let me give you an example. Look at this. Our great producer Eli created this thumbnail showing exactly how the Democrats are. And you can see down at the bottom, there's 2 jars of beans. Now, according to the Democrats, in order for me to vote, I have to tell you the exact number of beans in the jar before I can vote. I have to do a literally test. I have to pay a poll tax. Right? So if I can't do any of these, I cannot vote. The literacy test, a poll tax, and count the beans in the jar. If I cannot do any of these, I cannot vote, according to the Democrats. According to the Democrats, Will Johnson can't vote. But when you listen to him, the whole thing with the Supreme Court, it was overturned because the Democrats said, well, these black people over here that we have control over, of course, they didn't say that part, but these black people that we have over here, they can't vote the way we want them to vote. So we're going to do some redistricting to say they have representation because they're not voting the way we want them to vote. They're not getting influenced the way we want them to be influenced. So what did they do? Under LBJ, LBJ and the Democrats utilized what the Republicans started by allowing black people to vote. So when they found out that black people could voting, they changed the system saying, okay, well, we need to do some redistricting to make sure that these black people vote a certain way. So we'll have black people voting Democrat. And LBJ said we'll have these N-words voting Democrat within the next 200 years. And it actually happened within 60 years. So within 60 years, he was successfully got black people to vote on the Democrat ticket with little to no effort. And ever since then, the Democrats have been able to control the vote of the black man and the black woman. They did the redistricting based on race, which is absolutely wrong. It violates the Constitution. But they've been getting away with it for all of these years. And isn't it interesting that the United States of America is coming up on its 250th birthday, and this happens? This happens, which is absolutely wonderful that it happened. Of course, the Democrats are upset about it. Of course they are. Because this is going to do some redistricting that they don't want, because it's going to remove the number of seats that they have. They had it in the bag. They just did Virginia, which after this taking place, I suspect that Virginia is going to get overturned as well, because the Supreme Court has ruled in the favor of the American people. So this is really good. And again, this has the Democrats so angry. They act like they just lost their slaves all over again. They lost their property all over again. And because of who? White Republicans freed black people once again. See, the Democrats have had a stronghold on black people ever since LBJ. They've had this stronghold. They had a grip on black people. And they didn't want to let it go. Because by and large, majority of the people in this country vote that are black, vote on the Democrat ticket. Look, it is what it is. If you didn't know, if I didn't have on the Trump hat, if I didn't tell you I was a believer in Christ, if I was walking around acting thuggish and me being a black man, would you just automatically assume that I vote for the Democrat ticket? Absolutely. I've gone to Republican events where people had no clue who I am. No clue. And if I didn't have anything that shows my support for this country, people have just automatically thought that I was a Democrat. Why? Because I'm black. That's how our society is. Let's not beat around the bush about this. Let's not beat around the bush. Come on. Let's be honest here. I do it. When I go someplace and I'm just in the store and I see black people, or let me give you a great example. When I go to the gym, I've been going to the gym here lately, as I've told people before, and there's black people in the gym. Without me having a conversation with them, and they don't have on any T-shirts that say anything, I go in there, I have a MAGA shirt, I have Trump as your president shirt on, so they know where I come from. But other black people that I see in the gym, I automatically, without having a conversation with them, automatically believe they vote on the Democrat ticket. Automatically. That's just the way it is. And then, to my surprise, a happy surprise, I am wrong. Multiple black people in the gym that I attend, they go, I love this shirt. I support President Trump. Don't care what the Democrats are saying. They say Democrats, I say Democrats. Because they don't know. But to my surprise, there's more black people and Hispanic people. In the gym I go to in Texas, there's more Hispanic and more black people that support President Trump than the white liberals that go to the gym. Imagine that. So I'm happy to be wrong. I'm excited when I'm wrong. What? Let's go. Or when I go to the store and I got on my MAGA hat and I'm walking on the store and a Mexican guy ride by me. I love the hat. Let's go. Or somebody black. I love the hat. Let's go. But white liberals, they go, oh, how dare you? How dare you? I got a problem. I like triggering stupid liberals. I like triggering them. But let me share some of this with. There's so much in the news. Oh my goodness, there's so much in this. Look, they just tried to assassinate President Trump over the weekend, and look at the news cycle right now. I mean, come on, look at the news cycle. It's amazing. We should still be just at the top of the chart about, I came out with the video how they're trying to kill Republicans and how they want to kill President Trump, how violent they are. Okay, it's true. But the news cycle is we have another win here. Right? We have another win with the SAVE Act. Now, let me show you this. This is with Van Jones. And Van Jones is basically here on CNN, the Communist News Network, and he's basically crying, people. Liberal tears. I need a cup. I need my cup with liberal tears on it.
How big is this moment?
I think it's huge. I think it's devastating. It's the end of an era. This is the bill that John Lewis was beaten almost to death to get past.
John Lewis was almost beaten to death to get past. Now, John Lewis, if he's going to be accurate here, John Lewis, Martin Luther King, they were marching against who? Who? Do y'all know who they were marching against? Y'all let me know in the chat if you know the answer to that. Who was in power at the time when Martin Luther King was marching for civil rights? Who was in power? Y'all put it in the chat. Let me know if you know who it is, and I'll tell you either way.
This was the crowning achievement of the civil rights era, the crowning achievement of Dr. King's life work. It's part of why he was murdered. It brought America out of this horrific past that we've been stuck in for 200 plus years of enslavement, 100 years of racist Jim Crow terror, lynchings, no rights, no protection. This was the moment that we really became a democratic republic.
Wait a minute, hold on. We are not a democratic republic. That is a bald-faced lie. They never correct them when they say that. We are a constitutional republic. That has never changed. But they want people to believe that we are a democratic republic. You know why they say that? Because a constitutional republic excludes their democracy. Democracy is not even in the Constitution. So he's saying a democratic republic? No, we're not. Mob rule, there's no mob rule.
In the full sense of the word, Dr. King kind of becomes the final founder of this republic in that moment. To take that, ball it up, and throw it in the toilet, flush it, and have the president crowing about it is devastating. Because these states, I'm a Southerner, I grew up in Tennessee, these states still have that unfortunate legacy where everybody's not treated fairly, and everybody knows it.
So exactly, give me, how are they not treated fairly? I'm in the South. Did I get something wrong? And to answer the question a second ago, Martin Luther King was marching against Democrats. It was white Republican and even Jewish people. A lot of people don't know this. It was white Republicans and Jewish people marching right along with Martin Luther King. Did you know that? And guess what? They were attacking black people and white people that was marching against the Democrats. They remember they used to get the water hose and they would hose them down in the street because they were peacefully marching. Or they would have these German shepherds, and the German shepherds would attack the people because they were peacefully marching because they wanted rights. They wanted the right to vote. They wanted their freedom. The Democrats were fighting against that, and it's still the same Democrat Party today. The same Democrat Party today. So, like I said, I have so much to share with you. I'm not going to be able to get through all of it at all. So I'm going to skip from him. I'm going to come back to her. And I'm going to go to this one here. So the last one was the Communist News Network, MSDNC. They had Van Jones on there. And now they have this guy on here. I don't even know his name. Don't even care. I've seen him on here multiple times. I probably should figure out his name. But anyways, here he is on MSDNC. And this dude as well about to start crying. You know what it makes me think about? How many of y'all seen the movie Django with Samuel Jackson? How many of y'all seen that? Samuel Jackson played the slave that was on the Democrat plantation, which for some reason, no one wants to mention that it was the Democrat plantation in the movie. Democrats are the only ones ever had slaves. Okay, so you have Samuel Jackson was on the Democrat plantation, and he was crying when his massa was killed. Look at this. This is the exact same thing. They find these black people that are crying because white Republicans did the right thing. Watch this. Crybaby. Grown man.
Here, Nicole.
Why?
Because I'm really upset.
Really?
That's okay.
You get tired of people playing fast and loose with your dead.
Mm-hmm.
And it was triggered by Obama. You know how many dead people are in the bottom of rivers in Mississippi because they tried to vote?
because of the white Democrats killed them. I mean, can we keep it real?
Mm-hmm. How many dead folk? Right?
I mean, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. I just got something. Did y'all catch it too? Did y'all catch it? I'm gonna have to take it back because I didn't catch this the first time I listened to this. I'm gonna have to take it back. Now he's talking about dead people in the river, and then he brings up Obama. Is he ratting Obama out? Because didn't Obama allegedly kill his chef in the river in the water? I mean, look.
Get tired of people playing fast and loose with your dead. Mm-hmm. And it was triggered by Obama. You know,
it was triggered by Obama.
How many dead people are in the bottom of rivers?
Let's ask Obama. Do you mean to tell me there's more people than just the chef? Am I missing something here? Maybe I'm just reading into this. It's funny, but not funny. I mean, is he ratting Obama out? What does Obama got to do with the Civil Rights Act? What Obama didn't do anything for black people. You know how many people in Chicago hate Obama because Obama supposedly being from Chicago, birth certificate, being from Chicago. What did he do for black people? What did he do? Nothing. He did absolutely nothing. But he did go ahead and kick a whole bunch of people out the neighborhood so he can build that garbage can. He did do that against a lot of black people, and black people complained about that. But again, is he ratting Obama out?
In Mississippi because they tried to vote? Mm-hmm. How many dead folk, right? Folk who have wounds because of this? And here we are in this moment in the country's history, and we have to deal with this again? You see what I mean? So you think about the glorious revolution, our glorious revolution that produced the Constitution, the courts restrained it, limited. Dred Scott doesn't extend to us. You think about the Civil War, left 600,000 plus dead. Get the Reconstruction Amendments. We finally look like we're going to try to become a democracy. What do we get? The courts.
We're not a democracy. We don't want to become a democracy, you bubbling idiot. We're a constitutional republic. And most of us want to remain that way. Most of us enjoy being a constitutional republic because we have the greatest nation on God's green earth. And they don't want that. You see, here's another example. A democracy? No, we don't want mob rule.
Slaughterhouse cases, reduces it, rolls it back.
Listen to him.
And now here we are. We've only been a democracy since 1965.
We're not a democracy. Oh my goodness. And no one is correcting this dude. No one is correcting this dude. We are 100% a constitutional republic. That has not changed. The Democrats, if they get the opportunity ever to do away with the Constitution, they will. They will stop saying a constitutional republic. They will say it's a constitutional democracy. Actually, they don't even want the Constitution, so they'll probably just go back to saying it's a democracy, the republic. I mean, stupid liberals. Stupid liberals. Now, let me get away from him because he's irking me somewhere. I'm tired of hearing them cry. Now, let me go back to this one. Now, this is something that I receive all the time. I get it no matter what day of the week it is. It does not matter. If I post something on social media, 9.999 times out of 10. Okay, let me tell you that number again. 9.999 times out of 10. I get called a traitor to my people. Last time I looked, my people are the body of Christ. My people are the American people. Last time I looked. Now, unless there's something else that I'm unaware of, by all means, y'all let me know in the chat. But to my understanding, you are my people. You're my people. your color is meaningless. It's pointless, because when we all become bones in the dirt, what color are the bones? It doesn't matter. You are my people. I'm fighting for you. I respect you. You are my people. Now, the reason why I say that, and I bring it up, listen to this.
Alito argued that the vast social change has occurred throughout the country, and particularly in the South, indicating that racism no longer exists in this country.
It doesn't. But you know who wants to keep it alive? Here, now hold on. I'm going to come back to that. I'm going to come back to it. But you know who wants to keep it alive? The Democrats. Don't you die on us. We're trying to win an election. That's exactly it. Exactly it. Is this not it? Hello? The only people, the only party, they misspelled it. They should have had N in there. But the only people that want racism to remain in this country, 100%, the Democrat Party. 100%. 100%. Now, let's get back to this one.
I can tell you, as a black woman, that my father was born in 1949.
Okay.
He remembers segregated schools.
Does he?
He remembers segregated water fountains.
Really?
He remembers that he did not have full civil rights. And
does he remember that it was the Democrats? I wonder if he remembers that. I would love to ask him that question. Do you remember that it was the Democrats, white Democrats, mind you, not white Republicans, but white Democrats? I wonder if he remembers that. It wasn't that long ago for him to remember, right? I mean, can you remember?
he told me when I turned 40 years old that I was the first person in his family to enjoy full civil rights. And
was it his family or our family? I'm a little confused on that one. The first person in his family. Why not say the first person in our family?
He is still alive today, and I am still alive today, and I have been discriminated against. And
Really?
now I have to tell my children that they have less civil rights than I did when I was born.
That's true.
That is.
You know what this is all about? This is a movement to get black people in their emotions. Can I get a show of hands on that? Have y'all figured that out? This is exactly what this is. This is to try to get black people to get in their emotions, to get completely into their emotions, and to possibly riot. Oh my goodness, the racist white Republicans taking our rights away. Piping mad, I'm telling you right now. This is an agenda. Now, here comes the catcher for this clip. You don't want to miss this. Here comes the catcher. Listen to this. As I mentioned to you before, every time I post something, they always tell me that I'm a traitor to my people. And as I've already mentioned it to you, the body of Christ, they are my people. Americans, you are my people. Listen.
It's disgusting, despicable, and I am devastated by this particular Supreme Court decision, even though we did know this was coming.
What about Clarence Thomas? Didn't he stick up for his own?
No.
What? What about Clarence Thomas? Didn't he stick up for his own people? He's a Supreme Court justice. Shouldn't his people be the American people? What am I missing here? This proves right here that the Democrats put people in position because of their complexion. They put people in position because of their sex, not because they're capable of doing the daggone job, but because of their identity. People make it make sense. That's exactly what all this is about. And even the Supreme Court overturned it because the Democrats pushed the gerrymandering. They pushed the redistricting based on color. That's the reason why they did it. And that's the reason why the Supreme Court overturned it. Said you cannot discriminate in favor of or against a certain group of people. You cannot do it. It is blatantly unconstitutional. Blatantly unconstitutional. But these Democrats are so racist and so hateful, they can't even recognize it. They don't even understand that they're the ones doing it because they're so caught up in their hate and they're so caught up with the racism that they've been pushing for all of this time, all of these years. Now, here's Warnock, which I refer to as Warlock, because he's a Democrat. of witchcraft and all the rest of it.
The Supreme Court did the democracy a terrible disservice today.
And again with the democracy. Again, we are not a democracy. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but this is for any trolls or anyone else who might see this that doesn't have a clue. We are a constitutional republic for the last time.
I think what you said earlier in your remarks is spot on. These efforts to effectively disenfranchise Black voters,
oh my goodness,
has always, even during the darkest days of the Jim Crow era, claimed to be race neutral. You had the 15th Amendment. By the time we got the Voting Rights Act, Black people theoretically had a right to vote for 100 years when the 15th Amendment was passed. But through literacy tests, through grandfather clauses, through poll taxes, they effectively disenfranchised Black voters. This is just the 21st century version. This is Jim Crow in new clothes.
Jim Crow in new clothes. Well, guess what? Jim Crow in new clothes is still the Democrat Party. You know what? When the Democrats did the gerrymandering, when the Democrats did the redistricting, it wasn't about being hateful and racist. They did it based on race. They did 100%. Bagel Boy, thank you so much for the Rumble rant. Our conservative family voted for Obama and Big Mike in 2008. Give us a break. 100% give us a break. If it weren't for the white people voting for the first gay president, touche, he would have never made it both terms. Exactamundo. And thank you so much for that Rumble rant. And with the truth bomb in the Rumble rant. Exactamundo. That's exactly what it is. Obama being the first gay president in AOC. I mean, y'all saw it on Jeremy. AOC called it out. I don't know. We might have already had a gay president already. Who else could she be talking about? Bush? No. She wasn't talking about Joe Biden. Joe Biden was taking showers with his little girl. That's pedophilia. But I mean, the only one that's lined up with the gayness is, Obama. But anyway, we're not a democracy, as they all keep saying. And of course, they want everyone to believe that what is happening is all about the racism. It's all about this racism. I've mentioned it to you just a second ago. Do y'all see this the way I'm seeing it, or am I just reading too much into it? That they're trying to get under the skin of Black people by telling Black people that they're no longer going to be able to vote. That your rights of an American citizen have been revoked. I've actually had someone say the next thing that the Republicans are going to do. And actually, the person I was talking to didn't say Republicans. They said the next thing that's going to happen is that they're going to look to taking away the citizenship from Black people in America. And my response to that was, well, I think that we don't have to worry about it because the Republicans stopped the Democrats the first time and the Republicans will stop them again. They actually just stopped them. The Republicans, through the SAVE Act, just stopped the Democrats from owning and controlling the Black community. This was the last straw. I don't think most people understand this. See, me as a free Black man in this country, this is the most exciting thing that I have seen, other than abortion getting overturned, coming out of the Supreme Court. This is one of the most exciting things because now it truly means me as a Black man in the United States of America. It means that me as a Black man in the United States of America, that my vote truly counts the same as the white person, the Hispanic person, the Asian person. My vote counts as Will Johnson's vote. My vote is not designated or counts as a Black vote any longer. I hated that. It should be, well, this Black person voted and that Black person voted and this is how they voted. No, how about he, she, they, them, and those voted, and this is what the turnout was? Why can't it just be that? How can it be these Americans all went to the polls to vote, and this is how they voted? I don't care to know that you're a female when you go vote. You being a female pulling the lever has nothing to do with anything. Nothing. Can we just count the votes and move on? Legit votes. After an ID has been verified that you are a registered citizen in the United States of America. Why can't we just get that? Oh, but Will Johnson, you can't do that. You can't do that. Why not? Tell me why not? Why do you need to know what my complexion is when I pull the lever? Does the lever pull down differently because of my complexion? Absolutely not. I'm so sick of it. I'm so glad this happened. You know what's going to end up happening too? It's going to trickle down to other states. It's going to happen to other states because other states are going to come back and say, well, you know, this is gerrymandering based on redistricting on color. That's how this is going to be viewed through other states. And other states are going to say, well, this is actually discriminating against another group of people. See, it's okay to discriminate against white people. It's okay to discriminate against white people because white people, according to the left, they deserve it. According to the left, they deserve it. Listen to this. And this is another prime example of trying to get people, black people specifically, to go out and start rioting because they know they can get under the skin, get into the emotions of black people. Listen to this demonic woman.
My opening statement tonight. Today, 6 justices all but threw away the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Now, they left the words on the paper, but they erased the meaning. The way poll taxes and literacy tests and jelly bean counting tried to negate the 15th Amendment that gave black people the right to vote. Why? Because voting is the single most important power in a democracy. Not just the act of going to the polls and filling in some bubbles. No, it's the ability to vote for your candidate of choice. Now, you are not entitled to vote for the winner, but gerrymandering districts can mean that your power is so watered down that you never even had a chance to choose who represents you or pretends to. Enter Louisiana. The court struck down its map today, saying that lawmakers illegally used race to draw a majority black district. At the heart of the ruling was Section 2 of the Civil Rights Act that LBJ signed. And before I explain Section 2, why don't you listen to what LBJ said when he signed it into law?
Millions of Americans are denied the right to vote because of their color. This law will ensure them the right to vote. The wrong is one which no American in his heart can justify.
Now, you notice this is where the clip ends. She's not going to play the clip where LBJ said, I have these N-words voting Democrat for the next 200 years. He says they have all of them voting Democrat within 200 years. She's not going to play that part. Why not? LBJ was the most racist Democrat to ever be in office. The most racist to ever be in office. And LBJ, what he did and the Democrats did during that time, just got overturned. They were hanging on to his racist tactics to control black people, and it just came to an end. It all got squashed. Why do you think they're so mad? Why do you think they're so mad? You know, I think the SBLC, they have a new map, and they actually put the Supreme Court on the map. I know. Look. They don't, but I started to get a picture of the map of the SBLC and put them on there. You know, you can hover over it and make it look like I'm hovering over it and pop up. But this is what the SBLC would do. This is exactly the SBLC. We have a new member to the hate map. And they even have Thomas Kalita in the white hood. I mean, come on. Like he's a traitor to his people. Are you kidding me? If anybody should be wearing the hood, it should be the other liberals. It should be the liberals wearing the hood. They're so mad because they wanted to change the number of the Supreme Court as well. And this all what just happened, change all of that. What just happened, change all of that. And I think the only way the Democrats are going to be able to get out of this is if they start physically fighting with people. That's the only way they're going to get out of this. The only way. We'll be right back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15. And in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
Well, that's not clear, and that, is for people to judge the credibility of that response. At the end of the day, here in America, we're living in a moment of extreme political violence. And that impacts every single person in public service and the people that we are all working hard to represent. But we will not be intimidated. We will continue to show up and stand up and speak up for the American people, to improve their quality of life, to address the extremism that is being unleashed on everyday Americans by this administration all across the country. We will not bend.
Examples?
We will not break. We will never bow down. And when it comes to these extremists out...
Okay, let me stop it right here. Hakeem Jeffries has a message for all of you watching right now. Do you consider yourself a mega extremist? I do. I mean, I'm a mega extremist. I think it's already been known. So, but Hakeem Jeffries has a message for all of you.
When it comes to these extremists out there, you better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Next question.
Oh, boy, shut your pie hole up. Yeah, have y'all seen this? He actually put a threat out there to all of us. He put a threat. Better watch out how you talk about me. Well, guess what? Hakeem Jeffries. You are a stinking politician, a public figure. We get to say whatever it is that we want to say about you. It doesn't matter. As long as we're not calling for violence, physical harm. Other than that, we get to say how dumb you are. We get to say how racist you are. We get to say how hateful you are. We get to say whatever it is that we want to say about your peanut head, Obama little brother. We get to say whatever it is that we want to say. Because you're a politician. What are you going to do? I hope he sees this right here. I hope he sees it. Putting the threat out there. Really? Really? We're supposed to feel, oh my goodness, Hakeem Jeffries said we better not say anything bad about him. Really? Give me a break. Give me a break. What a wussy. Here's another one from him. Here's another one. Because I told y'all. They so mad. They haven't been this angry since they lost their slaves. They just lost the final grip on the slaves that they had, black people in this country. They just lost it. And now they're losing their beep boop, piping mad.
And so the guy's falling apart. The MAGA majorities in Congress are falling apart. The Supreme Court is a disgrace.
Really?
And Ben, in the new Congress, we're going to have to do something about this Supreme Court. And let me be very clear.
Told you.
Everything is on the table. Everything to deal with this corrupt MAGA majority that is issuing political opinions that are designed to bolster the prospects of the Republican Party. And we will not allow them to succeed.
I mean, just wow. I mean, this dude, so everything's on the table, meaning they're going to do what we've always said that they're going to try to do. God forbid that they ever do, but they're going to stack the courts and they're going to do away with the Constitution. They're so mad right now. They're so mad. And he's extra mad because he wants the gavel in his hand. He ain't spent enough time with Obama, I guess, because he want the gavel in his hand. He wants that gavel in his hand so bad he's willing to do anything for it, even possibly coordinate an assassination attempt against President Trump. I did say possibly, because all these Democrats keep trying. Possibly. Here's another example of how the Democrats saying the quiet part out loud. These are white liberals basically upset because they lost their slaves. It's like, this is finally it. The Republicans finally took them away from us.
Right. And as I mentioned, I want to bring in Leah Lippman for this. The current maps that are now being thrown out were drawn after courts had ruled that the previous map didn't adequately represent the population there and was in violation of the Voting Rights Act. So what is the Supreme Court suggesting is the proper remedy? Leah,
Sorry,
can you hear me?
For Leah? Is that from me or for Leah?
So it's for Leah.
What the Supreme Court is saying is that the Voting Rights Act actually did not require the state of Louisiana to draw an additional majority-minority district. So instead of striking down what remains of the Voting Rights Act, Section 2, and its protections for multiracial democracy and districting, the Supreme Court has adopted an exceptionally narrow and cramped reading of Section 2, one that will essentially almost never require states to draw additional majority-minority districts. What the court effectively said is, so long as the plaintiffs who are challenging these maps that states draw can't identify an alternative map that would both provide an additional majority-minority district and retain the same partisan composition as the state's initial map, then the state often isn't going to be required to draw that second district. The reality, however, is that there is racial polarization in voting. So race. Why is that?
Why is that? Because this is what the Democrats have created. Y'all get what she's saying here? The Democrats, she's admitting that they did the redistricting based on the color of people in that location. Why would you do that? That's discrimination. Now, if they were doing it based on, say, well, it's almost, you know what it really comes down to? They want segregation. This is what this is all about. They're saying that they're taking away voices of black people. They're taking away votes of black people. Last time I looked, you get to vote for who you want to vote for. Last time I looked, they shouldn't be targeting you based on your color. Again, are we Americans or are we not?
And party are inextricably linked. And what that means is it's almost never going to be possible for plaintiffs to show that a state can draw an additional majority-minority district, but that additional majority-minority district will still vote Republican in the way that the previous district would have. That's why Justice Kagan, in dissent, is writing for the Democratic appointees and calls this ruling one that renders what remains of the Voting Rights Act a nullity. She situates this latest ruling in a trilogy of cases that the Supreme Court has issued dismantling the Voting Rights Act. She says, look, back in 2013 in Shelby County versus Holder, the court effectively nullified what was the preclearance regime, which required certain states with especially egregious histories of voting discrimination to get the federal government's permission before changing their voting laws or policies. Then, in a later decision, Brnovich versus DNC, the Supreme Court effectively made it almost impossible to challenge what are called voting preconditions, rules that affect who can vote, like a voter identification requirement. And since that decision in Brnovich, there have been zero successful Section 2 challenges to voting conditions. The decision today in Louisiana versus Calais completes the set because it effectively dismantles the last leg in the Voting Rights Act's protections, which was for redistricting.
It kills their stronghold on Black people. She's not saying it that way, but that's exactly what it is. It just killed the grip that Democrats have had on Black people when it comes to voting in politics for 70 years, 60 years. How long has it been? All of this time.
Whereas previously, the Voting Rights Act had said when a state draws districts in ways that have the effect of diluting the voting power of racial minorities, of effectively making it so racial minorities' votes count for less than white voters and that they can never elect the candidates of their choice. Now, the Supreme Court has said, go ahead, state legislatures, draw districts, maybe even redraw districts in ways that lock voters of color out of power.
You see this? This is not locking people of color out of power. Are you kidding me? It's the most idiotic thing ever. And you got a white feminist liberal on here trying to convince Black people your vote doesn't count any longer. Doesn't count any longer. You know why they say it doesn't count any longer? Because it doesn't count for them. It's not counting for the Democrats. So because it's not counting for the Democrat, like, right, you know, what they've actually told me, like, my vote doesn't count because I vote for a Republican. That's what they're talking about. That's what they're talking about. It's pretty disgraceful, straight up despicable. We'll be right back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
We have supposedly come a long way since African Americans in the South were forced to guess the number of jelly beans in a jar in order to be allowed to vote. America's generations-old caste system, typically associated with slavery and Jim Crow, stretching into the 21st century and poisoning the wellspring of any true democracy. Republicans are trying to limit absentee and mail-in voting, make it harder to post a ballot by drop box. What's the rationale? Stop it. Jim Crow in the 21st century, rearing its ugly head once again. Shame on them. Shame. It's infuriating. They're even fine with policies that criminalize giving food and drink to voters at the polls. These laws are anathema to the very spirit of our democracy. They are Jim Crow too, and it is the Republican Party, by and large in the Senate, supporting the reenactment of those Jim Crow laws. Jim Crow, racial disenfranchisement live on to this day in ways both subtle and explicit. Discrimination at the ballot box is very real in today's day and age. It is very reminiscent of Jim Crow. That's what Republicans want to do. They want to not only restore Jim Crow in the South,
They want to have Jim Crow spread from one end of this country to the other. It will not happen. House Republicans are choosing to spend their time this week on federalizing Jim Crow. While the specific policies may have changed since the days of the Jim Crow South, the goal of the SAVE Act is the same.
Stupid liberals. Stupid liberals. It's the same Democrat Party. It is the exact same Democrat Party. And I'm so with you, Bad Moon. Time for term limits. I mean, really, look at all those years. Chuck Schumer was there, basically saying the same lie over and 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 over again. And all this time, been there all this time. He should have been gone a long time ago. Term limits is a necessity. And again, and I didn't look in the comments last time, and I'm pretty sure you do agree with me, that they're doing this because they want black people to believe that they're going to lose their right to vote. And we're going to end up with situations like this, right? Where black people are going to have to report to a certain location, and there's going to be white people there to see if you're eligible to vote or not. This is what they're saying is going to come back. But this is an image back in the day when they were asking black people to do a literacy test, and they were asking them to count beans, and they said they had to pay a poll tax. See, they try to bring it back up again, saying that if you have to get a driver's license, you have to get a form of ID to prove that you're an American citizen to go vote. The Democrats were calling that a poll tax. I don't know a single black person that doesn't go to the liquor store without a driver's license, or get on an airplane, or go into a federal building without an ID, or get a job, or buy a vehicle. Are you saying that black people don't buy vehicles? Black people don't hold jobs? Black people don't get on airplanes? Are you suggesting that white liberals, even black liberals, are you suggesting that it's a bunch of BS? Every American citizen has a birth certificate. Every last one of us, if you're born in a country, you have a birth certificate. But they want us to believe that they don't, and they keep pushing it, trying to convince everybody this is what we're going back to. We're going back to this, according to them. Hate to do it to you, but here's another one with Keem Joffreys.
Because they are doing everything they can, it appears, to artificially give Donald Trump a Republican majority in the Congress and in the Senate, which, of course, he's at risk of losing because his presidency has been a disaster.
Really?
And the Republicans have been nothing but sycophants and rubber stamps for Donald Trump's extreme agenda. Mm-hmm. We're going to make sure that there's a free and fair election in November.
Are you?
And this voting rights decision by the Supreme Court has come late enough in the process that I agree entirely with Mark Elias that at the end of the day, at best, it may give the Republicans an additional seat or two in advance of November of 2026. And then we got to battle it out in connection with 2028.
Because it's going to really come in effect for the presidency in 2028. It's really going to come into effect then. And that's what they're really upset. Now, y'all heard Jeremy talking about DEI and everything else. Listen to what he has to say. Is gone now.
And now we're at a point where affirmative action is gone, diversity is gone, equity gone, inclusion gone.
Let's go.
Racial tolerance gone, the Voting Rights Act largely gone. But guess what, extremists? We're still here. That's right. And we're not going anywhere. And we believe in this.
I mean, y'all see, look how weak the clap is. Oh, yeah. They've been defeated, people. And a lot of them right now coming on national television trying to say, oh, it's really not that bad. Like they're trying to convince themselves. This, what just happened, is wonderful. It means, again, I'm going to have to say it again, my vote is exactly the same as everybody else, regardless of your color. They need to remove that. Getting statistics down based on how many black people voted. Get rid of that. How many American people voted in Texas? How many American people voted in New York? How many American people voted in Chicago or Illinois or in Florida or in DC or in California? That's all that we should care about. How many American people voted? But they use those numbers to try to divide and split up. But you know what? I think it's absolutely changing. The lay of the land is changing. Listen to these young people getting asked a question, how do they feel about the Democrat Party?
How would you guys describe the Democratic Party right now?
And it's not Democratic Party. There's nothing democratic about them. It's just the Democrat Party, or without the end, just the Democrat Party. Okay, I'm not going to stop it. Listen to this.
How would you guys describe the Democratic Party right now?
Lost.
Incorrect.
Trying.
Confused.
I'll say struggling.
I would also say struggling.
This is not looking good for the Democrats. They just had another major blow to them, the SAVE Act, and now they got young people saying, look, young people know that a man is a man and a woman is a woman, regardless on how many of these elite Democrats trying to convince people otherwise, and how many of the radical lunatic liberals are doing it. People know the difference. People know, and they're not buying it. Absolutely not buying it. Thank God. And this was on MSDNC. This was another clip that I was highly surprised that they released. I'm surprised that they even allow it to go out onto the airwaves. Maybe they weren't expecting it and somebody was recording it and said, oh, this is good. Put it out there. But they record all of these. They didn't do this live. I'm pretty sure they didn't do it live. So they put it out there anyways. This is not looking good when you have MSDNC, what they call MS Now, MS No One Watching. MSDNC actually putting this clip out there with the youth saying that they're not going along with the Democrat Party. Amazing. They're in deep doo-doo. Now they want us to believe that they are all in control, like they got it all together, like they're on the up and up, when they're not, especially after yesterday. After the Supreme Court. This is wonderful news. I'm excited. I don't know. Can you tell I'm excited about it? Can you tell? Can you tell? Ever since I've been doing this, one of my goals is to get black people from up under the boot of the Democrat Party. And this is another step. This is a major step in the right direction. I don't want us to be dependent on anybody. I don't want black people, white people to be dependent on the Democrat Party or Asian people or Hispanic people. I want us, the only person that I want to be dependent on is Jesus Christ. Now, do we depend on people to do the right thing? Yeah, you understand. We get that. Do we depend on the government doing the right thing? Oh, absolutely. We expect them to. But I'm only going to depend on Jesus Christ. With that said, thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. It is Friday. Coming up next here on LFA TV, Kevin Smith. Don't go anywhere. God bless you all. Let's go!
everybody? What's going on, everybody? What is it? Thursday, April 30th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. We're going to be talking gerrymandering, baby, because that is the topic of the day. The topic of the day are, of course, the new congressional maps and the Supreme Court case that came out yesterday. A wild day in the courts, with them also hearing cases pertaining to temporary protected status, where apparently the lawyer for the Haitian migrants, he didn't do a very good job, and Justice Alito smacked him around a little bit, which let's be honest here, I'm not even gonna pretend I didn't enjoy it, but alas. But most of today's show is going to be about gerrymandering because it is bananas. It is absolutely bananas. So let's dive on in, guys. Before we get started, do me a favor and head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. All good stuff happening, guys. You guys can use promo code SPLC to get free shipping, guys. Pick up all your spring gear. Summer's right around the corner. Right around the corner. All your crop tops and your tank tops and your bathing suits. So we got a bunch of bathing suits over there. Really cool stuff. Guys, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. So let's get to the big story yesterday. The big story yesterday is, of course, the gerrymandering case that hit the Supreme Court. So, as part of the Voting Rights Act in the 1960s, they basically ruled that you could make congressional districts based on race, which I always found to be kind of odd, because it's one of those things like, the best way to get rid of racism is to stop making everything about race. But they chose not to do that. Here was Fox News breaking in the new districts.
Good morning. Okay, so this at first blush here is a win for the plaintiffs who were not black plaintiffs. They were non-minority voters who challenged this decision. These two districts that were minority majority. Essentially, Louisiana had drawn up districts, and then they were told in a legal battle that they had not represented black and minority voters sufficiently. They went back and drew a second district. So they had two of these minority majority districts. Well, then non-black voters sued and said, this is now violating our rights on the basis of race. So it looks like this is a 6-3 decision. There is one concurrence here, but it looks like the dissent sticks together with Justices Kagan, Sotomayor, and Jackson. But here's what the majority says. They say in some, because the Voting Rights Act did not require Louisiana to create an additional majority-minority district, no compelling interest justified the state's use of race in creating SB 8. That was those two new districts. That map is an unconstitutional gerrymander, and its use would violate the plaintiff's constitutional rights. Now, this opinion is almost 100 pages long, so we're going through to see if it says something more broadly about the Voting Rights Act. That had been the fear on the left, that somehow this decision, if it was favorable for those challenging these maps, that it would somehow do a big chunk out of the Voting Rights Act. Haven't gotten to language that suggests that yet. It sounds like this decision is primarily about what happened in Louisiana. So we'll keep digging through this. But for right now, it's a win for those who were challenging these two minority-majority districts. Now, as we read through this and figure out the broader implications, there were 20-plus districts across the country that would have potentially lined up with this decision. They could be open to challenges that they were drawn on the basis of race, or that it was the primary factor that was used in drawing those districts. Most of those are throughout the South. So we'll look to see if there's enough sweeping language in this particular decision that may have a domino effect on some 20 other districts. Could be huge for the midterms. We'll continue to read through.
You got it. Now, the big question, as you heard at the end there, and we're going to talk about it later, is when do these districts actually get put into place? Because even though there have been proposals, it is not a certainty yet that we are going to pick up these individual seats in the South, and we've got a new map of what the South could look like following. Here's what the old map looks like right here on your left. Let me size this. But a plausible scenario could be what it is on the right. Now, obviously, that would be a gigantic swing in the voting block. Some 20 seats could flip because of it. And a lot of this has to do with one seat in particular in Louisiana, or two districts in Louisiana that look like this. Now, I think anybody would suggest, anyone, now I'm not too familiar with Louisiana, but I'm looking at the map, and I can tell that New Orleans and Shreveport are quite the distance away from each other, and this map looks utterly ridiculous. Utterly and completely ridiculous. Democrats will see no issue with that map whatsoever. Democrats will also find no issue with the map in, Illinois 5 that looks like this. That's preposterous. That's insane. Why would they do that? Now, I'm going to tell you why they would do that. Because if you look all the way to the bottom right, that's got a little bit of Chicago. You see that little tip there right on the end? That's got a little bit of Chicago proper in it. So what this congressional map does is the density in the bottom right of your screen, the population density of the bottom right of the screen, all but negates the population density of the top left of the screen, thereby making Chicago far more important on a map where Chicago is some 100 miles away. Now, Democrats will see absolutely no issue with this whatsoever. When Florida, on the other hand, proposes to change their maps, where is it? Do I have it here? When Florida proposes to change their maps, here is what the new map would look like. Seems pretty fair to me. Nice sections, angles, correct areas, regions of Florida put together. You got the cities represented. You got Miami down there on the southeast. And then I guess 10 would be, that would be Orlando, I guess. You keep all the cities together, and then you let Florida vote the rest of the way. Now, Democrats are losing their minds over this. They're losing their minds over this. Now, I don't want to put too fine a point on it. Many Democrats out there, including Zohran Mamdani's new lapdog, Kathy Hochul, is saying that Democrats should gerrymander in response to this. Democrats should gerrymander back in response to this. Of course, the only problem with that is that if you live here in a state like New York, you would know that this is a congressional map here in New York. This is actually a map that Kathy Hochul attempted to impose. Now, why did she do this? Well, I'm going to give you a little bit of the topography of this map. This, if you look, that's Brooklyn down on the bottom, and then that long piece up on the left is the west side of Manhattan. That is Jerry Nadler's district. Obviously, Jerry Nadler, a lifelong, very powerful Democrat. But that spot of Brooklyn is very interesting as well. Why? Because when you get all the way to the south of that district, you get a very conservative neighborhood. A lot of Orthodox Jews live there. It's sort of like Brighton Beach, that sort of area. Russian, Ukrainian Jews, they're very, very conservative. Ina Vernikov, one of the only 5 members of the New York City Council who is a Republican, represents that district. So she would all but cut out that in order to pad Jerry Nadler's stats. But what about other places in America? Well, now that Florida has decided that it's going to redistrict, now California has put forth a new map. And we're just going to show you guys one area of like mid to north California of what the proposal would look like. That little dot there on the left is San Francisco. You get Sacramento up there, and you can see Stockton, California. Much the same way as that Illinois map attempted to put a little bit of Chicago in and then draw the lines outward, California is proposing the exact same thing. They see no issue with that whatsoever, which, of course, I find to be quite befuddling. Now, naturally, and this won't come as a shock to anybody, the Supreme Court said that you are not allowed to draw congressional lines on the basis of race because that's racist. Now, that shouldn't come as a shock to anyone. But when Governor DeSantis went into the special session to redraw the maps in the state of Florida, some lady with an $11 megaphone decided she was going to lose her mind.
Destroy our democracy. This is a violation of the Constitution. It is. It's a violation of the Constitution. I'm out of order, but y'all are doing illegal.
Representative Persons Mullica has waived closed. The question now recurs on final passage of HB 1D. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will proceed to vote. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? The clerk will lock the machine and announce the vote.
83 yeas, 28 nays, Mr. Speaker.
Show the bill passes. Read the next bill.
None on the desk, Mr. Speaker.
Nothing says democracy like a little pink megaphone that you got to match your dress, by the way. So clearly this was pre-planned. I mean, who the hell has a pink megaphone? Just like, readily available. I can't imagine any person having one of those. But whatever, I digress. Naturally, she lost her mind, but that didn't even remotely compare to the freak out that went over there on CNN. Let's check this. Check out this freak out.
They think 19 seats could be at risk all throughout the South. The question will be the timing. Is this a 2028 play? Is this a 2026 play? There are some primaries here coming up. Not until later in the cycle, August 6th, there's one in Tennessee. That's Steve Cohen's seat. That's a minority district. That's in August 6th. The one Democratic seat there. The Jim Clyburn seat in South Carolina. That is the Democratic seat in South Carolina. That's a June 9th primary. Jamie, this shows you the ramifications long term for this ruling.
Absolutely. Just think about that number. 19 seats in play. And let's look at this politically. Laura, you talked about confusion going into this race. We're worried about voter suppression. Apart from the long-term impact, we are going to see people take advantage of that confusion. There is going to be, these midterms are so high stakes that anybody who thinks they can take advantage on the state level of this decision, there is going to be a scramble to see if they can, because each side thinks this is an existential midterm with the House especially.
Yeah.
Now, of course, she had no problem when New York did it in 2023 and 2024. She didn't have any issue with that whatsoever. The interesting part of the entire thing is that the whole point of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was to make sure that there were representatives, that there were black representatives following the passage of the Civil Rights Act. And I can understand why that would have been necessary in the time. But what I don't understand is one of the districts that she pointed out, as majority-minority districts is represented by a man named Steve Cohen. No, not the one who destroyed the Mets, this guy. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm fairly certain that when the Voting Rights Act was put into place, they did not have it on their bingo card that this guy would end up representing a majority black neighborhood. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I'm not wrong, but, maybe I am, but I'm not. I'm never wrong, actually. Just kind of I guess sometimes I'm wrong, but to some people. But they're wrong, too, so, what the hell are you going to do? But CNN is very concerned, everybody. CNN has decided that it's going to come up with a new phrase. We had voter suppression, and we had voter intimidation, none of which are happening, by the way. But CNN has decided it's going to come up with a new term. Let's see if you can figure it out.
And we just got this statement and from Louisiana Secretary of State Nancy Landry saying this about the ruling. My lawyers are currently analyzing the opinion. We are limited in what we can say at this time as this continues to be active litigation with the case remanded for proceedings back to the Western District. I know that's a lot of legalese, but the bottom line is early voting starts soon in Louisiana, Joan. So what can officials do there in light of this opinion?
Well, they can basically do whatever they want, and that's going to happen in a couple other states too. What they can do is they can push back some dates. First of all, the Supreme Court definitely threw out the map with 2 black majority districts, so we know that cannot be used. That will not be used for sure. So what they'll probably do, once they read the opinion carefully, as was just suggested there, probably draw a map that provides only 1 black majority district. But as you know, Pam, like Florida's in the middle of redistricting efforts now too. Other places are. And so I really anticipate that other states will do it. But if they don't do it for 2026, they'll get it in place for 2028. And then when we get to 2030 with the next round of a census and redistricting, it really will change all the ground rules for what states consider, because basically what the court did today was to say, if you're going to try to challenge vote dilution, and vote dilution is real. Lower court judges have found it to be real.
Oh, vote dilution. Vote dilution, you say? I would assume that diluting the vote would be a very serious problem. Almost like, I don't know. That sounds like a great theory. A great theory of replacement. Like a great replacement theory. I don't know. I don't know about you. Turns out if you want to dilute the votes of Americans, the easiest way to do it would not be to go through a Supreme Court process. The easiest way to dilute the votes of Americans would be to, I don't know, import 25 million illegal immigrants and then give them all the right to vote by making them citizens. I don't know. I mean, wait a minute. They already did the first part of that. Now they're trying to do the second part. Weird. It's almost like, it's like the projection. It's like when you get accused of doing something that someone else is doing so that they can just deflect away from it. That kind of seems like what Democrats are doing here. But that's what Democrats do. They never take any responsibility for any of the things that they do. And then when you fight back, you get called a bad person. Or you get your Facebook comment deleted. I don't know. Sometimes things happen. Sometimes they happen. Guys, in just a second, we're going to get back to the immigration question, because while all of this was going on, there was also the Supreme Court was also hearing more. They were hearing more cases on temporary protected status and whether or not Donald Trump could end that from certain countries. Which I got to tell you, I'm pretty hard pressed to figure out why he wouldn't be able to do that, but. Oh, what the hell? Here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you armor colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to armor colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made armor colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That's tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. So another case that had to do with immigration today that the Supreme Court heard was the termination of the temporary protected status for Haitians and Syrians, which, you know, duh. Look, I don't dispute the fact that a place like Syria is war-torn with a civil war funded by Democrats. It's not a nice place to live. That's why everyone keeps leaving. I don't dispute the fact that Haiti has been hit by like a massive amount of hurricanes and other extreme weather situations, and that it's a rough place to live. But that doesn't mean you get to come here. I don't know why that's like a controversial statement. But the Supreme Court decided that it was going to hear a case today, which I think it'll end up winning. The Supreme Court heard oral arguments on Wednesday regarding President Trump's attempt to end TPS, that's temporary protected status, for Syrians and Haitians. Much of the argument centered around whether the Department of Homeland Security Secretary engaged in adequate consultation with the State Department prior to the TPS designated terminations, and whether the court can even review such a decision. The Solicitor General, John Bauer, argued that the provision bars judicial review of both the Secretary's ultimate decisions and whether to designate, extend, or terminate such a program. During the questioning, Brett Kavanaugh asked Sauer, can you explain the reasons why Congress would have barred judicial review as broadly as you asserted? And Sauer said, most importantly, this kind of determination that is an issue here is just the sort of determination that lies in the kind of heartland of what has been traditionally entrusted to political branches. Yeah, the court doesn't get to determine foreign policy in America. It just doesn't. But that didn't stop Justice Sonia Sotomayor from attempting to, write foreign policy from the bench.
Now, we have a president saying at one point that Haiti is a, quote, filthy, dirty, and disgusting S-hole country. I'm quoting him. And where he complained that the United States takes people from such countries instead of people from Norway, Sweden, or Denmark, where he declared illegal immigrants, which he associated with TPS, as poisoning the blood of America. I don't see how that one statement is not a prime example of the Arlington example at work and showing that a discriminatory purpose may have played a part in this decision.
All the statements that they cite as to the secretary and as to the president, obviously there's an issue there about which one you're going to weigh more heavily. None of them, not a single one of them, mentions race or relates to race in any way.
It certainly does when you're saying we're taking people from these countries, TPS program, which are all non-whites, but instead we should be taking people from Norway, Sweden, or Denmark. It seems to me that That's as close to the Arlington example as you can get.
All those statements in context refer to problems like crime, poverty, welfare dependence, drugs, drug importation.
The Arlington example is, yes, I don't want poor people, but not all people from Norway, Sweden, or Denmark are necessarily rich, but they are all virtually white.
The Chief Justice's opinion in Regents, for example, refers to actually some of the very same statements that they allege here, statements that are now 10 years old.
Regents applied a very different standard of review because of the nature of the applicant. This is a very different question. This is whether a race-based classification can be or should be permitted to be a motivating factor.
I strongly disagree with that. Regents assumed that Arlington Heights would apply, and it said these kinds of statements are unilluminating. They, raise no plausible inference of discriminatory animus.
So the question comes down to whether or not the removal of temporary protected status for certain people is race-based, because if it is, then it is discriminatory and therefore cannot be rescinded. Now, I'll throw Justice Sonia Sotomayor a bone. I don't want people from Norway, Finland, Denmark, or Sweden here either. I want them here just as little as I want people from Syria and Haiti. How about that? And just in case you think I've got something against the quasi-socialist countries of the Nordic region, I'll do you one better. Pick another race. Pick whichever race you want. We are full. I don't care if you are a Martian, I don't want you here. The border is closed. We don't need any more people. I don't care if, they wear clogs and live in the Netherlands, or they wear flip-flops and they live in Haiti. I don't care. I don't want them here. I don't care if they wear those cute little robes in Japan. No. I don't want them here. We are full. We have enough people. But of course, that question of race does really, that was interesting, the way Justice Sonia Sotomayor worded it, saying that virtually everyone in Norway is white. I mean, I would say that that's an overly broad statement and probably not something that should be said in that sort of context. But, Democrats do their best to be as racist as humanly possible and then claim that racism is the problem, is the cause of everything, which, of course, Justice Alito then referenced, because I don't know if you know this or not, and I'm sure many of you do, but there was a time that many Europeans were considered non-white.
Isn't it the case that TPS was terminated for quite a list of countries? I can't seem to find the particular page of the transcript where the district court goes through them all. And yes, none of those is a Nordic country. And I don't like dividing up the people of the world arbitrarily into three racial groups. But you say they're all non-white, and that's the distinguishing characteristic.
That is the distinguishing characteristic that the district court held. But I would emphasize, Justice Alito, that...
But do you think that if you put Syrians, Turks, Greeks, and other people who live around the Mediterranean in a lineup, do you think you could say those people are that all of them, are they all non-white?
I understand that Syrians, I think, may be classified as white for purposes of the State Department, or for under certain government, certain government programs. But again, I think race is, you'd have to poll the public to know what they think the race of a Syrian is. I certainly think they're not white.
Poll the American people? Do they think Syrians are white?
I wouldn't think that most would, Justice Alito.
Really?
I really don't.
How about Turks?
I honestly haven't considered what racial component I would sort Turks into.
How about Greeks?
I don't know the answer to that either.
How about Southern Italians?
Well, certainly 120 years ago, when we had our last wave of European immigration, Southern Italians were not considered white. So I think our concept of these things evolves over time.
How about Spaniards?
I think same answer. About 120 years ago, I don't think they were considered white.
You have a really large, you have a really broad definition of who's white and who's not white. As I said, I don't like dividing the people of the world into these groups.
I understand. I would say that even under this court's rationality jurisprudence, if you look at cases like Moreno, it is not necessary for us to get strict scrutiny to win here, because irrespective of how you do the classification at issue here, under those courts, under those decisions, under those precedents, bare dislike of an unpopular group is a sufficient basis to find that rational basis is not even satisfied.
That's right. What does it even mean to be white? Like, I mean, you heard the laugh from the majority of the room when Justice Alito mentioned Southern Italians. I'll let my Sicilian friends in the chat, well, actually, I take that back. I'll let my Northern Italian friends in the chat explain to everyone who doesn't know what that means, because the Southern Italians don't really like to mention it. Particularly Southern Italian dads. You know, just putting that out there. If you ever met a Sicilian, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So all the people from Napoli, feel free to explain. I'm sure they'll figure that out on their own. But really, what does that mean? Making it about race makes it about race. It's not about race. It's about the fact that we don't want people from countries that are basically failed states coming into America. We don't want that. We don't need that. We don't. And as I've said, I don't want anyone from anywhere coming here. So, you know, that kind of destroys that argument. The fact that we've carved out this weird immigration rule for people from failed states. I don't know why we do that. I don't know why why is a Haitian immigrant different than an immigrant from Bangladesh or from Australia or from Fiji or Mongolia? Why is one different? I don't know. Perhaps it's that liberal white savior complex that Democrats are so obsessed with, where they think they have to save the world and bring them here to that racist country that they love to bitch about all of the time. Could be. I don't really know. I don't really know. But guys, in just a second, there's gonna be a little hodgepodge for the rest of the show. What do we got? 24 minutes left. I think I can squeeze it all in. I think I'm good enough to squeeze it all in. Before we get to that, well, look, we're gonna make fun of AOC. Definitely gonna make fun of AOC because she did a thing that I think is pretty funny, and we're all gonna laugh at her about it. We're gonna make fun of TMZ. We're going to make fun of Democrats, and we are going to give praise to Republicans who actually have the balls to fight back against bullshit as opposed to being regularly punched in the face and saying, please stop hitting me, like most Republicans do. We'll get to that in a second. Before we do that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD, for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. So who should we, you know what, let's start with Pete. Let's start with Pete Hegseth because, we've been doing our best over the course of the last several weeks to highlight the unimpressive people in the Democratic Party. Now, Sarah Jacobs of California would fall into that mix. She's a DC 8, so she gets away with it, which is not impressive. That's like a New York 3. But, that's misogynist. I don't care. Go write an op-ed about it. So Sarah Jacobs decided that she was going to question the president's mental fitness. And Pete Hegseth just was not having it.
So, Mr. Secretary, you are with the president a lot.
Also, before we dive into this, that's a great shot of Sarah Jacobs. Before we dive into this, listen to the Republicans that she names as her evidence.
Secretary, you are with the president a lot. And it pains me to even have to ask this about our president, but my constituents' lives are at stake. Do you believe that the president is mentally stable enough to be the commander-in-chief?
Did you ask the same question of Joe Biden for 4 years?
Mr. Secretary, Joe Biden is not the president. Mr. Trump has been president for a year and a half, and I'm asking you right now.
And I won't even engage with the level of disparagement that you're putting on the commander-in-chief, who indeed is...
Mr. Secretary,
every single day.
Mr. Secretary, Biden is not the president.
He's the sharpest, most insightful commander-in-chief we've had in generations. And you want to compare, you want to ask that question after you and your fellow Democrats defended Joe Biden, who could barely speak and didn't know what day of the week it was?
As you know,
he governed through an auto pen. You had a Secretary of Defense who went AWOL for a week. I can't be gone for 10 days, for 10 minutes.
I will reclaim my time.
Ladies' time. She reclaimed it.
So, as Mr. Jimenez said, we should be taking leaders at their word. So is there a reason that we should not be taking our leader at his word?
Iran should not underestimate the will of President Trump and the United States military to achieve our mission.
You see, that's right. Because, lest we forget, the person who was in that role before Pete Hegseth disappeared for a week and a half and didn't tell anybody. I didn't know you could do that in the Army. I thought that was like I don't know what the hell the rule. I'm not going to pretend to even just, don't you get like court-martialed for that? I don't know. I guess you don't. I guess when you're the Secretary of Defense, you can do shit like that. But it's good to see Pete Hegseth fighting back. Naturally, when we talk about fighting back and not allowing people to repeatedly punch you in the face and just take it like a fucking asshole, we get to turns out you can do it.
When predictions are made in the past, science will have a range of the pessimistic to the optimistic. And in order to justify, for example, the 2009 endangerment finding, they were adopting the most pessimistic views of the science. Now, when you get to 2026, great news, you're able to rely on present-day facts in 2026 rather than any bad assumptions from 2009. And just because you take exception when a member of Congress says in January of 2019, in 12 years, the world's about to end, if we're sitting here today saying, well, gosh, it's only 4 years and 9 months left, I don't think the world is about to end, they want to vilify you as if you're denying science. I mean, I just saw a clip yesterday where Al Gore was talking about global freezing. I'm like, I'm having trouble keeping up. I thought it was global warming, and now it's global freezing. And I don't know what kind of money is made. You want to talk about making money off of a climate grift. Well, what won't get referenced by your colleagues on the opposite side of the aisle who bring up the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund is that the money was going to former Obama and Biden officials. The money was going to Democratic donors. The conflicts of interest that we saw, the amount of self-dealing, the unqualified recipients. Climate United Fund CEO was a special assistant in OMB during the Obama-Biden administration. They received $6.9 billion. If you could go down the list with that entity, you could go through the Coalition for Green Capital about a Biden-Harris climate advisor serving on the board, joining the board in 23 while the organization was applying for GGRF. Power Forward Community's CEO of Fannie Mae during the Obama-Biden administration. By the way, if we had 10 more minutes, I could just go through conflicts of interest. They're not offended by that. So we just want to stick to the truth. We want to stick to the science. And if you don't agree with them, you don't follow their logic, well, they'll want to vilify you. But hey, as long as we stay true to these facts, it's good to go. And I'm not going to take morality lessons from people who join all white country clubs.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. See? When you fight back, they give. We can show you the Rose DeLorean clip. What happens when you fight back? We just showed you the Sarah Jacobs clip while she's eating her words, chewing on. No. You can do that. And it's nice to see that some Republicans are starting to figure this out. It's nice to see that some Republicans are starting to figure this out. I got to tell you, the best I think I've seen so far over the course of the last couple days of the predilection to fight back is Greg Gutfeld. Greg Gutfeld, who does his monologue on the 5 and on his show all the time. And I got to tell you, his monologue yesterday on the 5 was absolutely spectacular. It was absolutely spectacular because it turns out, spoiler alert, everybody, the guy who tried to kill the president at the White House Correspondents' Dinner was batshit crazy. It turns out he was hearing voices. Good to know that he was teaching students. Now, not only do we have schizophrenics in college, well, apparently we've got them at the high school level, too. It seems as though we've got many at the congressional level. But Greg Gutfeld's monologue was on point, phenomenal, about, this guy was hearing voices. He was hearing the voices of Democrats.
Terrorism that you say, well, now we'll never know. What could it possibly be?
Well, they're running away from this story because they know they got their fingerprints all over it. I disagree with Herrell, with all due respect. A call for unity is not for us. We don't need it.
He called for it, though.
No, I'm just saying that it's not for me to hear. It's for your side. We don't need it because it's only a one-way thing. You mentioned some examples like the Pelosi thing, which is a mental illness thing. The Wisconsin thing, we still aren't sure what the hell happened there. The Whitmer thing was a plot. Who created the plot? That would take an entire special to go under. I disagree with Jesse. This guy did hear voices. They were Tim Waltz's, they were Ted Lieu's, they were Brandon Johnson's, they were CNN's, they were The View, they were MS Now. Okay, I think this is a helpful assassination attempt because it is the first one to show that you can be radicalized by liberal smugness. If you read his posts and if you read his manifesto, it sounds like every smarmy, sanctimonious, self-satisfied pronouncement from an asshole like Brandon Johnson, like Waltz, like Lieu, the people who think they know better than you. This guy was not a crank. He was not deranged. Don't buy into that narrative because it lets these pompous asses off. He didn't do this because, as Jesse said, he didn't have voices in his head. He was just following orders. He was operating on a filter that said Trump was Hitler, and therefore it would be immoral if you didn't take Hitler out. So his filter is actually making him logical. He's the sanest one in the group because he took them at their word. When MS Now says Trump is Hitler, he's the sensible one. He went out and went after Hitler. Now, if you told him he was wrong, would he listen? No, because you know this guy. You've run into this guy. They think they're right. This is the big point. The biggest problem, and I don't include you in this, Harold, the problem with the left is the lack of humility. This is what has always bothered people on the right. We believe in a higher power. We could be wrong. But for something for the left, they can have ideas which turn into belief, which turn into an ideology, and there's no breaks to it, i.e. a higher power that might say, you know what? You could be wrong. This is a guy that when you read his stuff, he is right on everything. When you read his posts, when you read his... And then if something disappoints him, it's everybody's fault. This is exactly the same kind of person you run into at BLM, at Antifa, at any protest. Your liberal friend who thinks the world is out to get them, and yet they sit at home and they do nothing and they blame Trump. This event exposes that. It also exposes the myopic egoism of the media, who in the run-up to the dinner said, you know what, it's really about a threat against the press. And who brought on the threat? Well, it's this orange demon, Trump. But it turns out the guy who's getting shot at isn't the press. It's the orange demon that you have turned into a Hitlerian figure. He's the one facing the actual threat, when all he's trying to do is what's best for the country. You may disagree with it, but you are the guys that created the rhetoric. So I think that this was a helpful assassination attempt because, A, nobody got hurt. I'm not going to go with the conventional thing. Thank God, thank God, thank God. You can't write this off as a deranged person, and that is the lesson. You can learn how rhetoric turns into action, how there are security lapses in a hotel. How the hell was he not shot? Did he just trip? I mean, the Hilton, Paris Hilton is harder to get into than the DC Hilton. and I think the biggest thing here, and it'll go, and this is, it kind of goes back to COVID in a way. It's how scientific minds, this guy was an engineer, can do evil because it's unfettered to a higher power. He was making the decisions. He had control, just like Fauci, just like everybody that tells you, you are wrong, I know better. That was the whole point of his screed. When you read it, didn't sound crazy to me. It sounded like a guy saying, dude, I'm smarter than you are. It's a Unabomber.
But I'll tell you this, there have been attempts on presidents.
Yep. And that's the key point. That's the key takeaway at the end of it. And I've said it before on this show, and I'll say it again. Overeducated, underachiever, probably a loser, never got laid, probably still living at home, but he thinks he's better than you. And he didn't understand why you peasant who didn't go to Caltech, aren't evolved enough to listen to the Rhodes Scholars that they have over there on MSNBC. I'm not calling it MS now. I'm not doing that. I'm just not. Why you can't figure that out? I mean, why don't you just listen? Just listen to the smart people. Listen to the people who think they're better than you. Listen to the people who know that they're smarter than you. And then the world would just be better. If everyone would just do as I say on my terms, life would be better. And when people don't do that, overeducated underachievers freak out. Maybe he did hear voices, but he heard the voices of the people on TV telling him to do it. He heard the voices of people who he believes is better than you rube. Why don't you just listen? And it is nice to see some of us beginning to fight back. They're never going to like you. Stop trying to make them. Swing first, ask questions later. They show up with a knife, you bring a bazooka. It's pretty obvious to me, but hey, what do I know? What do I know? But let's have ourselves a little bit of fun, guys. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun, because I don't know if you guys saw this, but there's a new There's a new media organization in town. There's a new media organization on Capitol Hill, and they're a prestigious organization. TMZ has set up shop in Washington, D.C. Now, you'll know TMZ most notably for, taking upskirt photos of celebrities and paying people for information, hacking into phones and laughing when Charlie Kirk was shot. Really good, solid people. But now they're on Capitol Hill, and they are going to expose people. They are going to expose them left and right. And they're going to start with AOC, because yesterday they found AOC on the Hill, and they asked her a very important question, a question that I really think is pressing on the minds of all Americans.
Hey, if you could click your fingers and Tucker Carlson is president instead of Donald Trump, would you do it?
I don't know. I don't think so, but it's kind of a toss-up. I'm not really sure.
Okay, last thing then. What do you think we're going to have first? Are we going to have a female president first or a gay president?
Oh, well, we don't know if we've already had a gay president.
Hey, that's true.
I think there are chances that maybe we have, but I don't know.
If you had to guess, what do you think we'll have first? Because a lot of people are like, we tried female candidates a couple times in a row. Yeah. They didn't work out. So, Democrats are now a little bit hesitant about doing.
That's the sort of hard-hitting journalism that America needs. Also, AOC, I'm sorry, but I gotta ask you, what is this? Do you really force one of your staffers to carry around your umbrella? Do you really have your own Farnsworth Bentley? Are you kidding me? Because I got to tell you, when I saw this poor girl standing in the back holding AOC's umbrella, the only thing I saw was P. Diddy walking around with this freak back in 2003. That's right. AOC has her own Farnsworth Bentley. She's just like you, and she's just like me, and she makes those same peasants that I was talking about before hold their umbrella. Ella, A. Sorry, I had to put that last part in there. If you're a millennial, that's just when you hear the word umbrella, it's just what you say. It's an occupational hazard of being a millennial. Do we have time for The View? Yeah, we got time for The View. Why the hell not? Elena Haba went on The View and broke those women, and it's just funny to watch.
Well, during Hot Topics earlier today, we discussed the most recent federal indictment of former FBI Director James.
First off, before we keep going, you know how hot girls will stand next to somebody really ugly so that they look better? Well, Alana figured that one out.
Well, during Hot Topics earlier today, we discussed the most recent federal indictment of former FBI Director James Comey related to an Instagram post of seashells, an Instagram post that he deleted the very next day and apologized for. Do you think Comey's post rises to the level of a criminal threat against the life of the president and supports an indictment?
I do. I'll explain why. After Comey's post, and this is where I go back to Saturday's events, the responsibility of certain individuals like us. We all have a very big voice. He is a former FBI director. He knows what 8647 meant. There's no question about it. He actually went on TV later.
What do you think 86 means?
To kill the president, to get rid of the president. That's what it means. By the way, his words, not mine, if you look at his late night show.
But the dictionary disagrees with you on that.
Well, he's the FBI director.
They use it in restaurants. Do they mean to kill any people? You don't think
what are they killing? Let me tell you just tell you what happened after James Comey's post. A gentleman posted that about me. He posted on Twitter, 86 Haba, and he was also charged. He was charged in Florida, and he was held accountable because you cannot do it. Now, this is an FBI director. We have responsibilities. You guys have responsibilities not to call the president certain things or say things that could incite violence. I most certainly think after Saturday, I have
a completely new perspective on how important our voices are and how we use them.
Can I mention one thing, that Matt Gaetz also used that 86 many times and nothing happened to him?
Well, I think we look at everything. I'll be honest with you. Absolutely everything is in context. I don't think anybody is immune to it. I don't think we should be sitting here and nobody has condemned Jimmy Kimmel for his comments. Those were despicable.
Joy pointed out earlier, and the president also posted death to Democrats. Do you think the president should be held responsible for that?
When you, all due respect, I haven't seen that post. I will tell you what I did see.
It does exist.
Okay. What I can tell you is this. And who was the attorney general and the DOJ at that point?
Probably Pam Bondi, no?
No. Here's how I feel about this. Here's directly how I feel about this. Nobody should be inciting violence. Period. That's my perspective.
Including the president.
But you have to remember something. The Department of Justice brings real cases. We are not Jack Smith. We are not Letitia James. We bring real cases against people.
No, I know. I actually had the pleasure of serving as a former federal prosecutor at the Department of Justice. But let me ask you this. I do believe that this is a vindictive prosecution against Comey, directed by the president. And so far with little success, because he's done this many times. As Trump's personal attorney, you actually were sanctioned nearly $1 million for filing a frivolous civil lawsuit against Comey, against Hillary Clinton and others, that a federal judge called political grievances masquerading as legal claims. So why should anyone believe this pattern of targeting Trump's enemies is about justice and not revenge?
If you think that the Russian collusion hoax, if you think that the things that we've now seen evidence of in this Department of Justice aren't real, I just tell you to sit tight, because things are coming. Because what they did was weaponized. I don't want to hear about weaponization, because the reason you all know who I am is because of weaponization. I sat through targeting, people saying we're going to get Trump, and then a Hillary Clinton appointed judge sanctioned me for suing Hillary Clinton. By the way, I'm proud of that. Well, I'm proud of what I did.
Actually,
because it was the right thing to do.
Let me get Alyssa in here. Let me get Alyssa.
I just have to correct something, though, Whoopi. It was actually Bill Clinton, but that appointed that judge, but also
You see, guys, those are the people that think they're smarter than you. I can watch it all day. Guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. I'll catch you guys back live tomorrow. Until then, stay loud.
Patriots, welcome back to LFA TV Live with Hannah Faulkner. Happy Thursday. I hope you all are having an incredible Thursday afternoon so far. I am so excited for today's episode. We are finally making headway to put the American people first and protect our farmland, our farmers and ranchers, our national security, our national sovereignty. The fact that 46 million acres of American farmland is bought and paid for by foreign adversaries is a joke. Like, this should have been done a long time ago, but I'm very grateful that we have finally got the Farm Act bill. It has passed the House. There's a little bit of pork in the bill that we don't like, that we don't want in there, but I'm grateful for Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey actually did a lot of work to add the Prime Act in addition to the Farm Bill to ultimately hold these companies liable for glyphosate in food, as well as removing any of the restrictions and, of course, the additives, the extra stuff that they love to add in and throw into bills. So that we, the people, do not know that it's in there. But Thomas Massey did a quick overview and realized that there was not it wasn't as good as we hoped it to be, and so they removed some things. Still isn't ideal, but still very grateful that this is hopefully going to pave a way for our American farmland to be protected and to only be owned and purchased by American citizens and American companies and farmers and ranchers. I can't even believe we're having this conversation, but here we are. We're going to have this conversation today. I'm glad that it passed the House, now on to the Senate and to President Trump's desk. Before we get started, before we talk about all of that and more, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Make sure you're following us here on Rumble. Make sure you're following our X page, LFA TV US. My X page is Hannah F1776, and my Instagram is Hannah Faulkner1776. This is your first time joining my show, Live with Hannah Faulkner. This is actually my second to last day here on LFA TV. I have been a host on LFA TV Monday through Friday as much as I can when I'm out of town. Usually I'll have someone else host my show or I'll do a pre-record, but for the last year and a half, I have been doing a live show. And the Lord has really just placed on my heart over the last couple months that I need to kind of reshift my priorities and finish up my master's program and really prioritize my family as we're building a house and that I can be there. I've kind of reduced a lot of my travel to be home with my family more. So I'm hoping after this week, I will be able to do that and focus on the skills that hopefully I can take into my future family, my marriage, and future, I guess, being a wife whenever the Lord allows me to do that. But anyways, grateful for the time here on LFA TV and grateful for all of you tuning in. And even though I'm leaving, I encourage you to keep tuning in to join Mr. Jeremy Herrell in the morning. Of course, Sean Farish, the #1 Trump impersonator, Kevin Smith, Will Johnson, and then, of course, the hosts that are after me. They're incredible. They're doing great work, and I'm just so proud of all of the efforts of LFA TV. They truly are one of the greatest independent outlets that there is. They are 110% free speech. Now, if you start saying stupid stuff that doesn't make any sense, and you start becoming a massive conspiracy theorist and blaming the Jews for the world's problems, well, then you might not be a host on LFA TV, and understandably. But we bring the truth, we bring the facts, we bring the evidence, we show you the videos, we show you the documents, and we try to give it to all of you without the fluff, because that's what people are tired of. That's why people have stopped tuning into Fox News and, of course, even Newsmax, because there's so much fluff. It's just the typical talking points, and I'm tired of it. That's why I talk about IVF. That's why I talk about the family unit and surrogacy. And abortion and equal protection, and the fact that women need to be criminalized for abortion. I mean, most pro-life organizations, I would say 70% of the pro-life movement is actually not pro-life at all, because they refuse to criminalize the act of abortion. And if we don't think if we don't think that it should be criminalized, then we don't actually think that it's murder. It's actually a crime. It's actually wrong. Anyways, that's a whole nother conversation for another day. But grateful to be here on LFA TV. And if this is your first time joining us, I actually wrote a book, and I highly encourage you, before I leave LFA TV, tomorrow's my last day, to get a copy of my book, Last Chance to Save Our Republic. I wrote it in, I guess, late 2024 and published it last January. Maybe we'll have to come out with another book. But General Flynn wrote the foreword. It has a lot of the issues that I talk about on a daily basis in a more in-depth and just research, historical, and even spiritual level. So Last Chance to Save Our Republic, you can get it on any online bookstore. I hope you enjoy it. If you read it, please reach out to me. I'd love to hear your thoughts and what you learned or took away from the book. Anyways, this is Thomas Massey kind of explaining the overview of the Farm Act, if you're not familiar, ultimately protecting American farmland. But he added an addition onto the bill called the Prime Act. It was, of course, spearheaded by Massey himself, really holding these companies accountable for lawsuits. So within the bill, they were basically giving total immunity within lawsuits on glyphosate and the harm that it has caused to Americans across the country. So he wanted to make sure that this was not going to just be left in there. And so he added the Prime Act to the Farm Act. Take a listen.
Americans are under attack by a German company on 4 fronts. Legislative at the federal level, legislative at the state level, through the executive branch, and finally through the courts. And unfortunately, this administration has sided with the German company. They're trying to get immunity from the harm that their products may cause. And to do that, they're trying to say that nobody can bring this company for their product, glyphosate, and have their day in court.
What is Congress doing right now? I know that you proposed a bill.
So Shelley Pingree and I, in response to all these attacks on the legislative, executive, and judicial branch, we introduced a bill called No Immunity for Glyphosate. But this week, they're going to pass a farm bill, and we're trying to get them to strip the immunity for glyphosate that they've put into that farm bill. The farm bill is an important bill. It's going to pass. That's why they attached this to it. We were successful in getting this immunity shield stripped from prior funding bills, but right now this is stuck in the farm bill, a bill that I'm inclined to vote for, but we've got to try and get this glyphosate immunity out of it.
Why do you think that this is happening? Why are they trying to pass this? Who's behind this?
The corporations. I mean, it's a foreign corporation, Bayer. Their product has become unprofitable because of the harm that state juries have decided has been caused to people. And there's something broader though than just glyphosate here. This would set a precedent for every pesticide, every herbicide, every insecticide. And it would set a precedent that the EPA doesn't exist to protect people and the environment, that it exists to give get-out-of-court-free cards to corporations.
And did you listen to some of the victims today of Monsanto? What are your thoughts and what words of wisdom would you extend to people who have lost loved ones because of glyphosate?
You know, I'm getting deja vu here. I stood very near here and did a similar press conference with the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. And we had 1 in a million chance of getting that bill passed through both chambers and signed by the president. And in fact, we got it done because people did stand in front of microphones in front of Washington, D.C. and descended on Washington, D.C. and got on social media and told their representatives, by golly, you better get justice for these victims. And so I think we could get justice for the farmers who are harmed by this and for everybody else.
What do you expect in the Supreme Court? Do you think the conservative justices will go in the favor of what you're looking for or not? And the liberal justices? I think it's going to be really interesting.
You know, I'm going to be interested to see if they decide this without looking at the evidence of, the scientific evidence of whether the product causes harm. They could decide this as a matter of law and ignore whether people were actually harmed or not. I think it would be dangerous to do that.
And any last thoughts on glyphosate, Monsanto, and why people should be aware and what they could do to help?
Well, it's really, we're not saying take it off the market. I'm a farmer. I've used chemical products as well. But a question here is what should be on the label. What they're also trying to do here is to say that the states cannot put their own warnings on products that they deem could be dangerous if used in certain ways. So we're not talking about banning. This is not a hearing on whether to ban glyphosate. This is a hearing on whether the states can take up for their people in their courtrooms by holding juries, by trials with juries, and whether they can add additional warning labels to the products, or whether once the EPA speaks that nobody else can say anything else about the product.
Should people call their Congress people and tell them that they don't want glyphosate, or that they would actually to support your bill?
People this week should be calling their congressmen and their senators and saying, take the glyphosate immunity out of the farm bill. If nothing else, allow Shelley Pingree and Thomas Massie to have a vote on their amendment so that everybody can go on record as to whether they support immunity for a German company or not.
A German company that's putting what a lot of people are saying poison in American soil and food.
Well, listen, it's poison. The question is, how do you use it? Okay, it's poison to weeds, it's poison to wheat, it's poison to plants, and the question that juries have to decide is if it's misused, or if it's used as is prescribed by the company in some ways, like spraying on ripe wheat before it's harvested. Is it poison to people? And the question is, do juries get to decide that, or do bureaucrats get to decide that and get out of court free cards?
Well, thank you so much for
Thank
your
you.
work, as always, Congressman. Thank you.
work.
So that is Thomas Massey. I almost said Tommy Massey, but Thomas Massey explaining a little bit about the Farm Act and, of course, his addition to the bill, which was the Prime Act. And people are saying, what's wrong with him? I actually don't disagree with anything that he said. Someone said, Cat Lover in the chat said they should ban Roundup. Does he know what a woman is? I do believe Thomas Massey is actually, he is one of the better congressmen for sure. There obviously are things that I disagree with him on, but overall, I think he's actually, pretty solid when it comes to putting the American people first and really exposing a lot of this like pedophilic behavior. Because it needs to be exposed. I mean, he's been one of the few congressmen to really do a lot for the MAHA movement, including removing this total immunity for those within lawsuits, specifically in relation to glyphosate. Anyways, he's from Kentucky. My dad's from Kentucky, and we have a lot of friends that actually know him personally and said he's overall a great guy. So I don't know. I don't know him fully, and I haven't done extensive amounts of research into the things that he's voted for or against. But overall, I seem to actually like Thomas Massey, and I think he's a lot better than many other Republican politicians that we have. But even further on the Farm Act, Greg Steube, who's actually, I am a big fan of Representative Greg Steube. He even talked about this, the fact that over 46 million acres of American farmland are already owned by foreign investors, including China, Russia, and Iran. And even other hostile regimes to control land in the United States. This is what he had to say on the floor as they're voting for this, because how in the world did we even get to the point, like, who passed these bills? Who passed the bills? Who allowed this to happen? I need to do some research. I need to do some homework on this. If you guys know, let me know in the chat because I'd be curious, but how did we get to this point?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The agricultural land of the United States should be owned by Americans, not by foreign adversaries, hostile regimes, or those who actively seek to undermine the economic, food, and national security of the American people. Right now, federal law does not have a forceful provision that strictly denies entities and persons affiliated with foreign adversaries and state sponsors of terrorism from buying up American farmland. The same governments that hack our critical infrastructure, poison our communities with fentanyl, and dare to surpass the United States on the world stage are slowly acquiring American farmland acre by acre, county by county, and state by state. My amendment is simple. It would prohibit the purchase of agricultural land by foreign adversaries and state sponsors of terrorism. The fact that our enemies and their accomplices are already not firmly restricted from purchasing ag land in our nation should alarm every member of this body. Enemy ownership of our agricultural land presents a clear, dire, and direct threat to our national security. Much of our farmland surrounds our nation's most sensitive critical infrastructure assets and military installations, and such proximity can afford our enemies the ability to surveil our troops and disrupt critical supply chains that support military readiness, our energy grid, and keep our economy flourishing. We should never allow our enemies to gain a foothold in the shadows of the installations that protect and defend our economic and national security. Our agricultural land is perhaps one of our nation's greatest strategic assets. It's the land that sustains American families, insulates our military installations, and serves as the backbone of the American economy. Why should we ever give our enemies a single inch of the very land that sustains our country? My amendment draws a hard line, which should have existed all along. Our enemies don't get to own Americans' agricultural land. I urge my colleagues to support the American people's sovereign right to our farmland by voting for my amendment. I reserve the remainder of my time.
And I mean, I just wonder how it took this long to have this conversation. Because, there's been sound bites here and there talking about shutting down all forms of access for foreign countries, for anyone but American companies, American investors, or American people, farmers and ranchers, to be able to purchase land in the United States of America. And finally, I'm so grateful that they're finally having this conversation. And of course, there's two sides to the bill. Number one, kill the bill and protect Americans / United States farmers. Or number two, side with chemicals, hormones, and animal cruelty, which was interesting because, what is this? What are they saying here? I don't know who's speaking here. I believe this was last night. I don't know who that is that's speaking. I was going to show that video, but I don't know exactly who was speaking in that video. But I mean, you have just the part of the glyphosate part, which Thomas Massie added in, which was the Prime Act, which I'm glad that he added that in. But you even have RFK Jr., who's been leading the forefront of the MAHA movement. He's been exposing a lot of these pesticides. I mean, there's so many things, like the lead that's in our clothing, the chemicals, the microplastics. My sister, she's 17. She's been doing extensive amounts of research into all of it, and it's overwhelming. It really is. I mean, fluoride in our water. Women who are having abortions, they're obviously sitting on the toilet, and the chemical abortion is going through their system as they are literally flushing out a child, and then the chemicals within the chemical abortion pill out of their body into a sewer system, and then we're drinking that water. The list is endless. But this is specifically RFK Jr. just a couple months ago on Dr. Phil's show talking about pesticides, which essentially, of course, are supposed to kill plants. And now are literally killing us. It's causing us to have diseases, to have all kinds of problems, because these pesticides are getting in our foods. They're getting in our cereals. They're in any kind of oatmeal. It's sick. It really is. They're killing us either through a vaccine, through food, through technology. It's the amount of insanity that we could get into. Again, it could be hours on end. So these pesticides, of course, as RFK was saying, we're an animal, and our microbiome is filled with plants. We're literally eating poison. We are poisoning ourselves. And again, there's more amendments to this bill. Nancy Mace had added amendments. I believe Anna Paulina had also added amendments. This was a video that Nancy Mace made at like 2 a.m. in the morning. She goes, "It's 2 a.m. I just walked off the floor after passing 3 of my amendments to the Farm Bill. First, we codified President Trump's executive order for the USDA Office of Seafood. And second, we unlocked USDA shrimping and fishing economy as the backbone of our coastal heritage. It is time our farmers of the sea receive the same backing as those on land. We do not allow substandard radioactive foreign imports to sink our domestic industry. Lastly, we passed Violet's Law as an amendment to the Farm Bill. A nation is judged by how it treats its most vulnerable creatures. Healthy animals used in research. Federal research is a home, not a death sentence." You know, and I do think this is really interesting. Like, this is fine, whatever. But I do. Nancy Mace is probably one of the most like pro-abortion congresswomen, Congress individuals in general. And here she is, you know, defending, I guess, animals not being put through any type of research. And it's like, I watched a liberal God hater. I wish I could find the video, but I watched as a liberal God hater who I had debated in the past on like some forum. She made an entire video about protecting this whale who was about to be like used for research or something. I can't even remember the exact I guess, information that she was giving. Either way, she was trying to protect this whale, and she was like raising Cain about the fact that conservatives refuse to talk about protecting animals and wildlife. And it's like, listen, honey, you want to murder babies in their mother's womb into conception. Like, you want to murder babies up until birth. Like, you support partial birth abortions. I mean, please, again, this is Romans 1. Like, this is spiritual prophecy. This is evil. These people will worship the animals, they will worship the trees, they will worship nature, but then refuse to protect the image bearers of Christ. Human beings. But anyways, this is unrelated, but this is Nancy Mace on the Farm Act.
Almost 2 a.m. and I am just now walking off the floor. I was able to successfully get 3 amendments onto the Farm Bill. this early morning. One was to codify and establish the Office of Seafood at the USDA, codifying Trump's executive order. The other was to ensure that shrimpers and fishermen could access programs at USDA, grants, loans, etc. And then the third, and the first two were to protect South Carolina shrimpers and fishermen. So we're able to make great progress in supporting the fishing and shrimping economy along the coast of South Carolina. The Third Amendment is Violet's Law, which would permit lab animals, dogs, cats, rabbits, guinea pigs, etc., that are used in animal testing to be rehomed when the testing is over. For those that aren't sick or terminal, they would not be euthanized. And so that amendment protects all of God's creatures who have been used as lab animals to be rehomed. And so for animal rights advocates all across the country, big deal tonight on that one too. That'll be in the Farm Bill when it comes to the floor of the House.
So obviously that's Nancy Mace talking about the Farm Bill and her amendments passing within the bill. Very grateful to see that this has passed the House. Obviously, we need to get this through the Senate and then to President Trump's desk. This is a very principled piece of legislation, and I look forward to seeing what happens in the future. As it comes to our tax dollars, and again, putting the American people first, because that's what this conversation is all about. And I'm glad to see that these conversations are finally being had. Senator Josh Hawley he's impressed me. I feel like there is almost like a resurgence, because for a while, I was a little bit disappointed. I mean, for a while, I think we were all really disappointed, not only in the administration, the Trump administration, the cabinet members, but specifically in Congress, because nobody was willing to have these hard conversations. But now it's starting to feel. You got Brandon Gill, you've got Senator Josh Hawley, you have, of course, Andy Ogles. Goodness, I'm thinking Andy Jones. Andy Ogles, all coming out hard against Islam and the destruction of Western civilization, and declaring that America is a Christian nation. Josh Hawley has done a lot of work and pushing back against Planned Parenthood. The other day, we saw the video where he's questioning this abortion advocate and asking her, what is your favorite type of abortion? This is what we need to be asking these people. Okay, you support abortion. What's your favorite type of abortion? Now, my dad came back and he said, all of them. This woman is so sick, she loves every type of abortion. That's why she can't tell us. Anyways, Josh Hawley this morning was talking about how our tax dollars do not need to fund abortion, sex change treatments, and has urged the House to amend the budget to really suit what the American people want, which is that our tax dollars do not go to fund the murder of babies and the chemical castration of children. But billions of taxpayer dollars will fund abortions and transgender treatments for minors come July. What's really unfortunate about this is that actually President Trump had approved this. So on July 4th, the anniversary, the birthday of the United States of America and its 250th birthday, we will be refunding Planned Parenthood, the death industry. But Josh Hawley has taken a stand and said, I hope that the House of Representatives will act. We still have time to stop our money from going to these completely unconceivable treatments on minors into abortion, but we've got to act now. If we do not, billions of dollars will come out of the Medicare program, will come out of support for seniors and the elderly, and will go instead to conducting these irreversible experiments on children. We cannot allow that to happen. Congress needs to act immediately. Hawley proposed an amendment to the Senate budget resolution that would have revoked federal funding for Planned Parenthood through 2035, but the Senate rejected last week. He said, I was astounded that the Senate voted to continue funding transgender hormone treatments, puberty blockers for minor children, as well as abortions. Funding all of that with taxpayer dollars, I think it's wrong. I think it is, frankly, morally indefensible. Last summer, Congress paused funding for Planned Parenthood and other abortion/sex hormone providers for fiscal year 2025. Under the One Big Beautiful Bill, with the 2025 fiscal year ending, more than $830 million in federal dollars will be sent to Planned Parenthood and other abortion providers unless Congress intervenes. Hawley sent a letter Thursday to House Speaker Mike Johnson asking him to amend the budget resolution to extend the ban, noting that Planned Parenthood received more than $1.5 billion from federal funds under Medicaid and Medicare between 2019 and 2021. Hawley also told The Lion that it is absolutely vital that American tax dollars do not go to fund transgender treatments for minor children, and that is exactly what will happen in a short time unless Congress acts. So I'm hoping to see that this happens. I hope to see that we do not continue to fund Planned Parenthood. We have to block this immediately. I'm astounded that we're even having this conversation, and it's really disappointing to see that the Trump administration has pushed for this. Because, it's an interesting dichotomy because, number one, they are the most pro-life administration in American history, at least within the 21st century. But they're also not pro-life at all. And I think should be a wake-up call to all Christians. This is what happens. Like, President Trump is, quote-unquote, the best we can get, and he's really not the greatest at all when it comes to social issues, especially when it comes to gender ideology, when it comes to abortion, when it comes to marriage. He's pro-gay marriage, he's pro-surrogacy, he's pro-IVF, he's pro-abortion, all the things that are diametrically opposed to Christian values. And so if this is the best that we can get, we really have found ourselves in a major pickle in the United States of America. And even greater than that, we have completely rejected God. And blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. And this is the result of refusing to get involved in politics, refusing to encourage Christians to be involved in the public square to run for office. But we will reclaim America as a Christian nation. I believe it. And I think it's possible with strong Christians like all of you that are tuning into LFA TV right now. Here, this Thursday afternoon, April 30th, we're going to go on commercial break real quick. We'll be right back after the break to talk about what Javier Milei has to say about the death of the West, the death of Europe. It's very sad, but someone said, believe what you want, Hannah, about President Trump, but he's not pro-gay marriage. Well, his actions have spoken otherwise. I mean, his wife has continued to host parties for gay, quote-unquote, couples. And so we can say that he's quote unquote against gay marriage, but he has done nothing to show that he is against it. So anyways, this is our commercial break. We'll be right back after the break to talk about what Javier Milei has to say and ultimately what it needs to take, what's going to take to save the West and reclaim our Western civilization.
Hey guys, we're back with another amazing deal from Everyday Dose Coffee. Remember, Everyday Dose Coffee. This is the size of the box. Now, you guys have heard me talk about this for quite some time. This is known as Coffee Plus Benefits, meaning that you're getting coffee with no crash, coffee with no jitters, 100% Arabica coffee, L-theanine, chaga, lion's mane, and collagen protein. And now, they have a birthday bundle out, 55% off. 55% off, and you get free 5 coffee to go sticks or 5 coffee to go packs. Check it out. You get that. You get the coffee. You get entered in to win $500. You get a rechargeable frother free. You get a gunmetal dose spoon absolutely free, and you get the recipe booklet too, ladies and gentlemen. And all you have to do is go to everydaydose.com/LFATV. No promo code needed. That's everydaydose.com/LFATV. 55% off. Go there now. Hey, everybody. How you doing? Well, it's that time of year again, isn't it? My favorite time of year. Fall. Oh, I love the leaves. I love the autumn smell. I love the pumpkins. I love it all. Right before the snow flies. But what I don't love that comes with the cold weather and the fall weather is the flu, are the sniffles, the cold. All those common cold sniffles that you get every year. And if you have kids in the house, little kids going to and fro school, and they're coming back and they're touching everything and they're bringing the bacteria and all those viruses home from school, you don't want anything to do with that. You want to be proactive rather than reactive. That's why we're going to talk about propolis today. You know what propolis is? Well, ladies and gentlemen, propolis is what works as a barrier to keep the beehive absolutely safe. And what am I talking about? Well, Beekeepers Naturals. Now, my wife really turned me on to this. This is an endorsement of my wife and then myself as well. Beekeepers Naturals, folks, that is exactly what this is. This is a proactive rather than a reactive, all natural, all clean alternative to big food and big pharma. You've got your Beekeepers vitamin C packs, which are perfect for on the go, right? You've got your Beekeepers Propolis nasal spray. A few shots up the nose, clears out your nostrils, cleans any congestion that you have, and it's all natural, and it's going to work as a proactive barrier to any of that unwanted bacteria getting in. How about the Beekeepers All Natural Propolis Immune Throat Spray? 3 or 4 pumps of that a day, and anything that you're breathing in is going to be either repelled or killed right away. That's the amazing thing about propolis, and that is the amazing thing about Beekeepers Naturals. And I got a 20% discount for you. What's better than that? 20% discount. Look, you can even get the throat soothing pops and the kids prebiotic fiber pops, along with the throat spray, along with the nasal spray, along with the vitamin C packs. Folks, they've got it all, and it's an all-natural, clean, beautiful option for you to have in order to, get away from the big food, get away from the big pharma, and go more natural, especially with a 20% discount. How can you not go to Beekeepers Naturals today /LFA and get your 20% discount? Clean out your medicine cabinet today with beekeepers.com /LFA. And now back to the show.
Alrighty, everybody. Make sure to go check out all of our sponsors here at LFA TV. As always, when you shop and support our sponsors, you are actively supporting us as the host, and we could not do what we do Monday through Friday without all of you and your support. As I said before we went on commercial break, Javier Milei recently said that the mass migration that we are witnessing in Europe, but also in America, is pushing Europe to the brink of extinction. And this should not be held lightly. Like, this should not be taken lightly at all. This is a very serious warning, I believe, to Europe, to the West, to America, because we are at the brink of extinction. And lately, I've been warning a lot about the fact that the average, the birth rate right now is at 1.6, which is near extinction. And Breitbart just recently reported on this, saying that Milei delivered his new condemnation of Europe's uncontrolled migration on Tuesday during his participation at an economy debate titled Keynes and the General Theory at an event that served as a scathing condemnation of John Maynard and his economics, which the Argentinian president has been a long, furious critic of. During the debate, Milei mentioned Europe's collapse as a warning of what can happen to a country or region exposed to progressive agendas, pro-abortion policies, a broken pension system, and uncontrolled mass migration. He said, just look at the mess Europe is in today. Its pension system was on the brink of collapse while it was pushing its green agenda, killing innocent unborn children, and at the same time encouraging the influx of foreigners. So in the face of all that shit, he says, that they've created between the mix of environmentalists, the man versus nature rhetoric, and so on, now the problems are clearly evident in Europe. They tried to fix it by importing people, and that's why Europe is on the brink of extinction. Obviously, there's a clip, but I'm not going to play it because he's speaking in a different language that we cannot understand unless you speak his language. But the president also reported, or the Argentinian outlet reported, that economist Juan Carlos Di Pablo, one of the debate participants, explained that prior to the 1930s, major economies addressed labor shortages by offering incentives for immigration. Di Pablo noted that after the crisis of that period, each country had to manage its employment problems internally, stressing that this had a long-term political repercussion. Of course, what's happening in America, the mass deportations, all of this, it's going to have a long-term political consequence. It's going to have a consequence on our nation as a whole, because you cannot import millions of foreigners and then deport them and then think everything's going to be fine and dandy. There's going to be a period of pain. There's going to be a period of uncomfortability. But if we actually want to save America long term and protect Western civilization, protect the future generations, and put the American people first, we're going to have to suffer for a little bit. We're going to have the economy. I don't give a crap about where the GDP is or where our economy is, if we can't even put the American people first, if we can't even get our own country, if we can't even have an established culture, because you're not going to be caring about where the GDP is or what the economy looks like in 5, 10, 15 years when your whole country doesn't even look like it did 30 years ago. You're not even going to recognize it. And those of you who have been around this country a lot longer than I have understand this far better than I do. And so we are on the brink of extinction. And Milei even went on to warn that if we add this to the immigration issue, which is including all these woke policies, the progressive ideologies that we see, it simply serves to indiscriminately increase the number of people receiving a slice of pie without requiring any contribution whatsoever, which is what we see in the United States of America, where these people are not paying taxes, and even if they are, they're on welfare, they're on Medicaid, they're on Medicare, they're stripping us of our hardworking taxpayer dollars, and they're doing nothing. They're not contributing to society. It is despicable what's been allowed to happen in Europe, in America. But then, of course, you have what's happening in, I believe this was Eva Vlardingbroek talked about this, but Dutch police use violence to disperse a protest against the opening of a new migrant shelter. So people all across Europe are fed up. They do not want any more migrants. No more asylum seekers, no more refugees, no more mass immigration because they're losing their countries. It's not even like they're losing it little by little. They're losing it at a rapid pace. Their daughters are being raped in the streets. Their daughters are being killed. Their daughters are being kidnapped. Their daughters feel threatened. They can't go out even in the middle of the day without feeling like their life is being threatened. They're being overpopulated by Muslims that hate Europe, that hate Western civilization, that want to take over. They do not believe that we can truly have world peace unless the number one religion and the world religion is that of Islam. And so Europeans are absolutely fed up. Well, in Dutch, I believe the Dutch police, it says in the Netherlands, demonstrations in the Netherlands intensified on Thursday, April 23rd, as more than 100 residents gathered again to protest the planned arrival of an emergency shelter for asylum seekers. The situation prompted the mayor to issue an emergency order citing concerns over potential unrest. According to the mayor, the decision was taken because there are indications that groups are seeking a violent confrontation with the police. Authorities said that the measure was necessary to maintain control as tensions in the village have risen significantly in recent days. Protesters argue that their concerns about the reception center have not been adequately addressed, and many have pointed specifically to fears regarding the safety of children. There's also been growing criticism of how law enforcement handled earlier demonstrations. The concerns about the issues of public safety were ignored by the local authorities. Instead, the protesters were manhandled by riot police. The town has just about 8,000 inhabitants, and they were bringing 110 male asylum seekers. And these civilians are fed up. They're tired of it. This is what happened. The police are brutally beating these protesters for simply saying we don't want them here. They do not belong here. Absolutely despicable. Well, as I mentioned, Eva Vlardingbroek, I believe she lives in the Netherlands, actually commented on this, and I want to show you guys the video because she has been a powerful force against this mass migration, and she's been advocating for even remigration and saying that this is the only solution to the insane amounts of migrant problems across Europe and even in the United States of America. This is Eva Vlardingbroek and her response to this.
So, as you might have seen, the Dutch government decided to put 110 immigrants in a new asylum center in Loosdrecht without consulting the inhabitants of the town first. They just essentially decided it overnight, and we're going to quietly put those immigrants there, and they hoped that it would just be accepted. Now, thankfully, it was not. The inhabitants protested, they came out in large numbers, and they were angry, rightfully so. And of course, the armed forces were sent out to crush this protest, and they even beat young children, 14, 15, 16 years old, as we can see here, which caught the attention internationally because everyone knows that if you are part of Extinction Rebellion in the Netherlands and you protest or you block the highway, then the police comes and hands out free coffee. But if you are against immigrants being placed in your backyard without your permission, then they beat you down with sticks. And now I posted one tweet about this whole thing, essentially praising my fellow Dutch countrymen for protesting. And then 2 days later, former counterintelligence officer, someone who worked for the Dutch Secret Services, someone who worked for the National Anti-Counterterrorism Unit, someone who also worked for the United Nations and now has a non-profit organization called Justice for Prosperity that gets grants from USAID indirectly. This guy, Jelle Postma, goes on TV to just have this sort of rant, this totally incoherent rant about terrorism. And he mentions, the threats of jihadism in the Netherlands. And then in the same breath, he mentions yours truly.
Bedreigend is dit? Dit is, we hebben het op Malieveld gezien. Dit is heel erg bedreigend. We zien influencers in Nederland, onze eigen Eva Vlaardingenbroek, die springt er bovenop om het vuurtje op te stoken. We zien het overspringen naar Engeland, waar Tommy Robinson, extreemrechtse influencer, daar ook behoorlijk aan bijdraagt. En dan inderdaad zie je het ook terugkomen in de Russische media.
This is on the Dutch public TV. This is, funded with taxpayers' money, and that's what happens. To people like us. So no introspection whatsoever. No okay, maybe, most people in the Netherlands don't want mass immigration. Maybe this wasn't democratically legitimate. Maybe we should have talked to the people there, why they were angry. No. We're going to beat them with sticks. Then people who post about it on the internet are going to be branded as terrorists. And, we can all pay for it as Dutch taxpayers. That's how things go here.
I mean, even just listening to Eva and what she's sharing about just the dangers of what's happening, specifically in the Netherlands, which is a very, very small country. I mean, this community alone, where the Dutch police were beating up these residents, there's only 8,000 residents in this community. And so it's really frightening to see what's happening across Europe. But Europeans are not backing down. They're not afraid. They don't mind the fear-mongering. They don't mind the bullying tactics because they care more about their civilization. They care more about their children and their children's children and the next 100, 200 years down the road. That's what they care about. And so it's very encouraging. I think it should really it should empower us all in America because we're heading down the same path at a very rapid pace, and it's very frightening. But I want to show you guys this trailer commercial. If you guys have been tuning in for a while, you've probably seen this trailer episode. But only 2 more days left on the show. Someone shared yesterday that you guys are planning. Someone said in the chat the other day that you're planning to go to the conference. I'm actually looking up the conference tickets because I promised the person in the chat yesterday that I would put it in the chat. Okay, here we go. I've got the ticket link. I'm going to show you guys The Last Stand. It's happening in Inglewood, Colorado this June 5th and 6th. I'm speaking on the 6th. You're not going to want to miss it. This is the trailer episode. While the trailer episode is playing, I'm going to put the link to get your tickets in Colorado. If you're in Utah, highly recommend driving out. Someone said that they might drive. You're not going to want to miss this. This is The Last Stand trailer episode.
There was a time when America was more than a place. It was an idea, a vision, a standard. Strong men led their families. Mothers nurtured the next generation. Children played under open skies. And faith was not just welcomed, it was woven into our way of life. We weren't a perfect nation, but we were proud. Proud of our flag, proud of our families, proud of the values that built the greatest nation the world has ever known. We built homes that stood for generations. The family was sacred, life was sacred, and we trained our children to cherish both. But something changed. Now our children are more connected to screens than to their parents. Truth has become hate speech, evil is called good, and what was once unthinkable is now funded, protected, and celebrated. But throughout history, when evil crept in, it was the church that rose up. When tyrants ruled, when children were slaughtered, It was the people of God who stood in the gap, not with empty words, but with unwavering courage. This moment now is no different. This is our time. It's our turn. It's our last stand. In the face of evil, you and I stand.
The Last Stand, Inglewood, Colorado. I hope to see so many of you guys there, especially since tomorrow is my last day here on LFA TV. If you're going to be there, let me know. You can reach out to me on social media, any of the social media platforms that I'm on, and we can connect while I'm in Colorado for the Last Stand conference. Obviously, we only have about 10 minutes left in today's show. If you have not already subscribed, make sure to subscribe, reshare, like today's show. Let me know in the chat where you're watching in from. And of course, as always, I have been sharing over the last year, almost the last year, I've been sharing an episode every week from the Herzog Foundation of the Faith and Freedom 250 series that I'm a part of. And this episode this week is episode 42. It's actually from last week, and I just forgot to show it. But episode 42, The Birth of Christian Media. How did it come to be? I'm in this episode, Faith and Freedom 250. Take a listen.
For most of Christian history, the gospel was carried by voice, parchment, and presence. Faith was passed from pulpit to pew, from home to home, and from one generation to the next through direct personal encounters and the printed word. But as the 20th century unfolded, a quiet revolution began to take shape, one that would permanently change how Christians spoke to the world.
New technologies were transforming American life. Newspapers, radio, film, and later television collapsed distance and reshaped culture. Ideas that once traveled slowly now moved at the speed of electricity. Christian leaders recognized something profound. If the message of the gospel was timeless, the methods of delivering it did not have to be. Modern Christian media was born at the intersection of conviction and innovation.
The earliest pioneers of Christian media understood that technology could amplify rather than dilute the message of faith. Religious publishing had long existed, but radio offered something entirely new: the ability to enter homes, factories, and cars all at once. Evangelists such as Amy Semple McPherson were among the first to recognize this great potential. In the 1920s, McPherson built one of the nation's first radio stations, using the airwaves to preach, teach, and mobilize believers across denominational lines. Her instinct was simple: if people could not come to church, then the church should come to them.
Radio soon became a defining tool of mid-century evangelism. Sermons, Bible readings, hymns, and devotionals reached millions of Americans who might never have stepped inside a sanctuary. The microphone became an extension of the pulpit, and the audience expanded far beyond the walls of any single church. But if radio carried Christianity into American homes, television gave it a face. No figure better embodied that transition than Billy Graham. His televised crusades in the 1950s and 1960s marked a turning point in religious communication. His calm authority, plain-spoken sermons, and unmistakable sincerity translated seamlessly to the screen. For the first time, Americans could watch an evangelist preach to stadium-sized crowds from their living rooms.
Television didn't just expand reach, it professionalized Christian communication. Broadcasts required production teams, lighting, sound engineering, and national coordination. Ministries began to resemble media organizations, complete with studios, schedules, and distribution networks. One important pioneer in this space was Bishop Fulton Sheen. His weekly broadcasts from Life is Worth Living between 1952 and 1957, and later the Fulton Sheen program from 1961 to 1968, promoted the gospel nationwide and helped break down barriers between Roman Catholics and Protestants. Other leaders soon followed.
Oral Roberts embraced television as a platform for his healing ministry and fundraising. Pat Robertson founded the Christian Broadcasting Network, creating a 24-hour Christian presence on the airwaves. Robertson's vision extended beyond preaching. It included news, education, and cultural commentary from a Christian worldview. Christian media was no longer episodic, it was continuous.
By the late 20th century, Christian media had matured into a full-fledged industry. Cable television opened the door for dedicated faith-based networks, most notably Trinity Broadcast Network, which expanded Christian programming across the globe. Viewers could now choose sermons, worship services, teaching programs, and talk shows at any hour of the day. Alongside broadcasting, Christian publishing flourished. Books, magazines, music labels, and film studios emerged to serve audiences eager for content that was aligned with their beliefs. Ministries such as Focus on the Family demonstrated that Christian media could address practical concerns: marriage, parenting, education, and culture, while remaining rooted in faith.
This expansion reshaped how American Christianity engaged public life. Media platforms allowed Christian voices to influence national conversations, respond quickly to cultural change, and maintain a consistent presence in an increasingly fragmented society. By the late 20th century, Christian media was once again adapting. Television ministries that had mastered broadcast communication became bridges into the digital era. Organizations such as the Christian Broadcasting Network expanded into cable news, online video, and global digital distribution. Trinity Broadcasting Network built one of the world's largest faith-based media infrastructures, reaching audiences through satellites, streaming platforms, and mobile devices. These organizations helped normalize the idea that Christian content belonged not only in churches, but also in homes, cars, and everyday life.
The rise of the internet in the early 21st century accelerated this transformation and democratized Christian media in unprecedented ways. Churches and ministries no longer depended solely on broadcast networks. They could speak directly to global audiences. One influential example was the creation of the YouVersion Bible app by Life Church, placing scripture into the hands of hundreds of millions of users worldwide through smartphones and tablets. Evangelistic organizations embraced live streaming, social media, and on-demand video, extending their reach far beyond stadium crusades. Christian media became faster, more personal, and more global than ever before.
The arrival of the internet and social media marked the most dramatic transformation yet. Websites, podcasts, live streams, and video platforms removed nearly every barrier to entry. A pastor with a smartphone could reach an audience once reserved for national broadcasters. Churches, small and large, streamed services worldwide. Sermons were archived, shared, clipped, and replayed. Christian voices multiplied across platforms such as YouTube, Facebook, and podcast networks, reaching younger audiences in new and expected ways. But digital media also demanded discernment. Speed and scale magnified both influence and responsibility. Christian media leaders face new challenges, maintaining theological depth, credibility, and unity in an environment shaped by algorithms, attention economics, and cultural polarization.
From radio microphones to television cameras, from printing presses to live streams, the story of modern Christian media is ultimately one of stewardship. Each generation has been entrusted with carrying an ancient message through contemporary tools. The pioneers of Christian media understood that technology itself is neither sacred nor secular. It is a tool. What matters is how it's used and to what end. At its best, Christian media has strengthened faith, taught truth, offered comfort, and called believers to live with conviction in a changing world. As methods of communication continue to evolve, the mission remains the same: to proclaim a message that does not change, using platforms that never stop changing. And in that tension between tradition and innovation, modern Christianity continues to find its voice.
Alrighty, everybody. Faith and Freedom 250 from the Herzog Foundation. I cannot believe we're wrapping up the very end of this incredible series. I've been so blessed to be a part of this series over the last year. It ends on July 4th. I'm actually heading out in a couple weeks to Kansas, back to Kansas, to film my last round of episodes for the Faith and Freedom 250 series. But very grateful for you all. I know we only have literally just a few seconds left in today's show, but I will be back here tomorrow. Tomorrow is my last and final episode here on LFA TV, and I am excited to be spending my Friday afternoon with you all tomorrow. So make sure to come back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. I hope you all have an incredible rest of your day. Stay tuned for the next guest. They're up next. God bless you guys. Have a great rest of your day, and God bless the United States of America.
Welcome to the show, everybody. Thanks so much for being with us. So, looks like Louisiana is going to redistrict their state, also Tennessee. And in reaction to this, the Democrats are obviously having a meltdown, and they're reaching really, really deep into their bag of tricks, and they're claiming white supremacy. That's right. States doing what they have the right to do now that you can't create congressional districts based on race are now claiming that these new moves are white supremacy. We're going to talk about it. Also, the Maha agenda. We have Anna Paulina Luna securing an amendment to the Farm Bill that would strip the immunity given to pesticides and herbicides and companies like, that produce glyphosate. We're going to talk about that. Also, Ron Johnson of Wisconsin in the hearings going over the government's findings that the COVID vaccination did, in fact, result in the deaths of children. Also, Alex Stein back on Capitol Hill today, where he once again called AOC a big booty Latina to her face. The show starts now.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, here we go. Welcome to the show, everybody. We're broadcasting live from the state of Arkansas. We can't do the program without you watching every single day. So we really very much appreciate it. I'm joined in seat number 3 today by Eric Haynes is with us. Eric, how you doing?
Great to be part of the conversation.
Whoa, you can tell that Rob was definitely here. Rob was certainly here earlier today or yesterday. He's not here today because he got tied up. But
Mike was a little hot, huh?
Yeah, just a little bit.
So stupid. That's our mic checks around
that
here.
That is. Rob, yell as loud as you can.
Testing. We go, so stupid.
We're gonna have to
love you, Rob.
We're gonna have to have a segment about it, like an actual. I need graphics. I need animation, and I need all of the things. So we kind of, yesterday this was kind of the topic of the conversation. Was this Supreme Court ruling? And it was kind of hot off the presses, if you will, analyzing what the maps could look like, what the United States could look like when states start to do what they've been prevented to do our whole lives, specifically southern red states, but also other states as well, across, flyover country, which is, you would say, well, it's actually not affectionately known as flyover country. It's known as essentially, the parts of the country that the Washington D.C. elites and the urban elites in this nation just don't have to care about because we don't matter. And what's evident to me with all of this, it just kind of struck me today, especially when you look at a map of New England, which we'll look at here in a minute. They've been allowed to do this to New England, and many of those states are 60-40 states, and they have 0 Republican representation. And it really just goes to show you that the southern states were punished for the Confederacy in the Voting Rights Act of the 1960s. And now that punishment has been lifted, according to the Supreme Court opinion. And now the southern states can actually regulate themselves. We can actually govern ourselves the way New England can govern themselves when it comes to federal representation. And that's a good thing. And, of course, the left is just going to cry white supremacy. So what were your initial thoughts, Eric, yesterday when you got this, when you got the news about the Supreme Court decision on racial districts?
Well, I thought it was good because I think they're fixing the problem that gerrymandering caused. It's not that, well, they're gerrymandering to fix the gerrymandering. No, they're resetting the scales based on objective information and data that's been so wrong for so long, and it's going to really, benefit us all. The fact that they went back to the racism card is it's just so lazy. It really is just so lazy. And, I looked at 10 states, and I wrote down Massachusetts, 36% Republican. Connecticut, 42% Republican. Maine, 46% Republican. New Mexico, 46% Republican. New Hampshire, 48% Republican. Rhode Island, 42% Republican. Delaware, 42% Republican. 0 Republican seats representing those states. So, to these folks, it's only bad when Republicans do it. But they've been doing it forever. The Republicans are just trying to make things fair and level the playing field.
Yeah, you can say
goalposts are not moving.
The court-ordered districts, ordered districts that are based on race, based on the color of your skin, which in this case is, are you black or not? That's practically what it means.
Yeah.
For the most part, have essentially given the Democrats a generational advantage in Washington, D.C., in Congress, for our entire lives.
Yeah.
Beyond our entire lives. But, and when you think about that, you think, wow, no wonder this country can never seem to go back to the right. We seem to be able to maybe slow down the descent to the left, but we can never actually turn the ship around and do anything where we actually regain ground that we've lost. And it's because the whole system, when it comes to apportionment, has been taken away from the people in flyover country, specifically the South. And it's absolutely maddening when you think about it. And I am, as I said yesterday, I am totally comfortable with this level. I am comfortable with, I would say I'm comfortable with this level of polarization, but the polarization is here.
Right.
The map just doesn't really reflect that level of polarization, and it should. If our system is not just a total joke, which many people, I mean, in many ways it is, but if
it didn't start out that way.
If you don't,
it
exactly,
has become that way.
And if you don't want people to just, wash their hands of it and say, okay, let's try something else.
Right.
This is, I said yesterday, a last gasp, in a way, of saying, okay, we're going to use the power. I mean, if John Thune, a Mitch McConnell acolyte, and these other people aren't going to use the power we've given them to actually stand up for the American people and do the things we want, well, you know what? Maybe the state legislatures will. Maybe the super majority, in some cases, controlled Republican states and their state legislatures will use that power and say, okay, we're not going to play around anymore. We're not going to pretend anymore. Because many of us have come to the conclusion that, the other side thinks that we are intolerable to be around. We think that they're intolerable to be around when it comes to, having to live under their policies and that sort of thing. And so let's quit pretending and let's just use the political power that you have to make it really difficult. If you want a Democrat from the state of Alabama to be in D.C., it's going to be very difficult. And guess what? It's not going to. Your radical far left ideas are not going to even have a chance in that state.
Yeah.
If you wanted a Democrat to be from the state of Alabama in the near future, or the state of Louisiana in the near future, they're going to have to moderate their views in a huge way, in a substantial way from what it is now. And this goes to show what I've been, the modern iteration of the Democrat Party, their license on political violence, all of that. This I don't mean to be overly optimistic, but I do think this goes a long way to doing that. And I could be wrong about that, but let's quit pretending that we're this, united country when we're really not. And now the electoral map is going to reflect that more accurately.
Yeah, we're not dealing with objective, rational people in Democratic leadership. So let's stop pretending. I mean, you have to beat them at the ballot box. You have to beat them. And so let's just, let's figure it out and let's get it done.
Amen. So here we go. This was we're going to get into it. This was the lead story. Well, a couple of things. First of all, Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry, a Republican, plans to suspend. This is a big deal. This is taking the opportunity and not waiting. You are now saying we're in the middle of primaries, and guess what? As a state, we're going to suspend House primaries. We're going to then give the lawmakers, because there's still time, we're going to give lawmakers time to redraw the congressional map, and we're going to do this in direct response to this Supreme Court ruling. Hats off to Jeff Landry for wanting to do this, for trying to do this.
Yeah.
Because the country's at stake. But it's not even, it's also just, hey, let's let the people of Louisiana have a government that they now can legally have if they want it, whereas in the past, it was illegal to have this type of government. Do you understand how incredible that is? Or it really should make you really mad, because it makes me angry. I really haven't ever dived into this idea of the Civil or the Voting Rights Act and how we have been at such a competitive disadvantage. Even too, if you think about how the Republican Party has treated the southern states. Why were our nominees, if you think about the Republican nominees that we had to deal with, where were they from? Go back to Mitt Romney, right? Like they would put the RNC, the Republican National Convention, would make the primaries so that the southern states don't get to vote first. Our primaries should be first.
Yeah.
And yet you've got Romney, who was, from Massachusetts. Why were so many of our national Republicans it was choice architecture that actually, we're going to make sure that you're getting these moderate Republicans from New England
Yeah.
When honestly, if the southern states had a go at it first,
You're talking about how like first is Iowa, and then you immediately go right up to New Hampshire.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
Whereas that makes no sense considering that's where more of your liberal Republicans are going to be.
Yeah.
And and yet we get ignored. The southern states, and obviously I'm talking from somebody who's an Arkansan, but we get totally ignored until the choices have kind of Iowa and New Hampshire have figured things out. Now I know South Carolina's in there too, but at some point, but it's kind of the same. It's not the same thing, but it's the same strategy, if you will. Yeah. Whether you have a statutory imposed handicap on yourself with the district drawing, but even the way they do the nominations are also using that same strategy.
Yeah.
Let's not let the people who are the most conservative get to pick who are your candidates in the conservative party. But anyway, hats off to Louisiana. They're going to get, I think the Republicans are going to end up getting one pickup from this, and the left's response. So interesting here. I've never heard of this lady. Her name is Dr. Allison Wiltz. I don't know what she's a doctor of, but she is she describes herself on X as a pro-black womanist.
Ooh.
A womanist. Freelance writer, editor, and scholar, she says. She's a scholar.
She's lovely.
She's got about 60,000 followers on X. I mean, that's not nothing, but this tweet of hers garnered 1.2 million views, which is why it showed up in my feed. And so in response to this Supreme Court ruling that opens the door for southern states to redraw their maps the way New England has drawn theirs for years, she says, black people in New Orleans and Baton Rouge will no longer have the representation we had in Congress. This is white supremacy.
There it is. Jeez.
This is white supremacy. Look at that. Isn't that interesting?
Good grief.
I just kind of want to gaze at it. I mean, it just it's just fun to look at the juxtaposition here. So obviously, like you said, this is incredibly lazy, but this is all that they really have is, hey, the other side's racist. This is white supremacy. Yeah. Never mind the fact that the Southern Poverty Law Center has just been caught manufacturing white supremacy.
Yeah. You want to talk about racist? Sheesh.
And the whole thing, I mean, it's funny to call it white supremacy when previously it was literally using race to draw your districts, saying you have to use race to draw these districts.
Well, imagine if you did it the other way. Imagine if you drew the lines around numbers of white people. Like it. I mean, just flip the script around. What if you had drawn the lines around Asian Americans? Plenty of Asian Americans in this country. What if you drew the lines that way? I mean, that's all the Senate. I mean, or that's all the Supreme Court did was say you can't draw your state's congressional representation around the color of somebody's skin. That doesn't make any sense. So I don't know.
It's only white.
But it's racist.
It's only white. Yeah. Shout out to Nerdrotic. The whole thing is certainly an exercise in hypocrisy, and we can obviously always go to the whataboutisms of.
But that stops the conversation,
and
that puts fear in the minds of people like you and I, because then we're like, well,
it used to.
Yeah. Used to, I'd be like, well, I definitely don't want to be called racist because I'm not. So,
and
let me back down off of objectivity and a regular, well-meaning conversation, because if what I'm saying is going to get me called racist, and somebody's going to try to come after my job and my company and my family and my whatever else, then I definitely don't want that.
Right. And if everything is racist, then nothing is racist.
If everything is racist, then nothing is racist.
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
But it does,
if everybody's a Nazi, then nobody's a Nazi.
Right. But the whole thing goes against,
or a fascist, or whatever it is.
The whole. If you really think about it, we're a republic or a democratic republic. But the whole concept is just, it's literally to give them an unfair advantage, because if you do have a majority white country, which we still do. And not to say that there aren't white liberals, there certainly are, but generally speaking, it's just one of those things. I remember the lunchroom table at my high school that was, integrated. There were blacks and there were whites, but guess what? The blacks tended to sit together and the whites. It's just kind of a natural thing that happens. People kind of, for whatever reason, right or wrong, naturally speaking, people just gravitate towards homogeny, and that's going to tend to happen in a democratic society. It's also going to tend to happen with how people vote. And so the whole point of the racial districts was to not allow democracy to fully work. The South in particular, during our entire lifetime, have been given democracy, but with a governor, like a governor that you put on a golf cart. We've had a governor on our golf cart our entire lives and then some when it comes to the United States of America and our representation in D.C.
Yeah.
Nobody else has. New England has it. Illinois has it. And any of the states really north of the Mason-Dixon line. I mean, I don't know. That probably affects some of them too. But New England has been able to essentially dominate this country, and when we've had to suffer for it. And that's over. That is now over, and it's only a matter of time before the map that you see on your screen on your right is realized. It may take Alabama a little longer, and we'll talk about that here in a minute. This is what I'm talking about. Here's David Burke. Dear Democrats, whining about democracy, please explain to America how, out of 21 congressional seats representing the 6 New England states, there are 0 Republican representatives, even though 40% of the electorate are registered Republicans, 48% in New Hampshire alone. So all we're doing here, for any of you out there that still have liberal friends that want to complain about this, the only thing we are doing, the only thing that's about to happen is we are about to level the playing field, and what they've done in New England is now legal to be done in the South and in flyover country.
Correct.
That's all that's going on here. It is not white supremacy.
I was going to say, there's nothing racist about it either.
Yeah. It's not white supremacy, because, how many white people live in New England? A lot. They just happen to be out of their mind leftists.
Yeah.
A lot of liberal white women up there. A lot of them. But there's also a lot of them that are conservatives, as we've just demonstrated. And so we're into the situation where, you know what? If 40% of your state, this is now the status quo, or it's about to be. If 40% of your state is of one party and it's a 64, you know what? That 40%, you're just not going to have representation in Congress.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is. That's the way it is in New England for
That's
Republicans.
The way, I was going to say, I just spelled it out. That's the way it's been in those northeastern states. Every single one of them I listed out, and they all have greater than 32% representation or number of Republicans in those voting blocks, but they got no representation.
So we see this too. If you want to have a chance of getting elected as a Republican in the Northeast, you have to be a moderate Republican to even have a chance.
Yeah.
Cite the races that happened in New Jersey. Donald Trump near made New Jersey a swing state. I think with the way the numbers ended up there, he did make it a swing state.
I think that's why the California thing is so intriguing to me right now. Not only on the governor thing, but now the mayoral race is getting hot. Spencer Pratt's really putting a ton of pressure on Mayor Bass, and then that debate the other night between the candidates for governor in California. What a circus clown show that was. But I don't know. We'll have to see what happens after the whole Fartwell thing played out. it's definitely an interesting.
It sure is.
Group.
That ended up working for them because now they're saying if they don't consolidate around the Republican candidate, there won't be a Republican candidate on the ballot at all with a jungle primary. So them targeting Swalwell with the blackmail or making the blackmail public has kind of turned the tables.
Yep.
Because we were looking at a situation where there'd be 2 Republicans.
Yes.
Your only choice would have been Republicans in all probability, which would have been incredible. So they certainly did it. By the way, is it Karen Bass or is it Karen Bass? It is Bass. I bring that up because I was playing
Bass in her mansion while all her people can't even rebuild their houses after the fire.
We were playing this really funny card game with my family. We started playing it at Christmas. We've played it a few times, and it is one of the most fun games, and I can't even remember what it's called anymore. But it's a card game where you have all these different cards, anything you can think of. So it's, something that you would do in charades because there's a charade portion of this game.
Oh.
And so you take a deck of cards, you take a select number of cards from the deck. Everybody picks which ones they want, and you put them in there and you shuffle them up. And then you have teams, right? And so the first team goes, and they're trying to just get their other people to guess the word on the card or the phrase on the card. They can say whatever they want. They can't say the name of the card, the word of the card.
It's like Taboo?
Yeah, they can say, just try to guess it, right? That's round 1. And then the other team goes or whatever for round 1 until you run out of cards. And each team keeps the cards. Each card is worth a certain amount of points. I can't remember the name of this game for the life of me. Then you take the same cards that you've already played.
Okay.
And you reshuffle them and you run it back. Except this time, you can only say one word to your team. Only one word.
Whoa.
So you have to remember the cards that the other team has played. You have to remember everything that's played. It's a memory game. Only can say one word the second round, and that's the best round. And then the third round, you do the same thing again, same deck of cards. Then you do charades, and they have to guess it that way, and then you add up all the points. Anyway, it's a great game. But so we had...
At first I was thinking Taboo, then I was thinking categories.
Yeah, it's like a combination of it all. It's so much fun.
And then there's one called Cranium.
Yeah. But we had this card called Bass Face.
Oh!
It was Bass Face, and that's what we all went with it. Bass Face, right?
Uh-huh.
So we're all, when it gets to charades, you're making a face like a fish, or you're trying to get him to guess,
yes, and y'all do.
Yeah. But anyway, at the end of the game, we realized, this isn't Bass Face, it's Bass Face.
Bass Face.
It's the,
Yeah.
What a bass player would make. So we were totally off there, calling it the wrong thing. Anyway,
Nice.
So there's that story. But yeah, Karen Bass is literally a card carrying communist. I don't know if you know that, but you can look it up.
She's awful. Is all I know.
They've got evidence, literally. So
wouldn't want her as mayor of my city, but
so you got Louisiana coming through. You got did we talk about Tennessee yet? We didn't talk about Tennessee yet. We had Florida that came through yesterday in a big way.
Oh yeah, DeSantis said, "Here's what we're gonna do."
And you had Timu Obama really upset about it.
Oh
and
yeah,
so,
he was big mad.
So Ron DeSantis taking a victory lap today. Governor Ron
great.
DeSantis, take a listen to this.
I'm glad you have this.
We're going to do maximum warfare against Republicans. Florida Republicans, you F around, you're going to find out all this stuff. And what I said was, listen, and he's like, if you do the redistricting, we're going to take out all your members, we're going to do all this stuff. And what I said was, go ahead, make my day. You don't think we're going to... You want to come down here and spend money in Florida? Roll the dice and take your chances, but don't think that you can come down here, issue threats to us, and somehow you're going to make us flinch. That is not happening, and in fact, it did not happen, because as soon as he came out and started doing that last week, Florida legislature turned around and they passed a new map.
Wow. That was a very good impression. I want to hear it. I want to hear it again. Hang on one second. This was great. I actually had not listened to this clip before we went live.
We're going to do maximum warfare.
We gonna do maximum warfare.
That's what I saw. I saw King Jeffries saying that stuff, and when he was talking from my, I was like, dude, this is what we've been talking about. This is you get people like Thomas Allen Cole or whatever all riled up to go do what they, because you start acting like you're going to start these big fights. I mean, that was good.
Now I have to see if I can find the actual
of Jeffries.
Okay, yeah, here it is. Hang on, I pulled it up. So this is the impersonation.
We are in an era of maximum warfare.
Warfare.
Everywhere, all the time.
Hang on a second.
Everywhere, all the time, baby.
We're going to do maximum warfare against Republicans. Florida Republicans, you F around, you going to find out all this stuff. And you know what I said?
Wow.
He is Timu Obama, man.
Oh my
what
goodness.
What a loser.
That is fantastic. I mean,
this is what's scary, folks.
We can do this now.
That guy right there could be Speaker of the House next year if we don't figure this stuff
Hakeem
out.
Jeffries. Yeah.
Yes.
I do want to take a moment though, and you'll agree with this, but because I know you were politically conscious 15 years ago. But if any major Republican 15 years ago would have gone to a podium and impersonated a black voice, a black accent, their political career would be over.
Yeah.
Can you? We've come a long way, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, this world is not perfect. There's a lot of stuff that I'm not happy about, but stopping the pretending and ending this, and just like what we're doing with the redistricting, we're going to quit pretending that we are something that we're not. We've rejected the left's broad terms of what racism is, which has been used as a weapon. Many people, they don't know it subconsciously, but like you said earlier, for years, it'd be the worst thing you could ever be accused of was racism. People would lie awake at night if they thought somebody thought they were racist, and now that fear is so diminished at this point, and people are realizing that no, actually, I'm just gonna.
No, it's just a really good impression.
Yeah, it's just a really good impression. There you go. It's just a really good impression.
And that's what the silent majority sits back. If they're not laughing behind a microphone like you and I are right now about it because it's hilarious, they're just like, wow, that's a really good impression.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with, well, because his skin is black, you can't do an impression of him.
Yeah.
Like, no. Like, as if DeSantis is unworthy to do that. No way. Everything is fair game, brother.
That's a really good way to put it. It's just crazy to me, though, that 15 years ago that we were talking. I mean, we were being asked to play the game.
Not even that long ago, though, too.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, up until fairly recently, within the last few years, where people kind of reached a tipping point to where they're like, all right, enough. Like, we're done.
Mm-hmm.
Stop telling us we're all racist, because we're not. Stop, plowing our kids with all this stuff in schools, because it's not true. Like, stop. And yeah.
Functionally, being asked to play the game of politics with, one hand tied behind our back. And this is just a small example of it, and also your voting districts. You have to have a governor on, you can't go that fast. New England can go that fast. California can go that fast, but we have to slow down.
Yeah.
I mean, as a Southerner, I'm excited. I'm excited for the first time in a long time. And I know, it could mean that there's going to be more liberal, squishy Republicans and that sort of thing. I get that. I 100% understand that. But I feel like we're looking at things right now and questioning, asking the right questions. You know, the fact that the president of the United States is literally begging for the filibuster to be nuked is incredible. You know, that would have been unheard of 10 years ago to think that somebody would even dare say that. And functionally, what does that do? Well, that puts a governor on the nation. The silent filibuster puts a governor on the nation where we never really truly get to experience the ideas of either party to solve the problems of this country. We don't ever really actually get to experience the ideas. We just stay stuck in the middle, and we don't get to try a carbon tax and see how it ruins our economy. And you say, well, thank goodness. But maybe it would have been better for no silent filibuster and them to ram through a carbon tax. And the people wake up and realize, you know, you people are crazy and your ideas are terrible. We're going to find that out with the tariffs, right? I mean, that's the one thing President Trump using his executive authority more than other presidents have done, saying, I'm going to try to revolutionize how we fund the government in this country. And we'll see if it works. We'll see if this is something that continues past his administration. We'll see if we actually do get rid of the IRS, which, by the way, if that happens, I think we'll all say, tariffs seem like a great idea. I mean, that'll be the decider right there. If the IRS goes away and the income tax goes away because of tariffs, the entire country is going to say, okay, this is better. So anyway, yeah, we've got to quit playing with these unfair rules that don't apply that don't apply to the other side. This was the District 20 racially gerrymandered. This is Ron DeSantis highlighting the District 20 in Florida, a racially gerrymandered district that the new Florida map unwound. We said it was not constitutional under the upcoming Callis decision. Is it just pronounced Callis? Or Calise decision, and now we've been vindicated with the publication of the Supreme Court's opinion. Another racial gerrymander bites the dust. Look at this; it's wild. I mean, it looks like hieroglyphics.
It looks like one of those pictures
places
that when you look at it first, you see an old lady's face, and then if you look at it again, you're supposed to be like, if you see the old lady's face, then your brain is your right brain, and if you see a dog licking its rear end, then you're left brained or whatever.
Yeah, like a Rorschach test, basically. Like it could be these Rorschach test districts. That does kind of look like a nose and a really underbite, like some sort of like wolf vampire underbite here.
Well, when they really started diving in deep to a lot of this stuff, you could tell how it had been gerrymandered for so long, because they would like extend these maps and it would follow like a road, and it had to follow this one specific road. It's not like it took like a nice, square or circular or geography area. No, it had done this thing, and then it had gotten all this road to make sure that it had gotten enough, we got to have enough of the... It was... We're fixing this.
Insane, dude. Line. Yes, we are. Whoa! Sorry about that, guys. That is Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Sorry.
Ooh.
Bless her. Hey.
Is that a real image?
Let's say it.
Bless her heart. Bless her heart.
The years have taken its toll on her. But when look, everybody ages. I mean, but when you're this bitter and mad all the time, like she has been for all of the Trump years, I mean, it really takes a toll on these folks and their derangement.
When Bilbo saw the ring after he got to Rivendell, he kind of, freaked out for a second. Kind of looks like that.
That's kind of what she looks like.
Yeah,
I see her and I'm like, oh, my old ring.
I would very much like to hold it again. Yeah,
Bless
she does.
her heart.
It's
She's just so mean, though. I have to say, so many of the things that she's done and been a part of over the years she's just so mean.
Yeah, but you said, bless her heart,
bitter person.
Everybody ages, and everybody's going to die.
She does not want my sympathy. I want to make that very, very clear. But I feel sorry.
Yeah,
for her.
But you give it to her anyway.
Yeah. So take my pity.
Somebody named Adrian on X says,
DWS.
with Florida's new congressman map, crunchy noodlehead Debbie Wasserman Schultz is out. Now I don't know if that's actually true because I know that this is not. I don't think this is her actual district. What we showed you earlier, but the bottom line is it is going to make it much. It's going to make it a lot harder on these Democrats. And there's going to be way fewer Democrats. 4 or 5 seats difference. I think is what it is.
The Tito's and tonic have taken their toll on her. There are some stories.
Yes, there are.
She's pretty infamous.
She needs to get some tips from Nancy Pelosi because as old as Nancy Pelosi, I mean, the stories of Nancy Pelosi's drinking habits. I'm not saying she looks great, but she's older than Wasserman Schultz, and
Pelosi's
go call Pelosi, find out what she's doing.
Yeah. Pelosi's stock trades have helped her increase her net worth millions and millions of dollars. She can get a little bit more work done on her than apparently DWS can.
Scott Jennings on CNN, they're having a hard time with the Supreme Court decision.
Oh, this was good.
Making it
from our point earlier about racism.
So listen to this exchange.
My view is that states ought to decide this. A. B, regarding John's argument, I just fundamentally think that the government shouldn't be in the business of dividing us up by race. It's fundamentally racist to divide us up by race. We have African-American members of the House winning in districts across the country with plurality white populations. We are well beyond the issues that were at play.
The issue there is
we've obviously got some serious deficits. We haven't had an African-American Republican governor since Reconstruction. There's unfortunately imbalance between the two parties.
Republicans tried to elect one in Virginia.
Okay. Well, I'm
just saying. And then you got a white Democrat who gerrymandered the state.
Republicans tried to elect one in Virginia, and I
talk about putting the ball on the tee for Scott Jennings. I mean, my gosh,
and there
hasn't been a black Republican governor in Virginia. Well, we tried.
You tried, and I actually thought
she wasn't a great candidate.
Winsome Sears wasn't a good candidate for it, but to his point, I mean, it does score political points here, and then. Then the Democrats tried to have one in Florida, but he ended up being, a homosexual drug addict.
Right.
So, that was involved in something went down in a hotel
sabotaged
room.
himself. I mean,
what was that guy's name?
He went Swalwell on himself.
What was the name of the Florida candidate? What was his name? Democrat.
Florida, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Governor, black. Hang on, black, and hotel. Let's throw that in there. What happens? Let's see. Andrew Gillum.
There it is. There it is. Gillum.
So Andrew Gillum.
He was on the fast track, man.
2018 Democratic nominee for Florida.
Obama.
Widely reported incident in March of 2020 where he was found in a Miami Beach hotel room with a man who was treated for suspected drug overdose.
Yep, there it is.
That is not a scene you wanted to walk into. I can promise you that. Whatever that scene was, when first responders got there, was unpleasant.
He'd been Gillumed. Sorry.
Unpleasant.
Sorry.
So this is the map that we could be looking at.
But I digress.
Look at this map right here. This is the future. Little pockets of blue in the south. Got a little bit in Texas, a little bit in Atlanta, a few pockets of blue down there in Florida, that's this is what we're going to look like. And people say, "Well, this is a polarized map." Yeah, it is, but this is reflecting this is going to reflect the polarization that has been here for a long time.
Yeah, this is the way it is.
Yeah. As Bruce Hornsby said, that's just the way it is. That's just the way it is.
Or as he says on Bruce Almighty,
change.
And that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is not a bad thing. We need to, if anything, we should, find a way to convince these blue areas to not be so ridiculous. And I'm going to tell you, if a Democrat wants to win in any of these new red areas, they won't be allowed to be Sheila Jackson Lee. They're not going to be allowed to be say another crazy Democrat. and how left they are. The race-based districts have given us some of the most radical leftists in Congress. That goes away with this, and it will force the Democrat Party to moderate this craziness that 80% of the country, totally disagrees with. So, as I said earlier, functionally speaking, I mean, we still have a ton of work to do. I haven't. It's been what's 43 minutes into the show. I haven't mentioned the phrase "Intel oligarchy" one time and how we have to bring them to heel. Like, there's still a ton of stuff that's got to do. But this is a step in the right direction to make these radical parts of the Democrat Party kind of non-existent. And they're still there, and they're still going to be here for a very long time. But will they actually have political power? And again, this is also an attempt to do everything we can to keep this cold civil war from going kinetic. I'll revisit my talking points from yesterday. That's a really big deal, because I saw some people, who maybe claim to be in the middle, who are like, is it really, do we really have to do this? Do we really have to be this way? Do we really have to, use the political power this way and just say, okay, that's it? And it's like, well, what's the other option?
Yeah.
And the other option is you start going down a really dark path that I think a lot of us don't want to go to. And so this is much better than some sort of kinetic conflict. This is saying, okay, we're going to try to do this, to fix these problems within the confines of the current system that we have, the current political system that we have. Because, I mean, if
we're not waving the white flag anymore, we're not.
Right.
We're not. Why can't we?
Or
all
we
just
shouldn't.
Why can't we all just? Can't we all just get along?
Yeah.
We're not.
Yes.
We're not that way anymore.
And it's up to people like John Thune and the rest to get on board, and they are so far refusing to do so, because we still do have the big problem of the donors and the Republican Party donors that want the middle class to continue to shrink, because they really don't care about the Bill of Rights, and the middle class is the only segment of the population in the entire world that cares about the Bill of Rights.
Yeah.
What's going on in there, Kramer? We're redrawing the maps, Jerry.
Oh, the light.
Kenny,
the light?
So this is the Kenny Rogers fried chicken episode, correct?
Yeah. The Kenny Rogers Roasters.
Kenny Rogers Roasters. Yeah, well, it's not fried chicken. It was roasted chicken. Yeah. I've never had Kenny Rogers Roasters. Have you?
No.
I've never had it.
I don't think it's around anymore.
Oh, is it not?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I think they went bankrupt.
That's a great episode, though.
Oh, the light?
Kramer. What's going on in there?
He switches. The first thing he pours tomato juice in with the cereal. Kramer does when he getting that stuff out of Jerry's fridge, because he can't tell the difference because of the color, so he thinks it's milk.
Little did we know at the time, little did we know that red light therapy is actually really good for your health.
Yeah, really. I was going to say, talk about a good promo for red light therapy.
So we're going to actually hear about it. We're going to take a break real quick, going to reset. We're going to hear about Red Vive Health. For those of you that don't know, red light, near infrared light, your body needs it. It actually craves it, and it can drastically reduce the inflammation that you face on a daily basis. And it does. I mean, I'm proof of this. It actually works. I had neck pain the other day, really, really bad when I bent down. It's probably because of the way I sit, Also, my elbow, getting tennis elbow in here. I'm telling you, 20 minutes on this red light, and the next day, it's crazy how your body responds. So it stimulates the mitochondria of your cell. It increases blood flow. It's called photobiomodulation, and it does incredible, whether it's going to regulate your sleep patterns, whether it's going to decrease inflammation, whether it's going to regrow hair, whether it's going to make you look younger, because the red light actually helps your skin produce more collagen. And all of this stuff is scientifically backed up on their website. Go look at their papers, redvivehealth.org/Paul. We're going to let you hear an ad. But if you rather just talk to somebody, all you got to do is call 844-RED-VIVE. That's 844-RED-VIVE. And they'll answer the phone there. Mention my name, Paul. You get a 35% discount. If you can prove you're a veteran, they'll give you an even bigger discount than that. So that's 844-RED-VIVE. And I'll say one more thing about it before we go to break, and that's this. It's that I recently was told by a friend of mine, because I know that I am selling these red light panels, to keep this show on the air. and it's a little girl who has been struggling with some sort of autoimmune disease, and it may even be cancer, but I think it's some sort of rare autoimmune disease. And alopecia has now set in as a result from some of the medication she's been taking. Guess what? Red Vive now offers the caps. They now offer the ball caps with that same amazing technology in the head. And so she was literally, it was recommended to her. Her doctor said, hey, you need red light therapy to keep your hair and get it growing again. So check that out. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back here in just a moment. This is the Paul Herrell Program.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vive.
Why is Red Vive different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough, right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vive devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about 1.5 years ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
the Paul Herrell Program.
All right, folks, welcome back to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. Can't do the show without you. Broadcasting on LFA TV as well as the Paul Herrell Program YouTube channel. Eric Haynes is still with us. Eric, how you doing, sir?
So great to be part of this conversation.
And you survived the break. Everything's going well. I want to finish up with our redistricting, our redistricting coverage, and the Democrats' meltdown, obviously. But we didn't get to cover Tennessee. So President Trump is now posting on social media that he has talked to officials in Tennessee as well as Governor Bill Lee, and that they are going to redistrict their state. Obviously, this was kind of kicked off with Senator Marsha Blackburn saying, hey, Tennessee, you got to get this done. And they've got basically nothing but Republican districts except for Memphis, Tennessee. And I can show it to you here. This little green area right there, this is where Memphis is. That's your Democrat. That's your Democrat district, and so they could easily change this very easily, and it looks like they are going to. Donald Trump posting on Truth Social. I had a very good conversation with Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee this morning, wherein he stated that he would work hard to correct the unconstitutional flaw in the congressional maps of the great state of Tennessee. Likewise, all of the other political representatives of Tennessee have promised to do so. This should give us one extra seat and help save our country from the radical left Democrats and their country-destroying policies of high taxes, open borders, transgender mutilation. He says mutilization. Defunding the police, ICE, and Border Patrol, no voter ID, soft on crime, and so much more. Thank you, Governor Lee. Push hard, President Donald Trump. So we talked about this yesterday on the program with Rob. I know you're in Memphis a lot. He's in Memphis a lot. Memphis is the closest metropolitan area to where we are here in Northeast Arkansas. Mm-hmm. Memphis has been Memphis is a city that doesn't have its act together. It is a violent city. It is being run by Democrats. Why you would ever want somebody? I agree with Rob on this point. Just on a practicality basis, if you're coming from an area that can't meet the most basic needs of a government, which is to keep the people safe and to have law and order, why would you ever want to send somebody from that area to Washington D.C.? I know some people would say, well, but so that they can get federal funding to fix the problem. There's plenty of federal funding. There's plenty, that's not the issue here, right? But it does raise an interesting point of what kind of person do you think is going to come from that area where it is just so. I mean, and he was getting into Donald Trump Iran territory yesterday. Did you hear? It was hilarious.
The feds did come into Memphis.
They did
to try to fix the problem, and they were fought by those same idiotic Democrat leaders every step of the way. So, I mean, but I'll tell you what, they did a really good job there because it does feel a bit better there. And I travel all over the Memphis metro area, and it does feel different.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've heard your testimony there. I've heard what you've said about it, and the people there. What did you? Was it a Border Patrol agent that you met in Starbucks
there
or
was a whole
ATF?
Group of them. It was the first week when they first kind of got to town and arrived, and they had just come from. They'd all come from a few different places, but and they were just trying to do a good job and to do exactly what they were brought on to do, and we needed them. And I think they did a really good job. A lot of people got locked up. A lot of child sex predators were taken off the streets. Kids were reunited with their families. Like, don't ever try to argue with me that those folks didn't do a good job in Memphis, because I know that they did.
Yeah.
And the statistics show that out.
Are they still there at all in any capacity?
Not to the degree that I think. I mean, there's still plenty of feds there, but it's not like they're
like it was.
No.
Well,
I think they've moved on.
You would hope that some of the
they're all in Minneapolis raiding the Leering Center.
Probably. You would hope, though, and I think this has got to be the case. You would hope that there would be some of those people that live there under the violence that are thankful for what happened. I know there are people that are thankful, but are they thankful enough to realize that their own party are responsible for the conditions they were living in? Are they thankful enough to change the way they vote? That is the real question. And are they going to buy that them losing a congressman that's specifically from Memphis? Are they going to buy that this is not white supremacy? We'll have to wait and see on that. I won't hold my breath. But also, there's a black congressman from Texas by the name of Wesley Hunt, and of course, the media wants to know what he thinks about this. They want to know, do you think this new push is based on racism? And he gave an interesting response to those questions. Listen to this.
There's been a lot of talk how there won't be any black Republican members in the new term.
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
Nothing. I don't understand how that's relevant.
Is there a problem with like recruitment? Or,
I don't think it's a problem with anything. I'm not here because I'm black. I am here because I'm qualified representative for Congressional District 38, and the American people choose who they want to choose. Yeah. And the one thing I don't want to get into is this game of race bait all day, every day. If there's 4, if there's 10, if there's none, what we are talking about is who is the best person that is best qualified to fill a seat, regardless of the way that they look. And I tell people this all the time till I'm blue in the face. I represent a white majority district that President Trump would have won by over 20 points, and I won by 25 points the last time I ran. I'm being judged not by the color of my skin, but by the content of my character. I don't care how many black people are here. I want the most qualified people that are here.
And
thank you.
Very well said.
Absolutely.
Again, that's Wesley Hunt. Perfect answer.
Yeah.
That it's just this whole discussion isn't relevant. A white majority district elected a black Republican. And that statement alone, used to send chills of terror down Democrat strategists' spine, like James Carville. But, we're over that now. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's going to happen. Sometimes it's not going to happen. James Carville. We're dying down here. We're dying down here. All right. You could just imitate him with guttural noises. That's James Carville.
That was good. That was
You got to
good.
get it up to the nose now. You got to get it nasal. You got to nasally. Put them more cages in your ball. What we doing in here?
Unfortunately, if you could take the James,
I can't believe they have him on TV so much too to do these interviews.
Oh, I know.
Now. He's so irrelevant at this point.
He is, but 20 years ago he was not.
That's right. And that's what I don't get. I was like, they still have him on as a guest just to throw out all this ridiculous tripe and then, retreat back to his LSU couch. It's
yeah, but the thing is my point is that James Carville, if you could have replicated James Carville of 20 years ago, because he back 20 years ago he did come across relatable, centrist. He
was
across
a lion 20 years ago,
but he came across as like, okay, this guy doesn't. It doesn't seem like this guy hates me, hates the American people. But James Carville's this guy that's like he refuses to admit. I mean, I fundamentally think he's a bad actor and a liar, but it just goes to show you how strategically. I guess they never thought they would lose. They never thought a Donald Trump would ever happen. They never thought there'd be a populist uprising like there was, kind of breaking these strongholds or whatever. But if you had more James Carvilles of the world in the Democrat Party, it would go a long way to try to trick us into not thinking that they're the crazies that they are.
Right.
But you got a James Carville who doesn't, maybe he's admitted that the party has gone so far left wing that's why it's hurt him. I don't know. Maybe he has. Certainly, leftists like Bill Maher have admitted that.
Yeah, we have we have different tiers of crazy. When we deal with folks like that, it's like there's top tier crazy. And then there's some that are just like, you almost think, does Bill Maher, am I more like him than I thought? Like sometimes
don't say that. Don't.
I know. That because there are such high levels of crazy, the sane ones make you think maybe you can relate a little bit more to them, and maybe there's a conversation worth having. But I'm sorry, in most cases, And I mean, fundamentally for me, I just stopped having a lot of the conversations that I had 10, 15 years ago because it's just not worth it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
The derangement has just taken hold. There's no objectivity in the conversation.
Alabama Governor Kay Ivey, though, has rejected calls for a special session to redraw the state's congressional map in light of this Supreme Court decision. Now, I even tweeted about this yet last night, because I'm not a big fan of Kay Ivey from what I know of her. But she is a Republican governor, and I was just like, okay, another example of having all the power and refusing to do anything about it. But there is some more context to this, and I don't know if this is, true. Maybe you buy this, maybe you don't. But this is what Kay Ivey said. The statement she released gives a little bit of different spin on it. She says, "I applaud the Supreme Court's decision today in Louisiana versus Callis. While I am, is it? How do you say this? Is it? I'm just going to say Callis. While I am encouraged by this decision, it does not yet resolve our ongoing redistricting fight over Alabama's congressional map." So there's already a fight about that in the court. She says, "For too long, federal courts forced states like Alabama into a no-win situation at the hands of activists who want to draw maps that discriminate against our own citizens based on race. As the Supreme Court rightly recognized, the Alabama of today is not the Alabama of the past, and we are proud of our progress." See, this is whatever. You got to. This kind of shows you the false presuppositions that she's still operating under, but it is what it is. It's a generational thing. She says litigation surrounding Alabama's congressional districts is pending before the U.S. Supreme Court, and Alabama is currently under a court order prohibiting the use of new congressional districts until after the 2020 or 2030 census. While we are not in a position to have a special election at this time, I hope in light of this new decision, the court is favorable to Alabama. So we'll see what the courts decide, but it does reinforce this idea that the Republicans in the South, in particular, have been operating on a golf cart with a governor on it, while New England hasn't, and it's been a court-enforced speed limit for us that has now been taken off. And so some of this stuff is gonna resolve, but it may take a little time. I don't know. I'm taking what she says as fact. I don't know. There may be somebody in Alabama that has a totally different take. This is actually no. Alabama could do something if they really wanted to. If the governor had the political will. She seems to think that her hands are tied by the judiciary.
Yeah.
So
I feel like what she's saying here is that, like, hey, I get it. We appreciate the Supreme Court, but our situation's already going to fix itself anyway.
Yeah, but not before the midterms.
Well, right.
So as you look at the map here, Alabama.
Are we really worried about Alabama?
No, but we're not worried about. We're worried about Alabama in the sense of, I mean, we could have 2 additional seats.
Okay, right.
In what is going to be a dogfight. That's not looking good right now for Republicans. So, but again, my whole thesis yesterday at the beginning of the show was, everybody's asked why does Donald Trump doesn't seem concerned about the midterms. Why is that? Is it because he knew this court decision was coming? It was going to make it a lot easier. I mean, Louisiana's going to give you 1. I don't know about Mississippi. Mississippi could eliminate that district that you see on the screen right now in the western part of Mississippi. Alabama's saying they're a no. That would be 2 seats. I don't know about Georgia, but Georgia could get rid of the one in the southwest. Tennessee is getting rid of the one in Memphis. So between Louisiana and Tennessee, you're picking up 2. Florida's already given you 4 or 5 more, and that's after they redistrict this is the second redistricting of Florida, right?
Right. Yes.
So they've winnowed it even more. So, but the Florida representation now is better times 2 than what it was, which is why Virginia did what they did. Virginia's tied up in court. Supreme Court of Virginia says we will not certify the election. We're going to wait and hear the case before we let you certify it. North Carolina could probably fix their districts. South Carolina could fix their districts, but I bet you they won't. Certainly not before the June 9th primary that's coming up, although they could do like Louisiana and suspend the primary until they figure this out.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I mean, you've got 12 seats that you could flip. And let's just say 10. If Alabama's out, then you've got 10 seats that you could flip. And so far, we have on record that we're flipping 2 of them, plus the ones in Florida. So what is that? So far 7, something like that. 6 or 7 that have already flipped.
In addition to this, my prediction is that some really cool things are going to happen with the DOJ coming up in the next few months, leading up to the midterms, and it's going to really invigorate the electorate and the Republican silent majority, and we're all going to go have a really good time.
Yeah,
keeping the majority in the House, because like I said earlier, like, can you imagine the Speaker of the House being Hakeem Jeffries?
Hakeem.
Like, that right there should scare every Republican into getting up and getting out and getting to the polls to vote everywhere.
Hakeem Jeffries. I'll let you say that. I'm saying Hakeem, but you say Hakeem. If he really wants to be Speaker, he needs to get Hawk to a girl to endorse him.
Good grief.
Hi, I'm Hawk to a girl, and I'm endorsing.
She has a podcast.
Hakeem.
Right?
I'm assuming she does. I mean, doesn't everybody now?
So what I was gonna say is, like, would it be cool if he was a guest on her podcast?
Man, that was something that was crazy with her, and that. And then she got into that
the Bitcoin thing.
The rug pull on the cryptocurrency. Did not work out. But I know she's said she was taken advantage of or whatever from that. But that's just crazy. What'll happen?
Her dad's a preacher, right?
When you have, I mean, I can't imagine. I can't imagine
PKs, man.
Can't imagine he's proud of that. Can't imagine.
The old PKs.
But her 15 minutes of fame, man, that was crazy what happened with all that. Huge win for Maha. Make America Healthy Again. Representative Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna going after the Farm Bill and was threatening to delay it if she didn't get these amendments on that was going to strip these protections away from these glyphosate companies. Liberty Daily reporting huge win for Maha as big ag glyphosate protection stripped from Farm Bill. This is a tremendous win for those who believe herbicides and pesticides, including poisonous glyphosate, should not be protected from liability under the Farm Bill. She got her amendment passed. This is her from the House floor telling everybody why we don't need to give these companies immunity.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this amendment. As you know, I never thought I'd have to be debating liability protections for pesticide companies, yet here I am today. And I'd like to share some stats with you. A major study found that pesticide mixtures increased childhood leukemia by 23%, brain cancer by 36%, and overall childhood cancer by 30%. We find that a majority of Americans, specifically that do rely on SNAP and EBT, are being fed massively processed foods that are increasing their cancer risks, not to mention, as a whole, I think that this is something that we should all get behind and that we do not.
This is interesting that it is coming. She's a representative from Florida, which we were just talking about, but the state of Florida under DeSantis has actually put out some studies from the Surgeon General there. This was last year, I think, where they were highlighting the chemical or the poisons that they were finding in baby formula and bread.
Yeah.
Do you remember those headlines that these like normal breads that they were finding? They were doing tests on, and they were coming back with glyphosate in them.
And it wasn't just one company. I remember hearing specifically about the formula companies. It was multiple. They were finding them.
Yeah,
and it was a rampant problem.
Even bread.
There were some moms. You talk about getting moms mad?
Crunchy moms.
Good grief! Just regular moms,
right?
I mean, I strongly encourage all moms to take a look at some of the stuff. And all of us, really. I'm not just talking to moms, but man, they got really hot.
Well, we've been saying that our food supply is toxic, and you just don't worry about that. Go away, kid. You bothering me. Type. But this is a big deal, and there's a battle between big pharma and big ag and big food, and big pharma wants to just blame all of the health crisis on big food and big ag, and I don't want that. I want to focus on big pharma too. But if we're going to focus on big ag, let's really focus on it. I mean, if you're going to throw somebody under the bus, throw them under the bus. Why do we have glyphosate immunity? Why do we have this? Why is our food toxic? And this was weird. I mean, this was brands that are supposed to be healthy. Dave's Killer Bread. I remember when Dave's Killer Bread, first came on the market, and people were like, "Oh yeah, this is good. This is natural," and that was on the list. It was on the list. They tested
15 grains, multigrains.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
We should have known in the name, Maybe they're trying to tell you something.
Yeah.
And this idea of the dyes in our food, all of that stuff. Why do you have Europe with these food in Europe? If your chemicals are the additives and the chemicals in the food in Europe are essentially guilty until they're proven innocent. That's not over here. I'm sorry, that's not what happens over here. These additives are considered fine until there's a problem, and then you have all these studies that are suppressed.
Yeah.
So the problem never comes to light. We've got to completely reverse that. We're talking about the nourishment of our people, and our food supply is the most important thing. Your health is the most important thing.
I was so flawed. I'm just going to throw myself under the bus here on this too, but I was so flawed for a long time up until just fairly recently in the last few years, where I was making excuses for what my kids were eating because it was like, well, I ate that when I was a kid. I turned out fine. And then I started to really look, and it's like, no, I didn't eat that what my kids are eating. It was in a similar box with similar colors on it back then, and it was cool and fun as a kid to eat, but the amount of ingredients and additives in the same things under the same labels, fun labels these days are not the same as they were when I was a little kid. So that I was completely flawed in that statement of rationalizing the fact that, hey, it's okay if they have that. I had that when I was a kid and I turned out fine. Doritos are fine, blah, 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 whatever. And I was so wrong.
You're exactly right. I've been watching home movies from my childhood recently.
Have you really?
Yeah, years ago. And it's fantastic. Years ago, my father took all of the VHS tapes and actually had a guy here locally in town that would convert them to DVDs.
He's good.
Actually, this guy passed away. You know who it was? You remember Dick Clay, the sports guy for KIT? Yes. He's the one that converted the VHSs into DVDs.
Wow.
Yeah, the old sportscaster. The late Dick Clay.
I remember him.
Anyway, so he did that, and so like everybody's got multiple copies. I've got like a tackle box full of these DVDs that go from the 80s until my sisters got married, graduation, high school, everything. Like it's crazy to be able to go back and look at some of the stuff. And what I've noticed is some of the food boxes or like a bag of Doritos laying on the counter, the old school packaging. And when I saw that in my head, I'm like, wow, Doritos used to taste good. I'm sorry, I know they're dye free now, but even if you go to have one of the dye free ones, I don't think that's just me getting older and having different tastes. I think they frankly don't taste as good anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe
they're trying to get creative now with Doritos. I saw the other day they're trying to add protein. Protein's being added to Doritos now.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Protein Doritos.
Yeah.
Well, even like a Ritz cracker.
So chalky.
You remember what a Ritz cracker, think with me here. A Ritz cracker used to be substantial.
Yeah.
If you can remember. Yes, it was buttery. Yes, it had a little hint of salt. But a Ritz cracker would not break the way they break now. They like crumble to dust. You try to get to dip a Ritz cracker in something, and they break. They didn't used to be that way. So you also have this. We had all this inflation, but you also have the what is it called, shrinkflation, where you're getting not only less crackers, but they're now like little paper thin. It's like the little paper thin of bread in that old Mickey Mouse cartoon, Jack and the Beanstalk, where they're so poor and they're slicing the bread and it's so thin you can see through it. That's what a Ritz cracker is now compared to what it used to be, kids. I'm just letting you know. Back in my day, Ritz crackers, you could build a house with them.
So what you're saying is you're like Chevy Chase on Christmas Vacation when he gets locked up in the attic and he finds all those reels from the early 50s of
that
himself,
is me.
and he's sitting there watching them.
It's crazy, man.
Christmas is a time of year.
But it is surreal though. It is absolutely surreal. Here's more from Anna Paulina Luna.
Not want to ever provide or be on the side of cancer causing anything. Research shows that maternal exposures to pesticides at home or at work is linked to a higher risk of leukemia in children. These chemicals are known to cross the placenta and impact fetal development. In addition to that, a review of over 174 studies from 2013 to 2023 found constant and consistent links between pesticide exposures and leukemia, brain cancers, rare childhood cancers. Off record, I had a conversation in the cloakroom from a young member of Congress who was just elected in Georgia, who said that he suffered from thyroid cancer and it was known, or that he thought it was due to an environmental factor. The point is that this should not be partisan. It's about the American people and protecting them. Now, I understand that this place can get pretty heated sometimes, but I was also called a damn liar for defending my position, which is far from the truth. The fact is that I'm not getting paid special interest money. I'm trying to fight for my district and I think for the well-being of a majority of Americans. The fact is that there's far too much special money and interest going into policies like these. And so while people claim that they're in opposition, if you pull FEC reportings and reports of which we do have screenshots of all of that, it says quite the otherwise. I would like to, ma'am, if you'd like to speak, yield as much time.
So basically she's saying there's big money involved that want to keep this. Obviously. They've got a giant lobby. The lobby for big ag and big food and everything. There's even something comparable to people that want to do away with it. Obviously there is Maha. I'm sure there's Maha money out there, but I mean it's nothing. It's just like not even worth mentioning. I would imagine. Like I don't see how because taking this stuff out of our food. Obviously, it's there for a reason. It's there because it's easier to grow food when you have these herbicides and pesticides. You get better yield with your crops. This is not rocket science. Right. So it's gonna cost more money, and it may even mean that the food costs more money as well. There's a fertilizer crisis that they say is going to hit because of the war with Iran, or the conflict with Iran, or whatever you want to call it today.
As much as we want to try to get done in the first 2 years of Trump's presidency or even the 4 years, it's going to take a generation of re-educating and helping people see the lie that was what it was for decades.
Yeah.
And it still may be beyond repair, really.
Yeah.
I mean, because people are just going to do what they want to do anyway. But the amount of lobby and influence that goes on from the companies that are hurting us is just absolutely staggering.
You're exactly right.
There's plenty of documentaries being written about it. The receipts are there. It is absolutely going on. And I work in an industry where there's a lot of great healthcare companies out there, including pharmaceutical companies that are trying to do a good job to do good things. They're trying to come up with additional Alzheimer's medications and other things to help us. But my gosh, the lobby that has pushed these things onto people for a lot of the wrong reasons for so long, it's gonna be really tough to get that genie back in the bottle.
No,
man.
you're exactly right. And here's what I believe. I believe there is clearly. I think some of the poisoning is intentional for Big Pharma. I think Big Pharma and Big Food work together. I mean, if the food is making you sick and you get driven into the arms of a daily pill, I mean, both people benefit from that, right? I think that's a possibility. I mean, and that's not it might have been crazy years ago, but after we lived through COVID, now that we have emails from Anthony Fauci's lieutenant literally trying to hide the truth and talking about getting around FOIA laws. But that guy is going to jail for that. There's no way he doesn't go to jail for openly having contempt for FOIA laws and on the record saying, "Hey, this is how we don't have to tell the American people the truth." That one, I think, if we don't get a conviction out of that one, then
careful. You can't say that.
If we don't get a conviction out of that one, we're slaves. There you go.
Okay. Now you're set up, though.
I'm fine with that.
What if he's got a really good lawyer?
Well, so what?
Okay.
So what is what I say. Anyway, her amendment passed.
You know, we've seen people get away with murder, right?
Touche.
I'm not trying to bring OJ into the conversation, brother.
Touche, Eric.
But dude,
touche.
You cannot say this person will go to jail for this.
We're getting a conviction out of that one.
All right, brother.
I don't see how. Let's
I'm
mark that
I'm
one
with
down.
you
I don't know about Comey, but I know that Morin, that guy is going to jail. Maybe not for a long time, but he's going to jail. You were talking about. Well, let's just go right into it. Let's stick with the Maha agenda. So Ron Johnson and his committee, they had a hearing where they're listening to the FDA officials talking about how they had records of kids dying because of COVID. We've got Nicholas Holscher saying FDA officials covered up 25 COVID shot safety signals, including sudden cardiac death, heart attacks, blood clots. Let me just let you listen to this exchange.
Here's the sheet. These are the adverse events that they were showing a safety signal for using the new method. Bell's palsy, sinus rhythm, cardiac failure, chronic, acute left ventricular failure, agonal rhythm, which is severe arrhythmia generally occurred at the end of life, pulmonary infarction, cerebral artery occlusion, aortic stenosis, sudden cardiac death, hypertensive emergency, basal ganglia stroke. Now these aren't minor. Remember, we're always told, adverse events are rare and minor. These are not minor adverse events. And these safety signals were showing, and they were strong, but they were being hidden because FDA officials refused to acknowledge that the current system they were using was invalidated. And they had to look at the new system that unmasked these things. Our report goes on to detail how federal officials refused to acknowledge these revelations or take action to warn the public. Instead, senior FDA officials repeatedly tried to stop Dr. Scharfman from continuing her work or communicating her findings outside of FDA. In September 2021, Dr. Marks informed Dr. Patricia Cavazzoni, the then director of CEDAR, that Dr. Scharfman, who was a CEDAR employee, quote, has been asked to cease and desist conducting her data analysis. Dr. Marks complained that Dr. Scharfman's work had become, quote, a major distraction, that her efforts could create erroneous conflicts that feed to anti-vaccination rhetoric.
So what happens when you're staffed with people that have been indoctrinated into a current medical paradigm that we've been told they're good. We can't even entertain the idea that they might be harmful. Whereas, we had somebody on the other day, or we were playing some clip where there's nothing else is stigmatized except for vaccines. If you have an allergy to penicillin, you call the doctor, hey, you gave me penicillin, I had this reaction. The doctor says, oh, I'm so sorry, we won't ever give you that again. You say that about vaccines, and everybody says, oh my goodness, you are anti-science and you want your neighbor to die. Here's this other clip. Watch this one, and then we'll get your reaction on it. So this is from the same hearing. Take a listen.
Apparently, within FDA, you're reviewing, I think it was 96 autopsies of child death following the COVID mRNA injection. In that memo, Dr. Prasad writes, this is a profound revelation. For the first time, the U.S. FDA will acknowledge that COVID-19 vaccines killed American children. Healthy young children who faced tremendously low risk of death were coerced at the behest of the Biden administration via school and work mandates to receive a vaccine that could result in death. In many cases, such mandates were harmful. It is difficult to read cases where kids 7 to 16 may be dead as a result of COVID vaccines. Apparently, within FDA, you're reviewing.
Let me hear that last part again. I was distracted. We're trying to deal with this troll for you
16 may
guys.
be dead as a result of COVID vaccines. It is difficult to read cases where kids 7 to 16 may be dead as a result of COVID vaccines.
7 to 16 kids.
Ages 7 to 16. Is that what they said? 7 years old to 16. I think the numbers that they have, that they know of, is something like closer to 25. So this is why Anthony Fauci.
One is unacceptable.
One is unacceptable, and the cover-up is what's unacceptable. And, Anthony Fauci's lieutenant getting indicted is great, but I think we should test that pardon. We should test this auto pin pardon that Anthony Fauci got that he said he didn't even want.
Yeah.
All these guys. Adam Schiff saying he didn't want one. I just think again. I mean, are we going to even try to look like a serious country? It's what somebody, even if it's symbolic, has got to answer for COVID, more than just this guy trying to skirt FOIA laws. Again, I'm glad Al Capone them. Get them any way you got to get them. I'm fine with that. Tax evasion, that's fine, right? He didn't get convicted for murder or running booze or whatever. Apparently, the troll is gone. You're welcome, everybody. Hats off to Eric for letting me know. And Eli, Mr. Producer, thank you for getting rid of the troll. So, Ron Johnson continuing to do, he's been one of the leading voices in this. Not perfect in it, because nobody is, but he certainly seems to want to get to the bottom of it. And again, though, at some point you got to go beyond hearings. Right. Yeah. Here's what Mark Lynch said in response to that, and the death of children. Time for military tribunals. Mark Lynch running against Lindsey Graham out of South Carolina, late AG. Lindsey Graham is now starting to attack Mark Lynch, by the way, in mailers and ads and such, because he's scared.
I was going to say that. Then that Mr. Lynch is having an impact,
having a big impact. Lady Lindsey Graham is scared. Julie Kelly writes, my thoughts on this are not printable. I am so glad neither one of our children took the vaccine, and I'm so sorry for those children, teens, and college students who were forced to do so. The reckoning for this cannot happen fast enough. She's exactly right. Politics, depending on your politics, think about this for a second. We grew up in a time when politics weren't as personal, and politics could be, you don't really have to pay attention. Your life is really not going to change one way or the other, depending on who's in office. And in some respects, there are people out there that are going to say that's still true today. But when it comes to COVID, we can say unequivocally that politics, depending on what your politics were, in some cases it saved your life. In some cases it saved your life, or it saved you from having, alpha-gal syndrome or myocarditis or you name it. There's so many people out there that report, and then not to mention, people have done, studies or they've tried to do reports on, or maybe they just ask the rhetorical question even that's just like, hey, have you heard of anybody that just dropped dead over the last 5 years, that was young and healthy, and then everybody had the, at least depending on what political circle you were in, it was, oh, did they get the shot? What goes on, COVID was an example. COVID was a recent real-world example of how you have to pay attention to politics now. I guess that's the thing is we're no longer in the 80s and the 90s. We're no longer in that, does it really matter? It does matter. COVID proved that it matters in a big way. A direct line directly to the people, the lives of you, the lives of your children, what kind of health care you're going to get. The psychos that were the psychos at the height of get the vax. Well, if you need emergency medical care, we don't want it. You shouldn't get that. If you didn't get vaccinated, you can't go to the emergency room. We had psychopaths actually saying that.
Yeah. There was a quote I wanted to share with Mr. Lynch too, that to get back to what we were just saying just a minute ago, or what you had mentioned, that when you said that, it really it made me think of this quote I've heard in business many times about your enemies and your competition. And in this case, I think it's appropriate for Mr. Lynch to remember that first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they attack you, then you win. Origin of that quote, a lot of people attribute it to something that Gandhi said, but they don't know exactly who said it. But I've heard that quote many times over the years, and I think it's appropriate in this situation. That hopefully that's what's going on here. So good luck, Mr.
100%. All right, so I see on your lower third, Eric, it says that you got a text message today from AOC and James Tallarico.
I just got another one a while ago.
Are you kidding me? All right, so I want you to tell us, first of all, why you're getting texts from AOC and James Tallarico, but what's the content of those messages?
So this started earlier today. I got text messages from James Tallarico, from Jim Clyburn. Jim Clyburn texted me. Chuck Schumer texted me.
Oh wow, how thoughtful!
And then I got that one from AOC. It's fantastic. They think my name is Lynn, unfortunately, so I must be tied to some, political, some PAC or something like that.
You're like a mole.
I'm on a Democrat.
Yeah, you're on a Democrat
troll list.
Well, stay on there for purposes of good content, because this is great. Go ahead. What are they telling you today?
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez here. One thing that distinguishes me from most of my colleagues is that I rely virtually entirely on grassroots donations, Eric. The average donation to my campaign floats around $16 to $19. I don't take meetings with lobbyists, and I don't curry favor with billionaires. I just want to talk to you. I do this so I can legislate and operate independently from our corrupting systems of campaign finance and revolving doors politics. Please chip in $20 to my campaign here, Eric. I love you. You are so awesome. No, I'm just kidding. It didn't say that. Last part.
AOC, you're getting she doesn't take meetings with lobbyists?
Man.
My goodness.
So blessed to be texted by AOC today.
All right, so Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is texting your phone. And it's funny, she's texting your phone and she's back in the news because Alex Stein, Primetime 99.
Oh, love this guy.
Is back in the news. He was on Capitol Hill today, and he saw Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and decided to call her, once again, a big-bootied Latina to her face.
I mean, literally. AOC, you'll always be my favorite big booty Latina. My favorite big booty Latina. I love you, AOC. My favorite big booty Latina. I love you, AOC. My favorite Congresswoman. I'm voting for you for president.
Awesome. Thank you.
We love AOC. Yeah. She's going to win.
Mama, baby. Show that to your mom.
I love it. My mom's a big fan. We love you, AOC.
That was a low shot there from AOC. Alex Stein played it off, but I'm pretty sure
his mom,
Alex Stein's mother, passed away during COVID.
Oh my gosh!
And I would.
You think she knew?
I would bet she does.
And said that out of spite?
Yes.
Whoa.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong about that, but
miss on his part then for not calling that out. My God.
I'm pretty sure
his
that's
mom
the
is
case.
deceased. That's confirmed.
Yeah,
Good grief.
And he has.
It's not like she said, "Mom and Dad and all your family." Mm-hmm. She specifically said,
Yes,
Good
and he took it like a champ. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's why she said that. I interviewed Alex Stein on National File Tonight a couple of years ago, and
that's disgusting.
And I think we talked about it, or maybe we talked about it off air, but it was during the COVID hysteria that, and I believe I don't think I'm misrepresenting him when he said he thinks that they killed his mother. Basically, I don't know if it was the remdesivir or not, but I know she passed away during that, according to him.
Well, I'm going to text AOC back real quick.
Yeah, you
tell her
like
that she is a horrible person.
Oh.
AOC.
No, just say, just text her back and say, Alex, just text her back and say, Alex Stein is right about you.
What a horror. Golly.
Now, she may not have known, but when I saw it, I thought, AOC knows that his mother is dead, and she's trying to be really mean. Now,
hold on, I got dots. She's texting back.
Okay, so these two people, Alex Stein and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, are now linked for a long time because Alex Stein was
Is there some theme music that's going to go along with this connection?
I'm just saying, Alex. I know there's those memes about Elon and AOC.
Oh yeah.
But Alex Stein exploded in popularity after he was already a big deal with the culture jamming. He would go
fighting
in front
with
of
Antifa,
but no, he would go down to city councils and he would do the the culture jamming thing where he would be a stereotypical leftist, and it was hilarious.
Yeah.
He was already gaining traction for that. But when he went to Capitol Hill originally and called her a big booty Latina, people were like, "Oh no, why did he do that?" And I thought it was funny, but at the same time, I was also like, "Come on, is the trolling really? Is that this level of trolling necessary?" But it was her reaction that actually made the news. If you'll remember, she ended up making several Instagram posts, and she actually lied about him, saying, she actually walked up the steps after he called her a big booty Latina originally, and ad-libbed about what he actually said, and through the word, he was saying, look at that, look at that juicy A, and of course he never said that. He just said big booty Latina. Yeah. And then she made some posts about how I was going to go over there and assault him. I was going to go over there and deck him, and she deleted those posts. But the real reason it made headlines is we were in the midst of January 6th hearings, and the left was saying that January 6th was just as bad as 9/11 and everything else. But we were saying, the right was saying, the Capitol Police let people inside the Capitol. The Capitol Police didn't do their job. We were criticizing the Capitol Police.
Yeah.
The Democrats were saying...
Just open the doors.
The Democrats were saying, the Capitol Police did nothing wrong. The Capitol Police are amazing. The Capitol Police were assaulted on J6. You're a terrorist. But when AOC was called a big booty Latina, she criticized the Capitol Police, verifying, or at least lending some credibility to what the right was saying. That's why it actually made news. It was AOC's response. She criticized the Capitol Police for allowing Alex Stein to say what he said. She said she felt unsafe. Oh. And it sounds so petty now. It sounds petty now. I get it. But I'm telling you, that's why people said, oh, this culture jamming thing really can work, because you trolled AOC, but you got her to talk, and you actually got her to lend credibility to what we were saying about the Capitol Police at the time. It seems so silly to say now, but those were the stakes back in the day between AOC. And Alex Stein even gives credit to AOC for, a lot of his career and political success because of the way she responded and reacted. So she loathes him. And I think she loathes him for a lot of reasons, but I think, if you go watch the original video, she thought he was a leftist. She thought he was an actual fan, and she was totally fine with being called a big booty Latina, I think, until she found out, this is Alex Stein.
Yeah.
I hate this guy.
Yeah.
I hate being made fun of by a right-winger. So,
AOC, you'll always be my favorite big booty Latina. My favorite big booty Latina. I love you, AOC. My favorite big booty Latina. I love you, AOC. My favorite congresswoman. I'm voting for you for president.
Awesome. Thank you.
We love AOC. Yeah. She's going to win.
Mama, baby, show that to your mom.
I love it. So my mom's a big fan. We love you, AOC.
What?
Just show that to your mom.
So that's to your mama. And then here was Alex Stein right after that incident.
Hi,
Sorry,
everyone.
now
Allison
knowing
Steinberg
that
here
she's
with
dead,
Lindell
that
TV.
hits
We are
different.
on the steps of the Capitol with the one, the only Alex Stein, Primetime 99. Maybe I got that backwards.
No,
Sorry.
you got it right. You know who I am. Pip on a
know
blimp.
you.
I've known Allison for a long time. I know Allison. She's been grinding on these streets, doing the best man on the street stuff for years. And now she's doing it at the highest level out here on the Capitol steps. And it's really an honor and privilege to get to do what you do for one day, even though I've done this before, but not to your level, not with all the access that you have. But what I'm saying is, I just got to run into my favorite big booty Latina, AOC, so I think round two, what you gonna do? Today's a great day.
It is a great day. I have to say, I was really surprised and very happy when I just glanced over and saw Alex Stein here. I was actually tracking AOC as she was walking down the steps, and then I was like, who's that guy talking to her? No way, it's Alex freaking Stein. So tell us about the interaction. What went down?
Well, I saw AOC. Of course, I went up to her and I had to give her, a compliment. And I told her that I'm endorsing her for 2028 for president. And it doesn't matter if she's a little dumb, she's hot. That's really all that matters to me. And I will say this on a serious note. Our interaction wasn't that long, but it all depends on how much I triggered her, because that's why the last video did so well when I called her Big Booty Latina, because she said I sexually harassed her. She tried to get me canceled, so she created the Streisand effect by trying to hide who I was. And I would say if she doesn't do that again, that's her best strategy. I hope she doesn't see this. But if she gets triggered, then I win, and it's going to be huge, and the Pimp on a Blimp wins round two again, baby.
Yeah, it's funny. That's what these Democrats don't seem to understand, is that their ridiculous reactions to our, simple questions are what make them go viral. They dig their own grave.
And you've interviewed me before, you've even posted it, so we don't know what the backlash is going to be. We don't know what reaction is, but we're about to post it. We're about to go viral. The Pimp on a Blimp, Allison Steinberg, Lindell TV, Rav TV coming together, making some good content right here in Capitol Hill, baby.
Unity looks like. Tell us, did she remember you? Did she?
knew
What was
exactly.
the reaction?
Well, she said something because she knows who I am because I did sue her, and then I ended up driving the lawsuit. She's like, I hope your mom likes this. You know, my mom's dead.
She said that just now?
Oh.
What is wrong with her? That's
I don't know,
cruel.
but I don't.
I hadn't
maybe
seen this
it
part.
could have been accidental, but she knows my mom's dead. It's like the first thing in my Wikipedia, but that's okay. She was trying to come after me about my dead mom. I want her mom to live forever, even her abuelita in Puerto Rico with the leaky roof. I donated to fix that leaky roof. So you might AOC make fun of my dead mom. There's nothing I can do. I can't bring her back to life, so I'm not going to get mad. But I will just say that I love you, AOC, and nothing
Good
you can
for
say will ever hurt
him.
me.
Wow, AOC, I hope you're listening because that's really cruel. She acts like she's nice. You know, I talked to her actually
she's
yesterday.
Spicy.
Yeah, she is. She can be. She's actually respectful. I will give her credit where it's due. She actually stops and talks and takes questions, unlike many of these Democrats who run away, scream. I mean, but she's gotten
that's
pretty
good.
intense.
Yeah, and that's because she's media savvy. She knows
she knows the
how
drill.
this
She knows
attention
the drill.
economy works, and you got to do some interviews. That's just how it works.
Part of the drill. It's
Yeah.
part of the drill. All right, Alex. So let the people know where they can find you because you have a new show, a new network, right?
After Hours with Alex Stein on RAV, Real America's Voice. It is on Monday through Friday at 11 p.m. Eastern. Tap in. 1 hour. We go insane for the Ukraine every episode. So I hope you guys will watch it. And AOC, if you see this, please get mad, but know that I love you.
Insane for the Ukraine. Was that a callback to I'm insane in the membrane?
Yeah, that was totally.
Oh, man. This is the good thing about our generation. I don't know how old is Alex Stein. He's got to be younger than I am.
Totally. Not that you're old.
No,
but
I know.
like,
I don't know how old he is.
I mean,
but this is the good thing about the younger generation, in my opinion. It's we know that we're dealing with extremely unserious people who are, in many cases, not being who they really are in public. Say what you want about.
he's 39. That's older than I thought.
Okay. So he's, I'm a couple years older than he is.
Yeah.
Into my 40s. So, but that's one of the things that Donald Trump kind of shattered when he came into even though he's not of this generation, he kind of was just like, what Dave Chappelle said, right? Like, I know the system's corrupt because I use it. That whole thing.
Yeah.
These people, they put on the mask of decency, but they're actually not decent people at all in many cases. And so this up-and-coming generation knows that. My generation knows that more so. I mean, I've witnessed it at a micro scale in Little Rock when I covered politics there for as long as I did. It's just kind of the nature of the beast. But this up-and-coming generation is jaded and knows the truth, but they're not willing to disengage. They're like, okay, we're going to engage in this nonsense. We're going to engage in it and gonna expose you guys as the frauds you really are.
Yeah. Well, I mean, these content creators are heroes in a lot of ways because they're everything that the CNNs of the world and the fake news mass media outlets hate. That's what they are, but they're so successful in what they do because the content that they make is so relevant and so good, and we need 1,000 more Nick Shirleys out there and Alex Steins and Lindell TV folks on the streets having conversations because the old guard of the old, Cronkites, Dan Rather, Jennings, stuff like that, all those days, all those guys are dead and gone.
Yes.
And there's no credibility at any of those organizations anymore. They've all been outed as fake news. So we need a new young generation of content creators and folks like this going out there and having conversations with people on the street and catching these congressmen and senators where they are and trying to hold them accountable or at least give them a chance to speak.
Yeah,
and answer for their stupidity.
one of the things they hate though is being made fun of, being the butt of jokes, and not taking their super serious system serious. Now it is serious in that people's lives are at stake.
Sure,
but approaching it with this, this type of comedy, I think is the right approach in a lot of ways.
Yeah, make light of it, man. Life's too short.
Yeah,
good grief.
So residents in Charlotte, North Carolina, are upset because energy prices are set to skyrocket up to 18% in their area. This is from MSN. They're saying that Duke Energy is the name of the company. So as Duke Energy pushes for a significant rate increase, customers across North Carolina are making it clear they are not on board. So this is while we are in the midst of an affordability crisis, some say. A series of public meetings is being held ahead of a key vote by the North Carolina Utilities Commission, where regulators will decide whether to approve the proposed hike. The request could raise electricity rates by as much as 18% over the next 2 years.
Wow.
At a rally outside Mecklenburg County Courthouse, dozens of customers and local advocacy groups gathered to protest the increase, arguing it would place an even greater financial burden on already struggling households. Protesters chanted and voiced frustration over Duke Energy's profits, with some pointing out the company reportedly earned $5 billion last year. But Duke Energy says the rate increase is necessary to support its expanding customer base and ongoing infrastructure improvements. The company said it added approximately 150,000 customers over the last 2 years and built 10 new substations to meet rising energy demands. But here's the deal with that. This is what I think this kind of just, people are so done with this. I mean, if you look at the jury, the judgments that they cited, people want antitrust laws to be enforced again. People are so sick of this. It doesn't make any sense to the average person that is struggling right now when a company tells you that over the last 2 years they've added 150,000 new paying customers.
Yeah.
They're paying for it, and you somehow haven't factored that into your business model, and now you've got to raise their prices when you have new customers. And I get it. Infrastructure is the thing. You have to have the infrastructure to get the power to them and everything else. But the average person is just done with excuses. They're tired of being taken advantage of. They're tired of it. It just seems like there's always a corporate angle in a way to, for lack of a better term, to screw over the average people.
Yeah,
and that's not
sure.
to mention the data center problem that we're having to deal with right now.
Exactly.
So, anyway, it also in another consumer story, Consumer Finance Monitor reporting StubHub to pay $10 million for failing to disclose full ticket prices. I've actually experienced this.
Me too.
Where you go to StubHub to buy something, and then at checkout you're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And so now they're paying $10 million to the Federal Trade Commission. And listen to this too, because the way this is
your check in the mail though.
No, my check's not in the mail. That's another point. Yeah, so the government is regulating them, but I mean, what's that going to do? The nation's largest ticket exchange and resale service, StubHub, will pay $10 million to settle Federal Trade Commission allegations that the company violated the FTC Act and the agency's trade regulation rule on unfair and deceptive fees. So they're allegations. The FTC said the service advertised ticket prices on its website without clearly and conspicuously disclosing upfront how much consumers actually would pay, including all mandatory fees from May 12th through May 14th, 2025. The FTC fees rule became effect on May 12th, 2025. StubHub neither admitted nor denied any of the FTC allegations, but they're going to pay the fine. The Commission's fee rule makes it clear that the total price of live event tickets must be disclosed upfront to enable consumers to make fully informed purchasing decisions. The action follows the Trump administration's Executive Order 14254 combating unfair practices in the live entertainment market, which includes directions to the Commission to take appropriate action to ensure price transparency at all stages of the ticket purchase process, including the secondary ticketing market. So it is a deceptive practice because what you do is you say, okay, I'm going to go to this football game or I'm going to go to this concert, and you go ahead and say they know the psychology behind duping somebody, and so you say I'm going to go and I'm willing to pay $30 a ticket, right? When and then you get to the checkout and then you see the total and you're like, wait a second, this is way more than $60. Let's say you're buying two, this is way more than $60. I'm now paying $75 for the. I'm paying $15 more. I didn't plan on it, but you're already there. You already decided to go. You already selected it. So what are most people going to do? They're going to pay the extra $15, and it's not fully disclosed. So whereas otherwise they maybe wouldn't have.
I don't want to speak for everyone else, but this is where the market corrects itself, though, because, yeah, that same thing what you just described happened to me, but it happened to me once. And then I was like, there's got to be a better option.
Right.
To which then I started investigating and looking around, and I'm like, and I was just looking at my phone. I've got 4 other apps on my phone for purchasing tickets that have no fees attached to them. So that I can get game day, same day tickets for, that I could have on StubHub that now I get on other apps. And it works just fine. So I think this is I'm glad they're getting slapped with a fine for this. It's not like I'm going to get my money back from the time that they charged me 30 or 40% on top of my ticket prices for their, handling fees or whatever, all the different I think I remember counting too. I was with my brother and I remember counting. I was like, dude, I just bought some ticket. It was like a John Mayer concert or something like that we were going to in Nashville.
John Mayer. When was this? John Mayer's still doing concerts?
It was a couple or 3 years ago.
Okay.
But I haven't used StubHub since because there are other apps now that don't charge fees. So why would I go back to using StubHub?
I don't know. Maybe you just want to, run through the halls of your high school. Scream at the top of your lungs. This is the real world.
Yeah, I was going to say, one more line.
Okay, so I've seen John Mayer in concert.
Oh yeah,
I was in high school.
Okay,
they played at Mud Island. I've been to like 3 concerts my whole life that I can remember. This one, maybe I went to Memphis in May a few times, so that'd be like kind of a lot of things.
Yeah.
But we went to see John Mayer at Mud Island. But I wasn't there for John Mayer. I was there for a band called Guster that was the opening act.
Oh,
and so the folks I remember this years ago, but the folks at my high school, there were people that wanted to see Guster. And there were people that wanted to see John Mayer, and it was crazy. It was like a whole event. Later found out that my wife, who is a few years older than me, she was at that concert.
No kidding.
But I didn't know that at the time.
Well,
but
I was laughing. What you were talking about too is like Memphis in May.
Yeah,
I mentioned that just a minute ago. I was texting with my college roommate because we went to a ton of live music during our 4 years of college. We were roommates all 4 years, and we were texting with each other just a while ago about the ticket prices for Memphis in May Festival, which isn't even called Memphis in May anymore. It's called something else. But
it's called
150,
Lock Your Doors in May.
It was called 100. It was like $155 for a 3-day pass. It was $19 a day when I was in college and could see 50 bands in a weekend there, and yeah, all through my 20s and 30s, I saw lots of live music. Lenny Kravitz is one of my favorite artists, so see him.
Get your concealed carry license in May. I mean, what are they going to name it? Don't come here in May. Stay at home and keep your life.
Well, when you're in your 20s though,
no,
like,
it's
you
just
have a
show
totally
you like
different outlook on things. Now, as like a father of 4, I'm like, I wouldn't get caught dead down there.
No, of course not. But I mean, Memphis was considered dangerous growing up, but not like it is now.
Oh no,
to the point where my parents allowed me to go to Memphis in May.
Yeah, mine too.
So I think I was a senior in high school, and I was allowed to go to Memphis in May because you had a reasonable chance that you were going to come back alive. I don't know now though. I don't know now. One more real quick story. Oh my goodness, it's 5:55. Make a wish, everybody. Then we have
this conversation went
flew
fast. This
by.
was awesome. Good times today.
Just real quick on the tickets, though, on the 15th of April, this was a story I was looking for a week or so ago, and I got it wrong because I couldn't remember. I got things confused. But a jury has found that Live Nation acted as a monopoly and overcharged ticket buyers.
Another one that I don't use anymore and haven't for years.
Emphasis on the word jury because, and this is what these corporations are facing now. If this stuff goes before a jury, the people are sick of it.
Yeah.
We are sick of it. We're sick of it. And what we have here is we have just greed. We have a massive greed problem.
Artists started speaking out too.
Yes.
Like it wasn't just the fans who were trying to buy tickets and paying grossly overinflated prices, but even the artists were saying, golly, I heard from a fan the other day that said it was $300 for a ticket to my show. That's stupid. And they started investigating Taylor Swift, one of them.
Yep.
Kid Rock, so many others started saying, I'm going to boycott these ticket companies because of what they're doing to my fans.
Operating a monopoly. The jury found they're operating a monopoly, and you can't do that. And we need to do this with so many other industries. There are monopolies, and nobody's doing anything about it, and we're all paying the price. Average Americans are paying the price. So this is a good thing. This is the part of populism that actually unites is going to unite people on both sides of the political spectrum because they're tired of it. They're sick
bust
and tired
up the
of it.
monopolies and go after and get all the fraudsters.
And it's because there are immoral people on all sides of the socioeconomic scale, right? You can be a very, very poor person and also be an immoral person. You can also be a moral person and be poor, but you can be a very, very wealthy person and be good, and you can also have really terrible character flaws. And just like with our politicians, the best of us aren't representing the rest of us, or what do you say?
The best of us are not representing us. Yeah, unfortunately, in this situation, we got a lot of Gordon Geckos. Out there.
Exactly. And
their greed is good.
Yeah, and it's
you got to cut that out.
And I'll just say, if you want to preserve the system that we do have, you're going to have to have elites, which every society does have, actually care about other people besides themselves, and we have less and less of that right now, and we're the worst for it. We got about a minute left. What do I have? Oh yeah, we'll hit this one. Donald Trump is urging the GOP once again to blow up the filibuster. Will John Thune listen? Will these people listen? He's saying, don't be stupid. Quote, don't be stupid. How much abuse can the Republican Senate take from the radical left lunatics in the form of Democrat senators before they blow up, terminate the filibuster, and approve things at a record clip, including the Save America Act? That would be unthinkable without filibuster termination. The Dems will do it the first hour of their first day. Don't be stupid. But here's the kicker. They're not being stupid. They're playing, some of these guys, I'm telling you, Eric, they are playing for the other side. They are not actually one of us. And they don't want to have to go on record to oppose Trump's agenda if they only needed 51 votes. So, that's all the time that we have for today. Thanks for spending time with us this week, Eric. We really appreciate it. And folks, I'm going to be back here tomorrow, Friday, flying solo. We're going to be getting to sit down with Anita Thibault and for at least a little bit tomorrow to talk more about what we talked about yesterday with the human trafficking tied to the Mercury studies. We're going to do a follow-up on that segment, and we're going to cover all of the rest of the news. God bless everybody out there watching. Give a shout-out to our sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, 7 Weeks Coffee, and Sherrod Chiropractic, and we will see you tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell Program.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger, along with Jay Gatling, and some wonderful things happened today. Many of you may know that AOC had her own Joan Rivers moment. Remember when Joan Rivers said that Michelle Obama was transgender, and then she mysteriously died a couple of months later? Well, don't be surprised if something happens to AOC now. I want to show you guys this video, and then I want to show you the thumbnail that we made. Our friend Eli, he's a producer of our show. His name is Eli, and he does excellent thumbnails for the Live from America TV network. We're going to show you that in just a second. First, though, Jay, I want to show everybody this video because you can see the smirk on her face. You can see how she's sort of behaving, her body language.
Yeah.
It's okay. So here we go. I'm going to pull it up right here. And you guys are going to enjoy this, I promise, because it's weird. I mean, you can tell by her face. She's like, oh yeah, we whatever. So this ought to be very interesting for both of us. All right, let's take a listen.
Okay, last thing then. What do you think we're going to have first? Are we going to have a female president first or a gay president?
Oh, well, we don't know if we've already had a gay president.
Hey, that's true.
I think there are chances that maybe we have, but I don't know.
I think there are chances that maybe we have, but I don't know, with a smirk on her face. So take a look at our thumbnail, everybody. This was made by Eli right here. Check this out. It's Jay holding the news camera, and I'm holding the Secret America microphone up to AOC. And I say, when do you think we'll have our first gay president? She says, we may already have had one. I just don't know who. And then you got Obama holding the umbrella for him and her in a pink tutu with long dangling earrings. I love it. It couldn't be any better.
The only thing wrong with that is Obama's arms are way too developed.
I was thinking that same thing. I'm like, wait a minute. He's like an old skinny dude. But it doesn't even matter because the tutu and the long earrings, awesome.
No, it's an awesome thumbnail. I don't know who else she could have been referring to because, first of all, Lindsey Graham hasn't been president. So that's out.
You know what's weird, Jay? A few people, for some reason, I have no idea why, a few people thought she was talking about James Buchanan.
I was just going to say that. And the reason why she's not talking about James Buchanan is because she doesn't know who James Buchanan is.
Nobody does.
I've heard of James Buchanan.
Well, I mean, people have heard of him, but nobody knew who the hell he is.
AOC doesn't know who James Buchanan is. She doesn't know that James Buchanan was a president. She's like Ilhan Omar, who thinks about World War XI. She doesn't know about James Buchanan. Give me a break. She was talking about...
They were giving AOC way too much credit for the brain food there. James Buchanan. Oh, you mean the president from the 1850s? That's who I was talking about.
Not a clue. Couldn't pick him out of a lineup ever.
No,
if you showed her a picture, wouldn't know James Buchanan. Who's that? Not a clue.
Well, I wouldn't be. If you want the God's honest truth, I wouldn't be able to either. I don't know what the fuck he looks like.
Okay. Do you know why I might be able to? When I was a little kid, I got a book of all the presidents. Up to that point, the one that was in there was Ronald Reagan. He was the last one. And they were all like really good paintings of every president, even the modern ones. So I kind of looked at that book. I was obsessed with it because I was into that, the presidents and all that. So I do, if you showed me a photograph or a sketch or a painting of James Buchanan, I would probably recognize it, but that's just me. And
well, not in a photo lineup, I don't think you would.
Yeah, I probably would. I'm being honest with you.
If I get you a photo lineup of 9 people that look very similar to James Buchanan, you're going to be able to tell me which one's James Buchanan.
Well, if you put like, no, I'm saying line them up with other presidents.
No, I'm talking about a photo lineup, like the police. You should know better than that.
Well, no, I mean, I know what you're saying, but I'm saying in a lineup of presidents, you could probably put them in a photo lineup,
and they all look different. They all look weird and different. There's not one president that looks like another. Have you ever noticed that? Isn't that strange?
I'm trying to think.
They all look vastly different. I mean, Abraham Lincoln. Nobody's going to look like Abraham Lincoln.
What's his name? Chester A. Arthur. He had the beard, or was that William Howard Taft?
That was Taft. He had the big mustache and stuff.
Yeah, okay.
But no. I mean, none of them look alike. It's really weird. Really freaking weird. There's not one.
No, I'm saying if you just showed me a picture and said, who is that? I would be able to tell you it's James Buchanan.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
You know what? We're going to test this theory in a minute. I am going to look for some pictures.
Okay.
And I'm going to see if there's maybe a little lineup thing of people, and I'm going to see if you can pick him out.
All right.
I want to welcome everybody like Deborah and Raina and everybody else that's in the comments right now. I also want to take a moment to talk about our sponsor real quick, and that is maxassociates.etsy.com. Absolutely excellent shop for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. They have all the best stuff, all the stuff to show where you stand here in America. I'm going to put the QR code up there on the top right. You can scan the QR code, or you can go to maxassociates.etsy.com. It is something you will not regret because right now they have a great deal going on. Jay, tell them about the deal. I mean, you can't beat it.
No, you cannot. Anything over $20 is 20% off, and everything is free shipping anywhere in the United States of America. Absolutely incredible. You cannot beat that. It is amazing stuff, great products, great sayings on the shirts, great graphics on the shirts, great graphics on everything. You see cell phone cases, you see mugs, you see bags, you see flags. They have everything you could ever want to show who you are and where you stand as a patriot.
let me just put it this way, everybody. If you're thinking about buying something that's patriotic apparel or USA Pride gifts, even if you wanted to get something generic and go to another place, why wouldn't you still go here to get 20% off and free shipping? You're not going to get 20% off and free shipping anywhere else, so you might as well still go here.
100%. There's no reason not to go here.
Absolutely. So yeah, great shop. I'm glad they're our sponsor, because we like to have sponsors that we actually believe in, and that's one of the ones that we believe in. So I'm glad he's the sponsor of the show right now.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that was just, I want to play for you guys. Real quick, Jay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play this video. It's unreleased footage of what actually happened in the Nicholas Fuentes incident, okay? And what I'm going to do is, after I play this footage, I want you to talk about it for a minute so I have time to find the James Buchanan lineup. I'm going to see if I can find it fast. It's not going to be easy, but I'm going to see what I can do, okay? But first, let's play this unreleased. People are going to love this. It's unreleased. Who doesn't love unreleased stuff, Jay?
Oh, yeah, first time viewing, absolutely. Everybody wants that.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome. Let's see. Here it is right here. You guys are going to love this. And it is, like I said, it's unreleased. This is going to be a first-time exclusive viewing of the Nicholas Fuentes footage. Let's go ahead and check it out. Where the hell is it? There it is. What are you doing? Oh, God. Look at that. That's horrible.
Terrible.
He took her shoes off and he's shoving her into the oven.
I mean, this is just...
Oh, God. Nicholas, how could you? How could you shove her into the oven? At least leave her shoes on.
Absolutely horrible. Horrible person. And how those charges didn't stick, I don't know.
I don't know. He killed her and cooked her. He must have eaten her. That's why they didn't stick. They couldn't find a body.
Maybe. But now that we have the footage, we have evidence now. So,
yes, and we have sent this to the local authorities.
Yeah. I tagged the FBI director, Kash Patel, and
the FBI has said that they are looking into it, and they are thinking about assassinating Nicholas Fuentes. That's what they told me.
All right. As we know, obviously, that is not what really happened, but it's pretty funny. But
who's to say? Who's to say that's not what really happened?
You know something? That's why AI is really scary.
But you can tell it's fake because he drags her in, and it's a lifeless body that's moved. First of all, she's a heavy woman, you know? And then he's dragging her with one hand, and it's a lifeless body that's moving across the floor. You can tell it's fake that way. Plus, when he puts her in the oven, he doesn't actually turn it on. So
listen, Jack, he's pretty strong. Nick Fuentes.
Is he?
Yeah.
He can shove old women, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he shoves 57-year-old women. So, I mean, look how easily he shoved her down that walkway. I mean, he must be really strong.
Yeah, when you can pepper spray a woman to where she can't see and then shove her, you've got some balls.
Yeah. You know, you posted that. Your post went like ridiculously viral. I posted about it, and my post was more about people. I was comparing it to how police officers, when use excessive force, people flip out and it's excessive force. But here, Nick, if a police officer did that in the same scenario, it doesn't matter if it's on private property or in the street, that's excessive force. Now, there was no verbal commands or verbal requests from Nick Fuentes, none of it. He just went straight on the force continuum to hands-on. Well, first he went to pepper spray, then he went to hands-on. So he jumped over everything except the firearm. He went straight to pepper spray. The only thing is, Jack, if he would have had a baton, I'm sure he would have hit her over the head with it too.
Now, Jay, I have seen video evidence that he shot her with a bazooka. I also saw video evidence that he put a ladder out there, jumped off of it, and gave her a suplex.
I saw that.
So, you know, he did a lot of horrible things to this woman.
I saw that too. I mean, I was impressed with the ladder. I mean, he looked like Jimmy Superfly Snuka when he did that. I mean,
the ladder came out of nowhere too. I was not expecting that.
Right, like where the ladder came from. I mean, he was prepared. Obviously, he was prepared. He had his pepper spray. He had his ladder.
I think it was a conspiracy. Who brought the ladder?
I don't know. Maybe it was I don't know, one of the
I think Iran gave him the bazooka.
Well, it was definitely or a groper. I don't know, but one of his groper groupies. These people that came after me today came after you. You're not even making it challenging. When you say, and we're talking about now the real
They're
video.
so stupid people.
Right, the real video. Oh, she was trespassing. No, she wasn't trespassing because she was never told to get off the property. There were no signs on the property. She was never asked to leave the property. She didn't refuse to leave the property because she was never asked to do so. There's no trespass. So if he would have actually said on his Ring camera, please get off my property, and then she rang the bell and kept doing it, he would have actually had a case.
Yeah.
But he doesn't, because he never asked her anything. There's
It's
no
funny,
trespass.
though, Jay.
None.
If she was a man, he would have stayed inside, called the police. You would have never seen the video.
Yeah, he would have either hid under his bed or called the police or both.
By the way, how interesting is it? He had to pepper spray her to be able to push her down the steps.
That's
He couldn't have done that without the pepper spray.
And totally by surprise. You know, no warning. Not even like I'm going to you. Oh my! It gets worse and worse the more I think about it. Because usually when people pepper spray somebody, they're like, "Listen, get away! I'm going to pepper spray you." When you in that situation, it's like they're running at you. They're standing there. He could have been behind his door and said, "If you don't get off my porch, I'm going to pepper spray you." He didn't even do that. He just
could have
came
talked to her
out,
through the Ring cam or anything.
blasted her right in the face with the pepper spray, and then flung her down the walkway. And he's lucky she didn't hit her head and get seriously hurt or die by smashing her head in the concrete, which could very easily happen if you fall the wrong way or hit your head the wrong way, and all of a sudden your skull cracks. Okay, but didn't happen, and he's lucky. But he did none of that. He went straight to pepper spray, shoving her down, then picks up her phone and takes it in his house. Now, that's a larceny. Okay,
He was not charged with that, I don't think.
Yeah, he wasn't charged with it because they said that when the police showed up, they asked him to give the phone back, and he did. That's great. Now, if I'm the cop responding, I'm charging him with larceny. And if the prosecutor wants to not charge it, that's fine. But at that point, I have probable cause for larceny. He took her property without her permission.
Yeah, who knows what the hell he did with it?
And put it in his house. I don't know what he was doing. But this whole thing, the way we're being, like, people are coming at this, you can like Nick Fuentes.
No,
But you got to look at the facts.
No, you can't.
It's
you can't
facts.
like Nick Fuentes.
Well, you know what I mean. It's a free country.
No, it's not. You can't like Nick Fuentes.
It's facts over feelings, okay? The facts are there was no trespass. The facts are she wasn't threatening him in any way. And by the way, again, she wasn't the person who doxed him. She didn't dox him.
People don't seem to understand that.
And here's the other thing, and this is why we're consistent. Oh, I get it. He was doxxed by somebody else. Okay, not right. Whoever doxed him should pay a penalty, should pay the price, should be kicked off the platform, should face criminal charges if possible. He was swatted in the past. Whoever swatted him should be charged with attempted murder. I'm consistent on that. I think swatting is attempted murder. I think it's attempted murder when a conservative gets swatted. I'll say it when anybody else gets swatted. If you swat somebody, I think you should be charged with attempted murder. But that's not what happened here. Okay? We're talking about this situation. And this situation was a 57-year-old woman who went up to his porch and rang the bell and was filming him with her phone, and he acted the way he acted. That's the bottom line.
All right, I don't want to spend too much more time on this. We talked about it yesterday.
Let me just wrap this up. He was charged, and he made an agreement to do certain things, so eventually the charges would be dismissed. Now, she ended up saying, I just want to drop this whole thing just now this month because it's been taking 18 months to even get anything done.
She was getting death threats from the gropers and everything.
Exactly. And she said, you know what? I'm just going to sue him civilly at this point. I don't want to continue with this, but I will sue him civilly. So that's where we are. Those are the facts. Okay? You could play this back if you need to, talk to the gropers. If you to learn, you could play this back. And those are the facts. They're indisputable. They're not debatable. Now we can move on.
All right, guys. For everybody that just came into the chat room, I want to show this one more time. I want to show this one more time. The thumbnail that was made for us by Eli from LFA TV. Check this out. So if you guys, by now you had to have seen the video. So it's got Jay now with the news camera, and it's got me over there with the Secret America microphone, and I'm asking her, when do you think we'll have our first gay president? And AOC says, we may already have had one. I just don't know who. And then you see Obama's the person back there with the long dangling earrings, long bling earrings, and a pink tutu on. and she doesn't know who. But if you've seen the video, she says, "Oh, I don't know who it could be," and she has like a smirk and a thing on her face where you can tell that she knows that there is a gay man that has been president. And I wonder, Jay, if she's going to be Joan Rivers at this point. She didn't name Obama though, so I don't think she will.
No, and it's AOC. She's a Democrat or the Cologne leftist. They'll never touch her. But I also loved in the real video how she has her minion, which is why you have Obama doing, holding the umbrella for her. Who the hell? What is she, the queen? What's going on here?
Yeah, that was really weird. That's why I put Obama holding the umbrella for her in this one, because that was just a strange setup.
I mean, really? This is a congresswoman. She has somebody walking with her holding a freaking umbrella?
I don't even think it was raining either. Was it raining?
It might have been drizzling. Who cares? I don't care what it was doing.
Well, I think it would be a lot weirder if there was no precipitation and she was holding the fucking umbrella for her.
Hold your own damn umbrella.
It's just weird all around. There was nothing. All right, let's move on. I want to show you guys the next mayor of Los Angeles, okay? If you know by now, Zoran Mamdani is the mayor of New York, and he has absolutely destroyed New York in just 4 months. They are already broke. They are already asking for bailouts from New York State. They have already run out of other people's money, and they are going to start coming for yours. So check out who is going to be the next mayor of Los Angeles if something is not done about this. This right here is Nathaya Rahman. I don't know how to say last names. Anyways, this is your next bad idea. They are calling her the female Zoran Mamdani. And by the way, she looks exactly like him without the beard. So that is the female Zoran Mamdani. And right now, Polymarket is giving her a 60% chance to win. And the thing is, you trust betting prediction markets more than you trust polls. Polls are wildly inaccurate. Betting prediction markets have to be accurate because they don't want to lose millions of dollars. So they do their best to be accurate, and it's not based on politics. It's based on projections. And she is projected to be the next mayor of Los Angeles, and she is a democratic socialist. She believes in government control. She believes she's soft on crime, higher taxes. You know, I mean, she's got more failed policies. I don't even know what she's done before this or if she's even done any politics before this. But I can tell you right now, Los Angeles is the next New York City. And if you don't want to be the next New York City, you better get out and vote for Spencer Pratt.
And along those lines, and I think Los Angeles is in a large way already worse than New York City. But,
oh, God, not if you know.
Yeah, there's a lot of it. The only thing we talked about is the only thing holding it up is Hollywood, and a lot of them want to leave too because the taxes are even getting to them now. These frauds. Jack, I just DM'd you the Spencer Pratt ad. If you want to check it out, since we're talking about this, it's a great ad. It really is, and maybe it makes a dent. Maybe it gets people to pay attention at least. If you want to look at it, and we can play it. It's short. It's like 26 to 30-second ad, political ad. It's great. It's a really good ad. A lot of people are talking about it. So. Who knows what happens? We've been talking about California, and we've said maybe, this is the one shot of maybe getting a couple of Republicans, even if they're middle-of-the-road conservative, middle-of-the-road Republicans in California will take it. Go ahead.
So
play that.
This part of the ad's only 30 seconds. Is that the whole ad, 30 seconds?
Yeah. This whole thing.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. We will check it out. Let's see. Let's see what Spencer Pratt has for us. Let me remove the banner. I hate when that thing's in the way. I don't want to miss anything. All right, here we go.
This is where Mayor Vass lives. You notice something? Or here, where Nithya Raman's $3 million mansion sits. They don't have to live in the mess they've created where you live. This is where I live. They let my home burn down. I know what the consequences of failed leadership are. That's why I'm running for mayor, for my sons and the rest of us Angelinos that want to stop these corrupt politicians from destroying our city. We are going to get the golden age of Los Angeles back.
The golden age of Los Angeles back. I like that. I will say, for those of you that don't know, his home was burned down in the Pacific Palisades fires as well, I believe. And that's why that's part of the reason he decided to run for mayor, because the last mayor was both inept and corrupt. But things are going to, honestly, you need to vote for Spencer Pratt because what's the alternative? It's Zoran Mamdani. You are literally going to get Zoran Mamdani as your mayor if you don't vote for Spencer Pratt. But I will say that as long as Gavin Newsom is governor, you're going to always have serious issues.
Yeah, well, but here's the thing: Gavin Newsom's done. So the answer is
He's not done for like a couple more years, though.
no. It's coming up this November. This is it.
Are you sure?
Yeah. That's what's going on right now with the race with Steve Hilton and Chad Bianco.
Oh, that's right. We had who? I'm drawing.
Yeah,
we
had Michael Gates for Attorney General.
That's right, Attorney General. I'm thinking of Attorney General. Yeah, Michael Gates has got a good chance to win, though. When we had him on the show the other day, he was really impressive. Yeah, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. We might have a shot in California to at least maybe steal a couple of seats here because people are that fed up. The fires are a mess. Karen Bass, who's the mayor now, is a disaster. And that is a great ad. I don't know a lot about Spencer Pratt. I really don't. But that ad is fantastic. The way, here's Karen Bass's home. Here's the female Mamdani's home that you just saw, that you just talked about, $3 million. Here's where you live. And he's showing us the tent cities, the graffiti, the dystopia, and then he says, here's where I live, in a trailer because I can't get my house back because they've screwed that up too, to the point where, yeah, and I think that was intentional between you and me.
Oh no, of course it was intentional. In fact, I wrote a post that got 5 million views that went viral because what I said, and this was based on my own personal research as well as sources, was that the reason that fire was started is because they were burning the underground tunnels. The fire was not an on-purpose thing at the beginning. At first, it was not an on-purpose thing. They were destroying evidence in those tunnels. You know the tunnels that they use to traffic children? It's the same type of tunnels that migrants use to the cartel uses to get, people across the border underneath the ground. It was the same type of thing. And I had video and pictures. It's somewhere on my page from years ago. But it went extremely viral because, it was a very evidential post that showed that a lot of it had to do with destroying evidence, child trafficking evidence inside the tunnels during the Biden administration. And actually, Jay, it was right before Trump was going to become president. That's why they were destroying the child trafficking evidence in the tunnels, because it was right before Trump was going to be president. It was right around the end of 2025 or mid 2025, somewhere in there. And they knew Trump was going to be president. So that's what they did. Or it was 2024, actually.
Yeah, 24.
Yeah, mid 24. It was right before he's going to be president. So I think it's mid 24. Well, but that's the reason they did it.
Well, the fires were right after President Trump became president.
No.
Yeah,
I don't believe that.
They were right after. They were
Let me look
right in
and
the
see.
beginning.
I want to make sure about that.
It was probably like the first couple of weeks of his presidency where he took that trip to California right during the fires.
Oh, no, they were going for a long time.
Check the dates of that. No, he was president. He was president. It was
No,
right in the beginning.
it was January 7th, 2025 is when they started.
Yeah, so right in the beginning.
That's what.
Right
No, he wasn't president until the 21st, which is why I say they were burning the evidence in the tunnels before he became president. That's why. Why do you think the Palisades fires started right before he became president?
That's very interesting. I can tell you that. And
I'm going to find the post real quick. Actually, go ahead and talk for a second.
Yeah, go ahead. And it's also the double whammy with the 2 birds, 1 stone, or maybe 5 birds with 5 stones. I don't know, with the land grab to trying to get all that.
That's what it ended up being. At first, they were destroying. First, it got away from them. The fire actually got away from them under the tunnels. Then they're like, we can use this to our advantage. So they start setting it everywhere else.
Yeah, no water. There was no water. The
hydrants was turned off. The insurance companies actually were told to leave because the premiums were too high. They said, we're not going to insure this area. Oh, no, actually, you know what? I've got a post about that too. I want to show you this shit because it's insane.
Yeah, and the fire department was understaffed. You remember that whole thing? It was like the fire chief was saying, I was asking for this, I was asking for that. I was told it's a budget cut, and it's insanity. But it just goes away. Karen Bass still there. No official investigation to Karen Bass that I'm aware of.
Check this out.
Gavin
I want you to see this, Jay. Take a look at this. Okay, so this, let me remove that. Let me remove us for a second. I want you guys to see this. First, I want you to see how many it had 4.3 million views. All right, so it's 4.3 million. And I'm just going to read it to you real quick. It says, the tunnels. The conspiracy is massive. CEO of State Farm and other insurance companies, Los Angeles Fire Chief, LA Mayor Karen Bass, even CAA Governor Gavin Newsom. Want to know how it all connects? This conspiracy is related to the other land grabs of Maui and Asheville. However, this is no typical land grab. Well-placed sources have said that the fires are actually being used to destroy the child trafficking tunnels under the Pacific Palisades, all the way to the Playboy Mansion before Trump gets into office. Don't believe there are underground tunnels where children are trafficked? Sound unrealistic? Fake? Research Allie Carter. Notice how the worst people in the world just got the Medal of Freedom? It all connects to this. They were all part of the last 4 years of death, destruction, and yes, the big moneymaker, as well as used for satanic rituals, child trafficking. The medals were given to these people as a way to help legitimize them before Trump gets into office. That way, if they're prosecuted, they're going to play up the medal winner angle. Even the players you didn't know about, like Denzel, were named. Again, you can ask Allie Carter. You can research that part. The plan to destroy the tunnels all started months ago when Governor Newsom purposely caused a water shortage by diverting water resources into the ocean and mismanaging the Forestry Service to keep the brush in as a way to exacerbate the fire. At the same time, LA Mayor Karen Bass cut the LA Fire Department budget by $17.6 million. After the water shortage was created and fire budget slashed, no water was coming out of the fire hydrants and firefighters were laid off. That means no water and no firefighters, as many were laid off before that due to not getting the COVID vaccine. Once things were in place, they had the LA fire chief prioritize DEI, making sure if any firefighters were hired, they weren't equipped to handle the job. Right before the fire started, insurance companies such as State Farm canceled the policies of homeowners all over Los Angeles. This is to make sure that the tunnels are destroyed and nothing is found in insurance investigations, as well as others to come in and, quote, buy out the land since people can't rebuild. They will force them to sell to their friends, protect the secret. The conspiracy goes deep, and it does not take thousands. It only takes a few in well-placed positions. Anyone that wants to dig, I recommend this rabbit hole. Just know that once you learn some of the sinister things lurking below your feet, you cannot unlearn it. Proceed with caution. And you can see here, the Playboy Mansion and the Palisades, there is tunnels that go between them, that were easy for child trafficking.
Well, are those tunnels, do we know that they're destroyed?
The tunnels themselves are not going to be destroyed by the fire. It was whatever evidence was in the tunnels.
All right. Has anybody ever actually been in those tunnels, like with a camera?
Videos of those tunnels.
What's that?
There are videos of those tunnels.
Okay. I never even knew about that. Those tunnels.
It's insane. That's where all the child trafficking. I mean, they don't do it in vans like you see on TV. It's done underground in tunnels that actually have electricity and motor carts.
I have heard of the Playboy Mansion.
Yep. It's not just the Playboy Mansion either. It's what's the name of that? I want to say it's a museum. What is the name of that museum, Jay?
Which one?
I don't know. But there's a museum that was, I think it was a museum that was involved in this. Hang on one second.
Yeah, check it out. Look it up. We got a minute.
Let's take a look and see, because this is very, I'm not sure if it was a museum. I'm going to look and see if I can get the name real quick, because let's see here. Museum. I want to make sure, I want to see if it was a museum. No, it's definitely not whatever the hell they're saying there. Yeah, it was the Playboy Mansion. That's obvious. You know, everybody's got that. But damn, maybe it wasn't a museum. Maybe it was something else.
Was it a theater?
It could have been a theater. It could have been a theater. It could have been a museum. Shit. I'm just gonna type in child trafficking LA tunnels. That's the best way to do it, because you know where the tunnels end up, and it'll tell you. Maybe it was the Sydney Opera House. Actually, I think it might have been the Sydney Opera House.
That's Australia.
No. Oh no, never mind. That's something. Am I looking at the right thing? No, I apologize. I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Yeah, that's Australia.
Yeah, where the hell is the? I'm trying to find the name of the. I thought it was a museum. But I can't seem to find it at the moment. Anyways, the tunnels, I mean, it's insane. I mean, if you've ever seen the child not the child trafficking, but just the migrant tunnels, the human trafficking tunnels that the cartel uses, it's the same exact thing. Same thing.
Crazy. All right.
If I find it, I'll let you know.
Maybe if we actually get some actual politicians in California, well, maybe one day we'll learn the truth. Maybe.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Sure would. Well, I'll just take a couple of Republicans in California. If they don't want to talk about the tunnels, fine, I'll live. But at the same time, we have, like I said, with Michael Gates as Attorney General, I think he's got a good chance. I think out of anybody in California, Jack, running for a big position, I just think Michael Gates, from what we heard, from how he sounds, his experience, and the fact that the Attorney General there is not doing a good job, and that people seem to agree based on the polling, I think Michael Gates has the best chance out of anybody maybe to actually win a seat there as a Republican.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. And he is awesome. He was, he was a really awesome person. So it was nice having him on because
we'll have him back.
He was, huh?
We'll have him back.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. It was great having him on because he was, the Getty Museum.
Oh, that's what U.S. Citizen just said. Getty Museum.
Driving me freaking. Oh, really? Did he?
Yeah. He said
let me
Getty.
look in the comments real quick.
Yeah,
it's the Getty Museum. Why could I not? Driving me nuts. I'm glad you found it, and I found it in like the same time you did. That was crazy. No, he found it a couple minutes earlier. I just wasn't looking at the comments. I apologize. But yes, the Getty Museum. You're right about that. And yes, Raina, there are tunnels other places too in this country. I'm sure there are. They're not just going to be in L.A. But that for me, especially with everything that I provided, the insurance scams. The water shortages, the diverting water resources into the ocean, all of that stuff came together for these purposes to stop burn the child trafficking tunnels to where nobody could put the fires out. And then it also ended up being a land grab as well.
There you go. Absolutely a land grab. Now all of a sudden it's the amount of money that you need to rebuild that house where it was, say, in the Palisades, with the regulations they're going to put, unless you're a bazillionaire actor or actress, you can't do it.
But Jay, you know why they did that? I put it in my post. They did that for two reasons. One, they want to be able to get the land to their friends. They want to be able to sell it to their friends or to themselves, developers, for money. But the main reason is that so there was not insurance investigations. They wanted to make sure the insurance companies pulled out. That's why they didn't clean up the brush. That's why they cut off the water, the fire hydrants. They wanted the insurance companies to pull out because if there was an investigation, some of those houses may or may not have had tunnel endings under them. If there was an investigation, they could have found those tunnels.
Yeah. Listen, Jack, nothing would surprise me at this point, especially in California, especially what we know went on under the Biden administration. Nothing would surprise me.
Yeah.
100%.
And it was the, there's also, if you remember the Jewish tunnels in New York, can't forget that. That was insanity.
Didn't we have something in this country, the Underground Railroad?
That wasn't actually underground, brother.
Well, wasn't?
No.
It wasn't the Underground Railroad?
No, it was not actually underground.
Hold on a minute. I'm looking up the Underground Railroad.
No,
right
Harriet Tubman used to pull it. They went
it.
from house to house. It was not an underground
railroad. Underground, Jack.
It was not an underground tunnel.
I'm finding out right now.
It was called underground because it was secretive.
Oh, it's underground.
No, it was not underground.
Hold on.
They went from house to house.
Damn it. It's a metaphor.
Yes, it is a metaphor.
God damn. I was hoping the Underground Railroad could help me prove this theory.
Yeah, they.
Oh,
but
man.
yeah, I mean, hell, you never know these days. So. All right, good
It
stuff.
says, hold
good
on.
stuff.
Now I'm going to look at this, Jack. It says the name stuck because it was during the railroad boom.
Ah, interesting.
See this? You learn something new every day.
Oh yeah, I'll remember that if I'm ever on Jeopardy.
Yes. Well, hopefully you could go on Jeopardy.
Hey Jay, let me show you something real quick. Have you ever flown United?
Probably.
For anybody that's ever flown United, I want to show you, and by the way, Raina, there are tunnels under the White House, but they're not child trafficking tunnels. In fact, actually, from what I understand, Obama did use them for that purpose, but they're actually tunnels to get you from one part of the White House to the other without being seen by everybody. And you can see those. They're actually in the floor plans of the White House. You can actually see that. Those are public as far as I'm aware. Okay,
Yeah.
so check this out. If you've ever flown United ever in your life, anybody that's watching this, I want you to see this. This is the CEO of United. Take a look. all having a great time. That is the CEO of the company that you trust your life with in the air.
He's acting like Lady Gaga.
Yeah.
No. Now I guess I'm not flying United.
That is
ever.
Scary, because I can tell you right now, if that's the CEO, they are hiring DEI pilots.
Absolutely. DEI pilots, DEI everything. DEI, the guy who checks the planes, all that.
Oh yeah. The maintenance. Oh yeah.
Yeah. No thanks.
Very scary.
What the hell is wrong with people?
I have no idea. I don't know why they do it. It's ridiculous.
That guy
Absolutely
belongs
ridiculous.
in the Underground Railroad.
Say what?
He belongs in the Underground Railroad.
The Underground Railroad, yeah. All right, guys. Check this out, Jay. Did you know, and I bet most people don't know this. God, I got something caught in my throat. Did you know? I bet most people did not know this. The Minnesota Democrats today voted for children to watch pornography. They actually voted for children to watch porn. Every single one of the Minnesota Democrats. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Take a look at this. This is the photo that I made right here. So what happened was the Republicans pushed a simple bill to protect kids, which allows, where you have to have online verification before you can get into a porn website. That means ID verification, not just pressing yes, I'm over 18. But every single Democrat voted no. Every single Republican voted yes. And since it was a tie, it failed. Let me tell you, the Republicans want the, quote, queer kids to get their education from hardcore XXX rather than protect actual children from the brain rot. The addiction fueling garbage that's destroying generations. I mean, I have nothing against pornography. I mean, if that's what you like to do, if you spice up your love life, I don't care. If you're an adult, if you're 18 or older, you want to spice up your love life, that's fine. Who hasn't watched porn at some point in their life? But I can tell you right now that little children should be not watching porn, but Minnesota thinks they should.
That's insanity. These are the people that want to also transition your kids without your permission. Do you get it yet? I mean, come on, man. When did we go so far now where the age of 18, it seems to mean nothing anymore as long as it's used to pervert kids? It doesn't mean anything.
I'm going to tell you what. Wait. I'm going to tell you exactly why that's happening. They are single-handedly breaking down the age barrier. And do you want to know why?
Because they want to be pedophiles?
Yes, that's what it's all culminated in. Normalizing pedophilia. That is what is all culminating in. That's what the entire thing is about. That's why you have people like Barack Obama, normalizing. That's why you had people like Joe Biden normalizing, because they all like children. So if you can normalize pedophilia, it won't seem weird if you're outside kissing a 5-year-old if you're Barack Obama. It won't seem weird if you got a 10-year-old walking you on all fours like a dog in the mall. If you're Joe Biden, that won't seem weird if you normalize pedophilia. Oh, you're a 5-year-old? Yeah, go ahead. Go with the 47-year-old man. That's what they want.
Yeah, they keep trying to make, what is it, minor attracted persons? No, it's called a pedophile. They keep trying to recategorize it, or it's like a alcoholism, Jack. It's a disease. What are you talking about? No, yeah, you're right. It is a disease and it's incurable. And those people don't belong amongst the free society. They need to be locked away someplace forever.
Well, see, that's why it's not a disease. A disease is something that you can catch. This is not a disease. This is a mental illness. And illness is something that comes from your genes and it comes from your brain chemistry. This is a mental illness. A disease is something you can catch. You cannot catch this. It is something that you are most likely, if you want the God's honest truth, I think it is something that you are born with. I think it is something that you're born with, and maybe your wiring is incorrect. Maybe, there's something that's going on that it shouldn't be. But I think you're born, just like you're born gay or you're born lesbian or whatever, it's because there's not, your brain is not functioning the way it is supposed to.
But gay and lesbian, right? Different.
Yeah, of course.
This is, you shouldn't be amongst people.
No, but it is all, I personally believe,
I got
something you're born with.
I understand that. Yes, I understand. But this is something you're born with that just makes you not fit to be in a civilized society. Period.
Absolutely. Just like if you're born with the innate nature to be a serial killer, to kill people, you shouldn't be in society either. Just because you're born with it doesn't mean people should normalize it and pander to it and allow you to be in society. No, I'm sorry you were born that way, but that is what it is. You're not allowed to be amongst society.
And you're right. Yeah, it is. Like we said, they're trying to normalize it to make it okay. Like Joe Biden sniffing kids was never even talked about by the left or the media ever.
Did you see that Cole Allen picture? Did you send me that? The Cole Allen picture?
Which one?
Where Joe Biden was sniffing him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did everybody see that? Yes. Joe, there was a great picture of Cole Allen when he was arrested on the floor without his shirt. Joe Biden was on his knees sniffing the back of the dude's head. I'm gonna pull that up, bro. That's great stuff right there. It was great stuff.
You could probably also find the one of Michelle Obama on top of him.
No, this is better. I promise you. This is much better. Wait a minute now. I'm actually seeing a video now.
Oh.
Of Barack Obama and Joe Biden. I don't know what they're saying. Let's play this. I don't know what they're saying, so I've not seen this video, but they're saying something, and it looks interesting.
All right.
Let's hear what they have to say.
Oh, wow.
Maybe we should tone down the rhetoric.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
That didn't go where I thought it was going to go, but it was still pretty damn funny.
Yeah,
I thought it was going to go a different direction.
No, I'm telling you, find the one. We'll find the one with Biden sniffing him, and then there's one with Michelle Obama on top of him.
Oh my God, this one's even better. These are great. These are wonderful. You got to see this. You got to see this. This one is even better.
Let's go.
This is great stuff. Take a look at this.
What the hell, man? This old man is sniffing the evidence on the floor and on the man laying down.
Come on, man. Let me work.
Oh
my gosh.
Look at Cole Allen. He's like, what the fuck? They're all standing around. Look, he fell asleep.
What the fuck?
Oh my God, that is good stuff. That is good stuff.
Who is that woman? Is that supposed to be Erica Kirk?
I have no idea.
Who is that?
It could be, but I really don't know.
But
it was hilarious nonetheless. I wanted to find the actual picture, though. You know, the picture that you sent me that was, him, because that was the funniest thing. He was on his knees sniffing Cole Allen, from the back the back of his head. I wanted to find that picture, but I don't see it. I'm gonna put in Biden sniffing Allen. Never thought I'd search for that.
No,
didn't
have that.
Yeah, never thought I'd search for the words Biden sniffing Allen.
No.
Oh my God.
Biden sniffing little kids, different story.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but Biden sniffing an attempted assassin, that's funny.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
It is sick though. We're having fun right now, but it really is sick with these people.
Oh, it's gross.
It really is. I mean, how do you vote for let little kids or kids watch pornography? How would you? And these people they're parents. A lot of them. They're parents. These school board meetings, when you scroll TikTok and you see these school board meetings, a lot of stuff that goes on at these school board meetings, it's the same thing. It's like, how are these people in charge of our children?
I have no idea how they do this or why. I have no idea how they vote for these things and still be able to look themselves in the mirror. I have no idea how they do these things. I mean, it's I don't know. It's very strange. I wouldn't be able to do this, but I mean, they're different, I guess. I don't know why they are able to do it, but whatever.
Did you find it?
No. I want to talk about something else though, real quick.
Go ahead. Yep.
You know NASCAR? You familiar with NASCAR?
Yes.
You know who Greg Biffle is?
Yeah, he just passed away. He was great. He was great in North Carolina. He was a hero.
Yeah, but how weird is it? Okay, he was a famous NASCAR driver. This man dies in a plane crash with his kids and his wife. They all die in a plane crash. Famous NASCAR driver all dies in a plane crash. The next day, that day or the next day, his savings accounts and everything are wiped out. Someone steals all of the money from his accounts. Now, I have not seen a single thing saying that this plane crash was a murder. Yet there's people the same day or the next day stealing all of his money out of his bank account somehow. So I mean, I don't see how anybody could want to think that this isn't. They've got to be connected. There's no way, and I'm telling you, Jay, there is no way someone could die accidentally in a plane crash with their entire family and then that same day or the next day, you already are wiping out their accounts if it was all pure by chance. Not going to happen.
Now that's a fact check that his accounts are, the money's gone. Where is it?
Let me tell you, I'm gonna read this to you real quick, okay? Hundreds of thousands of dollars were stolen from NASCAR legend Greg Biffle's accounts very soon after he and his family died in a plane crash in North Carolina. Authorities now believe that the fraud and robbery may have been an inside job. Notice they don't say murder, they just say fraud and robbery, which is very weird to me. According to investigators, someone used Biffle's personal info to access his financial account and transferred funds. Just hours after the plane crash, an email was sent to Biffle's email account that said, "I heard you're dead. Rest in hell." His home was robbed. $30,000 in cash, handguns, and NASCAR memorabilia were stolen. Detectives say that the burglary and fraud may have been coordinated and reliant on insider knowledge. This happened mere hours after he died in a plane crash with his entire family, yet they are not connecting the two.
I was going to say, how do you not connect those two and do an investigation into that?
No idea.
It seems impossible to me that, we just had all this information. If, one day Greg Biffle and his entire family just die in a plane crash.
It would have to be his entire family.
Right. That's what I'm saying. There'd be nobody, was there anybody else in the will of Greg Biffle other than his immediate family who was supposed to get anything?
Wouldn't matter because they had the personal info. They wiped it out illegally, so the will doesn't really matter.
It would have to be, like you say, it had to be his entire family. And how is that hours later? They put this all together hours later. They got all this information. They figured out how to this was premeditated and coordinated. And I can promise you they're not going to do all that work for someday Greg Biffle dying with his family. No. There's a reason that this was all coordinated because they knew he was going to die with his family. When did that come out? When did we learn about those bank accounts getting
Let's see. I found out about this yesterday at 9 p.m.
When did authorities find out?
The same day. It was the same day. They're still looking into it. I don't think they found anybody yet.
So maybe they are looking into it because they absolutely should. I mean, my God.
And the burglary. They're not looking into the plane crash as far as I'm aware.
How? All right. Okay. If they're not looking at or trying to connect the plane crash to that robbery, which is, from his bank account, I don't know what you're doing. I mean, it's come on, really? How is that possible that you're not looking at to see if the people who took that money might have had something to do with the plane crash? Did they give the NTSB, have they given it usually takes a while.
Oh, by the way, even Greg Biffle's wife's Venmo account was wiped out.
I mean, come on. Has the NTSB given any causes for that crash yet, or they're still investigating? Because usually sometimes it takes a year.
Listen to this. I want you to listen to this. This is a shocking turn of events. Hundreds of thousands of dollars were taken from NASCAR legend Greg Biffle's accounts just hours after the crash that killed him and his family. Warrants were issued for his helicopter co-pilot, Aaron Lloyd, and Aaron's wife, Kaylee Lloyd. This should probably be a murder investigation now.
Oh, so maybe it is.
No, I said it should probably be a murder.
What did I say? Warrants were issued.
Yeah, for the fraud and the burglary.
Okay, so if you're going to go after that, you got to try to connect. And he was his helicopter pilot. Was that
co-pilot?
Or co-pilot. Is there anybody else that was supposed to be on that plane that day that backed out last second or got sick?
I don't know, but what I can tell you,
homework?
I don't know if there's other people that were supposed to be on there, but what I can tell you is who else would have access to the helicopter? It would just be Biffle and his co-pilot.
Was it a helicopter or a plane crash?
Well, it says plane crash, but they say it was his helicopter co-pilot. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't a helicopter. Maybe it was a plane. But they're saying that the guy that stole from him was his helicopter co-pilot.
Okay.
So maybe he was trying to fly both.
Yeah, I think it was a plane. But yeah, a helicopter is what he was flying during the Hurricane Helene relief when he was helping people out on his own dime. Greg Biffle.
Listen to this. I want you to listen to this. The preliminary findings in the crash that killed retired NASCAR driver Greg Biffle and 6 others. I want to know who else was on that plane unless he had 4 kids. 6 others point to a chilling sequence in the cockpit. Critical instruments went dark just as the jet was trying to climb away from the runway. You are now seeing investigations focus on how that loss of information combined with crew decisions turned a routine departure into a fatal emergency. At the center of all of it is the National Transportation Safety Board, which says the jet's systems stopped feeding pilots the data they needed in the final minutes of the flight. Why would the system suddenly go offline?
Well, I'm thinking he said it was 6 people. So like maybe it was 4, him, his wife, and 2 kids, and 2 pilots.
Yeah, it's got to be, because all I see is him and his wife and 2 kids.
Yeah, so 2 pilots. So,
well,
I don't know.
I mean, pilots, maybe crew. He was the one flying the plane, I think.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe it was friends. I don't know. Well, either way, it doesn't matter. They're gone, and the fact that this happened and their bank accounts were, ripped, totally
and their
emptied,
home was robbed.
And their home was burglarized. Yeah, I mean, come on that day, come on.
Yeah,
maybe
it had to have been an inside job. I mean,
you would have to be investigating that. There's no way. There's no way that you could just not try to connect the two. Try to connect the two. What do you say? Pull the threads? How does that thread not get pulled?
Oh, I know. It says, this is true based on recent police warrants and reports. Greg Biffle and his family died in a December 2025 plane crash in North Carolina. Detectives say suspicious activity hit their email bank accounts immediately after, with changes to passwords and emails, plus fraudulent checks and transfers. A home burglary followed, totaling hundreds of thousands stolen. Investigation ongoing, possibly an inside job.
All right, so listen, then the inside job, do they mean inside job on the plane crash plus the burglary and the robbery or whatever they want to call it?
No, they're not talking about the plane crash at the moment.
This doesn't make sense. It
No.
doesn't make it doesn't make sense that plane
Instruments
crash.
don't suddenly die in a plane when the data, the flight data recorder and all of that is the most important information you can have. They have backup systems for their backup systems, and then they also have analog backup systems. So the fact that this went dark, it had to have been messed with.
It's almost like your brake lines getting cut in your car.
Mhm.
You know, that's what you think about. Because
It would be like that if they cut the brake lines and then they also cut the emergency brake and they cut the parking brake. Then that's what it is.
I mean, yeah, and then the bank account gets empty and the house gets burglarized. Come on, fraudulent. I mean, this is planned.
Oh, it was all at the same time.
Right.
All at the same time.
That's what any reasonable person would conclude or assume or speculate. Now you just got to
I don't
prove
even
it.
know how they knew he was dead. I don't think it was reported immediately.
I remember when that happened. It was during the day, I think. And I remember, I don't think it took long for it to be reported, but it doesn't matter. Even if it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's the same freaking day that all of a sudden all that other stuff happens.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Absolutely crazy. All right, guys, take a listen. We have Tim Burchett. Is that how he says his name?
That's
Tim
it.
Burchett?
Burchett.
All right. We have Congressman Tim Burchett coming on next Friday, May 8th. We have Roger Stone coming on Monday, May 18th. But this coming Wednesday, you guys are going to like this. This coming Wednesday, we have the bank robber, the person that helped plan and orchestrate the bank robbings from Netflix's documentary, How to Rob a Bank. We have the bank robber and the FBI agent who caught them. You got the bank robber and the FBI agent. They are both coming on the show Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be a special 2-hour episode. Make sure you guys, before you watch that episode, make sure you guys watch Netflix's How to Rob a Bank. It is a documentary based on these two and what happened between them, as well as others. And it's going to be a great episode.
I watched it last night, and yes, there are others.
Mhm.
You guys should watch it. I'm not telling Jack exactly because I don't want to spoil it for him. Everybody should watch it. It's really good, and I can't wait to talk to them because it was really interesting. It was Seattle in the early 1990s,
Mhm.
and it's really good. And yes, there are others involved, and we'll be talking to one of the. I'm not even going to say.
One of the people that were involved.
Yeah, one of the people that were involved.
And the FBI agent that caught them.
Yeah.
So, going to be very interesting. I'm excited to talk to them. It's going to be a special 2-hour episode Wednesday, special 2-hour episode. And then, like I said, Friday, we've got Congressman Tim Burchett. So it's going to be a fun week next week, but we still have tomorrow. So make sure you guys watch tomorrow. Also, make sure you guys visit maxassociates.etsy.com. You will not regret it. They are the best place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. They have an excellent deal right now, Jay. What is this deal I keep hearing about?
The deal is 20% off for anything over $20 and free shipping in the United States. You cannot beat it. awesome products, patriotic, specifically patriotic to how you feel. It'll tell everybody where you stand if you want, or you can get the generic stuff too. But everything you see here, they got mugs, cell phone covers, shirts, bags, flags, you name it. maxassociates.etsy.com. You cannot beat this deal. Great stuff. Patriotic American. Go for it.
Absolutely. Let's say you want a certain clothing from another place. Why not come to Max Associates and see if they have it first? Because you're going to get free shipping and 20% off. You're not going to get free shipping and 20% off wherever the hell else you go. You might as well check maxassociates.etsy.com by going to the website or scanning the QR code at the top right there.
Absolutely. There's no reason not to. Buy a shirt, buy a mug, buy a bag, buy a flag, buy a cell phone cover. Go for it, please. It's great stuff. American company. You're not going to beat this deal anywhere.
No, and now is the time. If you were ever going to show where you stand in the world, where you stand in America, now is the time to show that. Guys, make sure you't us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Instagram, not on TikTok because they screwed us because we told the truth. But Jay is still on there at Apinionsvary. That's Apinions with an A. Apinionsvary, same screen name as he has on X. But make sure you guys follow us. Secret America TV is the screen name for all of the places. X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Instagram. We're also on Spotify and Apple. We also have our own website, secretamericalive.com. Make sure you guys check it all out. I can promise you will enjoy it. We got a lot of good stuff on all of these things. And you can also watch some of the episodes you can watch some of the old episodes or even the newer episodes right on the website. I mean, we have if you go to the website, you can find every social media we're on. We have a logo of every one, and you can click on one, take you right to the page.
Absolutely. Yeah. Follow us. Listen, if you haven't yet, if say you have followed or subscribed on other platforms, hit us on YouTube. Subscribe on YouTube. YouTube is really hard, and we're trying on YouTube.
Conservatives. Yeah.
Subscribe. Follow us on Instagram, because it's another one where conservatives need a bigger voice on those platforms, and they're hard on us, man. They're hard on you unless you have 1 billion followers. They're hard on you. So if you haven't yet, go to our Instagram, go to our YouTube, subscribe on YouTube, follow us on Instagram, and if you haven't yet, absolutely hit us up on Rumble too, because it all helps.
And it's all Secret America TV, so make sure you guys check it out. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.
Everyone's an important piece of the puzzle and has a role to play. When you're on God's team, no one sits on the bench. On God's team, there is no bench. Yay! Welcome! I am so excited to be with you today. If you're new to Flyover Conservatives, our slogan is wake up, speak up, and show up. And as you can see from today's title, this is an important time. Crooked places and people made straight. And that is for the Strait of Hormuz. So that's why it is spelled S-T-R-A-I-T. So excited about how all of these puzzle pieces are lining up and how we are prophetically praying, obviously coming out of a weekend with a third assassination attempt on President Trump and the people surrounding him. And what is so cool about that is I truly believe that the prayer, the intercession that we have been doing, that all of us coming together, linking arms, that truly we are stopping, thwarting the plans of the enemy. What an honor to link arms with you. I want to do a shout out to the contributors of today's show. Very thankful for each one of these ladies and all of the work and time and effort and prayer that they spend every week putting into the prophetic report. A big shout out to Denise Brewer, Terry Strange, my sister Tammy Wagner, Cheryl York, and Dawn Leonard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am so thankful for you and partnering with you. It is so much fun as we are putting this together every single week. I also want to do a shout out to the sponsor of the show, Fern Valley Soap. As you guys know, Mama's Day is right around the corner. I am so excited. And this is such an incredible company with great gifts that you can give to your mom. It's May the 10th. Sunday, May the 10th is Mother's Day, so you still have time to get your mom a great gift from Fern Valley Soap. They're absolutely beautiful. Avery has them on the screen right there. And when you go to fernvalleysoap.com, and you use the promo code FLYOVER, you get 20% off. And they have gifts all ranges of prices. But I will tell you this, when your mom receives it, the box is beautiful. She opens it up. It smells so good. And she is going to think of you every time she takes a shower and be thankful because they are such a great gift. And again, you're supporting a company that loves our country. They love the prophetic. They love Jesus. And it's a mother-daughter company, fernvalleysoap.com. Make sure you use the promo code FLYOVER. And the other sponsor of the show is Patriot Mobile, patriotmobile.com/flyover. Another great company. They support the things that we support. For example, freedom of speech, right to bear arms, pro-life, pro-military, and first responders. So when you're using your phone on a daily basis and then you're going and paying your phone bill, you know that you have a company that loves the things that you love and supports the things that you support as well. They're going to use the same towers as what you currently have, so you have the same service as you would typically have, or maybe even better, because they can make sure if you're with one and you're like, I'm not getting great service, they'll just switch you right over to the other with a phone call. And when you make that phone call, or you go to patriotmobile.com/flyover, you are talking to somebody here in the United States. And the cool thing is, we're so thankful for the partnership. They're giving all of the Flyover listeners, all Flyover family members, their first month for free. So again, go to patriotmobile.com/flyover or call 972-PATRIOT, 972-PATRIOT. And then don't forget, today at 3 p.m., Ginger Ziegler is teaching us how to prophetically intercede. I am learning so much from her. You can find her at Ginger Ziegler on YouTube, Ginger Ziegler on Rumble. You can go from our reposts on our Rumble and it'll take you directly there. Just make sure that you are following her and subscribing to her channel. It is absolutely amazing what we're learning and how it's truly an honor, again, linking arms with each one of you as we are praying for our country and seeing God do miraculous things, either asking God to stop, change, or alter, or coming into agreement with the words that we do want to see come to fruition. And there are a lot of things today that we do want to see come to fruition, as well as things that we are wanting to stop, change, or alter by asking God to put his words in our mouth. So we'll be going through that today. So what are the prophets saying? We're going to start with Robin Bullock. This is from 11th Hour yesterday, April the 28th, 2026. This is a word that he received on April the 24th, 2026. That was on a Friday. Check this out.
I'm going to read you through some of these prophecies today. Lord, we thank you for your word. We thank you for your taught word, and I thank you for your prophetic word that you're about to teach us about and show us in the future. This was given to me on Friday, April 24th. Now, this was Friday, April 24th, 2026. He said this: President Trump is number 45 and number 47, which is 9/11. 45 and 47 is 9/11. It was foretold in this prophecy that what happened on 9/11 would be avenged and finished in President 45 and 47. Then he began to say these things to me. I guess I could say it. I saw these great aircraft carriers, Lincoln, Ford, and Bush. He said, it was the fight with the rogue Iranian regime that Cyrus left his position. So we need to begin to pray that during this time, Yes, Lord. Pray for our president. Because the Lord asked me this, are we ready to go back? Are we ready to change? In other words, if the president left office, you know, people want him to leave office. If Trump left office, are we ready for that? Are we ready to go back? No. No, the answer's no. It's like Austin said, dear God, no. No, you're not ready for that. Satan is trying to talk the American people, and it's only handfuls that are influenced in the others, trying to talk us out of a gift in President Trump that God gave us. Are we ready to go back? Are we ready to change? For even the critics of Trump are not ready. They're not as ready as they think. For there's no going back to normal. There is none, for there is no normal. Then I heard this same day. For the Straits of Hormuz is the key. It is somehow, the Straits of Hormuz is so crooked, a crooked place with a crooked regime. The regime is falling and will fall. Listen to this close. The Lord said, a puppet regime. Because they have went against God. Israel is called back to holiness, to embrace their God. Israel is not like other nations, for the tithe must be kept clean and pure. This is why Israel cannot be involved in abominations, for they are the tithe for the world. Endless wars are not because of the reasons you think. It is for these reasons. You, O Israel, are a peculiar peoples, a chosen to your God. Embrace this and wars stop because nations fear you. There will be a 3-month reprieve and then economic woes. So embrace holiness. Then on Friday, April 24th, same day, the Lord says this. Says the Lord, and I will embrace you. He said, embrace holiness. Well, it continues, says the Lord, and I will embrace you. In all points, from economics to military. Talking to Israel. He said, I love you, says the Lord, and I am the one who fights for you. And you will continue to fight for you. Even now, says the Lord, I am making your enemies your footstool, for I am God. That was a word to Israel. It said endless wars are not because of the reasons you think. It is for these, the reasons we read. Then he comes down and starts talking to America. He said 5 main players surround the president, and 5 main nations. These players and these nations are not your friends, the Lord said. They are your downfall if allowed to continue in place. They will be a stumbling block to you and therefore must be let go. You who refuse to advise President Trump with godly counsel have failed. Therefore, the Lord said, I advised him myself, says the Lord, with no help from you. I, says the Lord, called him, and I, says the Lord, will keep him. Even now, a silent coup begins, but I will blow with my winds and rid the lands of them. Then I heard the Lord say, he said, deaths that started, and I took it in politicians, death that started Deaths that started will continue until the land is clean. For you will have 3 years to make right decisions before the famine comes. I heard 4 seasons of time, then change will start. Change of minds, change of hearts, and change of regimes. I heard this: Democrats have sown terrible, wicked seeds, and they will reap for the coming years. Sing a new song, says the Lord, and I will write the lyrics. For in your song is your deliverance, says the Lord. In your song is your redemption, what you are redeemed from and what you are redeemed to. These are the things I heard in the Spirit, and these are the things that are happening in the Spirit. So whoever needs to hear, whatever needs to be done in nations and people and around, hear the word of the Lord. For the word of the Lord is a sure word, and the word of the Lord will surely come to pass.
Amen. I wanted to touch on right at the beginning. He said President Trump is number 45 and 47, which is 9/11. It was foretold in the prophecy that what happened on 9/11 would be avenged and finished in President 45 and 47. We're going to be hearing more about that from Amanda Grace. I saw these great aircraft carriers, Lincoln, Ford, and Bush, he said. It was the fight with the rogue Iranian regime that Cyrus left his position. So we need to begin to pray, and during this time, pray for our president. Again, we're going to be hearing more about that from Amanda Grace. 5 main players surround the president and 5 main nations. These players and these nations are not your friends. They are your downfall if allowed to continue in place. They will be a stumbling block to you and therefore must be let go. We're going to be hearing more about that from Amanda Grace as well as Julie Green. And then finally, the Strait of Hormuz is the key. Somehow the Strait of Hormuz is so crooked, a crooked place with a crooked regime. The regime is falling and will fall. A puppet regime because they have went against God. We're going to be hearing more about that from Hank Kuhneman. He was on Flashpoint with Gene Bailey on April the 22nd, 2026, talking about the Strait of Hormuz and then a woman. Check this out.
And the presence was so strong, Gene, I could hardly stand. And I know you're familiar with when God will come on your life at different times. Absolutely. But it was so strong I couldn't move. And then all of a sudden I don't want to sound strange, but God knows I'm telling the truth. I was there. I was standing in a place as if I felt as though in the spirit realm, I was there in this moment where I saw this woman and I literally saw her face to face. I believe I would recognize her if I saw her. I believe that I was able to see she had an outward beauty, but an inward beauty. But what was upon her, she was clothed with such a grace. And think about this, there has been a war since Genesis 3:15 between the seed of thy woman and, of course, the enemy. And look at how through Sharia law and the Muslim regimes, how they have raped the women, abused the women, mistreated the women, right? Treated them and dragged them around. And I think God is saying enough of this. I'm going to absolutely slam it back in the face of the Prince of Persia and anybody else who have mishandled and misappropriated women. And I'm going to raise one up that's not only going to liberate the women, but it's going to liberate the men, and it's ultimately going to liberate Iran, and it's going to liberate and be used where other nations are going to come and listen to this woman's wisdom, influence, compassion, power, and strength. And it's God that is on her, but yet she's going to have such an ability to gather people in a peaceful, healing way that is going to be part of a rebuilding. And did you notice the word that the Lord said there also about straits? There was a previous word that happened where God said, that the Lord is anointed to take the crooked places and make them straight. And God said the straits, talking about the waterways there, have been crooked, right? So he's playing off of words, using a biblical example to help us understand the straits. What's the name of that strait, Gene?
Strait of Hormuz.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry. I don't remember how to pronounce it. I apologize. But the point is, it's a major waterway. And God is saying, I'm going to take that crooked thing. You know, Iran has been having their hold on it. They have been mishandling things, manipulating certain things. President Trump has said, no, we're not putting up with this, because he's taking the crooked thing and he's straightening it out. But then did you notice something also the Lord said? He said, I'm not speaking just of one strait. I'm not speaking of it in a singular sense. I'm talking straits. And can I bring a river through the desert? And Gene, I'm telling you, I saw it with my eyes. Not only did I see this woman arise, and I saw the nations coming together, and it was like nothing we'd ever seen before. And again, I want to just say to the people, don't you think for a moment that it's the strange peace that's going to lead to sudden destruction. That's not the era of this Renaissance. That's not what God is doing right now, right? But what I saw was, it was almost like they were making a canal or something through what looked like the desert to create even a greater, like, I don't know if you call it a strait or a greater waterway and flow of all of this traffic of the earth's trade. And it literally opened up something of Renaissance that was new, that had to do with global currency, the gold standard, silver. I saw it, and I literally saw, Gene, that the pressure that had been upon the world regarding some of the things that have been at the hands of barbaric leaders that have oppressed the people that have spilled out over the nation was broken. This is why when people look at President Trump, they need to be careful. Why is the enemy using 90% of the fake news to lie? Because that's the spirit of the devil. He is the liar. He's the accuser of the brethren. There's no truth in him. And so the enemy is very aware of what this vessel and other vessels are seeing prophetically, and he's scared. So he wants you to believe the false narratives and discount that which heaven is saying. But I'm telling you, we're being set up for this, and you're going to start seeing some of these things begin to play out. We need to keep our eyes. There's going to be a volcanic eruption coming up pretty soon here. I saw this, and it erupted, and when it did, God was saying, all right, this is the point now that things have reached a certain level that it's going to fill the sky. You're going to see it. You're going to hear about it, and know that the justice of God is coming at a whole nother level. And you will see, and the Lord is saying, increase the level of prayers, because the level of prayers is going to increase the amount and the level of prosecution and arrests that are going to begin to erupt, just like this volcano. So we are heading towards all of these things. And the key is stay out of fear. Stay out of the deceptive side of things, which doesn't represent the perspective of God, and watch what the Lord is going to do, to where you're going to say, Matthew 9:33, we have never so seen this before in our life, in this nation, that nation, or the earth. It's the God factor.
The God factor. I loved that last line. That is so good. The God factor. I want to go back to what Robin Bullock, what the Lord said through him about the Strait of Hormuz. So the Straits of Hormuz is the key. Somehow the Strait of Hormuz is so crooked, a crooked place with a crooked regime. The regime is falling and will fall, a puppet regime, because they have went against God. So looking at the Strait of Hormuz is a key. Somehow the Strait of Hormuz is so crooked, a crooked place with a crooked regime. Well, if you go to Hank, what God said to him, that the Lord is anointed to take the crooked places and make them straight. And God said the straits, talking about the waterways, there have been crooked, talking about the Strait of Hormuz. It's like, wow, okay. Obviously, God is addressing what is going to be happening with that body of water. And then this was really big. This is actually going to take us into Julie Green. And it says, I don't know if you'd call it a strait or a greater waterway and flow of all of this traffic on the Earth's trade. And it literally opened up something of renaissance that was new, that had to do with global currency, the gold standard and silver. We're going to now go to Julie Green, going back to what we heard earlier from Robin Bullock about people falling, that were in places of leadership, needing to be removed. This is from Julie Green. She received it on April the 26th, 2026, delivered it on April the 27th, 2026, and it's called Your Enemies Have Not Gotten Away with the Attempts on Your President's Life. Check this out.
Your enemies have not gotten away with the attempts on your president's life. My children, what you have seen happen to my David again with another attempt on his life, this will not be the last time your enemies try to kill him. But what you will also see is that your enemies will continue to fail. With each attempt, your enemies will fall into my traps that they will never see coming. They all will be exposed and judged for what they have attempted to do. The deep state has sent these wolves out to do their dirty work. They've continued to slip up, making more mistakes. This last attempt on my David's life will lead back to Obama and the old guard. The money trails, emails will prove this. And his bank accounts will show large deposits before that night. Follow the money and you will find the truth. I've warned you to continue to pray over my David, because just like my King David, Saul didn't give up. No matter how many times he failed, neither will these Sauls of today. They will keep trying, and they will keep failing. But just like King Saul, he never saw the death of my David, of King David. But instead, he died, and the Sauls of today will have the same fate. They have not gotten away with the attempts on your president's life. Your enemies will try and go after family members of my David. But my hand is protecting them as well. I am not done with President Trump. What his assignments are to complete, they have only just begun. He has accomplished some things to make America great again. But what you have seen so far is nothing compared to what is coming next to make this nation a great force to be reckoned with. The globalists' greatest fears will come to pass, because not only will this nation break free from their control, but everything they had accomplished so far with this great reset will be annihilated right before your very eyes. You will see the swamp be completely drained. You will see the corporation they made this nation into be completely dismantled. You will see this nation a republic once again. You will see a new financial system and the globalist big banks be torn apart like they were nothing. You will see America be gold back again, and you will see something unprecedented take place with silver. And your enemies can no longer hold it back. You will see the UN be evicted out of your nation. The Federal Reserve doors will be closed, never to be opened again. The IRS will be dismantled, and you will see the External Revenue Service pay the bills, take care of the real budgets in this nation that have no fraud in them. You will see the debt clock be wiped clean like it never existed. You will see Hollywood gutted, never to regain the control in Washington or this nation again. You will see your intelligence community change drastically No more will they be used as a weapon against you. You will see mass deportations and every bit of the foreign militia be removed from your government or from your nation. You will see fraud be exposed and completely eliminated in every state. No, this is not too good to be true or impossible for me to do. It's time for your enemies to fall and you to reclaim what is rightfully yours, says the Lord of hosts.
All right, I want to take you now to Dutch Sheets. This flows right into what Dutch Sheets shared. This actually came out April the 29th today, 2026, and it's called Today is the Anniversary. And we are going to be discussing in this through Dutch Sheets, praying and how we can partner with this covenant that our nation has made with God. Check this out.
Hello, thank you for joining me today for Give Him 15. The title of our post, Today is the Anniversary. Today is the anniversary of the planting of the cross and dedication of our land to the Lord at Cape Henry. My friend, Stephen Springer, informed me and others of a prayer assignment Holy Spirit has given him related to this event. I know it's very significant, and I'm passing it on to you for agreement. Stephen said, quote, "Since last summer, following a significant dream I had, I've felt the prompting of the Lord multiple times to go to Cape Henry, Virginia, the very place where Reverend Robert Hunt and a small group of devoted lovers of Jesus first landed on April 26, 1607. Just days later, April 29th, they planted a cross on that shore and made a profound declaration over this land before it was ever known as the United States of America. Now, 419 years later, in the 250th year of our nation's independence, I sense strongly, Stephen said, that this proclamation must be declared again this year, April 29th, 2026, the anniversary. This is a moment, he says, to remind the land and the spiritual atmosphere over this nation that the word of the Lord does not return void, but is fulfilled with power. There is a sense of a double portion promise, he says, as the Lord God Almighty is ready to perform his word. We invite you to stand with us in agreement on this assignment. And then he says, here's the decree we will make again. It comes from the original prayer and proclamation by Hunt and those with him. We do hereby dedicate this land and ourselves to reach the people within these shores with the gospel of Jesus Christ and to raise up godly generations after us. And with these generations, take the kingdom of God to all the earth. May this covenant of dedication remain to all generations, as long as this earth remains. And may this land, along with England, be evangelists to the world. May all who see this cross remember what we have done here. And may those who come here to inhabit join us in this covenant and this most noble work, that the Holy Scriptures may be fulfilled. From these very shores, the gospel shall go forth, not only to this new world, but the entire world. Then Stephen declares the scriptures below, quoted by Hunt and his team, which we won't read now, but will in today's prayer. Before we make this declaration with Stephen and Robert Hunt, I want to reshare a dream, also regarding Cape Henry, that God gave my friend Clay Nash in 2020, a portion of the dream. Clay says, on the morning of September 9th, 2020, I dreamed that Dutch issued a call for 8 people, 8 of us total, to rally near Cape Henry. Team would fast, pray, and rededicate. How's that for a word? Timely word. Rededicate or consecrate themselves, the team would, to the Lord, after which they would go to Cape Henry. As the team obeyed and sought God, dreams were received, revealing a wave of awakening being released, sweeping across the nation. Dutch then said in the dream, we were ready to set foot on the land, Cape Henry, the beach, at the cross, and see the, quote, well of oaths, opened and freed to flow across America. Once we arrived at Cape Henry, some from the cloud of witnesses appeared in the dream, and Reese Howells, tell you about him in a moment, stepped forth to pray over us. His prayer said, let those assigned break up the fallow ground. Let those assigned to break up the fallow ground plow deep in order that the soil of this nation be prepared for the seeds of righteousness to be sown. This will result in an abundant harvest, he said. Reese Howells then took off his coat and placed it on Dutch's shoulders, saying, this is the coat I wore during World War II. Must be worn by the ecclesia in order to see the kingdom harvest at hand. Reese then hugged Dutch like a father would a son and said, the training is finished. It's time to go to war, and you will see the turning of the war. And there was more, but for now, this is the end of the dream. My thoughts. Cape Henry, as we said, which through Stephen, more than any other place in America, represents God's kingdom purpose for her, for America. When Robert Hunt and company stepped ashore and planted the cross on the beach, he prayed and prophesied the words Stephen shared above. There is no doubt that these settlers were entering into a covenant with God. And there's no doubt that God placed the desire in their hearts to do so. This was and is God's plan and destiny for America. And it is being restored. There were 8 of us in the dream. 8 is new beginnings in Scripture. The phrase well of oaths actually means well of covenant. Oath and covenant are used interchangeably in Scripture. This phrase is the literal meaning of the name Beersheba, where Abraham dug a well and planted a tamarisk evergreen tree, which symbolized covenant, and he called on the everlasting God. So that's why it's Beersheba means well of oath or well of covenant. So he planted a tree there that symbolized covenant and called on God. After Abraham's death, in an attempt to harm Isaac, various wells Abraham had dug were filled in by the Philistines, including Beersheba, the well of oath or covenant. Isaac redug his father's well of covenant or well of oaths, connecting with yesterday and unlocking what he needed for today and the future. There's a lot of theology in there, but that's the bottom line. In this dream, God was saying to us what Isaac demonstrated. You must tap into your past, the covenant your fathers made with me. In this, quote, well of covenant or well of oaths, you will find the life, revival, spiritual harvest, and restoration you need. Reese Howells represents prayer. He was a powerful intercessor and founder of the Bible College of Wales. He and his students shouldered a great intercessory burden during World War II of supporting the Allied forces and warring spiritually against the Nazis. Reese and his intercessors prayed for hours every day, no doubt helping save the world from Hitler's demonic plans. Reese's presence in the dream shows us that only the power released through prayer can reopen this well, America's covenant with God. Howells wrapped his mantle around me. I represented the ecclesia, the praying church, and he said, it was what he wore during World War II, and that we must wear it now in order to win the spiritual war and produce the great harvest God is bringing. Reese ends his words by saying, the training is finished. It's time to go to war. I remember that was 2020. We have done so. And I believe the war for the reopening of this covenantal well has turned in favor of God's kingdom. We're going to pray now, and we're going to agree with Stephen. Father, let the power of this well now flow to the nation. Well of covenant, bringing revival, awakening, and reformation. We pray and declare with Stephen and with Robert Hunt. Quote, we do hereby dedicate this land and ourselves to reach the people within these shores with the gospel of Jesus Christ and to raise up godly generations after us. And with these generations, take the kingdom of God to all the earth. May this covenant of dedication remain to all generations as long as the earth remains. May this land, along with England, be evangelists to the world. May all who see this cross remember what we have done here. And may those who come here to inhabit join us in this covenant and this most noble work, that the Holy Scriptures may be fulfilled. And from these very shores, the gospel shall go forth, not only to this new world, but the entire world. Then Stephen quotes some verses, one of which they quoted in 1607 when they made this declaration. He begins with Psalm 33:12. He says, and we will declare it with him, the United States of America will be saved, fulfilling Psalm 33:12 from the Amplified. Blessed, fortunate, prosperous, and favored by God is the nation whose God is the Lord, the people whom he's chosen as his inheritance. Psalm 22:27 and 28, which they read on that day in 1607. We're going to decree it today from the Passion Translation. From the four corners of the earth, the peoples of the world will remember and return to Yahweh. Every nation will come and worship him. For Yahweh is King of all, who takes charge of all the nations. And the same verses from the Message declare, from the four corners of the earth, people are coming to their senses, are running back to God. Long lost families are falling on their faces before him. God has taken charge. From now on, he has the last word. Amen. We declare this today all across this nation and other nations with Stephen and his friend who have boots on the ground at Cape Henry. Do it again today. Set aside some time and just declare this powerful declaration in these scriptures again. God is prevailing. We are turning this nation back to him through the power of prayer. Reopening that covenant well. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate it. Please do so again tomorrow, and I'll see you then.
Amen. So good. I wanted to read out of that Psalm 22:27 through 28, the Message translation, but he said, God has taken charge. From now on, he has the last word. We're going to be going into that in just 1 second. I want to go back to that prayer, the beginning part of that prayer by Robert Hunt, where he said, "We do hereby dedicate this land and ourselves to reach the people within these shores with the gospel of Jesus Christ, and to raise up godly generations after us, and with these generations take the kingdom of God to all the earth." I want to now take you to Barry Wunsch. This word was received on April the 19th, 2026, but he did not release it until April the 28th, 2026. And it's a prophetic open vision and encounter called the White Horse. So this one is very personal, he said. "A couple of days ago, I was taken into an open vision. To be honest, it really messed me up in a good way. Then during a time of prayer and soaking the next day, the Lord took me back into it again. So here it is, unabridged, just as it came. I share it today out of obedience to the Father and with the fear of the Lord. I do not share this lightly whatsoever. I was standing outside a massive fortress. It was constructed out of rugged stone and was very well built. In fact, it was in as good of shape as the day it was built. The walls were high and wide, with soldiers on guard, walking about, looking out over the ledge walls. There were tall towers on each corner, standing tall over the structure. There was nothing that would get by these guys. As I was taken in closer, this was more than an ordinary fortress. This was 100% kingdom in nature, as there was an accompanying deployment, a massive angelic host that accompanied the boots on the ground. Now, at first, I was standing outside the moat that surrounded the fortress, but it seemed not only to be deep water, but moving water like a river. It would be impossible for man to cross. I watched as the big, heavy drawbridge was let down. As it locked down in place, the big steel bar gate was lifted, and the big, thick, heavy-duty doors swung wide open. This is where it shifted for me. I suddenly found myself with the Lord inside the fortress. He handed me a brand new, bright, polished sword that fit me perfectly along with my new armor. The next thing I knew was I was on a horse, and we were galloping across the drawbridge, and the Lord, the captain of the host, was in front of me riding a white horse. He was dressed in the finest of armor. He had a crown on his head and a scepter in his hand. He had a big grin as he looked over his shoulder, looking back on us, for there was an army of riders and horses and the angelic host pouring out of the fortress across the drawbridge, following him. As he rode and led the way through the forest, there were others coming out of the highways and byways to merge with us as we rode together at a full gallop following the Lord. It was exhilarating. There was positive expectation and enthusiasm as all fell into form as we rode together. I knew by the Spirit that this was unto victory. It was unto triumph. It was about defeating the powers of darkness. It was a new day. I knew this was a major turning point for the nations. I knew he would conquer. I knew we would conquer. New life and hope saturated the atmosphere. Men, women, and children were coming out of hiding, safe, secure, loved, and protected, ready to prosper in his goodness. It was very clear hope, healing, deliverance, and freedom was being released throughout the nations. This was what we had been waiting for. Hold on to that, what we have been waiting for. As I was journaling this out, the Father spoke to me. Here it is. Barry, tell my people, I am the first and the last. I am the Alpha and the Omega. I am faithful and true. I am the one and only true and living God, and there is no other like me or above me. I am the Lord of hosts. I am the great I am. I am the creator of the universe. I knew each and every one of my children before the beginning of time. And oh, how I have longed to gather them under the shelter of my wings. Barry, tell my people not to give up hope. Tell my people weeping may endure for the night, but joy comes in the morning. For I know that it seems all you know is weeping, and you have sown in tears, and you will reap in joy. Again, I say to you, there is a time of peace and there is a time of war. It brings me no pleasure to take out evil kings and regimes. Oh, how I wish they would turn their hearts unto me. Yet they have given themselves over to evil. Man, we heard that already in the report this week. God wanting to give them time, but them not repenting. My dear little ones, you must trust me in this hour and trust that I still speak to kings. For I still have those called by my name to serve me and to protect my children and to disciple nations. So be careful not to judge what I have ordained in this hour. Barry, tell my people that there is a great awakening that's upon you, and there will be shakings among you until every dividing wall is down, and you learn to love as I love. For I am coming for a bride, a beautiful bride without spot or wrinkle. I will settle for nothing less. Barry, tell my people to come out of darkness into my glorious light. It really is up to you. The choice is yours. Remember that you only advance at the speed of your obedience. Don't wait for tomorrow for what you can do today. Man, we're going to be hearing more about that. Do not fear, for my ways are for you, not against you. It is time you will ride with me today. I am ready for you. Again, he said, it is time you will ride with me today. Will you ride with me today? I am ready for you. Holy is the word of the Lord. Okay, let's go into this time that's now. It's not in the future, it is now. This is from Tim Sheets, April the 26th, 2026, and this is so good. No more delay. Check this out.
And in this greater weight of glory, this Kairos time, it's the opportune time to rise in faith, and bind delay tactics. It's your time to win over delay. It's your time to win over hindering demons. It's the season for it. It's so important that we rid ourselves from any delay mindset, any delay type of thinking. You can't bury your head in the sand thinking, if we hide our eyes, that hindrance will somehow evaporate. No. We have to individually and corporately pull our heads out of the sand, look the hinderer in the eye and say, get behind me, devil. Get behind me, devil. Get out of my way. In Jesus' name, stop hindering my relationship with my Father God. Stop hindering my delay. Stop bumping into me. Get out of my lane. You got to move in authority. Stop cutting into me. Stop chopping at me. Stop swinging your axe at me, trying to cut me down, because I am determined I will overcome. I am determined I will move into a new season, and you're not a part of it. You have no part in the new season. I'm thinking different. In this supernatural season, we cannot have a someday mentality. Someday, I'll rise in faith. Someday, I'll possess God's promise. Someday, God's plan will work for me. Someday, I'll recover. No. Now hope. Now faith. Now expect. Now decree. And do not become demoralized. The mentality in this greater glory era is to be no more delay. Holy Spirit is saying that to us so clearly. He's saying this to the heirs. He's saying it to the church. Our assignment is to agree with heaven. Our assignment is to pray it and pray it and pray it. If we do, victories accelerate. If we do, mass promises are birthed. We have been prepared through this for the greatest era of glory ever. We've been told that so many times. Holy Spirit wants to do some things now that are absolutely incredible. Some of it is just mind-blowing. Things are about to happen. They're purposed to happen. The Godhead has decreed now to them on the earth. Incredible, awesome things. We heard the word epic. Epic things. Epic victories. Epic revival. Epic season. But in order to get it done, Holy Spirit has to change the mindset of the ecclesia and the heirs from someday to now. Now. Please hear it from Holy Spirit. This is your moment. This is your moment. Not someday. This is your moment. Church, ecclesia, this is your moment. The season is there. This is your moment to end delay, to end hindering demons, assisted by angels, assisted by outpourings of the Holy Spirit. This is our time to move into seasons where we are free to run the race before us rather than being elbowed and shoved around. I don't know about you, but I've had enough of the enemy's delay tactics, and I've had enough of him shoving me around. Shove no more. Don't bump me. I would like to see the saints get just a little bit arrogant against hell. Stop bumping me. Get out of my way. Throw your elbow somewhere else, because I'm in a new season and I'm going to run my race without your jostling me around.
Man, that is so powerful. Okay, I want to go back to this line here. The mentality in this greater glory era is to be no more delay. Holy Spirit is saying that to us so clearly. Well, Holy Spirit is not silent. He wanted to send it through somebody else, another prophet. And this actually came out on April the 25th, the day before. 2026 from Charlie Shamp on social media. And this is what he said. I heard the Spirit of the Lord say, I am breaking the rhythm of delay. I am changing the sound. I am shifting the ground beneath you. The season of almost is over. The chapter of next year is closing. I am turning the page with my own hand. For I am the God of suddenlies. I am he who interrupts timelines. I am he who cuts short the wait and accelerates the promise. We receive it. Where you have seen only process, I am about to reveal sudden arrival. Where you have only known labor, I am bringing sudden reward. Watch for the unusual door, for I am releasing a holy momentum. It will feel like a wind at your back, a current in your spirit. We receive it, God. You will move with a grace that bypasses struggle. Doors will open not by your push, but by my breath. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. We receive it in Jesus' name. What powerful, powerful words. Talking about words, I wanted to make sure you all were aware of a show that we did this week with Annette Capps. Annette is the daughter of Charles Capps, and this is a book called Quantum Faith that we have read several times, and then we figured we've given out multiple hundreds of copies of this book because it was so life-changing for us. And Annette Capps, we absolutely love her. We are so thankful for this interview. If you did not see it, you can go to flyoverapp.com to find this interview. Avery, what is it called? Do you see it there?
Quantum physics confirms what Jesus taught 2,000 years ago.
Quantum physics confirms what Jesus taught 2,000 years ago. This is such a great book, and that is a great show. Highly, highly recommend it. There it is, Quantum Faith, and you'll see David and I and Annette Capps. You want to watch that interview. I promise you. It was excellent. I want to do a shout